You charge $1 million for giving someone a tattoo, yet people don't find it expensive. On the contrary, they offer higher prices begging you to tattoo them immediately. Even the newly purchased SU-7 Ultra, they'd willingly give it to you as extra payment. All because your tattoo designs possess primordial power. A tattoo of a Chilean kidney ensures virility for 100 years. A golden ingot tattoo brings 3 generations of financial prosperity. If you get a lily tattoo, it guarantees a lifetime free from infidelity. But there's something you must be aware of. When the tattoo bearer violates the taboo of their tattoo design, not even Jesus can save you. At this moment, a woman storms into the tattoo parlor angrily, slamming 2 stacks of cash on the table. What kind of love potion did you give Changjian? He insists I get tattooed here before he'll marry me. Ms. Fong, there are things I must make clear to you. The tattoo designs here carry profound faith and spiritual significance. Think carefully before getting inked. It's just putting some ink on skin. Why make it sound so mysterious? Fong Yun said with complete nonchalance. You didn't say anything more. Opening the tattoo catalog in your mind. Tattoo design, white lily. It represents purity, dignity, and heartfelt connection, symbolizing enduring love. Taboo. It does not allow love to be defiled. Madam Fong Yun, I've chosen the white lily pattern for you. Then you must remember the taboos I mentioned. This thing actually has taboos too, Fong Yun said with complete indifference. No matter what you were like before, but after I finish your tattoo, you must live properly with your husband. You spoke with solemn expression. Did Changjian tell you to say this to me? Don't worry, I'll definitely live properly with him. Fong Yun waved her hand, urging impatiently. Hurry up with it. I still have dinner plans with girlfriends tonight. Seeing the other party's indifferent attitude, Gu Xing shook his head slightly. However, he had already said everything that needed to be said. Whether Fong Yun would take it to heart or not was her own business. What a beautiful lily. Lan Hanxin's eyes lit up as she watched Gu Xing take out the required materials one by one. Among the materials, 100-year-old white lily lay quietly. It was pure as snow, crystal clear throughout, and extremely pleasing to the eye. Lan Hanyu had seen lilies before, but this one before her was completely different from others. Isn't it just a withered, yellowing lily? Why make such a fuss? Fong Yun couldn't help but frown. Seeing the sparkle in Lan Hanyu's eyes, she felt disdain. How could a slightly wilted lily be worth such excitement? Its appearance represents the love in your eyes, which is why it looks so beautiful. Gu Xing's words carried a double meaning. The lily given by the system was truly miraculous. Different people would see it differently when they looked at it. If you believe love is pure and beautiful, it will become purer and clearer. In Fong Yun's eyes, this lily appears withered and yellowed, reflecting her perception of love. In her heart, love is merely a means to gain benefits. Brother Gu Xing, after I graduate, could you also give me a tattoo of one? Lan Hanyu couldn't help but ask, her eyes curved with anticipation. Gu Xing looked at her expression and gently tapped her delicate nose, saying dotingly, No problem, I'll definitely find you a one-of-a-kind one when the time comes. Fong Yun's mouth twitched. What's going on here? When did they start being so lovey-dovey? Could you hurry up? If you want to flirt, do it after I leave, okay? Fong Yun picked up her phone to scroll through videos, swiping upward forcefully as if fending something. Hearing Fong Yun's words, Lan Hanyu's pretty face turned red, her eyelids lowered, even her earlobes blushing. Gu Xing collected his thoughts, plucked the petals from the lily in his hand, and placed them into the white dye solution. Buzz! The moment the petal touched the pigment liquid, it immediately dissolved and disappeared into the water. How magical! Lan Hanyu blinked her eyes at this sight, both astonished and curious. However, she remained silent to avoid disturbing Gu Xing. Soon after, Gu Xing finished preparing the white pigment required for the tattoo pattern. He took out a special tattoo needle. The system claimed it was made from dragon bone, hence its name, Dragon Bone Needle. With focused determination, Gu Xing lifted the dragon bone needle and drew it through the air with a swift motion. Squeak! A slightly displeased sound rang out, visible only to Gu Xing as a white ethereal shadow was drawn into the needle. That shadow was none other than the spirit of the lily flower. Extremely sensitive to the scent of love, this floral spirit detected an impure aura emanating from Fong Yun, hence its unwilling cry. What was that sound? Fong Yun, who had been scrolling through videos, shivered all over and glanced around uneasily. Miss Fong, perhaps you misheard. Gu Xing looked at her, appearing completely unaware. Oh, okay. Fong Yun could only withdraw her gaze, yet her heart remained unsettled. That cry from earlier had made her flesh creep. It must be the stress lately. I should go out and party less recently. Fong Yun thought to herself, not paying too much attention to the matter. Gu Xing's hands were steady as the dragon bone needle repeatedly pierced Fong Yun's skin, yet she felt no pain whatsoever. The entire procedure flowed smoothly, displaying remarkable mastery. A little over an hour later, Ms. Fong, all done. Gu Xing's voice came through, and Fong Yun promptly put down her phone. That was rather quick. She looked down at her left arm where a pure white lily had quietly bloomed. Moreover, Fong Yun even caught a whiff of fragrance unique to lilies. She sniffed carefully. It seems to be coming from me. Fong Yun looked somewhat uncertainly at Gu Xing and asked, "This fragrance?" "Hee, Miss Fong, this is a special effect that comes with the tattoo design. Your husband will definitely like you even more after seeing this." Gu Xing knew what she wanted to ask and answered directly. "There won't be any side effects, right?" Fong Yun asked with some concern. A tattoo that can make people carry floral fragrance. This was truly the first time she had ever seen or heard of such a thing. "My shop is right here. If there are any problems, Ms. Fong can come find me anytime." Gu Xing looked completely at ease. This was an inherent effect of the lily flower spirit, absolutely no side effects whatsoever. Of course, this was on the premise that Fong Yun didn't violate the taboos of this tattoo design. "Humph. If there are problems, I'll definitely come back to find you." Fong Yun snorted coldly, picked up her bag and prepared to leave. Before she could step out, Gu Xing's calm voice came through. "Ms. Fong, no matter what your past was, as long as you live wholeheartedly with your husband, no one will dwell on these matters anymore." "Got it, stop nagging." Fong Yun waved her hand dismissively as she spoke. Watching her leave, Gu Xing shook his head. At that moment, Lan Hanyu suddenly leaned closer, carrying a faint fragrance. "Why did you lie to her? I also heard that voice just now." As if she had discovered something incredible, she stared into Gu Xing's eyes with curiosity. "Did I?" Gu Xing evaded the question with a laugh, unwilling to elaborate on the topic. "You definitely did. I heard it clearly. Spit it out, or I won't bring you food for a week." Lan Hanyu threatened with a fierce expression. "Are you trying to starve me to death?" Gu Xing flicked her forehead playfully. Lan Hanyu immediately covered her forehead and hurriedly amended. 3 days no, 1 day. Seeing her pretend fierceness, Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh and said, "I told you about these things long ago, but since you didn't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Gu Xing walked to the counter and spoke truthfully. He had indeed told Lan Hanyu about these matters before, but this silly girl never took it seriously and just assumed he was boasting. "So that was a flower spirit just now. Why are you still tricking me like before?" Lan Hanyu quickly caught up to him. She remembered everything Gu Xing had said before, how floral tattoo patterns required flower spirits as the finishing touch. Nonsense. Sheer nonsense. She didn't believe a word of it. "See, when I tell the truth you won't listen." Fine, I was just playing a recording earlier to add some mystery." Gu Xing fabricated a lame excuse. "Gu Xing!" Lan Hanyu shouted angrily. As the words left her mouth, a warm, strong hand took hold of hers. "Come on, I made money today on treating you to a feast." Chapter 4, Where's That Stench Coming From? 8 p.m. Rene's Western Restaurant. "Wow, did you strike it rich? New phone, new bag, new outfit, the whole package." At the window seat, a plain-looking woman exclaimed dramatically. Instantly, numerous eyes turned their way. Of course, those gazes weren't directed at her, but rather at the woman sitting opposite her. The woman wore a black gauze cheapao, its sleeves extending past her elbows and clinging to her rounded arms, while the hem reached her ankles, perfectly accentuating her curvaceous figure. Particularly her eyes, which seemed to carry an electric current, brimming with boundless allure. This woman was none other than Fong Yun, who had gotten tattooed at Gu Xing's shop earlier that day. It must be said, this woman truly possessed a unique charm. At the very least, many men in the restaurant stared transfixed, while others began contemplating how to approach and strike up a conversation. Feeling those greedy, flame-filled gazes upon her, Fong Yun showed no disgust. On the contrary, her lips curved slightly upward in self-satisfaction. Just a small windfall, 300,000 yuan, pocket change really. Fong Yun was dining with her close friend Yan Lingling when she casually revealed her newly purchased BMW car key while speaking. As expected, Yan Lingling immediately cast an envious look and exclaimed in surprise, "Damn! He gave you the betrothal gifts, arranged a house for you, and even bought you a BMW. Your boyfriend really spoils you." Hee. The most important thing for a woman is to make good use of her advantages. Right now, I can make Cheng Zhan do whatever I want. Fong Yun's words carried no sense of satisfaction. Instead, they were full of arrogance. She cut a piece of steak, put it in her mouth, and savored the juicy flavor carefully. Listening to the melodious and soothing music, gazing at the dimming lights outside the window, feeling her best friend's incomparable envy and those occasional covert yet fervent glances coming her way, Fong Yun felt as if she were floating above the clouds. At this moment, she was the winner in life. But who could have imagined that 3 years ago Fong Yun was just an uneducated waitress who only knew how to carry plates? "Was the guy who did your tattoo handsome?" Yan Lingling asked curiously. She always felt Fong Yun was somewhat different from before, more beautiful and with better temperament now. Moreover, there was a faint fragrance about her that smelled quite pleasant. Just yesterday she had met with Fong Yun. How could such dramatic changes happen in merely 1 day? Yan Lingling was truly unable to figure it out. Of course she couldn't imagine that Fong Yun's transformation was all thanks to the tattoo Gu Xing gave her. Before, Fong Yun and I were both bottom-tier waitresses, but after these years she's living glamorously while I remain the same. Seeing her show off like that makes me sick. Isn't she just some worthless slut played by men? Bragging about money every day, damn bitch could transfer me 100k and buy me a car and house. Though Yen Lingling despised Fong Yun inwardly, outwardly she displayed enthusiasm and flattery. Good sister, tell me all about it. Satisfy your dear friend's curiosity. Let me tell you, that tattoo artist was even handsomer than celebrities. Too bad he wasn't interested. Fong Yun shook her head, thinking about how Gu Xing had rejected her invitation during the day, which made her furious. By the way, what did he tattoo for you? Show your good sister. Yen Lingling asked again. Fong Yun didn't refuse and directly rolled up her sleeve. On her arm, a pure white lily quietly bloomed. Wow, your lily tattoo is really beautiful. I'll go ask that guy to tattoo one for me in a couple of days too. Yen Lingling immediately widened her eyes, completely captivated by the tattoo on Fong Yun's arm. That guy has a terrible attitude. He insists on being called a tattoo artist rather than just a tattooist, packaging himself as some high-class professional. He even spouted a bunch of nonsense I couldn't understand. It was ridiculous. Fong Yun seemed to remember something and spoke disparagingly. Alright, if you wanna go, be mentally prepared. His shop's prices are outrageous. How outrageous? Yen Lingling was stunned. Mine cost 20,000 to get done. Fong Yun pulled down her sleeve and said irritably, 20,000 yuan. Even now when I think about it, it still feels painfully expensive. Is he crazy? Who charges that much? Yen Lingling had originally planned to get a tattoo at Gu Xing's shop, but hearing this price instantly made her back down. Exactly. Because of this, Chang Zhan even had an argument with me. I don't know what he was thinking, insisting that I get a tattoo. Did he really think getting a tattoo would keep my heart? How ridiculous, Fong Yun said with great disdain. She didn't realize that as she spoke these words, the tattooed lily hidden beneath her right sleeve had begun to yellow in color. Its once open petals had also started to curl slightly. From what you're saying, you still don't plan to stop. Yen Lingling hesitated, then said in a low voice, Chang Zhan is much better than the boyfriends you've had before. He has a car and house, earns a good salary, and dotes on you so much. Why don't you just stop and settle down with Chang Zhan? Are you kidding me? Fong Yun frowned, speaking with some irritation. If I can meet Chang Zhan now, I can surely meet someone stronger than him in the future. Not to mention my current looks, what man wouldn't be attracted at first sight? Fong Yun narcissistically touched her face, this visage that had undergone countless hyaluronic acid injections and surgical procedures to achieve its current appearance. Seeing Fong Yun's anger, Yen Lingling quickly said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. I was just making an offhand remark, don't take it to heart. You're absolutely right. With your current beauty, you'll definitely find someone richer and more outstanding than Chang Zhan. She raised her wineglass and continued, Come, let me toast in advance to you meeting your Prince Charming. That's more like it. Fong Yun loved hearing such compliments from her best friend and immediately beamed with joy, raising her glass. Suddenly, Yen Lingling put down her glass, wrinkling her nose as she sniffed vigorously. Lingling, what are you doing? Fong Yun found this rather strange. Yen Lingling began vigorously fanning the air in front of her with visible disgust, saying, Where is this foul smell coming from? Don't you smell it? The stench was like that from a sewer, extremely pungent. I don't smell anything. Fong Yun sniffed the air but didn't detect any foul smell that Yen Lingling mentioned. Just as Yen Lingling was about to say something, her face suddenly filled with horror as she pointed at Fong Yun. Fong Yun, why your face? In her eyes, Fong Yun's face had become somewhat aged, covered with wrinkles. It looked absolutely terrifying. Chapter 5. The tattoo has problems. Fong Yun's expression changed immediately as she quickly took out her portable mirror. She cared deeply about her appearance. Having come this far, she understood better than anyone how important looks were. Yen Lingling's scream had frightened her badly. Fong Yun looked into the mirror with trepidation. In the reflection, her appearance hadn't changed at all. Yen Lingling, what the hell are you screaming about? Fong Yun sighed in relief, but her expression already carried traces of anger. Yen Lingling snapped back to attention, focused her gaze, vigorously rubbed her eyes, then gave an awkward smile. Sorry sis, I must have been seeing things earlier. At this moment, Fong Yun's complexion appeared rosy. Where was that terrifying scene from before? How strange. Was I really just seeing things? Puzzled in her heart, Yen Lingling hurried to make amends when she saw Fong Yun still angry. A moment later, Fong Yun's expression finally softened. Checking the time, she picked up her handbag and said nonchalantly, I'll settle the bill before I leave. Got a date with a hottie tonight, so I won't keep you company. If Chang Zhan asks about it, you know what to say, right? Used to this behavior from Fong Yun, Yen Lingling wasn't surprised at all. She nodded and thumped her chest in assurance. Don't worry sis, I've got this covered. Staying out all night was the most ordinary thing for Fong Yun. Every time Fong Yun's boyfriend called to ask, she would say she was at Yen Lingling's place. With Yen Lingling covering for her, Chang Zhan never thought much of it. Over time, he grew accustomed to Fong Yun's habit of staying overnight at her best friend's place. Alright, I'll gift you a set of lipsticks later. I'm off now. Fang Yun was thoroughly satisfied with her response, her face beaming with joy as she left in obvious haste. Beneath her sleeve, the lily tattoo had completely turned a withered yellow. This lily was withering at an astonishing rate. Of course, Fang Yun remained oblivious to this, her mind wholly occupied by thoughts of her upcoming date with that handsome man. That foul smell again, where on earth is it coming from? Seated at the table, Yan Lingling waved her hand before her nose as she detected that same rotten stench from earlier. Fortunately, the source of the odor didn't seem to be nearby. After a few waves of her hand, the smell dissipated. Her gaze followed Fang Yun's departing figure, eyes flickering with a trace of disdain. Nothing. Are you full? If you're full, let's go. I'm full, but I still want to eat one more fishball skewer. Looking at Lan Hanyu's conflicted expression, Gu Xing couldn't help but laugh and said, let's go, I'll buy you whatever you want to eat today. Fang Yun got out of the car. On the opposite street corner stood a star-rated hotel. Just as Fang Yun was about to cross the street, her phone suddenly rang, forcing her to stop and take it out. It was a call from her boyfriend, Chang Zhan. As soon as she answered, Chang Zhan's voice came through. Honey, I miss you. Where are you? I'll come pick you up. Where else would I be? I'm at Lingling's place. Fang Yun replied casually, then seemed afraid Chang Zhan might overthink it and added an explanation. Aren't we getting married soon? After marriage, wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to stay over at my best friend's place? So I thought I'd spend a couple more days at her place before the wedding. If it were before, Chang Zhan would have said a few caring words and then hung up. But this time, on the other end of the line, Chang Zhan fell silent. Sniffles. There seemed to be some static on the other end of the line. Fang Yun found it somewhat strange, so she asked, honey, are you listening? Don't worry, it's just for a few more days. After we get married, I'll definitely stay home with you all the time. Yan Lingling's home. Yan Lingling's hands were tied, her mouth sealed, and a glaring slap mark on her face. If Fang Yun were here, she would definitely be shocked her boyfriend Chang Zhan was also here. But at this moment, Chang Zhan's expression was fluctuating between dark and light. Watching Chang Zhan's ever-changing expression, Yan Lingling felt nothing but dread. Finally, Chang Zhan took a deep breath and spoke in the gentlest tone. Sweetheart, I want to eat the food you make for me. Come back and cook for me. This was his final attempt to hold on. As long as Fang Yun would return, he wouldn't dwell on the past anymore. Fang Yun, stop fucking around already. Yan Lingling roared inwardly, praying for a miracle. But she knew Fang Yun all too well. This was simply impossible. Sure enough, Fang Yun's impatient voice came through the phone. Just order takeout yourself. Alright, my friend's calling me, I won't talk to you anymore. Beep beep. After the call ended, Chang Zhan calmly put his phone back in his pocket. He turned to Yan Lingling and said, actually, I knew what Fang Yun was doing every time you covered for her. I also knew she's very playful. I thought she would restrain herself after getting engaged. Never expected this. Chang Zhan shook his head, walked up to Yan Lingling, and tore off the tape covering her mouth. Chang Zhan, are you crazy? What does your relationship with Fang Yun have to do with me, Yan Lingling? Yan Lingling screamed in both shock and anger. Shoo, relax, I won't do anything to you. Would you like to hear a story? Aren't you curious why I agreed to Fang Yun's demands when I clearly knew what kind of woman she is? Hearing this, Yan Lingling stopped struggling. At this moment, curiosity overwhelmed everything else. Why? Chang Zhan simply smiled. Yet for some reason, seeing Chang Zhan's smile gave Yan Lingling a chilling sense of horror that ran through her entire body. She swore her thoughts had never been this quick before. Yan Lingling exclaimed in shock. The tattoo. There's something wrong with the tattoo, isn't there? Chapter 6. Dying a miserable death on the streets. The tattoo must not be defiled. Exactly. Otherwise, why do you think I would make that condition? Chang Zhan smiled, a flash of coldness passing through his eyes. At this moment he had completely given up on Fang Yun. What could possibly be wrong with a tattoo? Yan Lingling was utterly confused, only feeling an extreme sense of strangeness and absurdity. It wasn't that she didn't know about tattoos, but what harm could one possibly do? Unless that tattoo parlor uses fake and shoddy products. Fang Yun will contract some disease from getting tattooed there, isn't that it? Yan Lingling gasped, looking at Chang Zhan with eyes full of shock. Such news reports weren't unheard of. Chang Zhan was too ruthless. Chang Zhan waved his hand dismissively and sneered. What? Fang Yun wasn't afraid of getting infected when she went out to have fun. Besides, I, Chang Zhan, am not as despicable as you think. Do you know? Just over half a year ago, I was a penniless poor guy. Chang Zhan revealed a secret. How is that possible? Yan Lingling was stunned. You must know Chang Zhan owns a restaurant. Fang Yun had taken her to Chang Zhan's restaurant several times. The restaurant has a prime location and booming business. It earns at least 800,000 to $1 million per year. This was precisely why Fang Yun had taken a liking to Chang Zhan. But now, Chang Zhan claimed he was just a penniless poor guy half a year ago. How could that be? The next moment, Chang Zhan lifted his shirt. Immediately, a pattern came into Yan Lingling's view. It was a golden ingot emitting faint golden light. It's glowing. Yan Lingling was completely baffled. Her mind couldn't process it, a tattoo that glows. What's going on here? Well, isn't this incredible? Master Gu truly has real skills. Cheng Zhan put down his clothes, and when mentioning Gu Xing, the respect in his expression went without saying. Gu Xing was his benefactor. It's precisely because of this wealth-attracting ingot that I could accumulate such fortune in such a short time. When saying this, Cheng Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Back then, he had spent a fortune just to gather 20,000 yuan for the tattoo. What's the use of Fang Yun's tattoo then? Yan Lingling was suddenly startled. Cheng Zhan was already untying her while speaking to himself. For these past few months, I've given you no small benefits, yet you kept deceiving me. So that slap earlier was what you deserved. You should be glad you met the present me, not the me from before. Otherwise, as Cheng Zhan spoke, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Cheng Zhan, you're magnanimous. Please don't stoop to my level. Yan Lingling panicked and immediately begged for mercy. Cheng Zhan could absolutely be considered rich now. Dealing with her would be extremely simple for him. Yan Lingling didn't talk tough and directly admitted defeat. Don't worry, I have a bright future ahead of me now. I won't do anything outrageous over this matter. Cheng Zhan said disdainfully. He had come to realize that as long as he followed Master Gu's rules, his business would only keep improving. He might not earn spectacular amounts, but making several 100,000 to 1,000,000 annually was entirely achievable. Yan Lingling breathed a sigh of relief, only to hear Cheng Zhan continue. That foolish woman Fang Yun, does she really think my money is that easy to take? His words carried a biting coldness. Yan Lingling shivered as an ominous premonition rose in her heart. At the intersection, Fang Yun hung up the phone and said with utter disdain, Cheng Zhan, with your measly annual income of less than 1,000,000, you actually thought you could marry me? How ridiculous. The man I, Fang Yun, will marry must be a true rich second-generation heir. Fang Yun already had her target in mind. To her, Cheng Zhan was merely a stepping stone that could help her leap from one social class to another. Fang Yun had gone through many such stepping stones, how to use them and then discard them. This whole routine was already deeply ingrained in her mind. But Fang Yun had forgotten one thing. Both in the past and now, she still had no real skills. The only thing she could rely on was her physical appearance. At this moment, the traffic light turned green. Fang Yun immediately stepped forward. She didn't notice that the pedestrians behind her were keeping their distance. The pedestrians behind Fang Yun covered their noses one after another, avoiding her as if she were a plague. In the crowd, a little girl couldn't help but say, Mommy, that sister smells really bad. The girl's mother hurriedly covered her mouth. Walking on the sidewalk, Fang Yun was thinking about tonight's entertainment and future plans. Suddenly, she also smelled a stench of strong, rotting food-like odor. Ugh! Where is this smell coming from? Fang Yun felt her stomach churning violently as if she was about to vomit. She reached out to cover her nose. But as her hand approached, Fang Yun's eyes suddenly widened. How could this be? Her originally fair and plump arm had begun to shrivel, covered with ugly, mottled spots. As if struck by a thought, Fang Yun hastily took out a mirror from her bag. The reflection showed a face that resembled an old woman's. Who is this? Is this me? How did I become this monstrous? No, this can't be me. Fang Yun's mind buzzed in shock, utterly stupefied. She tried to take a step to flee from the scene, but to her horror, she found herself unable to move. Her feet seemed rooted, locked firmly in place. At that moment, a car sped toward her from afar. No, stop! Fang Yun screamed, but the car showed no sign of slowing as it barreled straight toward her. Bang! She was flung meters away from the impact. A cold, detached voice seemed to whisper in her ear, the tattoos here aren't suitable for you. The next day, Gu Xing sat in his shop, scrolling through news on his phone. Suddenly, his fingers froze mid-scroll. Last night at Bin Road intersection, a traffic accident claimed a woman's life on the street. According to eyewitnesses, the woman had been shouting wildly on the road before the accident, appearing mentally disturbed. What's peculiar is the condition of the victim's body. Her skin appeared saggy with numerous spots, resembling an elderly woman. However, investigation revealed she was under 30. Gu Xing set down his phone and calmly took out his tattoo catalog. He opened the catalog. Inside, the white lily design remained vivid, while the pink rose pattern had disappeared completely. Beside each pattern, descriptions of their characteristics were recorded. Tattoo totem attribute love. White lily, pure, solemn, and heart to heart. It symbolizes enduring marital bliss and steadfast love, the most sincere blessing for romance. Taboo, it does not allow love to be defiled. If you defile love, it will quickly wither and fade. Along with it withering and fading will be your flesh, blood, and soul. Chapter 7, Curiosity Streamer Wen Xiaoqing. Sister Cheng, we've got a job. That news from a few days ago about the woman hit by a car on the road. Yes, exactly her. I have photos here, super scary. Wen Xiaoqing was a streamer, an outdoor streamer. However, her streaming content was different from others. Wen Xiaoqing specialized in bizarre content. What counts as bizarre? the strange, the novel, the supernatural. The most common topics were folk supernatural legends and some unsolved mysterious cases. However, unsolved cases were completely beyond Wen Xiaoqing's reach. As for folk supernatural legends, her viewers were already tired of them. Just these past few days, unable to find good streaming content, Wen Xiaoqing was having trouble sleeping. I've seen it. Just an ordinary car accident. Why are you guys making such a fuss? On the pedestrian street, Wen Xiaoqing, with dark circles under her eyes, kept yawning while interacting with her live stream viewers. She had seen what the viewers were talking about, but Wen Xiaoqing didn't take it to heart. In her view, it was just an ordinary traffic accident. Sister Cheng looked so exhausted. Damn, Sister Cheng, those dark circles are really serious. Sister Cheng, take care of your health. Where are we going for today's live stream? Sister Cheng, after you finish streaming, I'll send you some photos so you can make a special mystery video. It'll definitely go viral. The bullet comments were sparse. The viewer count was only about 1,000. Wen Xiaoqing was just a small-time streamer, especially in the niche field of outdoor mystery hunting. The low popularity was completely normal. However, Wen Xiaoqing had no intention of changing her style. She was in this business purely out of interest. One particular bullet comment caught Wen Xiaoqing's attention. Alright, tough guy, remember to send it to me after I finish streaming. Today's livestream content is simple. A friend told me about an interesting tattoo shop around here, so I'm taking you guys to check it out. The pale sunlight fell on her body, and Wen Xiaoqing felt her fatigue lessen somewhat as she smiled and spoke. Tattoo shop. Isn't that just the same as a tattoo parlor? What's so interesting about a tattoo parlor? Exactly. In recent years, tattoos have become less and less acceptable. Yeah, my buddy got one before and now wants it removed. Costs money and hurts like hell. The barrage of comments rolled on, with all the viewers expressing contemptuous attitudes toward tattoos. Wen Xiaoqing shook her head and said seriously, "Friends, you shouldn't say that. The art of tattooing has been passed down for nearly 2,000 years now. The earliest origins of tattooing were when ancient people carved totems on their bodies to seek protection. Another example is Yu Fei from history, who had utmost loyalty to serve the nation, tattooed. That was also a form of tattooing. Tattoos are vessels for the soul and faith. A truly skilled tattoo artist can transform the mundane into the miraculous, making tattoo patterns possess incredible power. Once you choose a profession, you must love it. That's the kind of person Wen Xiaoqing was. As an outdoor streamer specializing in bizarre content, Wen Xiaoqing doesn't just casually scout locations and call it a day. Before each stream, Wen Xiaoqing thoroughly prepares by researching every aspect of her upcoming content. Nice. This is so Qingjie style. Serve the country with absolute loyalty counts as a tattoo. Learn something new today. Tattoo totems possess incredible power. Qingjie is getting all mystical again. Don't overreact, this is just basic. If she wasn't mystical, how could she call herself a bizarre content streamer? Viewers kept spamming comments, as if they'd seen through everything long ago. Most of them didn't take Wen Xiaoqing's words seriously at all. In fact, a large portion stayed for the stream simply because of Wen Xiaoqing's looks. Otherwise, who would listen to all this mystical nonsense? Soon enough, Wen Xiaoqing arrived at the tattoo parlor recommended by her friend. Nirvana. Brothers, this shop name is actually quite interesting. Wen Xiaoqing's eyes lit up as she read the tattoo parlor's name. Moreover, the shop's style was quite vintage. The carvings, furnishings, and inscriptions are all exquisitely crafted. No other tattoo shop can compare to this place. Maybe I really can encounter something interesting here. Wen Xiaoqing, now thoroughly intrigued, reached out and pushed open the tattoo parlor's door. Gu Xing was steeping tea. 1 week had passed since Fang Yun's incident. During this period, no new customers had come, nor had anyone else disturbed Gu Xing. Gu Xing remained remarkably composed after all. Having one customer this month meant business was acceptable. Steeping tea, practicing calligraphy, and scrolling through his phone. Quite a comfortable life indeed. As for that girl, Lan Hanyu school had resumed normal sessions, though the 2 missing students still hadn't been found. Is the owner here? Midway through tea preparation, the shop door swung open, accompanied by a voice clear as a nightingale song. Present. Please wait a moment, customer. Gu Xing hurriedly stood up and moved toward the counter. The shop's decor is truly exceptional. Upon entering, Wen Xiaoqing's eyes immediately brightened with admiration. The wooden cabinets bore blossoming floral carvings, with jade ornaments tastefully displayed nearby. The wood carvings, jade sculptures, and floral decorations complemented each other perfectly. A unique sense of refined elegance instantly welled up in her heart. Merely standing here made one feel mentally serene, with even physical fatigue significantly diminished. Truly remarkable, infinitely better than any tattoo parlor I've ever seen. How I wish I could own such a shop too. All this ornate decoration, what's the actual use? No matter how beautiful, isn't it still just a lousy tattoo parlor? In the live stream, some viewers expressed admiration while others showed disdain. At that moment, a young man approached Wen Xiaoqing. Clad in a white robe, he wore his long hair casually tied with a wooden hairpin. His elongated eyebrows tapered towards his temples, his expressive eyes radiant, with a tall nose bridge and subtly sensual thin lips beneath. The faint sunlight streaming through the window bathed him, accentuating his scholarly grace. So handsome. When Xiaoqing froze, the long hair didn't make Gu Xing appear incongruous at all. Combined with his slender frame, he resembled an ancient nobleman stepping out of a classical painting. Holy shit! Girls, I've found my future husband. Husband, wait for me. I'm coming right away. Tattoo. We must get it done hardcore. All you upstairs scram. Don't eye my husband. What's the use of being handsome? Jealous, so jealous. The barrage exploded instantly, bringing many lurking female fans to the surface. Before some male viewers could finish their sour remarks, they were torn apart by these fangirls. Customer, are you here for a tattoo? Gu Xing waved his hand in front of Wen Xiaoqing's eyes. Only then did Wen Xiaoqing snap out of it, her pretty face flushing red. Hearing Gu Xing's question, she shook her head. Boss, I'm not here for a tattoo. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wen Xiaoqing, an outdoor adventure streamer. Gu Xing had already noticed the live streaming equipment in Wen Xiaoqing's hands earlier. Rather than driving her away, he focused his gaze intently on her. Tattoo artists possess special visual acuity. They can read faces and discern destinies. By observing a person's fate, they determine which tattoo designs the individual can withstand. As for the Wen Xiaoqing before him, her face was shrouded in ominous gloom, with flashes of blood-red light piercing through the gray haze. Chapter 8, The Boss of Causeway Bay, Dragon Tattoo Across Shoulders. This was an omen of impending bloodshed and disaster. Gu Xing's expression remained largely unchanged as he stared at her and asked, Then what brings you to my shop? Boss Gu, Sister Du referred me here. I'd like to do an intriguing livestream about tattoo culture at your place. Would that be alright? When Xiaoqing had temporarily turned off her live broadcast, she appeared quite polite, making her request to Gu Xing in a consultative tone. Unlike some streamers who would broadcast or cause disturbances as they pleased, acting as if standing on moral high ground, she wasn't the type to disregard others' feelings for content, the kind that people find repulsive. What exactly would the content entail? Gu Xing neither refused nor agreed, but countered with a question instead. Just broadcasting here for a few days, showing your tattoo process with clients, giving viewers a shop tour, things like that. When Xiaoqing explained very clearly and succinctly. In simple terms, it would present Gu Xing's daily shop operations to the audience through live streaming. Seeing Gu Xing remain silent, when Xiaoqing continued, Of course, we won't let you work for free. How about 3,000 a day? Gu Xing was taken aback. Normally, when businesses hire streamers for promotion, they pay the streamers. But with Wen Xiaoqing, the situation was reversed. Deal. But let me be clear first, business in my shop is rather slow. Gu Xing didn't refuse. This arrangement could only benefit him without any downsides. Good wine needs no bush. Boss Gu is truly skilled and will rise to prominence sooner or later. With the cooperation settled, Wen Xiaoqing was in excellent spirits and praised with a smile. Of course, this wasn't empty flattery. It should be noted that in certain circles, Sister Du was quite a notable figure who strongly recommended this tattoo shop. I don't know too much about tattoo culture myself, otherwise getting inked here wouldn't be out of the question. When Xiaoqing deeply respected the cultural traditions passed down in Xia country, tattoo culture has endured for nearly 2,000 years. It certainly has its unique merits. For such things with such long histories, When Xiaoqing maintained a respectful awe. Ha, then I'll take your auspicious words. Gu Xing had a good impression of Wen Xiaoqing. The girl is quite good looking. Her temper is also very good. By the way, Boss Gu, you can check out my previous works on the platform. After all, we're in a cooperative relationship now. Better understanding leads to better cooperation. Wen Xiaoqing suggested. Although she didn't expect to make money from live streaming, she still hoped her content would be exciting and gain recognition from others. No problem. Gu Xing readily agreed. The shop currently had no customers anyway, so he had time to spare. Boss Gu, are there any taboos in your shop? I'd like to show your store to my viewers later. When Xiaoqing asked again. Except for the last room, you can roam freely anywhere else. Gu Xing shook his head. There was nothing shameful in his shop. Moreover, tattoos themselves aren't anything to be ashamed of. It's just that most people only have superficial understanding about tattoos. The last room was Gu Xing's bedroom. Alright, Boss Gu, you carry on with your work. I'll do my live streaming first. After speaking, when Xiaoqing turned on her live stream again, smiling at the camera. Folks, it's settled. In the coming days, I'll take you deeper into Xia country's tattoo culture. Sister Qing's mini class is starting, benches are ready. Is it true that if Guangong's tattoo opens its eyes, someone must die? Brothers, any brave souls willing to get one and test it out? The netizens were sending bullet comments. When Xiaoqing interacted with her audience while casually browsing around Gu Xing's tattoo shop. Actually, Gu Xing's tattoo shop wasn't small at all, with a full 8 or 9 rooms. Some stored books, others served as tea rooms for customers, and some displayed Gu Xing's collected artifacts, etc. Has she been haunted? Gu Xing discreetly averted his gaze from Wen Xiaoqing. His pair of eyes were extraordinary. Not only could they read facial features and destiny patterns, but they could also see things ordinary people couldn't perceive. This was the heavenly eye. Gu Xing could clearly see faint ghostly energy emanating from Wen Xiaoqing. Others might not know, but Gu Xing understood best. In this world, ghosts truly exist. However, their numbers are extremely scarce, and many people might never encounter one in their lifetime. Recently, these ghostly things seem to be appearing much more frequently. Gu Xing didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he took out his phone and searched for Wen Xiaoqing's live streaming content. When he opened her channel, numerous titles immediately appeared. Night exploration of the abandoned village. What's that crying sound by the seaside at midnight? Not for the faint-hearted, the most thrilling experience ever. The deserted giant stone mental asylum. There were over 20 pieces of content in total, each lasting approximately 6 to 7 hours. It was evident that Wen Xiaoqing put serious effort into creating her content. However, her viewership numbers remained low, as Wen Xiaoqing was just a niche streamer after all. Gu Xing casually clicked on her most recently updated content. The deserted giant stone mental asylum. He knew this place located in the suburbs, but it had been abandoned years ago for unknown reasons. Moreover, there were some rather unpleasant rumors circulating about the giant stone mental asylum. Generally, nobody was willing to go there. Wen Xiaoqing must have considerable courage to venture there alone. Not long after starting to watch the video, Gu Xing's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He saw clearly that at a certain moment, a black shadow flashed past a corner of the video. It was the frame before the screen flickered, existing for only a brief instant. Unless someone examined it frame by frame, they would never notice anything unusual. What was that? Gu Xing pressed the pause button and was about to rewind to take another look. The shop doors suddenly swung open. A slightly excited voice came through. Xiao Cheng. The newcomer was a young man, somewhat handsome, but nowhere near as good-looking as Gu Xing. Moreover, he had an arrogant expression and didn't even greet Gu Xing when entering the shop, instead eagerly approaching Wen Xiaoqing. Clearly, this person had come specifically to see Wen Xiaoqing. Tan Ziyu, what are you doing here? Wen Xiaoqing frowned upon seeing the newcomer. He was her suitor and also her top subscriber ranking #1 fan. But Wen Xiaoqing had already made it clear, rejecting Tan Ziyu's pursuit and even returning all his gift money without spending a single cent. But Tan Ziyu still wouldn't give up. At every opportunity, he would come find her, sticking to her like a piece of stubborn adhesive plaster. Don't be angry, Xiaoqing. I'm here to get a tattoo. With an ingratiating expression, Tan Ziyu finished speaking and walked up to Gu Xing, putting on an impressive air as he said, "Come on boss, give me a dragon that crosses the shoulders. Since it's a tattoo, then it better be something impressive." A dragon across the shoulders tattoo sounded both badass and right up Tan Ziyu's alley. 66,666. Damn impressive, brother Tan. With a dragon across your shoulders tattoo, you'll be the boss of Tonglo Bay. The barrage comments kept coming. They'd only seen shoulder-crossing dragon tattoos in movies before. In reality, very few people actually got such tattoos. Chapter 9. Are you targeting me? Or is my life not tough enough? A dragon across the shoulders, you're sure? Gu Xing looked up at Tan Ziyu and asked in return. This young fellow really had the guts to ask for such a tattoo. Yes, the shoulder-crossing dragon. How much? Tan Ziyu was somewhat displeased with Gu Xing's attitude. The customer is God. When the customer asks, why are you questioning it? Just get it tattooed already. How could Tan Ziyu miss such a perfect moment to show off? A dragon across the shoulders, now that's badass. Your physique can't handle it. If you really want a tattoo, how about I pick 2 designs for you? Gu Xing suggested. Can't handle it. What's there to handle about some lousy tattoo? Tan Ziyu said angrily. In his view, tattoos were nothing special. Any design should be possible if he wanted it. Can't handle it. This is ridiculous. When I say you can't handle it, you can't handle it. Gu Xing's tone remained unchanged, his voice as calm as ever. Tan Ziyu, stop making trouble. Boss Gu has real skills. When Xiaoqing stepped forward to intervene, she found Tan Ziyu annoying, thinking him childish. She'd already said she wasn't interested. Feelings aren't something you can force through persistence. Wasn't Tan Ziyu past his teenage years? Shouldn't he understand this basic principle? Let alone the fact that Wen Xiaoqing had never intended to lead Tan Ziyu on, and she never accepted any gifts from him. She even returned every penny of his monetary tips without exception. It's just so annoying. Xiaoqing, I've had tough fortune since childhood. Just a back-crossing dragon tattoo. If Chan Honam could bear it, why couldn't I? Tan Ziyu. And don't listen to his nonsense about bearing or not bearing it. How could a mere tattoo turn the world upside down? Tan Ziyu felt disdainful in his heart, thinking the movie portrayal was too exaggerated. What's the big deal about a tattoo? What could possibly happen after getting one? Entering my shop means abiding by my rules. I can't tattoo the back-crossing dragon for you. Gu Xing didn't bother to explain more to Tan Ziyu. In his shop you could get tattoos, but not whatever design you wanted. Who exactly was Chon Honam, famous for his ironclad destiny? Only those with indomitable fate could withstand the pressure brought by the back-crossing dragon, transforming that pressure into strength. The more knowledgeable and experienced people are, the more they revere certain things. In the movie, some gang members immediately backed down when they saw Chen Haonan's tattoo, because they knew those who can bear the over-the-shoulder dragon tattoo are absolutely not people they can afford to mess with. Art originates from life. There are shops that actually turn customers away. I bet if I walk into any random shop, they'd be willing to tattoo the over-the-shoulder dragon on me. Tan Ziyu was furious. In these times, the paying customer should be king. Okay, suit yourself. Gu Xing showed absolutely no intention of stopping him. What Tan Ziyu said wasn't wrong. Other tattoo shops might agree to do it, but what they'd produce would just be a simple pattern. Gu Xing never forced customers to get tattooed at his shop, lowering himself or sweet-talking to keep customers. That would never happen with Gu Xing. Tan Ziyu, haven't you made enough trouble? When Xiaoqing's face already showed traces of anger. Xiaoqing, don't be angry. Alright, I'll apologize to Boss Gu. Tan Ziyu clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Gu Xing. Sorry boss, I acted impulsively just now, but I still want to get tattooed here. Tan Ziyu was determined to challenge Gu Xing. No big deal, but before tattooing, you'd better check the prices first. Gu Xing naturally wouldn't take this matter to heart, casually pointing at the price list nearby. Bro, Tan's adaptable can bend but not break. Heh, when my temper flares, I insist on getting inked at your shop. This shop owner's got attitude, take it or leave it, must have real skills. When Xiaoqing glanced at the live comments and couldn't help but sigh in relief. Suddenly, Tan Ziyu's incredulous shout came through. Holy crap, these prices, why don't you just rob people? How expensive can tattoos be? Curious, when Xiaoqing walked over, then froze at seeing the prices. Regular tattoo, 20k. Premium tattoo, 100k. Masterpiece tattoo, 1m. Bloody hell, what kind of prices are these? Big shots, am I seeing things? Is this tattooing? More like imprinting gold. Or are they embedding diamonds in the skin? The live viewers were equally shocked by the prices. This tattoo price is absolutely outrageous. Gu Xing wasn't surprised by Tan Ziyu's reaction. At this moment, Tan Ziyu widened his eyes, staring intently at Gu Xing. Have you gone mad for money? Gu Xing looked up, glanced at Tan Ziyu, and said calmly, the prices are clearly marked no deception for young or old. Tan Ziyu was left speechless, finding himself in a dilemma. This price is too ridiculous. Does he take me, Tan Ziyu, for a fool? Tan Ziyu's thoughts raced, his expression shifting dramatically. Boss Gu, what's the difference between these types of tattoos? When Xiaoqing had no intention of engaging with Tan Ziyu, she walked up to the counter and asked curiously. At first, she was stunned, but then understanding dawned on her. Seeing the price, when Xiaoqing began to understand why Sister Du held Gu Xing in such high regard. Without real skill, who would dare charge like this? And as Gu Xing said, the prices are transparent. He always informs customers before they get tattooed. Not like some shady shops that won't tell you the price up front, only to demand an exorbitant sum after finishing your tattoo. Alright, let me explain it to you. Having a favorable impression of when Xiaoqing, Gu Xing spoke directly. Ordinary tattoos serve relatively simple purposes, such as attracting wealth, increasing romantic luck, improving fortune, and so on. Attracting wealth. Boss Gu, if I get a wealth-attracting tattoo, does that mean I'll earn more money? When Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask. Many people get tattoos just for the aesthetic appeal. But according to Gu Xing, tattoos could actually have these special effects. Moreover, these were just the most ordinary tattoos. What about premium tattoos and supreme-grade tattoos then? When Xiaoqing's imagination ran wild, she had to admit her curiosity was thoroughly piqued by Gu Xing now. Tattoos inherently represent hopes and blessings. If you get a wealth-seeking design from me, making some extra money shouldn't be a problem. Gu Xing nodded in confirmation. Ordinary tattoos have limited effects, but earning a bit more is certainly possible. Take Chang Zhan for example, isn't he living proof? Humph. Keep bragging, go ahead and brag all you want. Tan Ziyu felt disdain in his heart. No matter what Gu Xing said, he believed Gu Xing was just blowing hot air. You claim a tattoo can improve financial luck. Why don't you just fly to heaven then? Suddenly, Tan Ziyu's eyes lit up as he said, before, I asked you to tattoo a dragon across my back, but you refused. Now when others ask for wealth tattoos, you're willing. Are you targeting me specifically? Chapter 10, You're not worthy yet. The tattoo design is too luxurious. Targeting you. Don't flatter yourself too much. Gu Xing's expression turned slightly cold. Before Tan Ziyu entered the shop, Gu Xing didn't even know his name. Not acquainted, so how could there be targeting? How ridiculous. Then why wouldn't you tattoo the back-crossing dragon for me? Tan Ziyu demanded. Nearby, even when Xiaoqing couldn't stand it anymore and directly rebuked. Tan Ziyu, do you have any idea how many tattoo designs exist? Just focusing on wealth-attracting tattoos alone, there are no fewer than 10 varieties. You wanted the back-crossing dragon for seeking power, correct? But come to think of it, with your level of knowledge and understanding, the over-the-shoulder dragon is probably the only tattoo you know. When Xiaoqing mocked mercilessly, showing no courtesy to him. As an outdoor adventure streamer, being eloquent was her most basic skill. I'm so annoyed by this guy. Didn't Sister Chang already say she's not interested? Why won't he give up? There should be limits to being persistent. I feel like vomiting every time I see him during streams. Exactly. So what if he's got some dirty money? Tan Zeyu's behavior had thoroughly disgusted many viewers. Xiaoqing, Tan Zeyu's face turned red with embarrassment, rendered speechless by Wen Xiaoqing's words. Indeed, he really didn't know much about tattoos. The over-the-shoulder dragon was the only one that immediately came to mind. As for others, Tan Zeyu truly had no idea. If you can accept Boss Gu's tattoo prices, then get tattooed here. If not, don't make a nuisance of yourself here, alright? When Xiaoqing's face turned dark with anger, it was clear she was genuinely furious. Not only was the streaming experience being disrupted, but they had even dragged Gu Xing into this mess. Sorry Boss Gu, I disturbed you today. I'll come back tomorrow. Folks, let's end the livestream here for today. As when Xiaoqing spoke, she prepared to go offline. Don't go off yet, Sister Qing. The livestream hasn't even been on for half an hour. Tan Zeyu, you damned monkey, hurry up and apologize to Sister Qing. If only I weren't away from Shanghai, I'd really want to go punch him. The viewers spoke up one after another to persuade her. No, Xiaoqing, don't be impulsive, I was wrong. Tan Zeyu's expression changed, realizing when Xiaoqing was genuinely angry, and hurriedly apologized. When Xiaoqing didn't say more and directly ended the livestream. Being disgusted by Tan Zeyu today, she really wasn't in the mood to continue streaming. Sorry Boss Gu, you had to witness such an embarrassing scene. When Xiaoqing apologized to Gu Xing. It's nothing. Gu Xing waved his hand, not taking the matter to heart. Running a business means encountering all sorts of people. If you took every little thing and everyone to heart, wouldn't you just die from anger? Boss, come here, give me a 100,000 yuan tattoo. Tan Zeyu said in a low voice. What kind of tattoo do you want? Gu Xing's tone remained calm, showing no fluctuation despite Tan Zeyu's request for a 100,000 yuan tattoo. In his eyes, whether it was 20,000 or 100,000, even a million, Gu Xing wouldn't feel any particular joy. At his level of mastery, how much money he earned was completely inconsequential. This composed tone made Tan Zeyu pause momentarily. If he'd spent 100,000 at any other shop, they would have treated him like royalty. But Gu Xing, his serene expression and casual tone made it seem like 100,000 yuan was no different from 10 yuan to him. Tan Zeyu instinctively checked his attitude, then glanced at the indifferent Wen Xiaoqing, finally understanding. There was no possibility left between him and Wen Xiaoqing. Pushing thoughts of Wen Xiaoqing aside, he turned to Gu Xing and asked, Boss, what categories of tattoos do you offer? But let me warn you up front, if you dare cheat me, don't blame me for what comes after. Tan Zeyu's family had considerable influence. Cheating him out of money wasn't even worth considering. There are many types of tattoos. It mainly depends on your needs, whether for wealth, power, romance, or other pursuits. The tattoo patterns here can assist you in all of them. Gu Xing said with immense confidence. He wasn't boasting when he said this. Tattoos are, after all, a form of spiritual solace, a brand new beginning. And that's not even accounting for the fact that he had the system's help. The tattoos that passed through his hands genuinely held the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Of course, the prerequisite was that you couldn't violate the taboos associated with the tattoo patterns. Tan Zeyu thought for a while before speaking up. Alright, then give me a gangster-style tattoo. He wanted something as bold and domineering as the tattoos Cheng Hanan had. Gu Xing shook his head lightly and said, Your courage is lacking, and your physique is frail. A tattoo of this kind requires periodic bloodshed. Are you sure you can handle that? Want to walk this path without shedding blood? That's just asking for ridicule. Whether it's a dragon across the shoulders or a sea-stirring serpent, tattoos of this nature inherently carry an aura of violence. If the malevolent energy isn't purged in time, it will definitely cause harm to oneself. What do you mean by that? Tan Zeyu looked extremely uncomfortable. He understood this remark clearly. What does lacking courage and having weak physique mean? Who are you looking down on? If you really want this type, of course I'll select a tattoo more suitable for you. Gu Xing shrugged, offering no further explanation. You simply can't stop someone determined to court death. Gu Xing couldn't be bothered wasting more breath. Say too much and people think you're targeting them. I, Tan Zeyu, refuse to believe this superstition today. Tattoo me and make it this exact type. Tan Zeyu pulled out a bank card and slapped it heavily on the counter. His eyes were bloodshot, as if trying to prove something. Sigh. Watching from the side, Wen Xiaoqing sighed quietly in her heart. Putting pride before common sense and suffering for it, that's exactly Tan Zeyu's character. He knows nothing about tattoos yet demands a 100k design. Does he even understand how complex this field is? Alright, wait here. I'll go find some tattoo patterns suitable for you. Gu Xing stood up and walked towards the inner room of the shop. 10 minutes later, Gu Xing came out holding a tattoo catalog. Although when Xiaoqing was angry, she wasn't in a hurry to leave. She remained quite expectant of Gu Xing's tattoo techniques. These last 2 tattoo designs suit you best. The final choice is yours to make. Gu Xing flipped through the tattoo catalog and laid it flat on the table. Tan Ziyu focused his gaze intently. When Xiaoqing also approached curiously, a faint, elegant fragrance wafted into Tan Ziyu's senses, making his thoughts wander as his eyes kept stealing glances at Wen Xiaoqing. This display made Gu Xing find the situation rather amusing. Noticing Tan Ziyu's gaze, Wen Xiaoqing showed evident distaste and quickly distanced herself from him. Tan Ziyu smiled awkwardly, hurriedly averted his eyes, and finally focused properly on the tattoo catalog before them. Inside the catalog, numerous tattoo designs were printed in orderly fashion. There are compassionate bodhisattvas, wrathful Vajra deities, tigers descending mountains, and even white lilies listed among them. Even Tan Ziyu, who wanted to find fault, couldn't help but have his eyes light up when seeing these tattoo designs, with praises immediately escaping his lips. Boss, these tattoo designs of yours are truly remarkable. Chapter 11, A Gift for You. Each tattoo design in the catalog has its own unique merits. For instance, the first bodhisattva design depicts the deity with lowered eyelids, embodying boundless compassion, a posture and expression Tan Ziyu had never witnessed even in temples. Then there's the wrathful Vajra design, a single furious glance suggesting imminent slaughter. This small image alone made Tan Ziyu tremble with fear, unable to look directly at the enraged deity. He feared that one more glance might make the furious Vajra come alive and beat him senseless. Unconsciously, cold sweat covered Tan Ziyu's forehead as he swallowed hard to relieve his tension. When Xiaoqing's expression was completely different, her eyes equally captivated by the patterns in the catalog. However, her gaze held both reverence and appreciation. It was as if she was beholding perfect works of art, utterly immersed in them. Boss Gu, has every tattoo pattern here been used on someone before? When Xiaoqing asked with intense curiosity. Each pattern in the catalog seemed almost alive, incredibly magical. Yes, only patterns I've actually tattooed would be preserved in this catalog. Gu Xing spoke calmly, explaining the origin of the patterns in the tattoo catalog. When Xiaoqing nodded, wisely refraining from asking Gu Xing who had received these tattoos, her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw a white lily pattern toward the back. This white lily symbolizes love. The owner of this tattoo must be living happily now. Perhaps. Gu Xing's expression remained unchanged, though he knew exactly what had happened to the owner of this particular tattoo. Happiness. The person is already gone. But who told him to seek death himself and treat Gu Xing's warnings as empty wind past the ears? Tan Ziyu didn't register their conversation, his attention completely captivated by the final 2 designs. Tattoo Totem Attribute Power. Emerging Water Dragon, it represents authority and dignity, though this is merely the beginning of your path to power. The first design depicted a water dragon emerging from waves. Tan Ziyu had heard of this tattoo before he knew it was usually chosen by beginners in the field. Although the emerging dragon looked majestic and fearsome, radiating extraordinary dominance, it didn't satisfy him. Tan Ziyu then turned his gaze to the second tattoo design. Tattoo Totem Attribute Power. Eagle soaring the skies, it represents your lofty ambitions. The boundless heavens are your true domain. The image of a mighty eagle taking flight exuded an overwhelming sense of arrogance and dominance. Boss, I want this one. Tan Ziyu's eyes lit up as he pointed at the eagle soaring tattoo. He loved that unbridled, domineering feeling far too much. He even felt this tattoo design was custom made for him. Alright, but in the tattoo profession, there are certain taboos. Even with this eagle soaring design I'm giving you, it has its own requirements. You must remember what I tell you. If anything happens, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Gu Xing's tone was grave, his expression stern. When Xiaoqing listened carefully nearby, she had researched tattoo-related information and seen things about the taboos. However, those taboo warnings were often oversimplified. Many people wouldn't take them seriously even after reading them. When Gu Xing turned serious, he exuded a unique pressure, even more intense than some wealthy and powerful people Tan Ziyu had met. What taboos? Tan Ziyu asked instinctively. Every month, 2 things you possess must increase. This cannot be interrupted for 3 years. Gu Xing stared at Tan Ziyu, his eyes flickering with inexplicable meaning. An eagle strikes the sky, aspiring to soar and become the ruler of heavens. How can one achieve this without great ambition? But if Tan Ziyu persists, he will undoubtedly become a renowned figure of great influence. Which 2 things? Tan Ziyu felt completely bewildered, as if hearing incomprehensible divine scriptures. He stared at Gu Xing's mystical demeanor as if looking at a charlatan. But this was a tattoo parlor. What the hell is this? Your accumulated wealth or professional position? Gu Xing's tone regained its calm composure. Alright, I get it. Just tattoo me already, Tan Ziyu said impatiently. While he understood each word Gu Xing said, the combined meaning completely eluded him. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Gu Xing smiled knowingly and said, Fine, follow me then. Bosku, can I watch from the side? When Xiaoqing quickly asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. No problem at all, Xiaoqing. You can do whatever you like. Tan Ziyu spoke up before Gu Xing could respond. With him saying so, Gu Xing naturally had no objections. After Tan Ziyu took his seat, he took off his clothes, revealing a fairly muscular physique with some foundation. What do you think, Xiaoqing? My muscles aren't bad, right? Tan Ziyu said boastfully. He was met with Wen Xiaoqing's disdainful look. Feeling awkward after the self-inflicted embarrassment, Tan Ziyu was about to say something more when Gu Xing walked over carrying the necessary tattoo equipment. The black pigment was as deep as ocean water, seemingly capable of swallowing even the light itself. You'd do well to remember what I told you earlier. After giving him a glance, Gu Xing said no more. He took out the dragon bone needle and began the tattooing. His skills were superb. Tan Ziyu only felt slight pain. In less than 2 hours, Gu Xing completed the tattoo. On Tan Ziyu's chest now spread the wings of a soaring eagle, its majestic posture overwhelming like an eagle cleaving through the skies. Excellent. Truly excellent. Tan Ziyu looked at his reflection in the mirror, utterly satisfied. This tattoo was done exceptionally well. He even felt that his entire being had become extremely imposing. Then, Tan Ziyu couldn't help but clench his fist. Why do I feel like my strength has increased? Is this an illusion? He clenched his fist, then released it, repeating this action as a peculiar thought suddenly arose in his heart. Tan Ziyu stood admiring himself in the mirror. Gu Xing and Wen Xiaoqing paid no attention to him. Bosku, I'll come back for another live stream tomorrow, and I'll bring you a new customer too. Wen Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had witnessed the entire tattooing process performed by Gu Xing. After seeing those miraculously skillful techniques and that powerfully imposing tattoo design, Wen Xiaoqing was now completely convinced that Gu Xing was a genuinely capable tattoo artist. However, Wen Xiaoqing didn't currently have plans to get a tattoo herself. Perhaps after completing this series of exploratory live streams about tattoos, she might consider getting inked at Gu Xing's shop. As Wen Xiaoqing prepared to leave, Gu Xing took out a jade carving and handed it to her. Your live stream has helped promote my business, so consider this jade carving my gift to you. Wen Xiaoqing was momentarily surprised by the jade carving Gu Xing offered, then accepted it cheerfully. Bosku, I won't stand on ceremony then. See you tomorrow. Chapter 12. I really don't want to oppress others with power. You have completed a premium tattoo design eagle soaring through the sky. Your agility has increased by 8 points, your strength has increased by 5 points. You have gained 800 experience points. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. A look of joy appeared on Gu Xing's face as he silently thought. System, open my personal information panel. Immediately, an extremely clear panel appeared in Gu Xing's mind. Tattoo Celestial Master System. Host, Gu Xing. Level, Tattoo Master 8610,000. Strength 85. Agility 90. Points 10. Finally earning some experience points. It hasn't been easy. Gu Xing looked at his experience bar and sighed with emotion. After becoming a tattoo master, doing ordinary tattoos no longer provides experience. Only premium tattoos now grant Gu Xing experience points. After completing 2 more premium tattoos, I'll be promoted to Tattoo Celestial Master. Then I can unlock the system's new features. How exciting! Gu Xing knew the next level was Tattoo Celestial Master. Moreover, it would unlock the system's new functionality, though Gu Xing wasn't clear about the specifics yet. But it's almost there. Additionally, premium tattoos not only provide experience points but also enhance strength and agility. Average people's attributes hover around 10 points, while military personnel range between 20-40 in strength and agility. My attributes are more than double theirs. Gu Xing was thoroughly satisfied with his current physical capabilities. Of course, he was comparing himself to elite special forces and top operatives. Ordinary civilians weren't even worth comparing. This world isn't as safe as people imagine, especially with those supernatural occurrences becoming increasingly frequent. Personal strength is the ultimate foundation for survival. Gu Xing's gaze turned profound. He perceived deeper than others, especially since this world wasn't as simple as most superficially believed. Money held little real meaning for Gu Xing. Humans are inherently fragile. Car accidents, natural disasters, and diseases can all easily take away a person's life. I need to speed up my advancement to become a Tattoo Celestial Master. Gu Xing suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind and stopped overthinking. This was the inevitable trend of heaven and earth's operation, not something Gu Xing could stop just by saying so. All he could do was enhance his abilities as much as possible before this inevitable trend arrived. Outside the tattoo parlor, Tan Ziyu caught up with Wen Xiaoqing, who was leaving. Xiaoqing, wait for me. It was my fault today. Let me treat you to make amends. Alright. He wanted to try one more time. When Xiaoqing stopped walking, her expression cold. Tan Ziyu, I made it very clear from the beginning you're not my type and there's no possible outcome between us. You've repeatedly disturbed my live streams. I hope today will be the last time. Otherwise, your Tan family won't have a place to stand in Shanghai anymore. After speaking, Wen Xiaoqing got into a car that had been waiting for some time and left. Tan Ziyu stood frozen on the spot, his face alternating between pale and flushed. After a moment, he let out a long sigh. Ah, looks like I can't latch onto the Wen family's powerful influence anymore. He was well aware of Wen Xiaoqing's background and knew she wasn't someone to be trifled with. So after Wen Xiaoqing rejected him, Tan Ziyu didn't dare get angry, he could only persist with his pestering tactics. What a pity. Wen Xiaoqing simply wouldn't fall for such methods. Forget it, the Wen family doesn't hold absolute power in Shanghai. If this path is blocked, I'll just find another way. Tan Ziyu clenched his fists, flames flickering in his eyes. They were the flames of something called ambition. Inside the car, the driver spoke in a clear, cold voice. Surprisingly, it was a woman's crisp tone. Young mistress, should we deal with this, Tan Ziyu? Wen Xiaoqing shook her head from the back seat. Let it go this time. If there's a next time, you may handle it as you see fit. A flash of anger quickly disappeared from Wen Xiaoqing's face. I hope he knows better next time. She disliked throwing her weight around, but Tan Ziyu was truly insufferable. When a fly keeps buzzing around your face, Wen Xiaoqing wouldn't mind swatting it dead. Yes, young miss. The driver quickly responded, not venturing to say anything else. Wen Xiaoqing took out her phone, which had received numerous private messages from fans. Most were urging her not to be angry and to continue her livestream. Wen Xiaoqing briefly replied to them, but one message particularly caught her attention. Ironhead, Sis Qing, this definitely wasn't an ordinary car accident. Ironhead, image, Ironhead, image, Ironhead, image, Ironhead. So bizarre, my friend knew this woman. She frequented nightclubs and lived wildly, but she was only 29. How did her skin get so aged? Ironhead, Sis Xiaoqing, I think this could make for a perfect mystery livestream episode. There's real potential here. Instead of replying immediately, Wen Xiaoqing carefully examined the photos. As she looked, her delicate eyebrows involuntarily furrowed slightly. Although somewhat blurry, the photos clearly showed the deceased's wrinkled, shriveled skin and atrophied muscles. It looked nothing like death from blood loss. Alright, after I finish this live stream about bizarre tattoos, I'll try to find a way to look into this matter. Wen Xiaoqing thought for a moment and decided to complete the bizarre tattoo live stream first. Ironhead Kid, okay Sister Qing, I'll keep an eye out for more strange things on my side. After saying this, Ironhead Kid's avatar went dark. Ironhead Kid was Wen Xiaoqing's die-hard fan who particularly enjoyed bizarre culture. Some of Wen Xiaoqing's live stream materials were actually found by Ironhead Kid. Oh right, the jade carving boss Gu gave me. After finishing her current tasks, Wen Xiaoqing suddenly remembered the jade carving Gu Xing had given her. She had left in such a hurry earlier that she hadn't had time to properly examine the jade carving. Taking out the jade carving, Wen Xiaoqing could finally see it clearly. The carving depicted a kind-faced monk. The monk wore kasaya robes, formed a mudra with his hands, and looked remarkably lifelike. The jade carving technique is truly remarkable. Tomorrow I'll ask Boss Gu where these are sold. I should buy several, they'd make excellent gifts. Wen Xiaoqing smiled slightly, recalling her first encounter with Gu Xing's appearance, a faint blush involuntarily appearing on her cheeks. She didn't know that these jade carvings were actually crafted by Gu Xing's own hands. Chapter 13, Brand New Clothes. 9 p.m. Gu Xing's tattoo parlor remained open. His closing time was quite flexible. He stayed open longer when in good mood, but closed early when feeling down. Currently inside the shop, Gu Xing was carving jade. Before becoming master tattoo artists, practitioners typically train on wood or silicone products. Gu Xing had experienced that phase too. But now, he preferred jade carving. He wasn't just a master tattooist but also a master jade carver. Under the bright lights, Gu Xing held a dragon bone needle carving into a piece of jadeite. Though called a dragon bone needle, in Gu Xing's hands it proved sharper and more precise than regular engraving tools. For warding off evil spirits, a jade lion would be most appropriate. Gu Xing focused intently as he carved the jade lion. Since ancient times, lions have served as talismans against evil. One can see stone lion statues at the gates of wealthy families or imperial palaces, guarding its territory, dispelling all evil. This is the significance of stone lions. Of course, if the evil spirits are too powerful, even lions cannot suppress them. But now, Gu Xing had neither encountered nor heard of such formidable evil spirits. Tattoos and jade carvings share similar principles. To grant them extraordinary efficacy requires three essential elements: material, pattern, and the hand that crafts them. It's not like randomly carving something will automatically bestow it with power. The same applies to tattoos. Many tattoo parlors produce designs that only have form, lacking spirit. The quality of materials and suitability of patterns both influence the final result. The lion inviolable within its domain. Gu Xing's eyes shone brilliantly as he wielded the dragon bone needle, visualizing a lion in his mind. This lion was born from Gu Xing's knowledge, perception, and conception of the creature. It contains Gu Xing's own essence, energy, and spirit. This is the remarkable skill of a master. They nurture tattoos or jade carvings with their own essence, energy, and spirit, enhancing their efficacy further. If anyone were here, they would surely be astonished to find that the jade lion Guxing carved was emitting a pure white glow. Roar! As Guxing completed his final motion, an ear-splitting lion's roar suddenly echoed through the shop. Where did that lion's roar come from? Holy shit! Who turned their phone volume up so loud? It's late at night, have some common decency. Passers-by startled by the roar cursed under their breaths before walking away. You have completed a premium jade carving moonlit lion. You have gained 100 EXP. Your strength has increased by 1 point. Your agility has increased by 1 point. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in his ears. Satisfied, Guxing nodded and held the jade carving moonlit lion in his hand. Good. Now, carving a premium jade piece doesn't completely drain my energy and focus. Exactly right. In addition to creating fine and supreme tattoos, Guxing can also gain experience by carving fine or supreme jade sculptures. This is also the reason why Guxing became a master jade carver. However, the experience that jade carving can bring to Guxing cannot be compared with that from tattooing. Nevertheless, this profession is only a side job that occasionally brings Guxing some experience and attribute improvements, which is already quite good. Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver this jade lion to Hanyu. Guxing took out a box and placed the jade lion inside. Carving is an extremely mentally taxing task. Even Guxing cannot continuously carve items within a short period. Carving one piece per week would prevent any negative effects on Guxing himself. As for the ghostly aura on Wen Xiaoqing, it must be related to the Giant Rock Mental Hospital. Guxing took out his phone, and the screen displayed Wen Xiaoqing's previous bizarre works. He was absolutely certain that something from the Giant Rock Mental Hospital had attached itself to Wen Xiaoqing. Therefore, that's why he gave Wen Xiaoqing a piece of jade carving. This could be considered reciprocating the courtesy. Guxing truly disliked owing favors to others. Time to rest. Darkness, boundless darkness. Wandering aimlessly in the darkness, Wen Xiaoqing felt the endless void around her as an uncontrollable sense of dread welled up in her heart. Where is this? Am I dreaming? Wen Xiaoqing surveyed her surroundings warily, for humans naturally fear the dark. She was certain this was a dream, yet no matter what methods she tried, she couldn't wake up. She was trapped here. Why would I have such a dream? Wen Xiaoqing's expression turned grave, not daring to let her guard down. Suddenly, the darkness before her gradually receded, but before she could feel relief, the sight that greeted her made her jump in fright. Now she stood in the outskirts facing a long abandoned building. She could barely make out the words on the signboard. Giant Rock Psychiatric Hospital. What? How did I get here? Wen Xiaoqing's mind went blank and she felt utterly dumbfounded. This was a place she had visited not long ago. This had been the location for last episode's bizarre livestream. Did I encounter something unclean? Wen Xiaoqing's thoughts raced rapidly. The eerie situation could only be explained this way. Is it because I'm dreaming that I can't feel any pain? Wen Xiaoqing stared absent-mindedly at the purple-green pinch marks on her arm. A moment later, Wen Xiaoqing took a deep breath and stepped toward the Boulder Mental Hospital. I can't leave unless I go in, is that it? I'll just have to brace myself and go through with it. With a grim expression, Wen Xiaoqing walked into Boulder Mental Hospital, the Wen family residence. In Wen Xiaoqing's bedroom, she lay on her bed, her brows slightly furrowed in sleep as if troubled by bad dreams. On the bedside table, a jade carving emitted a faint glow. Wen Xiaoqing didn't know that it was the jade carving given by Guxing that made her unable to feel pain. Moreover, Wen Xiaoqing was mistaken about one thing: even if she could feel pain, she wouldn't be able to wake up from this dream anytime soon. Chaotic, chilly, with bloodstains everywhere. What exactly happened here before? It's completely different from what I saw previously. Wen Xiaoqing cautiously walked down the corridor. It was completely different from when she came here during the day. In the current Boldstone Mental Hospital, bloodstains mottled the walls and corridors. In some places, even rotting limbs could be seen. The choking stench of blood seemed never to dry up with time. Thud, thud. Suddenly, footsteps came from behind the corridor door. An extremely strange and sinister voice echoed throughout the mental hospital. A rat! I smell the scent coming from that damned rat. Kill! Kill her! Bang! The door suddenly burst open, revealing a man wearing only a gown as he stepped into the corridor. Spotting Wen Xiaoqing searching for a hiding place, his eyes abruptly turned bloodshot. I'll skin you to make a brand new garment. Chapter 14, Knowing the Future is Pure Bliss. Huff, huff. Wen Xiaoqing felt her throat burning, her breathing becoming ragged from prolonged running. Her lungs felt ready to explode. The agony was nearly suffocating. I'm trapped here. Trapped inside Giant Rock Mental Hospital. Wen Xiaoqing's expression darkened, realizing she must have unknowingly attracted the attention of some ghostly entity within the asylum. As a mystery streamer, she had some understanding of supernatural lore. Wen Xiaoqing knew all too well how dire her current situation was. Damn rat! You can't escape! A furious voice echoed through the halls. That madman, he's still prowling outside. What should I do? Wen Xiaoqing kept taking deep breaths, hiding inside a cabinet, forcing herself to stay calm. If it were someone else in this situation, they would probably have already collapsed in terror. The fact that Wen Xiaoqing could still think clearly was quite remarkable. Although this is a dream, it's practically indistinguishable from reality. I feel tired, afraid, and even hungry. What would happen if I got caught? If I die here, will I wake up or will I actually die? Numerous thoughts flashed through Wen Xiaoqing's mind. She didn't dare gamble because she couldn't bear the consequences of losing. Escape, I must escape. Maybe if I hold out until dawn, Xuansu Jie will wake me up. Just as Wen Xiaoqing was thinking this, suddenly, a hand pressed against the cabinet and a sickly voice spoke with savage excitement. Little mouse, I've caught you. No! Wen Xiaoqing's face changed dramatically. She hid in the closet, hoping to regain her strength, but never expected that madman would find her so quickly. At this moment, Wen Xiaoqing had no way to retreat. Ah! It's been so long since I've seen such tender skin. The new clothes made from your hide will surely be exceptionally beautiful. The madman's bloodshot eyes sized up Wen Xiaoqing, his cleaver trembling in hand. Up close, Wen Xiaoqing could even smell the stench of blood emanating from him. Even butchers from slaughterhouses didn't carry such a strong scent of blood as this madman before her. His originally white coat was now stained with blood so thoroughly that it appeared blackish red. It was unimaginable how many people's blood had stained this madman's hands. It's over. Watching the arm reaching toward her, the light gradually faded from Wen Xiaoqing's eyes. After fleeing all this way, she was exhausted, pushed to her absolute limits. This madman before her was simply beyond Wen Xiaoqing's ability to resist. His strength was astonishingly great, she couldn't resist at all. Don't worry, my blade will gently caress your body. You'll enjoy this pain. Come become my new clothing, the madman whispered maniacally. Wen Xiaoqing even felt like her head was about to explode. She saw the madman's hand about to grab her. At this very moment, a jade carving suddenly appeared. What's this? Wen Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes widened. This was the very jade carving Gu Xing had given her. The jade carving emitted a radiant halo, and the monk depicted on it seemed to come alive. To Wen Xiaoqing's astonishment, a phantom monk materialized out of thin air, clad in kasaya robes, holding a vajra and an alms bowl, appearing dignified and sacred. Audacious evil spirit! How dare you run rampant here? The kind-faced monk's tone suddenly turned furious, his entire aura becoming violently intense. The monk formed a mudra with his hands, and light as brilliant as the blazing sun suddenly illuminated the darkness. Buddha's radiance, kasaya robe, and dharma seal. Boom! Buddhist magical artifacts. How could you possibly possess such things? A flash of terror appeared in the madman's eyes as the dharma seal struck him, immediately eliciting a piercing shriek. His entire body began to crack like porcelain. I won't let you go, I'll haunt you forever. The madman stared fixedly at Wen Xiaoqing before dissipating like foam. Just as Wen Xiaoqing was about to speak, the merciful monk before her suddenly vanished, followed by the darkness receding like tidewater. Did I wake up? Wen Xiaoqing jolted awake in bed, looking around at the familiar surroundings while still shaken by fear. That's right, the jade carving. Her eyes lighting up, Wen Xiaoqing hurriedly turned on the lamp and looked toward the bedside table. On the bedside table, the previously intact jade carving had now split into fragments. He saved my life, he must know something. Staring at the shattered jade carving, Wen Xiaoqing suddenly understood why Gu Xing had unexpectedly given her this gift. I must confront him tomorrow and get to the bottom of this. Wen Xiaoqing glanced at the sky outside. Night had fallen, with neon lights dispelling the darkness. It should have been a pleasant night view, yet Wen Xiaoqing suddenly felt an inexplicable chill throughout her body. This world had abruptly become so unfamiliar. In an old residential area of Demon City, Xiao Tian, his face contorted in pain, suddenly opened his eyes. Turning on the light, he took in the shabby room and inhaled the pungent aroma of instant noodles hanging in the air. A startling gleam flashed through Xiao Tian's eyes. He hastily grabbed his phone and checked the calendar. May 3rd, 28th year. It worked! I've successfully returned to 3 years ago. Indeed, Xiao Tian was a reincarnator. After enduring countless hardships and obtaining a supreme treasure, he had manipulated spacetime to return himself to 3 years prior. The demonic resurgence has only just begun. The grand currents of heaven and earth haven't yet started moving. Countless opportunities await me, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian clenched his fists, his entire being brimming with excitement. He knew very well that in about half a year, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth would completely awaken. At that time, demons, monsters, and evil spirits would run rampant, and human lives would be as worthless as grass. In his previous life, he had even been left disabled. If not for obtaining a treasure, he would have long perished in the mouths of those demons. In this life, I must establish a kingdom that belongs solely to me, Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian's eyes burned with ambition. Like certain powerful figures from his previous life, he wanted to establish his own kingdom amidst the collapsed order. His word would be absolute law, with everyone obeying his will. That's right, tonight the eldest daughter of the Wen family, Wen Xiaoqing, will die at the hands of a terrifying ghost. Currently powerless and without influence, I can take this opportunity to help the Wen family eliminate that ghost and win their favor. With the Wen family's assistance, my path forward will become much smoother. A trace of contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Tian's mouth. While the Wen family was indeed a formidable entity, in his eyes, they were merely tools to be used. I must say, this feeling of knowing the future is fucking awesome. Chapter 15. The sense of security around Bosku skyrockets. The next day, Xiao Tian appeared near the Wen residence, eating baozi while sipping soy milk as he narrowed his eyes at the distant Wen family estate. By now, Wen Shuozhen should have discovered his beloved daughter dead at home and be flying into a rage, right? Next Wen Shuozhen will invite people to solve this matter. I just need to appear when they're at their wits' end. With my insight, casually giving them a few pointers could benefit them for life. Xiao Tian ate his baozi with a triumphant expression. Everything was under control. Now, all that's needed is to wait patiently. As Xiao Tian basked in his satisfaction, a car slowly drove out of the Wen family estate. Young mistress, what's wrong? The driver Nie Qinxian noticed Wen Xiaoqing's unusual expression and couldn't help asking. She served as both Wen Xiaoqing's driver and bodyguard. Nothing, just saw someone a bit strange. Wen Xiaoqing shook her head and withdrew her gaze. Then, the car window slowly rolled up. What's that scruffy young man grinning about? When Xiaoqing felt speechless early in the morning, she saw an unkempt, slovenly young man at a roadside stall. If you're eating breakfast, just eat properly. What's with the silly grinning while eating? How ridiculous. The car headed towards Gu Xing's tattoo shop. Plop. Xiao Tian's breakfast suddenly fell to the ground. His whole demeanor changed completely. Was that Wen Xiaoqing just now? The eldest daughter of the Wen family. How is she not dead? How is this possible? Xiao Tian scratched his head in confusion, completely bewildered. At this time in his previous life, Wen Xiaoqing had already been dead and buried. Even in death, Wen Xiaoqing's beauty remained strikingly breathtaking. When Xiao Tian learned this news in his past life, he had lamented over it for a long time. But now, a person who should have been dead wasn't. Could this be the butterfly effect caused by my rebirth? Will there be any other unexpected changes? Xiao Tian couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard he thought. A moment later, Xiao Tian suddenly raised his head, his eyes now completely ice-cold. Wen Xiaoqing must die. Before I become stronger, the numerous timelines from my previous life absolutely cannot be altered because of Wen Xiaoqing. Wen Xiaoqing's death is undoubtedly a significant event. It was precisely because the Wen family was enraged that supernatural matters entered the public's awareness. Xiao Tian wouldn't gamble on this, because his rebirth and knowledge of the future are his greatest advantages. If Wen Xiaoqing doesn't die, a series of subsequent changes would become unpredictable and Xiao Tian's greatest advantage would be compromised. Although you're beautiful, you're blocking Xiao Tian's path. Therefore please die. With a cold heart, Xiao Tian turned and walked in another direction. His current strength was too weak. To kill Wen Xiaoqing, he needed to carefully plan. Tattoo parlor. Gu Xing was just preparing to go for breakfast. A car stopped right in front of the shop. The door opened and a beautiful young woman stepped out. Boss Gu, good morning. Seeing Wen Xiaoqing, Gu Xing was somewhat surprised. He yawned and said, "You came so early. You're really diligent. Boss Gu, thank you so much for yesterday. If you hadn't given me that jade pendant, I might not be standing before you now." Wen Xiaoqing expressed her gratitude sincerely. Nie Qinxian also got out of the car, standing beside Wen Xiaoqing, extremely curious about her words. What happened? Gu Xing raised an eyebrow, his expression showing little change. As expected, Boss Gu knows everything. Wen Xiaoqing observed Gu Xing's reaction carefully before extending an invitation. Haven't you eaten breakfast yet, Boss Gu? Shall we find a place to eat and talk in detail? All right. Gu Xing didn't refuse, as he had originally planned to get breakfast anyway. Young miss, what exactly happened? On the way, Nie Qinxian asked quietly. She felt she had failed in her duty when Xiaoqing must have encountered danger, yet she hadn't noticed at all. Let's talk about it later, Sister Qinxian. Don't blame yourself. When Xiaoqing comforted her. After waking up last night, she hadn't been able to sleep again. Who could possibly sleep after encountering something like this? However, the moment she saw Gu Xing, for some inexplicable reason, Wen Xiaoqing immediately felt at ease. That sense of security was beyond words. All right. Nie Qinxian had no choice but to suppress her doubts and follow behind Wen Xiaoqing and Gu Xing. The trio, one handsome man accompanied by two beauties, one older, one younger, attracted many curious glances. Inside the quiet private room, only after Gu Xing finished breakfast and put down his chopsticks did Wen Xiaoqing finally speak. Boss Gu, I encountered a ghost last night. Upon hearing this, Xuansu exclaimed in shock. A ghost? Miss Wen, are you joking? Although Nie Qinxian was worldly wise, she had never heard of such things before. A ghost? What nonsense! Boss Gu, do you believe me? Unfazed by Nie Qinxian's reaction, Wen Xiaoqing kept her beautiful eyes fixed nervously on Gu Xing as she asked. Belief makes it real, disbelief makes it unreal. Gu Xing smiled, giving an ambiguous answer. When Xiaoqing directly produced the broken Lian family jade pendant and said, "Boss Gu, the jade carving you gave me yesterday saved my life. Can you help me?" When Xiaoqing pleaded. After all, she was just a young woman. Encountering something like this, it's impossible not to be terrified. For the short term, that ghost won't bother you again. But to solve this completely, we'll need to make another trip to Boulder Mental Hospital. Gu Xing examined the shattered jade carving, a thoughtful expression crossing his brow. Nie Qinxian sat to the side as if hearing heavenly scriptures, realizing she couldn't interject at all. When Gu Xing finished speaking, Nie Qinxian hurriedly said, "Miss Wan, you really should inform your father about this. He'd certainly find a solution." In her mind, Wen Xiaoqing's father Wen Shui was an influential magnate who could move mountains in Modu. If Wen Shui personally intervened, what problem couldn't be solved? To everyone's surprise, Wen Xiaoqing decisively shook her head and said gravely, "I know my father's capabilities, but these supernatural matters aren't something he can handle. Boss Gu, if you'll help me, the Wen family will fulfill any condition you require." No one knew how desperate she had been last night. Those who haven't experienced it firsthand would never understand. Now, the only person she trusted was Gu Xing. If it weren't for the jade carving Gu Xing gave her, Wen Xiaoqing would have been long gone by now. Chapter 16. I'm just an ordinary tattoo artist. I'm merely a tattoo artist, I can't help you with other matters. Gu Xing shook his head and refused directly. He and Wen Xiaoqing were merely passing acquaintances. Giving her the jade carving yesterday was already going above and beyond. Wen Xiaoqing's eyes instantly dimmed with disappointment. Nie Qinxian couldn't help saying, "Miss, let's go back. With the Wen family's capabilities, we can surely resolve this matter." When Xiaoqing stood motionless, shaking her head, "You don't understand what can ordinary people do against that kind of thing." The Wen family was powerful indeed, but what could they possibly do when facing something supernatural like ghosts? Miss Nie Qinxian wanted to say more. When Xiaoqing directly interrupted her, looking at her with a complex expression, "Sister Qinxian, do you know, when I was in danger last night, no one noticed anything unusual about me." Her voice carried an indescribable fear. Nie Qinxian panicked instantly. She had never seen Wen Xiaoqing like this before. She quickly embraced Wen Xiaoqing, as if trying to provide some sense of security. But only then did Nie Qinxian realize Wen Xiaoqing's body was trembling. It was the body's instinctive reaction to fear. What exactly did the young mistress experience last night? Do things like ghosts really exist? For a moment, Nie Qinxian began questioning her own understanding of reality. After a pause, Nie Qinxian turned to Gu Xing and urgently said, "The young mistress trusts you so much, how can you stand by without helping? Is it a matter of money? How much would it take for you to act?" "Sister Qinxian, don't be rude to Boss Gu." Wen Xiaoqing immediately intervened. After yesterday's events, she was even more certain that Gu Xing was a truly capable expert. Offending such a person, isn't that just asking for trouble? Gu Xing's expression remained unchanged, showing no anger as he looked at the two women and said, "This isn't about money. You need to understand, I'm just an ordinary tattoo artist. As for catching ghosts, I can't do that." Gu Xing spoke half-truthfully. Asking a tattoo artist to catch ghosts, isn't that like seeking medical help from someone who isn't a doctor when critically ill? Although Gu Xing's tattoos and jade carvings indeed have the power to ward off evil spirits. Ordinary. When Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Xing, and the unease in her heart suddenly lessened somewhat. Suddenly, when Xiaoqing seemed to remember something. "That's right. Gu Xing is a tattoo artist. Boss Gu, I want a tattoo." At this moment, when Xiaoqing silently gave herself a mental thumbs up for her clever idea. "As long as it solves the problem, changing approaches isn't unacceptable. Is that okay?" After speaking, when Xiaoqing timidly glanced at Gu Xing twice, afraid he might refuse. "Of course it is." Gu Xing nodded, unconsciously glancing at Wen Xiaoqing a couple more times while thinking to himself, "This girl is quite clever, and her physiognomy." Gu Xing unabashedly studied Wen Xiaoqing's face, noticing the purple aura in her features, an indication of extremely noble destiny. The aura of bloodshed had diminished considerably, but that wisp of ghostly energy still clung to Wen Xiaoqing. "Then, Boss Gu, give me a premium tattoo." Hearing Gu Xing's response, Wen Xiaoqing felt relieved and spoke directly. "Alright, let's head back to the shop now. By the way, what kind of design do you want for your tattoo?" Gu Xing stood up and asked. Wen Xiaoqing suddenly hesitated. "No rush, take your time to think." Gu Xing didn't press her. Tattoos aren't something you get on a whim and remove when you don't want them anymore. In ordinary tattoo parlors, removing a tattoo is already quite troublesome, let alone the tattoos from Gu Xing's place. After leaving the breakfast shop, Wen Xiaoqing kept pondering about what she truly wanted. Tattoos are the sustenance of the soul, a brand new beginning. Before Yufei went to war, his mother tattooed absolute loyalty to the country on him. This was for the nation. Indeed, Yufei fulfilled it. He spent his whole life in military service, achieving countless merits. What does Wen Xiaoqing need? Wen Xiaoqing continually contemplated this question, recalling her original intention for becoming a paranormal streamer. Wen Xiaoqing, do you believe ghosts exist in this world? I do. With so many folk tales and unsolved mysteries, there must be things beyond our understanding. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Maybe someday I, Wen Xiaoqing, could become a ghost-catching master. That's right. It was out of passion, out of desire to unveil those mysterious veils, that Wen Xiaoqing chose to become a paranormal streamer. Only, as time passed, as she kept visiting one place after another, none of those bizarre incidents ever occurred. She had dismissed her childhood words as mere jest. Inside the tattoo parlor, Wen Xiaoqing gazed intently at Gu Xing, her eyes burning with anticipation as she said, "Boss Gu, I want to become a ghost hunting master." Gu Xing was momentarily stunned, never expecting Wen Xiaoqing to give such an answer. Such a beautiful girl actually harbored such thoughts. Truly peculiar. Nie Qinxian, listening nearby, felt her brain struggling to process this information. The young mistress says she wants to be a ghost hunting master. Is this a joke? Moreover, aren't the tattoo prices here simply outrageous? Premium tattoos, 1 million. This is absolutely shocking. Could this Master Gu be a fraud? Perhaps this person orchestrated the young mistress's ghost encounter. Nie Qinxian couldn't help but speculate in her heart, but she restrained herself from acting impulsively. After we return, I must thoroughly investigate this person, if he's truly behind this. Thinking this, a glint of coldness flashed through Nie Qinxian's eyes. Gu Xing remained unaware of the female bodyguard's inner calculations. 100W. 17. Whatever it is, we'll talk when I get home. But Wen Xiaoqing didn't agree. Instead, she made her stance clear. She was determined to get this tattoo today. A tattoo? What kind of behavior is that for a girl? Taoyin, go bring her home immediately. Wen Xuezhen said angrily. Wen Xuezhen could indulge Wen Xiaoqing in other matters, but when it came to tattoos, absolutely not. In his eyes, tattoos were already an inappropriate thing to begin with, let alone on a girl like Wen Xiaoqing. Too much, this is going too far. Tattoo parlor. Wen Xiaoqing hung up the phone expressionlessly and turned to Nie Qinxian beside her. Young miss, Nie Qinxian panicked inwardly and hurried to explain. Wen Xiaoqing directly interrupted Nie Qinxian's words, no need to say more. I know you're worried about me. This matter is indeed too unbelievable. At the end, Wen Xiaoqing let out a light sigh. She felt like she was walking on a single plank bridge apart from Gu Xing. No one else was willing to believe her words. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Nie Qinxian was left speechless, while Wen Xiaoqing didn't say more but brewed 2 cups of tea, waiting for Gu Xing to come out. System, what tattoo designs would be suitable for her in ghost hunting? Gu Xing murmured to himself in the material storage warehouse. Ordinarily, only very common materials were placed here. Only when giving someone a tattoo would Gu Xing spend system points to purchase materials. Soon, the system provided its answer. There were 3 tattoo designs in total. Tattoo totem attribute ward off evil. Dark spirit witch, born from darkness, she brought light to the world and is skilled at ghost hunting and exorcism. Required materials: witch's blood 1 300 points, spring of life 1 500 points, crimson pigment 1 200 points. Taboo: only virgin women can gain the witch's recognition. Unless reaching the supreme state, one must maintain virginity. Just the required points for this dark spirit which cost 1,000, which is 100,000 yuan, really not cheap. Gu Xing gazed at the first tattoo design, filled with emotion. But the money I can earn isn't small either. Indeed, the higher the quality of the tattoo, the more I earn. Gu Xing chuckled. After deducting material costs, his net profit would be 900,000. This round, jackpot. However, if you get this tattoo, you must remain chaste until reaching a certain realm and cultivation level. This requirement. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. This condition was truly a matter of opinion. But compared to those premium tattoos I've done before, this taboo was actually quite simple. He had tattooed several premium designs before and knew their restrictions. The taboo of the dark spirit witch tattoo was relatively easier to handle in some aspects. Setting aside his thoughts, Gu Xing turned to examine the next tattoo pattern. Tattoo totem attribute evil warding. Golden Light Mother, goddess of lightning, she discerns human morality, executes divine justice, punishes evil and rewards good, upholding righteousness. Required materials: faith power 300 points, false divine office 1 500 points, pure white pigment 1 200 points. Taboo: enforcing heaven's laws, she tolerates no impurity, must exorcise evil and uphold justice every single day without fail. Golden Light Holy Mother. Isn't that just the lightning goddess? Gu Xing's expression became complicated. He never expected the system would provide such a tattoo design. Moreover, this taboo condition is somewhat outrageous. Having to punish evil and promote good every single day without rest, who could endure that? Not even a production team's donkey would work this hard. And this divine office is just a fake one too. What a scam. However, this tattoo's advantages outweigh its disadvantages. After all, as the goddess of lightning, once bearing this Golden Light Holy Mother tattoo design, one's strength would likely receive tremendous enhancement in a short time. Let's check the last tattoo design. Gu Xing didn't linger his gaze on the golden light Holy Mother design for long. This time, the system provided 3 patterns in total. Tattoo totem attribute evil warding and justice upholding. Weeping blood bride, she was cruelly murdered, harboring hatred for this world. Powerful resentment and hatred are the source of her strength. Required materials: bloodstained marriage certificate 1 300 points, resentment-filled red wedding dress 1 500 points, blood pigment 1 200 points. Taboo: if you cannot control her resentment, you will become her slave. Damn, this tattoo is brutal. Gu Xing's mouth twitched, his eyelids fluttering uncontrollably. In his view, this tattoo was using violence to suppress violence. The disadvantages outweighed the benefits. After all, resentment isn't something just anyone can control. The point costs are the same, but the styles differ greatly. Let's see how Wen Xiaoqing chooses. Gu Xing didn't erase the Weeping Blood Bride tattoo from the catalog. After all, it wasn't him getting the tattoo. The choice ultimately lay with Wen Xiaoqing. Inside the shop, Wen Xiaoqing was drinking tea when she suddenly saw Gu Xing approaching her. She abruptly stood up and hurriedly said, "Boss Gu, is everything ready?" "Yes, there are 3 tattoo designs here. Take a look and choose which one you want." Gu Xing placed the tattoo catalog on the table, waiting for Wen Xiaoqing to make her choice. Wen Xiaoqing immediately turned her attention to the tattoo catalog on the table. Nie Qingxian also leaned in, and upon seeing the tattoo designs in the catalog, she couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. A cold and mysterious witch, looking as if she might step right out of the picture. Then there was the golden light mother goddess forming hand seals, as if lightning might split the sky at any moment. An overwhelming righteous aura emanated from her. Then they looked at the final tattoo design. Ah! Nie Qingxian couldn't help but cry out in shock. She staggered backward, her body tensing straight, an instinctive reaction to a perceived major threat. "What's wrong, Sister Qingxian?" Wen Xiaoqing turned her head, looking at Nie Qingxian with slight confusion. "Heh, it's nothing, young mistress. I'm fine." Nie Qingxian snapped back to reality when she noticed Wen Xiaoqing and Gu Qing's gazes, forcing an awkward smile. Chapter 18. What is this Demon City martial arts tournament? How could I be scared by a mere tattoo pattern? If others found out about this, wouldn't they laugh their heads off? Nie Qingxian felt her face burning with embarrassment. Steadying her mind, she looked again at the love catalog before Wen Xiaoqing. It was a dark red, exceedingly sinister love pattern. A woman in red wedding attire stood with her back to them, yet just from the silhouette, one could tell she was a peerless beauty. It made people irresistibly want to approach, to behold her true visage. How beautiful! Nie Qingxian couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister Qingxian! Sister Qingxian!" Wen Xiaoqing called twice, but Nie Qingxian seemed entranced, step by step approaching the tattoo pattern, reaching out as if to touch the weeping bride. These ominous tattoos can greatly enhance one's power in a short time, but they're also more likely to turn against their master. Truly a double-edged sword. Gu Xing sighed inwardly. If an utterly immoral tattoo artist, or one who held grudges against clients, were to tamper with the tattoos, who would ever know? I never liked this tattoo design to begin with. Wen Xiaoqing nodded, her gaze continuously shifting between the golden light mother goddess and the shadow witch. "Boss Gu, are there any taboos regarding these 2 tattoos?" she asked cautiously, fully aware that certain things came with restrictions. Tattoos were among them. This tattoo requires you to be a virgin, and you'll likely need to maintain your virginity for a long time afterward. Gu Xing pointed at the shadow witch design. Some women would probably fly into a rage upon hearing this. It's just a tattoo, why demand virginity? How utterly ridiculous. Wen Xiaoqing's face flushed red as she avoided Gu Xing's gaze and quickly asked, "Then what about this one? Daily good deed, you must perform acts of punishing evil and promoting good every single day without fail." Gu Xing smiled faintly. With his extraordinary eyesight, how could he not tell that Wen Xiaoqing was still a virgin? Wen Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before finally fixing her gaze on the first tattoo design. "Then Boss Gu, give me this spirit witch tattoo. Do one good deed every day without stopping." Wen Xiaoqing admitted she couldn't achieve this standard. As for the blood-weeping bride, it was completely outside Wen Xiaoqing's consideration. That dark red tone tattoo design looked terrifying enough to make people shudder with fear. "Alright, but there's some trouble we need to deal with first." Gu Xing looked toward the shop entrance. The door suddenly swung open. A man wearing martial arts uniform walked in. It was a karate GI. In recent years, karate imported from across the ocean had become quite popular in the country. Some people even praised it to the skies, saying things like, "Karate is the best martial art in the world" and such. "Zhang Yang, why are you here?" Wen Xiaoqing frowned and asked unhappily. Zhang Yang wasn't just the most capable bodyguard of the Wen family, he was also one of Wen Xiaoqing's suitors. Though employed as a bodyguard, Zhang Yang's family background wasn't much inferior to the Wen family's. As Zhang Yang put it, if it weren't for Wen Xiaoqing, he would never have come to work for the Wen family. "Xiaoqing, your uncle asked me to bring you home," Zhang Yang said solemnly, with an inherent arrogance in his expression. He didn't even spare a glance at Gu Xing and Nie Qingxian standing nearby. "And if I refuse to go back?" When Xiaoqing disliked Zhang Yang's attitude intensely, this perpetual air of superiority that made people sick. That's simple enough. Zhang Yang walked directly up to Gu Xing and declared from a commanding position, "This place is closed for business today. I trust you have no objections." Though phrased as a question, his words carried an undeniable tone of finality. Gu Xing remained silent, puzzled by where this man could possibly derive such confidence. Seemingly noticing Gu Xing's bewilderment, Zhang Yang continued, "Oh, I should introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yang, last year's martial arts champion of Modu." Martial arts champion? Gu Xing looked even more surprised, responding in a confused tone. "Since when does being a martial arts champion grant the authority to shut down businesses? Were you fighting on behalf of some commerce bureau?" When Xiaoqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly covered her small mouth. Even Nie Qingxian was barely suppressing her laughter. Zhang Yang's expression suddenly turned cold as he stared at Gu Xing. "You're ignorant and pitiful. When I, Zhang Yang, do something, I never consult others. What I say goes." Boom! As he spoke, Zhang Yang made his move. Ever since he started practicing karate, he had understood one principle: big fists make the rules. Let alone the fact that he was last year's champion of Shanghai martial arts tournament. Who in Shanghai wouldn't give him face? Gu Xing was just the owner of a small tattoo parlor. Even if he smashed this shop and crippled Gu Xing, as long as no lives were lost, it wouldn't be a problem. "Zhang Yang, stop." When Xiaoqing and Nie Qingxian spoke simultaneously, their expressions changing. "Boss Gu, be careful." When Xiaoqing hurried forward, trying to position herself in front of Gu Xing to force Zhang Yang to stop. "Don't worry, just a minor nuisance," Gu Xing said softly, swiftly stepping in front of Wen Xiaoqing. He spread his hands, forming a horizontal barrier before him. "Dare to look down on me. With this punch, I will surely break your arm." Zhang Yang's fist momentum didn't diminish, filled with fierce aggression. The next moment, Gu Xing caught his fist. Immediately, the sound of cracking hand bones echoed. "Ah!" Zhang Yang screamed, his expression terrified. Gu Xing applied slight force, and his hand bones shattered completely. The strength was so tremendous it was horrifying. Watching Zhang Yang hastily withdraw and retreat, Gu Xing didn't stop him but instead said contemptuously, "Martial arts tournament. Nothing more than amateurish tricks. And what exactly is your so-called martial arts tournament champion worth?" At this moment, Gu Xing's sharp edge was fully revealed. Chapter 19, recklessly cool, handsome, and manly. "Who are you? Why has the martial arts circle never heard of your name?" Zhang Yang asked while enduring the excruciating pain of his shattered hand bones. "I was last year's martial arts tournament champion, yet this man. Looking at Gu Xing's calm expression, turbulent waves already raged in his heart. Martial arts circle. Has true Chinese martial arts ever joined such things? Just a bunch of clowns performing. Gu Xing sneered. Chinese martial arts have kept too low a profile for too long, and many aspects of Chinese culture have lain dormant for too long, allowing these foreign imports to boast about themselves without restraint. Once Chinese martial arts emerge, things like karate and taekwondo will have to call us daddy." Zhang Yang's face immediately turned the color of pig liver, yet he didn't dare refute Gu Xing's words. Chinese martial arts. He'd heard of them, those fake masters and such. Could that really be considered martial arts? At this moment, Zhang Yang had been utterly crushed by Gu Xing to the point of questioning his entire life's worth. A tattoo shop owner had disabled the arm of a martial arts tournament champion like him with a single move. Who would believe it if this got out? Incredible, Boss Gu. When Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, Gu Xing looked at her, finding this girl rather interesting. "Young mistress, mind your image." Nie Qingxian gave a light cough from the side. No one showed any concern for Zhang Yang after all. He was thoroughly detestable, always putting on that "I'm better than you" attitude in daily life, that arrogant demeanor that made people nauseous. Now it's settled. Zhang Yang received a severe beating from Gu Xing. Nie Qingxian showed great restraint by not secretly applauding. Gu Xing remained calm. Zhang Yang's skills were nothing before him. Even among the unrevealed masters of Chinese martial arts, Gu Xing ranked among the top tier. What else could Zhang Yang be but a frog at the bottom of a well, someone who learned karate for a few years and thought he could conquer the heavens? "I misjudged you, boss. Here's compensation. Can we let this matter rest?" Zhang Yang lowered his eyes as he apologized. His left hand reached into his pocket, apparently to retrieve compensation money for Gu Xing. Then a cold glint flashed. "Zhang Yang, what are you doing?" Nie Qingxuan's expression changed abruptly. "Boss Gu, be careful. He has a knife." When Xiaoqing also reacted, urgently warning. But Gu Xing was faster than both of them. Before their words fully left their mouths, he had already charged forward. Gu Xing moved like a speeding car, so fast that Zhang Yang thought his vision was blurring. The knife in Zhang Yang's embrace had just been drawn out, not even aimed at Gu Xing yet, when Gu Xing's hand already slapped his head. Clatter! The small knife in Zhang Yang's hand directly fell to the ground. How utterly foolish! Gu Xing's expression was ice cold. Previously, he had only broken one of Zhang Yang's hands that was already showing mercy. Yet this Zhang Yang remained stubbornly unrepentant, not only refusing to admit his mistake but even drawing a knife against him. With Gu Xing's current speed and strength, plus the tattoo artist's heavenly eye, ordinary objects couldn't possibly threaten him. Let alone when Zhang Yang was foolish enough to stand right before Gu Xing while drawing his knife. Thud! Gu Xing's hand, cast like solid steel, pressed heavily on Zhang Yang's head. Zhang Yang felt as if his head had been smashed by a giant hammer, his mind going completely blank. Drool flowed from Zhang Yang's mouth, his eyes utterly vacant, his whole body displaying a state of idiocy. What happened to him? Nie Qingxian was the first to react, asking somewhat nervously. Gu Xing withdrew his hand and said nonchalantly, "What does such a fool need a brain for? Did you slap him into idiocy?" Nie Qingxian was stunned, staring at Zhang Yang's foolish appearance, momentarily speechless. But Gu Xing's level of danger in his mind instantly rose several notches. Unfathomable strength, unknown background, decisive in action, a truly ruthless man. Gu Xing didn't continue answering Nie Qingxian, who tactfully stopped questioning. Soon, two men came in and took away the idiotic Zhang Yang. "Boss Gu, that was so cool just now. Was that Chinese kung fu?" When Xiaoqing's eyes burned with gossipy flames. Seeing such a scene didn't frighten her, on the contrary, she seemed excited. Gu Xing's counter to Zhang Yang's provocation and subsequent strike had been executed seamlessly. Just the most basic martial movements. Gu Xing shook his head. He wasn't familiar with China's martial arts circles either, though his speed and strength far surpassed ordinary people's. Even his simplest punches and palm strikes carried terrifying power. "So handsome, so cool. You're much more pleasing to look at than Zhang Yang." When Xiaoqing gave Gu Xing a thumbs up, she didn't notice Nie Qingxian's strange expression beside her. Since when has the young mistress praised anyone like this? Could she have fallen for this boss Gu? Looking at Wen Xiaoqing's shining eyes, Nie Qingxian knew this possibility was very real. But in matters like this, her words wouldn't make any difference. As long as the young mistress is happy. The ghost witch, right. You can swipe your card here. Gu Xing took out a card reader and placed it before Wen Xiaoqing, not dwelling on the topic of Chinese martial arts. Perhaps only when the great trend arrives will China's hidden martial arts circles reappear in public view. Of course, that's all for the future. Yes, I think this tattoo design suits me perfectly. When Xiaoqing whispered this while stealthily leaning closer to Gu Xing's ear to ask, "Boss Gu, about this taboo you mentioned, how long will it last approximately?" Gu Xing, sensing the faint fragrance near his ear, smiled faintly. "That depends on your opportunities. At least 3 to 5 years. If longer, then I can't say for sure. A spirit witch like her grows stronger by hunting ghosts and monsters. If when Xiaoqing hunts diligently, she might no longer need to abide by this tattoo's restrictions within 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years. That's acceptable. I definitely don't want to live like a nun." Only then did Wen Xiaoqing relax. She had never been one for asceticism. As for what Gu Xing said afterward, Wen Xiaoqing paid little attention. A long time. How long could it possibly be? She took out her card from her bag and paid without hesitation. "Once I finish this masterpiece for her, I should be promoted to tattoo grandmaster." Perfect. Gu Xing was in high spirits. Earlier, he had even been wondering where to find 2 more customers for tattoos. To her surprise, when Xiaoqing came knocking at just the right moment. Chapter 20, "Do you want me to do it through your clothes?" "Boss Gu, what's inside this bottle?" Inside the room, when Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask as she stared at the bottle in Gu Xing's hand. Gu Xing was holding a glass vial containing a single drop of crimson yet crystalline blood. Under the light, it even emitted a gem-like radiance. "This is witch's blood, one of the essential materials for your tattoo," Gu Xing explained very matter-of-factly. "A witch? Do witches really exist in this world?" When Xiaoqing found this fascinating, as her impressions of witches came entirely from movies and novels. There are basically no witches in this country, only rumors about them from across the ocean. Indeed, but truly capable witches aren't people ordinary folks can simply find. Gu Xing nodded. Witches did exist, he knew one personally, though she lived across the distant sea. "Come to think of it, it's been quite a while since I last contacted you. I wonder if she found what she was looking for." In Gu Xing's mind, the image of a beautiful girl wearing a witch's robe involuntarily surfaced. She was a girl he met when he was learning tattooing. However, she was searching for a flower that only blooms at night, so she traveled across the ocean. It had already been over a year since their last contact. When Gu Xing was lost in thought, a jade-like hand waved before his eyes. When Xiaoqing's voice, crisp as an oriole's, reached his ears. "Boss Gu, Boss Gu. Ha, sorry, I was distracted just now." Gu Xing moved Wen Xiaoqing's hand away from his face. Wen Xiaoqing's hand was like fine jade, warm, soft, and irresistibly pleasant to touch. Wen Xiaoqing only felt that Gu Xing's hand was warm and strong. "The more I look at Boss Gu, the more handsome he becomes. What should I do?" When Xiaoqing felt her heart pounding wildly, her face involuntarily flushing with a faint pink hue. Gu Xing looked at Wen Xiaoqing at this moment, and a flash of admiration appeared in his eyes. Compared to Lan Hanyu, the two women were equally matched in beauty, neither inferior to the other. Gu Xing quickly released his hand, not taking advantage of Wen Xiaoqing. His earlier action of moving her hand away had been purely instinctive. Watching Gu Xing continue his work, Wen Xiaoqing actually felt a hint of loss in her heart. Aha! Wen Xiaoqing, you need to maintain your composure, maintain it. Never underestimate the charm of a handsome man when you're sufficiently good-looking. You'll understand just how crazy women can be. Gu Xing dripped the witch's blood into the crimson pigment, and unexpectedly, a faint fragrance began to waft through the room. Is this the scent of baby's breath flowers? Wen Xiaoqing immediately recognized the fragrance, as women are naturally more sensitive to scents. Indeed, baby's breath can ward off evil spirits. I hope you'll like it. Gu Xing carefully adjusted the pigment in his hands. His technique was extremely delicate and his movements were very gentle. The entire process flowed smoothly, appearing extremely pleasing to the eye. When Xiaoqing rested her jade-like hand on her smooth chin, staring at Gu Xing with rapt attention. Miss, if Mr. Wen were to see this scene, he'd probably die of anger. Nie Qingxian watched from the side, covering her forehead, rendered speechless. Even a fool could tell from Wen Xiaoqing's expression that she held considerable fondness for Gu Xing. Alright, now take off your clothes. Gu Xing spoke after spending a full half-hour adjusting the materials. Ha! Take off my clothes. When Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson instantly, her flustered expression appearing utterly adorable. Should I tattoo you through your clothes then? Gu Xing said impatiently, just turn around and face away from me. You turn around first. No peeking. When Xiaoqing noticed her own voice had become shrill from nervousness, she didn't deny her attraction to Gu Xing, but to be completely exposed before him now. It's too soon, absolutely not. What is this girl thinking about? Gu Xing looked at Wen Xiaoqing, whose face had turned as red as an apple, feeling somewhat speechless. Alright, call me when you're done. Without overthinking it, Gu Xing directly turned around. When Xiaoqing cast a pleading look at Nie Qingxian. Young miss, perhaps we shouldn't do the tattoo. Nie Qingxian teased, finding such situations rather unsurprising. People differ from one another, everyone has their own quirks. Some people get tattoos in extremely private places, how they're done goes without saying, doesn't it? When Xiaoqing getting this tattoo on her back was actually quite normal. Gu Xing heard faint rustling sounds behind him but remained undisturbed inside. His mind was completely focused on the upcoming tattooing process. How to execute it, where to place the first needle, how to proceed with the subsequent pattern lines. Gu Xing continuously considered every detail. Although he hadn't begun yet, he had already mentally completed the tattooing process dozens of times. A true tattoo artist doesn't just copy designs mechanically. Human meridians, tiny blood vessels, and other factors all affect the final outcome of a tattoo pattern. Some tattooists create mediocre designs, while others produce patterns that make customers exclaim, "This is well done," at first sight. This is the difference in handling details. Beyond this, there's the distinction in materials. The materials Gu Xing uses are unique in this world. His shop is the only source. Ji Gu boss, I'm ready. When Xiaoqing's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Had Gu Xing not possessed extraordinary hearing, he truly wouldn't have caught it. Turning around, a striking expanse of flawless white skin came into view. Even after mentally preparing himself, Gu Xing's gaze still involuntarily flickered twice. It must be said, when Xiaoqing's skin quality absolutely couldn't be compared to those outside who rely on hyaluronic acid injections. Nie Qingxian had offered some suggestions too when Xiaoqing only half removed her clothing. Yet this state of being half concealed and half revealed was the most alluring. Gu Xing took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and walked behind Wen Xiaoqing, his eyes now completely unruffled. The dragon bone needle moved rhythmically as the adjusted pigment continuously penetrated Wen Xiaoqing's skin. Without anesthesia, yet I feel no pain. He's truly remarkable. During this entire process, Wen Xiaoqing didn't feel the slightest pain. What she didn't know was that the dragon bone needle in Gu Xing's hand possessed inherent numbing properties. This was precisely why Wen Xiaoqing experienced no pain. Meanwhile, in Wen Xuezhen's office, his face displayed utter disbelief. Chapter 21. What kind of deity is Gu Xing? What's happened to him? Wen Xuezhen frowned deeply as he observed the seemingly dazed Zhang Yang before him. Ha 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 ha. Drool trickled from Zhang Yang's mouth as he offered no words, merely giggling foolishly without end. President Wan, it was that tattoo shop owner's doing. A subordinate hastily interjected, recounting all that had transpired earlier. Silence. An ineffable stillness. After a long moment, when Xuezhen finally came back to his senses, his expression extremely grave. You're saying that tattoo shop owner crippled Zhang Yang with just one slap? Yes, President Wan. We saw it with our own eyes outside. It scared the hell out of us. The man said hurriedly, the fear in his eyes not yet dissipated. Who is Zhang Yang? Last year's champion of the Magic City Martial Arts Tournament. Countless boxing champions, sanda masters, and martial artists have fallen to his hands. Yet such an extraordinary figure was turned into an idiot with one slap from some random tattoo shop owner who came out of nowhere. That's brutal. Even now, the group still finds it hard to believe. If they hadn't witnessed it themselves, they would have taken it as a joke if others told them. But the facts are right before their eyes. Take him away and return him to the Zhang family. When Xu Weizhen spoke heavily, waving impatiently as he looked at the mentally impaired Zhang Yang. Yes, President 1. The group understood immediately and quickly dragged Zhang Yang away from the scene. The room was now left with only Wen Xu Weizhen alone. The room was quiet as Wen Xu Weizhen picked up the newspaper on the table. School disappearance case. Why is the real culprit still at large? The tragic incident at Skyland Amusement Park, was it really just due to old equipment? After the accident, the woman's corpse aged like an old woman. Each headline was strikingly bold. This was a special newspaper circulating only among elite circles. This world is becoming more and more chaotic. When Xu Weizhen sighed and spoke slowly, he massaged his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on. Just what kind of deity is this Gu Xing? When Xu Weizhen couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. He stood up and looked out the window where the bustling street seemed veiled in a layer of mist, making everything appear indistinct. Also, Xin Xian told me that Xiao Chang encountered a ghost last night. Mentioning this word, when Xu Weizhen couldn't help but fall into silence. The more wealthy and powerful people are, the more they believe in and revere these supernatural matters. Feng Shui masters, fortune tellers, Taoist priests, and such. If someone truly had the capability, nobody would want to offend these people. Tattoo. When Xu Weizhen shook his head, his expression shifting uncertainly. Since she wants a tattoo, then let her get one. However, we must investigate Gu Xing's background. Additionally, as when Xu Weizhen spoke, he dialed a phone number. The phone rang 10 times before being answered. Old Wen, what brings you to call this old Taoist? A boisterous voice came through the phone. Instead of being angered, when Xu Weizhen smiled ingratiatingly, an expression that would shock his subordinates if they saw it. In their eyes, President Wen, a wealthy and powerful figure at the pinnacle of Shanghai's elite, was actually showing obsequiousness during a phone call. Truly unbelievable. Elder Gu, the situation is this: my daughter is being haunted by a ghost. I hope you can intervene and save her life. When Xu Weizhen hurriedly explained. He cared deeply about Wen Shaoqing and didn't dare show the slightest carelessness in this matter. This old Taoist is currently wandering the world and cannot spare the time. Elder Gu hesitated as he spoke, his words carrying a sense of helplessness despite good intentions. Elder Gu, I happened to acquire several fine pieces of jade recently, and I was actually planning to have them delivered to you. When Xu Weizhen's words were left unfinished, the voice of Elder Gu suddenly came through the phone. Oh, what a coincidence. I happen to be passing through Demon Capital these days. I suppose I could take a look at your daughter. Many thanks, Elder. Many thanks. When Xu Weizhen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Those jade pieces had taken tremendous effort to obtain, yet now he had to part with them. Though it pained him, for Wen Shaoqing's sake, when Xu Weizhen could no longer afford to hesitate. If there's nothing else, this old Taoist will hang up now. On the other end, Elder Gu basked in the sunlight, his face brimming with a satisfied smile. All that talk about wandering the world, nothing but clever deception to fool people. As he was about to hang up, when Xu Weizhen's next words made Elder Gu straighten his posture abruptly. Elder Gu, what do you know about tattoos? After prolonged hesitation, when Xu Weizhen finally decided to ask. He understood clearly that when dealing with someone like old Taoist Gu, even asking a question required demonstrating sufficient sincerity. Although others might not care, his own manners must be proper. Tattooing. Old Taoist Gu was momentarily stunned, then sat up straight and said seriously, the art of tattooing has a 2,000-year history. You must understand that the tattooing you're referring to isn't the common street tattoos seen everywhere. A truly skilled tattoo master wouldn't be inferior even when compared to this old Taoist. Enough, I'll pack my things. We'll discuss the rest when we meet. When Xu Weizhen listened to the busy tone on his phone, his entire body frozen in place. Not inferior to old Taoist Gu. When Xu Weizhen fell silent. He didn't know whether Gu Xing's tattooing skills were remarkable, but judging from how Gu Xing had slapped Zhang Yang into an idiot with just one strike, this Gu Xing who appeared out of nowhere was definitely someone with real capability. Xiao Qing getting tattooed by him, is it a blessing or a curse? When Xu Weizhen's heart clenched tight, his brows furrowed with anxiety. Sigh, I'll have to wait until old Taoist Gu arrives to know for sure. Finally, when Xu Weizhen could only sigh, he understood clearly that some things couldn't be resolved with money. In the eyes of that group of people, wealth and power were merely mundane possessions. If they so wished, a simple wave of their hand would bring people willingly delivering money to them. And Elder Gu was one of that group. Then, what about this suddenly appearing Gu Xing? Is he from that circle? Chapter 22, if you think it's cheap now, come back next month. Buzz. Inside the tattoo parlor's room, the air rippled like water, with undulations appearing under the light. Boss Gu, what's happening here? Nie Qinxian rubbed her eyes vigorously. It wasn't blurred vision or hallucination. Just minor disturbances from completing a premium tattoo, nothing serious. Gu Xing said extremely casually. Why could premium tattoos be called premium? From the moment they're inked onto human skin, they begin enhancing the owner's physical constitution. The longer the time, the more pronounced this enhancement becomes. Amidst a field of baby's breath flowers, a graceful figure descended. With jade-like beauty and radiant charm, she wore a witch's robe white above and red below, arriving barefoot. A serene yet chilly atmosphere spontaneously emerged. The moment she appeared, Wen Xiaoqing and Nie Qinxian felt all their worldly troubles vanish from their hearts. The witch's soul. From now on, this girl shall embark on the path of witchcraft. Gu Xing's expression remained unchanged. This scene wasn't his first encounter. When he once tattooed a bodhisattva for that woman, upon completion of the design, Buddhist chants had even resonated around them. Is this me? Wen Xiaoqing's eyes sparkled with astonishing brilliance. The witch before her bore an exact resemblance to Wen Xiaoqing herself. At this moment, the witch in midair extended her hand toward Wen Xiaoqing, wearing a faint smile. Wen Xiaoqing instantly understood her intention and reached out, their fingertips touched. The airborne witch immediately transformed into streams of light, merging into the tattoo pattern on Wen Xiaoqing's back. A dazzling radiance suddenly erupted from Wen Xiaoqing's body, too brilliant to look at directly. My eyes. Nie Qinxian felt tears streaming from her eyes, yet she dared not blink. At this moment, she felt she was witnessing a miracle she could never have believed in before. Excellent, the compatibility is remarkably high. Among all my tattoo works, this piece could easily rank in the top 3. Gu Xing withdrew his hands and stepped back. He observed Wen Xiaoqing enveloped in the radiant light, a hint of satisfaction flashing across his expression. When a person achieves high compatibility with their tattoo pattern, such extraordinary phenomena occur. Now it seemed Wen Xiaoqing's choice of this shadow witch design was absolutely correct. The radiant glow gradually dissipated. Boss Gu. Wen Xiaoqing's beautiful eyes shimmered with unusual colors, her body now clad in a witch's robe white above and red below. This wasn't actual clothing, but rather a witch's garb conjured from spiritual energy. It could ward off evil spirits and provide personal protection. Congratulations! Gu Xing smiled, genuinely happy for Wen Xiaoqing. Now she could handle that ghost all by herself. Miss, you. Nie Qinxian couldn't hold back any longer, charging forward with reddened eyes. The previous radiance had been too dazzling, and her eyes still ached slightly. However, this minor pain couldn't diminish the shock in Nie Qinxian's heart in the slightest. She examined Wen Xiaoqing from all angles, then whispered, Miss, may I touch your clothes? Seeing Nie Qinxian's eager anticipation, Wen Xiaoqing nodded. Of course. The next moment, Nie Qinxian was thrown back several steps, her outstretched hand that had intended to touch Wen Xiaoqing's witch robes now trembling visibly. You should put away your witch robes first. You're not yet able to freely wield the power of the tattoo patterns. Gu Xing explained from the side. The witch robes protect their mistress, capable of autonomous defense even when Wen Xiaoqing is asleep. Just now, Nie Qinxian, who attempted to touch the witch robes, was identified as an enemy by them. It's also thanks to Wen Xiaoqing's current shallow mastery of the Shadow Witch's power. Otherwise, Nie Qinxian would have suffered more than just being repelled. How miraculous, utterly incredible. Nie Qinxian murmured to herself, her expression shifting dramatically. Boss Gu, I can sense that peculiar power, you're truly remarkable. Wen Xiaoqing couldn't help but praise. The moment the tattoo design was completed, Wen Xiaoqing clearly perceived the changes in herself. Her physique strengthened, her senses sharpened, and so on. It's what I should do. Gu Xing didn't grow complacent because of this. As a tattoo artist, crafting an excellent tattoo design is undoubtedly the highest praise. You've completed a master-tier tattoo design, Shadow Witch. Your agility has increased by 12 points, your strength by 10 points. You've acquired the skill Spiritual Perception. You've gained 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to Tattoo Celestial Master. Please proceed to your personal information panel to unlock new features. A continuous stream of notifications echoed through Gu Xing's mind. Finally became a Tattoo Celestial Master. Gu Xing felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was truly the greatest reward from this tattooing session. Though there's only one character difference between Tattoo Artist and Tattoo Celestial Master, the disparity between them is enormous. Boss Gu, I want a tattoo too. Premium tattoo, give me one as well. Nie Qinxian's eyes were burning with desire at this moment. This was no ordinary tattoo, it was practically a key to divine miracles. She gazed at Gu Xing, awestruck as if beholding a celestial being. How ridiculous I was! I actually thought Boss Gu charging 1 million for a tattoo was outrageous. Now it's clear this price is ridiculously cheap. Not just 1 million. If people knew Boss Gu's true capability, they'd be begging and crying to get tattoos from him even at 5 million, 10 million, or more. Indeed, Nie Qinxian was thoroughly convinced. Such an inconceivable tattoo for merely 1 million, it was absurdly cheap. She knew perfectly well with Gu Xing's ability, fame would come inevitably. When that time arrived, getting a tattoo wouldn't simply be a matter of paying money. Gu Xing looked at Nie Qinxian and shook his head. Creating a supreme-grade tattoo consumes an immense amount of my mental and physical energy. If you want a tattoo, come back next month. Supreme-grade tattoos demand far more concentration and effort than carving jade. Hence, Gu Xing set a rule for himself: only one supreme-grade tattoo per month. Moreover, whether he agrees to craft a supreme-grade tattoo depends entirely on his mood. Chapter 23, Revere Me as a Ghost or God. Inside the car, Nie Qinxian wore an expression of utter despair. When Xiaoqing, seeing her like this, couldn't help but console her. Sister Qinxian, won't coming back next month work just fine? Both could tell Gu Xing had matters to attend to, so they didn't linger and left the tattoo shop directly. I feel like I'm ruined. Nie Qinxian gazed wistfully at the rearview mirror as Gu Xing's tattoo shop grew more distant. When Xiaoqing stayed silent, though comforting, she knew Gu Xing's tattooing skills becoming famous was only a matter of time. If Nie Qinxian missed this chance, who knew when the next opportunity would come? Ah, but young miss, you've really hit the jackpot this time. Nie Qinxian sighed, then quickly adjusted her mindset. When Xiaoqing had struck gold with this trip, and Nie genuinely felt happy for her. When Xiaoqing clasped her hands together and stretched, her striking figure fully revealed. Her eyes brimming with intense curiosity, she asked, Boss Gu, what kind of person is he really? Nie Qinxian suddenly felt a pang in her heart. Keeping her eyes fixed on the road ahead, she focused on driving carefully, fearing another backstab from the young miss. System, open my personal information panel. Inside the tattoo parlor, Gu Xing thought to himself. The next second, Gu Xing's personal information panel appeared. Tattoo Master's System. Host, Gu Xing. Level, Tattoo Master. Strength, 95. Agility, 102. Points, 50. Skills, unlockable. After becoming a tattoo master, there's an additional skill slot. Gu Xing's eyes lit up as he immediately unlocked the second skill slot. Then, the skill panel underwent changes. Skills: Basic Fist Technique, Basic Palm Technique, Heavenly Master Level Tattooing Art, Master Level Jade Carving Art, Tattoo Celestial Eye, Spiritual Energy Perception. Are these the skills I currently possess? Gu Xing looked at the information, when suddenly his gaze fell upon the last skill listed. Spiritual Energy Perception. What is this? Immediately afterwards, information related to spiritual energy perception flooded into Gu Xing's mind. As heaven and earth's spiritual energy revives, supernatural beings become active in the world. Humans too can absorb and cultivate this energy through special techniques. This spiritual energy perception is one such cultivation method. Gu Xing opened his eyes, a flash of comprehension crossing his gaze. He closed his personal information panel and began practicing the spiritual energy perception technique. Countless glowing dots appeared around Gu Xing. Are these dots the spiritual energy between heaven and earth? Gu Xing extended his hand, and the surrounding spiritual energy immediately responded, flowing into his body. Spiritual energy has the effect of nourishing and strengthening meridians and bones, though the current amount is still too small. According to the current density of spiritual energy, after 1 month of cultivation, my strength might increase by 1 point. Gu Xing shook his head. This skill is somewhat mediocre for me. The improvement gained from cultivation is far less than the rewards I get from tattooing. However, if this cultivation method were put out there, some knowledgeable people would probably scramble to get it. Gu Xing laughed casually. Though the perception of spiritual energy accumulates for oneself, not everyone can perceive the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. For many people, this cultivation method equals a key to open the door to a new world. If one persists in cultivation, nourishing oneself with spiritual energy, prolonging life and staying free from diseases would be no problem at all. But I'm not short of money now, so I'll just keep this cultivation method for the time being. Gu Xing put away other thoughts in his mind. Indeed, Gu Xing had just completed a business deal and was currently well off, with no need for excessive wealth. As for buying cars or houses, Gu Xing hadn't considered it at all. In this era of rampant materialism, cars and houses are merely things people use to bind themselves. People in the past had nothing at all, yet didn't they live just as happily? Moreover, those crude things are not what Gu Xing pursues at all. With spiritual energy reviving and the great changes of heaven and earth, what will this world become after some time? Gu Xing gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. Ghosts and monsters are about to run rampant, and those ancient forces hidden in China will emerge one after another. The prelude to numerous glorious eras has already begun. Night fell. In the quiet basement, the dim indoor lights revealed a faint smell of blood. Xiao Tian's face was extremely pale, with half a bowl of blood before him. This was his own blood. Not far away stood a twisted statue that looked extremely ferocious and evil. Damn it, my body is too weak now, it's just some bloodletting. Feeling slightly dizzy, Xiao Tian couldn't help but curse. After learning that when Xiaoqing wasn't dead, Xiao Tian returned home and contemplated many methods, finally deciding that Gu's sorcery was the most reliable. After much difficulty, I obtained Wen Xiaoqing's hair. Though her birth date and time were troublesome to acquire, I've managed to get them as well. Xiao Tian fiddled with the small effigy before him. The effigy bore Wen Xiaoqing's name, with her birth details and strands of her hair enclosed within its body. This Gu sorcery was my greatest reliance in my previous life. Through it, I rose step by step from obscurity. Xiao Tian placed the effigy on the table and let out a cold laugh. Heh, truly unexpected. Just like my previous life, the first one my goo sorcery kills is a woman again. The concept of fate is indeed wonderfully inscrutable. In the next moment, Xiao Tian's expression turned blank as he dipped his hand into the bowl. Blood soaked his fingers before he swiftly withdrew them, flinging the blood violently onto the effigy. Thud! Xiao Tian knelt directly on the ground, his forehead knocking heavily against the floor. I worship the spirits, please send Wen Xiaoqing on her final journey. I worship the spirits, please send Wen Xiaoqing on her final journey. I worship the spirits, please send Wen Xiaoqing on her final journey. Xiao Tian's hoarse voice continuously echoed within this confined space. The evil statue before the effigy suddenly emitted intense crimson light from its eyes. The blood in the bowl was actually swallowed by it. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tian felt reassured. He stood up and gave a sinister smile. Wen Xiaoqing, you doomed soul, it's time for you to die tonight. This was a type of sinister technique within goo sorcery. Worshipping the effigy. Through sacrificial rituals, it directly scatters the target's soul. Normally, the caster needs to perform continuous worship for 10 days to completely disperse the target's 307 souls. At that point, even Hua Tuo reincarnated couldn't reverse the situation. But this time was different. Fearing prolonged duration might cause complications, Xiao Tian directly commissioned this evil idol. Using his own blood as sacrifice, he accelerated the worship process. Of course, should this method fail, Xiao Tian would suffer severe backlash. But he never even considered the possibility of failure. After all, in his eyes, the Wen family was merely a stepping stone for his own empowerment. Once Wen Xiaoqing dies, I can openly reveal myself before the Wen family. I, Xiao Tian, only need to reveal a fraction of my abilities, and everyone in the Wen family will revere me like a deity. Chapter 24, Having backing makes one speak with confidence. The Wen residence. Brilliantly illuminated. When Xu Weijing sat upright in the living room, Nie Qinxian stood respectfully nearby, meticulously recounting all the events she had witnessed that day to Wen Xueijing. The next moment, a smile spread across Wen Xueijing's face as he rubbed his hands together and addressed Wen Xiaoqing sitting on the sofa. Xiaoqing, you handled this matter splendidly. When Xiaoqing looked at her father, whose expressions changed faster than flipping pages, her face full of disdain. Dad, just say what you want to say. If others saw you like this, your CEO image would be completely ruined. That is, my dear daughter, could you help your father contact Mr. Gu to see what kind of tattoo would suit me? When Xu Weijing chuckled awkwardly, probing cautiously. Didn't Sister Qinxian just tell you everything? When speaking of Gu Xing, when Xiaoqing's tone suddenly turned serious, a supreme tattoo like mine, Boss Gu only creates one per month. And didn't you initially think I was just fooling around, boss? A big shot like you getting a tattoo, aren't you afraid people would laugh at you? When Xu Weijing knew his daughter was teasing him but wasn't angry, smiling as he replied. Heh, didn't your old man just not understand the situation before? Besides, tattoos made by Boss Gu, others would be envious beyond belief. Who'd dare laugh at me? By the way, daughter, probably only a handful of people know Boss Gu's true capabilities. Before he could finish speaking, when Xiaoqing interrupted him. Dad, have you forgotten about the Zhang family? Zhang Yang was beaten into an idiot. The Zhangs will definitely cause trouble for Boss Gu. You'd better figure out how to handle this problem first. Don't worry, the Zhang family can't make any real waves. When Xu Weijing thumped his chest in assurance. Alright, I'll ask for you, but don't get your hopes up too much, Dad. When Xiaoqing took out her phone and sent Gu Xing a message. The others had long been scared stiff, having clearly witnessed the gruesome fate of those servants moments before. In just an instant, several lively individuals had perished beneath this eerie wind. When Xiaoqing's delicate brows furrowed, she had sensed something amiss the moment this strange wind rushed in. Is this unnatural wind targeting me? When Xiaoqing's alertness peaked, feeling unseen eyes watching her from the shadows. Die, die, die. From the sunken eye sockets of the floating head, a bloody crimson glow emerged. Its voice was hoarse and frenzied. Like nails scraping across a chalkboard, it made one's hair stand on end with goosebumps crawling across the skin. In the blink of an eye, the head had already charged before when Xiaoqing. VZZZT. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged. With cold composure, when Xiaoqing manifested her witch's robes, white above, red below, her dark tresses swaying gently in the wind. Like a heroine rivaling any warrior, her heroic spirit blazed forth. Watching them leave one by one, when Xu Weijing breathed a sigh of relief before hastily returning inside. Xiaoqing, you were absolutely amazing just now. Your old man has truly seen something extraordinary today. Is this the power of tattoos? When Xu Weijing was utterly shocked in his heart. If when Xiaoqing hadn't suddenly erupted with power earlier, their entire family would likely have died here. Nie Qinxian stood nearby, feeling the impact deeply. Bodyguard. I've truly disgraced the bodyguard profession. No, if I can't secure an appointment with Boss Gu for a tattoo, I must return and properly consult my senior sister. She firmly resolved in her heart, and what that severed head had said earlier also weighed heavily on Nie Qinxian's mind. Spiritual energy resurgence, what did that mean? That was merely a technique of sorcery. Unless we uncover the mastermind behind this, such incidents will continue happening to our Wen family. When Xiaoqing's expression was grave as she spoke, her appearance having now returned to that of a normal person. When Xu Weizhen froze momentarily before flying into a rage. Who wants to harm you? He had seen it clearly just now that severed head came charging straight toward Wen Xiaoqing. As for the servants who died, they were merely killed along the way. The cruelty of the assailants' methods sent chills down one's spine. Having such an enemy lurking in the shadows is truly unbearable. I don't know. When Xiaoqing shook her head, equally puzzled as she couldn't recall offending anyone. Could it be Tan Ziyu? But that seems unlikely. I'll ask Sister Qinxian to investigate later. This is outrageous. Do they really think Wen Xuezhen is easy to bully? When Xuezhen slammed her palm on the table, fuming with anger. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Let's see exactly what despicable coward dares harm my daughter. Elder Gu Dao would arrive at the Wen residence within 2 days, not to mention Wen Xiaoqing's complete transformation. When Xuezhen felt she could stand straighter than ever when speaking now. Chapter 25, Ruthless Xiao Tian. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Ahem. Cough, cough. On the bed, Xiao Tian suddenly spat out several mouthfuls of blood and rolled onto the floor. Failed. My Gu sorcery worshipping the malevolent one actually failed. Not only is Wen Xiaoqing still alive, she even broke my curse. Xiao Tian's face showed horror, finding this completely unbelievable. The Wen family had never been heard to have connections with any ancient forces. After the spiritual energy revival, the surface-level behemoth of magic capital quickly perished in the grand scheme of things. This was precisely why Xiao Tian dared to directly move against the Wen family. Among magic capital's prominent families, the Wen family was the easiest to bully, a soft persimmon. The other families all had ties with certain ancient forces. If targeted by those powers, even Xiao Tian would find it extremely troublesome. Not good. Xiao Tian's expression changed dramatically. Without time to think, he rushed toward the basement. Xiao Tian, are you alright? As soon as Xiao Tian pushed open the door, his neighbor's door opened, revealing a delicate-looking girl who asked with concern. This was the neighbor's daughter Lin Hejing. She attended the same school as Xiao Tian and held quite favorable feelings toward him. But Xiao Tian didn't pay her any attention, staggering as he rushed toward the basement. Watching Xiao Tian's disheveled figure, Lin Hejing's face was filled with worry. What's wrong with Xiao Tian? And those stains on his clothes, could that be blood? Lin Hejing was startled by her own thoughts and quickly covered her mouth, afraid others might hear. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Hejing chose not to wake her parents and instead steeled herself to follow toward the basement. Damn it, I must destroy that statue immediately. Failing in my Gu sorcery and vomiting blood is nothing if I don't destroy that statue in time. The backlash from the evil god dwelling within it will be terrifying. Xiao Tian's face turned ashen. He never expected that the first thing he did after being reborn would go so disastrously wrong. Opening the basement door and stepping inside, Xiao Tian couldn't help but shiver. So cold. The basement was unnaturally cold. No, I'm your master, you can't do this to me. Xiao Tian scrambled desperately to escape. But the shadow pinned him in place, then proceeded to carve bloody marks across Xiao Tian's body with its fingers. Stop. Xiao Tian screamed in agony, thrashing wildly. I'm a reincarnator, how can I die here? My kingdom isn't built yet, I need to get out of here. Xiao Tian was ruthless too, gritting his teeth, he clawed at the ground with his fingers, crawling toward the door. Blinded by his astonishing will to survive, his shadow momentarily lost its complete hold on him. Can't die. I must live. When Xiaoqing, you bitch, you were supposed to be dead, why are you still alive? If I survive this, the entire Wen family will pay for this with their lives. As the relentless pain coursed through his body and the metallic scent of blood thickened in the air, Xiao Tian's eyes burned with venomous hatred. It was all Wen Xiaoqing's fault. If she hadn't inexplicably survived, Xiao Tian would never have been caught in this nightmare. Then, the door suddenly swung open. The corridor lights flooded in. Xiao Tian, are you alright? Standing outside the door was Lin Hejing. Lin Hejing's face was filled with worry, unable to rest easy about Xiao Tian. She had chosen to follow him. She had just reached the basement when she heard Xiao Tian's agonized scream. Most people would probably have been scared away. But Lin Hejing didn't flee because her concern for Xiao Tian overcame her fear. Xiao Tian lay on the ground, crawling forward with his hands, his body streaked with bloodstains. He looked utterly pitiful. Jingjing, you came at just the right time. I hurt my leg, could you help me up? A trace of reluctance flashed in Xiao Tian's eyes, but the pain erased even that hint of hesitation. Forcing a faint smile through the agony, he asked, Xiao Tian, you hurt your leg. Don't worry, I'll help you up right away. Startled but not overthinking it, Lin Hejing immediately stepped into the basement, crouched down, and reached to help Xiao Tian up. The next moment, Xiao Tian violently pushed Lin Hejing to the ground, roaring loudly, You damned thing! Want blood, do you? Here, drink her blood. Xiao Tian, in utter madness, opened his mouth and sank his teeth into Lin Hujing's shoulder, viciously tearing off a chunk of flesh. Instantly, the shadow behind Xiao Tian, as if spotting some delicious prey, abandoned him and pounced toward Lin Hujing. MMPH. MMPH. Lin Hujing was completely stunned, the pain in her shoulder making her struggle desperately. Her eyes were filled with utter disbelief and terror. Lin Hujing could never have imagined that the person she loved would treat her like this. But after all, Lin Hujing was just a woman. How could her strength compare to Xiao Tian's? Especially not against this utterly insane version of Xiao Tian. Watching Lin Hujing's violent struggles, Xiao Tian pinned her down beneath him, firmly covering her mouth. I know you like me. Since you love me so much, you should be happy to die for me, shouldn't you? Rest assured, after you die, I'll send your parents to meet you too. Xiao Tian's face twisted ferociously. Since things had gone this far, he might as well go all the way. Watching Lin Hujing's expression shift from terror to venomous hatred, a flicker of delight actually crossed his face. Yes, that's the look I want. Hate me, loathe me, then die filled with resentment and unwillingness. After your death, I'll refine your soul into a vengeful ghost to serve me. Xiao Tian nearly burst out laughing right then. Lin Hujing had come at the perfect time, not only bearing the backlash of the goo sorcery for him, but could also transform into a vengeful ghost to aid him after death. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Chapter 26. Yes, everything I do is right. In the end, Lin Hujing still died in that basement. No matter how desperately she struggled while alive, she couldn't break free from Xiao Tian's restraints. At this moment, Lin Hujing's body lay shriveled, every drop of blood drained completely. Heh, truly splendid. Xiao Tian looked at the miserable state of Lin Hujing and grinned, his eyes filled with morbidity. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless deaths. To him, life was merely something that could be trampled upon at will. Just like what happened moments ago. In order to survive, Xiao Tian could unhesitatingly push Lin Hujing, who had feelings for him, to serve as a scapegoat. Xiao Tian lowered his head and gazed at Lin Hujing's corpse. The resentment in Lin Hujing's eyes seemed almost tangible. An ordinary person would likely be scared witless upon seeing Lin Hujing's death state, but not Xiao Tian. Instead, he nodded repeatedly as if appreciating a work of art. Yes. This is exactly the kind of resentful gaze I wanted. Magnificent. He stood up and applauded. If you're full, then it's time to get to work. Xiao Tian spoke to the empty room. To be precise, he was talking to his own shadow. In his shadow resided a type of ghostly entity called malice. It was this being that he had attempted to sacrifice through goo sorcery, though unfortunately, he had failed. The abomination was injured and needed blood replenishment, otherwise it would also die. Therefore just now, either Xiao Tian would be drained of his blood by it, or Xiao Tian would escape, leaving the abomination to suffer the backlash and perish. However, Xiao Tian was one step too slow in escaping. Then came Lin Hujing's arrival. The oblivious Lin Hujing thus unwittingly became Xiao Tian's scapegoat. At this moment, a sudden gust of eerie wind swept through the room. Intense resentment emanated from Lin Hujing's corpse, then a blood-red ghost materialized. It was unmistakably Lin Hujing's spirit. But now, Lin Hujing's appearance bore no trace of her former delicate beauty, only venomous hatred and eeriness remained. Xiao Tian, I'll kill you. Seeing Xiao Tian, Lin Hujing's eyes instantly turned red as she roared and lunged at him with claws bared. Abomination, what are you waiting for? Xiao Tian said coldly as the shadow behind him suddenly pounced forward, with ghostly chains shooting out from within the shadow. Very quickly, Lin Hujing was completely restrained by the chains of hatred, unable to move even slightly. Although you belong to the category of vengeful ghosts, you're just a newborn one. Less than 1/10 of your power remains. How do you plan to fight me? Xiao Tian stood before the struggling Lin Hujing, looking down at her frenzied movements with a contemptuous smile. You should feel honored to be of use to me. Don't worry, you'll soon forget this pain and become nothing but a blade in my, Xiao Tian's, hand. Brother Gushing, I've received what you sent me. I love it so much. In the girls' dormitory, Lan Hanyu wore a Pikachu pajama set, with Pikachu's eyes appearing particularly lively and spirited. Any man fortunate enough to meet its gaze would probably find himself unable to look away. So big, oh no, I mean these Pikachu eyes are really large. I'm glad you like it. How have you been doing at school recently? Gu Xing sat on his chair, currently engaged in a video call with Lan Hanyu. Hearing Gu Xing's question, Lan Hanyu immediately frowned, expressing some displeasure. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but the area has become very chaotic. I heard several groups are fighting fiercely over a woman. That's why our school is now under lockdown, and we don't even know when we'll be allowed to go out. Just thinking about this gave Lan Hanyu a headache. The case of missing students hasn't been solved yet. Now there's more trouble nearby. What kind of mess is this? Oh, then you'd better stay quietly at school. It's chaotic outside, so don't go wandering around. But don't worry too much. These should be minor incidents that someone will handle soon, Gu Xing gently advised. After exchanging some casual conversation, Lan Hanyu hung up the phone. Placing the phone on the table, Gu Xing gazed at the night scenery outside the window with noticeable silence. The world is becoming increasingly unstable. Perhaps it's time for me to go out and about. Gu Xing made up his mind. After being promoted to a tattoo master, he could no longer gain experience from his tattoos. However, Gu Xing could still obtain attribute point rewards by completing fine quality tattoos and premium quality tattoos. Previously, Gu Xing stayed in his small shop because he hadn't yet advanced to the rank of Tattoo Celestial Master and his strength was still limited. It was still relatively easy to fail back then. But now, things were different. Gu Xing had already become a Tattoo Celestial Master and his physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary people. Now, even if a speeding car came at him, he could stop it with his bare hands. Common accidents and natural disasters could no longer harm Gu Xing. Only now do I truly have the capital to walk this world with confidence. Gu Xing was quite satisfied with his recent progress. From a tattoo apprentice, to a tattoo master, and now to a tattoo celestial master. Very few people knew just how difficult Gu Xing's journey had been. Now, his efforts had paid off. Overwhelming strength. This was Gu Xing's true reliance. It's time to leave. Gu Xing locked up the shop. He wasn't sure if he would ever return here, or when that might be. Even he himself didn't know. He simply carried a single shoulder bag containing his bank card, dragon bone needles, and the tattoo catalog. Nothing else was included. No matter where he went, he always brought his essential tools for work. I can sense that Tattoo Celestial Master isn't the pinnacle of my profession, yet my personal information panel shows no experience indicators. Has advancing further stopped being simply a matter of gaining experience? Gu Xing pondered aloud as he walked down the street. My current capabilities aren't lacking. What I truly need is broader perspective and deeper knowledge. Ultimately, this all comes down to having seen too little and encountered too few things. There was simply no helping this situation. Staying in one place year after year meant only seeing and hearing the same limited things. Moreover, many things you hear about might bear no resemblance to what you actually witness. First, I should check the area around Hanyu's school. Gu Xing strode down the main street toward Lan Hanyu's university. My first priority should be eliminating all potential threats around Lan Hanyu. Meanwhile, at the Wynn residence. Tonight, an extremely important person arrived at the Wynn residence. Chapter 27, A Taoist Prodigy. The Butterfly Dream Escape Technique. Senior Priest Gu, you finally arrived. May I ask who this is? When Xu Weizhen wore a smile on his face. Standing before him was a Taoist priest dressed in gray robes with his hair tied up by a wooden hairpin. The priest appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, with white hair at his temples, yet his face showed no wrinkles to betray old age. Particularly striking were his eyes, which possessed an astonishing radiance as if they could pierce through human hearts. Even someone like Wen Shuizhen didn't dare maintain eye contact with him for too long. This elder was precisely Senior Priest Gu. By Senior Priest Gu's side stood a tall, graceful woman in cyan Taoist robes of extraordinary beauty. The woman carried an ethereal aura about her. Her eyes were calm as still water, her expression serene yet cold, like an immortal who had accidentally strayed into the mortal world. Wen Shuizhen had seen his share of beautiful women, but rarely had he encountered one with such remarkable bearing as this. When Xiao Cheng vanquished that eerie wind, her bearing was quite comparable to this woman before me. Wen Shuizhen searched his memories and could only think of his daughter. In the past, when Xiaoqing stood before other women, she would always appear somewhat lacking. Now, when Xiaoqing has undergone a complete transformation. This is my junior sister, you may address her as Taoist Priest Qingyue. While Wen Shuizhen was lost in thought, Elder Gu introduced junior sister. Startled and not daring to underestimate her, Wen Shuizhen promptly cupped his hands and said, "So it's Taoist Priest Qingyue. I've long admired your reputation. You flatter me, Mr. Wen." Hua Qingyue nodded, her voice as clear and crisp as a mountain spring, cool and melodious. "Elder Gu, Taoist Priest Qingyue, I've prepared refreshments and tea upstairs." When Shuizhen intended to win over Elder Gu, showing ample sincerity the moment they arrived. Elder Gu remained standing in place, waving his hand. "President Wen, we're old acquaintances after all, no need for these roundabout formalities. Where's your daughter? Call her out, this old Taoist will take a look at her." "Please wait a moment, Taoist priest, my daughter will be here shortly." When Shuizhen could only give up and invited the two to sit on the living room sofa. "Junior sister, let's sit and rest for a while." Elder Gu turned his head and smiled at his junior sister beside him. Hua Qingyue didn't refuse. As they took their seats, Elder Gu looked at the meditating Hua Qingyue with some emotion. Though Hua Qingyue was his junior sister, she was a once-in-a-century Taoist genius. At a young age, she had already comprehended the Taoist principles and was designated as the next abbot of Xiang Taoist Temple. This time, Elder Gu was taking Hua Qingyue out for practical experience. Elder Gu still remembered the abbot's earnest words before their departure. "Tongfang, the great changes of heaven and earth are approaching. Our Xiang Taoist temple will face a calamity in the future. There's a glimmer of hope in Demon City. Take Qingyue with you and leave the mountain." What kind of calamity could make the abbot say such things? What should I do? Elder Gu's heart was heavy. This wasn't just descending the mountain, it was clearly sending them away to avoid disaster. Though Elder Gu considered himself quite capable, his repeated divinations yielded no results. The heavenly secrets are obscured, and the future cannot be seen clearly. Taoist priest Gu couldn't help feeling somewhat restless. Senior brother, your mind is unsettled, Hua Qingyue, who was meditating, suddenly said quietly. Taoist priest Gu's face stiffened, and he quickly calmed his mind, thinking no more. Taoism seeks nothing but harmony with the natural way. He had been too preoccupied with what the temple master said earlier and nearly went astray. Dad, have Taoist priest Gu and the others arrived? When Xiaoqing came downstairs while yawning, previously eliminating that gust of wind had greatly exhausted Xiaoqing's energy. She needed sufficient sleep to recover. Of course, this was also because Xiaoqing hadn't mastered the power of the tattoo from Guxing deeply enough. Otherwise, mere witchcraft could be easily broken. Xiaoqing, come quickly. This is Taoist priest Gu and priestess Qingyue. Wen Xuezhen quickly stood up and introduced them to Wen Xiaoqing. Taoist priest Gu looked at Wen Xiaoqing first. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. One glance startled him so much that he moved with wind-like speed and appeared before Wen Xiaoqing in an instant. Skin like ice, bones like jade, ice containing starlight. A rare talent indeed. To judge a person, first observe their appearance. True Taoist practitioners all possess sharp, discerning eyes. What kind of person you are, what abilities you possess, they can usually see right through you. Priest, are you all right? When Xiaoqing asked softly, observing old priest Gu's fervent gaze. Little girl, would you be interested in becoming this old priest's disciple and learning supreme Taoist arts? Old priest Gu stroked his beard, presenting the image of a transcendent sage. Taoist arts. I'm not interested. When Xiaoqing shook her head. Taoist culture was vast and profound. Many devote their entire lives yet only grasp the surface. However, when Xiaoqing truly had no interest in Taoist arts, she now possessed witch inheritance and didn't need to join other sects to learn magic techniques. Little girl, don't refuse so hastily. Old priest Gu grew anxious. In the next instant, countless butterflies fluttered about as his figure suddenly vanished from sight. His voice echoed from all directions. Young lady, this is the Taoist dream butterfly escape technique. I'll teach you if you become my disciple. Countless butterflies danced in the air, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. This move was exceptionally gorgeous. This is an incredibly powerful Taoist shielding technique. How extraordinary! Is this the Taoist magic arts? When Xuezhen watched from the side, his eyes filled with awe. Elder Gu has become stronger than he was over a decade ago. When Xuezhen sighed inwardly. Over 10 years ago, Elder Gu couldn't have achieved this level. After more than 10 years apart, Elder Gu could now effortlessly perform Taoist magic approaching the level of miracles. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. He could barely restrain himself from immediately accepting on behalf of his daughter Wen Xiaoqing. But, when Xuezhen ultimately held back, the current Wen Xiaoqing was no longer the little girl who needed his protection. As the butterflies dissipated, Elder Gu's figure reappeared in the room. Looking at the silent Wen Xiaoqing, his eyes revealed a hint of pride. After witnessing such magnificent Taoist arts, I refuse to believe you aren't tempted. Let me ask you, what young girl in this world doesn't love beautiful things? Elder Gu Dao stood there composedly, waiting for Wen Xiaoqing to agree. I'm sorry, Elder Gu, your Taoist arts are impressive, but I still can't become your disciple. When Xiaoqing came back to her senses and refused again, she had indeed been shocked by Elder Gu's demonstration earlier. In the past, this was something she wouldn't even dare to imagine. But now, it was no longer so unattainable. Young lady, don't be hasty. Take your time to reconsider. Elder Gu wasn't angry, just continued to persuade her. This thirst for talent made Wen Xuezhen both astonished and proud. Good daughter, you've really made your father proud. You did exceptionally well getting that tattoo from Mr. Gu. Wen Xuezhen had never thought tattoos could be so miraculous. He clearly understood that all his daughter's transformation was because of Mr. Gu's tattoo. Therefore, his offer Mr. Gu even surpassed that for Elder Gu Dao. To think that just a single tattoo could completely transform an ordinary person, what an extraordinary technique this is. Senior brother, since she already has her own inheritance, naturally she wouldn't take you as her teacher. Your skill in judging people still needs refinement. Hua Qingyue, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly spoke up. When Xuezhen hurriedly looked toward Taoist Qingyue, only to find that the figure on the sofa had vanished without a trace. When did she move over there? When Xuezhen vigorously rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Before anyone noticed, Hua Qingyue had already positioned herself directly in front of Wen Xiaoqing. Jade-like bones radiating chill, divine light contained within, protected by spiritual energy. Are you a witch? Hua Qingyue stared intently at Wen Xiaoqing as she spoke seriously. Having had the fortune of encountering a witch before, she remembered their distinctive characteristics and aura all too well. The energy emanating from Wen Xiaoqing and her displayed traits matched those of a witch perfectly. No. To be precise, she surpassed any witch Hua Qingyue had ever encountered. Correct, I am a witch, a spectral witch. Wen Xiaoqing nodded with a smile. Although they had just met, an inner voice told her this woman before her was formidable. Yinling Witch, a branch of witchcraft? Hua Qingyue asked curiously. She didn't know much about witches but was aware they represented an ancient tradition with long-standing heritage. In the distant past, witches were also called Wunu shaman women. I'm not too sure either. When Xiaoqing shook her head, she had only recently acquired this power and understood even less about witches than Hua Qingyue. It seems you've obtained quite a remarkable opportunity. Hua Qingyue said thoughtfully, I can sense an astonishing power lying dormant within you. Master it quickly. Without pressing further, Hua Qingyue concluded with an aloof stride back to sit on the sofa. Truly, this extraordinary Taoist woman exuded charm in every gesture. When Xu Weizhen watched with parched throat, feeling nameless flames churning in his heart. How terrifying. This woman's charm is frightening, every movement seems capable of bewitching my soul. When Xu Weizhen secretly pinched his own thigh to regain his composure. The charm radiating from Hua Qingyue simply wasn't something an ordinary person like him could resist. And this was with Hua Qingyue restraining herself. What would happen if she unleashed her full charm? A witch. I see now. Ah, what a great pity indeed. After realizing the truth, Priest Gu expressed deep regret. Since when Xiaoqing already had her inheritance, he stopped mentioning the matter of taking her as disciple. By the way, your father called me earlier saying you'd encountered a ghost. Priest Gu asked while observing Wen Xiaoqing, who looked perfectly fine, nothing like someone who'd met a ghost. Priest Gu, here's what happened. When Xiaoqing promptly recounted everything that occurred that night to Priest Gu in detail. The problem likely stems from that giant rock mental hospital. But as a witch, that ghost certainly won't dare trouble you again anytime soon. But given enough time, that might change. Wen Xiaoqing is indeed a witch, but as junior sister Hua Qingyue said, the current Wen Xiaoqing has yet to fully master this power. This is precisely the hidden danger. Chapter 28. Who are you? I am your grandfather. Innocence invites calamity when one possesses a treasure. Others with ill intentions, if they were to learn of the immense power hidden within Wen Xiaoqing, would likely attempt to seize it. Fame breeds envy not just among humans but also ghosts, mountain spirits, and other supernatural beings, all of whom would covet such power. It's getting late today. We'll set off for Giant Rock Psychiatric Hospital first thing tomorrow morning to help you resolve this danger. Taoist Priest Gu declared decisively. He had been invited by Wen Xuezhen, and now that he was here, his purpose was to help Wen Xiaoqing overcome this trouble. Then I must thank Taoist Priest Gu. Wen Xiaoqing expressed her gratitude repeatedly. She was aware of the changes in herself but refused to let it inflate her ego. The eerie wind from earlier had already put her on guard. What if something even stronger were to come? Wen Xiaoqing currently couldn't hold out any longer. If this matter could lead to an acquaintance with a powerful future witch, it would be quite a good thing. Thinking of this, an involuntary smile appeared on Gu Daozhang's face. This kind of investment was a sure win with no losses. Gu Xing walked down the street where the number of pedestrians under the nightscape had dwindled significantly compared to before. A month ago, at this hour, the streets had been bustling with people coming and going. Don't run! God damn it, don't run! Suddenly, from a narrow alley, a blood-covered man frantically rushed out. Save me, save me! Can someone call the police for me? Seeing passers-by on the road, the man hastily pleaded for help. But the pedestrians, terrified by his appearance, all backed away in fear. Not far behind him, several burly men drew closer. Damn it, those rabid dogs! The man cursed under his breath before turning to flee toward a more crowded area. Gu Xing paused, his expression turning peculiar. He saw clearly that the fleeing man had discreetly tossed something into a shadowy corner. The burly men in close pursuit didn't notice the man's subtle movements, focusing solely on chasing him relentlessly. Strange, this feels somewhat familiar to me. Gu Xing wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, but he sensed a faintly familiar aura from that object. This was also why Gu Xing's expression turned peculiar. He stepped into that narrow alley. A sudden gust of Yin wind blew through. If ordinary people were exposed to this Yin wind, they might fall ill at best, or lose a soul or part of their spirit at worst. Such intense resentment, what could be inside this bag? Gu Xing found it somewhat peculiar. There lay a document pouch on the ground before him. Faint traces of blood were seeping from the document pouch. With a composed expression, he reached down, picked up the pouch, and opened it. A folded human skin was stored inside. Human skin. Gu Xing's eyebrows arched slightly as he unfolded the skin. Just as I thought, it's the tattoo I made for Tan Zheyu, eagle soaring through the sky. The skin bore a pattern, none other than the very tattoo Gu Xing had recently inked onto Tan Zheyu. It seems he violated the tattoo's taboos, though by rights the initial consequences shouldn't have been this severe. Gu Xing carefully returned the skin to the dossier bag. What exactly had happened to Tan Zheyu remained unclear to him. Whether this tragic end resulted from violating the tattoo's prohibitions, Gu Xing couldn't say for certain. The only undeniable fact was Tan Zheyu's death. Murdered, then skinned by the killer who specifically removed the tattooed portion. Friend, I've left something here. Would you mind returning it to me? A deep male voice suddenly sounded behind Gu Xing. Turning around, Gu Xing found 3 burly men blocking the alleyway. The men looked thoroughly vicious, the kind you'd instinctively avoid provoking. Take it. Gu Xing wanted no trouble for himself, let alone any thoughts of avenging Tan Ziyu. Tan Ziyu had brought this entirely upon himself. Warned the tattoo didn't suit him, yet insisted on getting inked just to show off. Using your life to show off. That's one tough guy. The 3 men looked at the file bag Gu Xing handed over, visibly relieved. The leader gestured, and the 2 beside him immediately stepped aside. Seeing this, Gu Xing was happy to be left alone. He prepared to leave. Wait, did you open this file bag? The leader questioned sharply. He raised the file bag in his hand. The seal on it had already been broken. It wasn't me who opened it. Gu Xing wasn't he lying? When he picked up the file bag earlier, it had already been opened. Perhaps the man who ran away earlier was the one who did it. Or maybe it was someone else. But none of this had much to do with Gu Xing. He hadn't taken anything from inside. Whether you opened it or not, anyone who has seen what's inside must die. The burly leader growled, a fleeting glint of killing intent in his eyes. What are you 2 waiting for? Move. The other 2 immediately blocked the escape route and charged at Gu Xing. Ha! Die! They stomped the ground, kicking up a sudden cloud of dust, a testament to their formidable strength. Their palms were at least half again larger than normal people's and covered with thick calluses. Those were calluses accumulated from years of martial arts practice. These 2 were trained martial artists. Eagle claw technique. Gu Xing's expression shifted slightly. Though he wasn't part of China's martial arts circle, he still recognized some common styles. Like now. These 2 were executing none other than the eagle claw technique. Seeing Gu Xing recognize their technique, the 2 didn't pause their movements in the slightest. One left, one right. One went straight for Gu Xing's throat. The other aimed directly at his heart. The eagle claw technique possessed tremendous power. A single grip could split wooden posts, let alone human flesh. They were attacking nothing less than Gu Xing's vital points. One grab could either tear a hole through his chest or crush his windpipe. Get back! Gu Xing's face turned cold. Even with his normally good temper, these people were trying to kill him at the slightest provocation. This was beyond intolerable. His shout carried the force of his fury. Like a lion's roar, it shook the very soul. Buzz! My ears! Ah! The men screamed in pain as blood flowed from their ears. In just one encounter, Gu Xing's roar had ruptured their eardrums. Yet they still gritted their teeth and continued grabbing for Gu Xing's vital points. The killing intent was palpable. Humph! Still not backing down. You truly look down on me. Gu Xing's expression turned cold as he advanced instead of retreating, drawing both fists back for simultaneous strikes. This punch, in the eyes of these 3 men, was full of openings. Because Gu Xing's fist technique was too crude. It was just the most basic form of attack, completely devoid of any sophisticated technique. My hand, my hand! In an instant, the expression of the burly leader changed. The 2 men he brought had their attacking hands simultaneously broken. Their arms hung limp at their sides, completely disabled by Gu Xing's single punch. Who are you? The leader's expression darkened as he stared intently at Gu Xing, his muscles tensing like a tiger preparing to pounce on prey. An ordinary person would likely be frozen in terror under such a gaze. This is what we call momentum. Those who practice martial arts for years possess vitality and spirit far surpassing ordinary people. A single glare from them can make opponents shiver as if plunged into an ice cellar. I am your grandfather. Kneel before your grandfather. Gu Xing held not the slightest goodwill toward them. Having established dominance with one punch, Gu Xing's offensive didn't pause for even a moment. He took 3 steps in 2, raising his palm high like a Buddha statue enshrined in a temple, pressing down with magnificent and overwhelming force. For this slap, Gu Xing used 30% of his strength. The air even emitted a sharp whistling sound. Get out of the way quickly. Kid, stop. Shi Li's expression finally changed. The way Gu Xing's palm made the air hum with vibration spoke volumes about its tremendous power. The burly man at the front hastily used his remaining arm to block. Boom! The moment their limbs connected, the man's face twisted in terror. Such terrifying power. I can't block this. Gu Xing's slap carried unstoppable force, like a cannonball firing from its chamber. Crack! The sound of a snapping arm echoed as Gu Xing's palm came down hard on the man's shoulder. Bang! The man's knees buckled, slamming heavily onto the ground. Blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Only those who've experienced Gu Xing's strikes truly understood their terrifying force. Hong Tai! His companion roared, charging at Gu Xing with bloodshot eyes. Kale, retreat! You're no match for him. Shi Li shouted urgently. He wanted to intervene, but Gu Xing had already engaged the attacker. Any action now would be too late. Pathetic insects! You'll kneel too, bastard. Gu Xing rarely fought, but when he did, he showed no mercy. I don't provoke unless provoked. But when crossed, I return tenfold. This was Gu Xing's philosophy. Facing lethal intent, why would he hold back? Boom! Without hesitation, Gu Xing countered with a backhand punch. The strike came lightning fast and devastatingly powerful. The charging man had no time to react before Gu Xing's fist smashed into his face. The blow sent stars dancing before his eyes, teeth flying from his mouth. Thud, thud, thud. You. Sent reeling several steps back by Gu Xing's punch, blood gushed from his nose as he weakly pointed a trembling finger at Gu Xing before collapsing to his knees with labored breathing. Hong Tai. Kale. Shili turned pale with shock. He never imagined Gu Xing could take down two men in the blink of an eye. The speed and power behind the attacks left him awestruck, deeply shaken. As Gu Xing turned his gaze toward him, Shili's expression changed drastically. He instinctively retreated several steps before demanding in a low voice, "Who the hell are you?" Gu Xing's slender frame and scholarly appearance suggested someone easily handled. Yet when he struck, it was like a tiger descending the mountain, utterly unstoppable. Terrifying. Gu Xing observed him with detached indifference, flexing his wrist slightly. "Didn't you have hearing problems? I told you earlier, I'm your grandfather." Shili looked at Gu Xing's ice-cold expression and finally realized he had kicked an iron plate this time. He had grown accustomed to bullying others in his daily life. At this critical moment, he cared even less about human lives. Along the way, he had casually killed several innocent bystanders. But when it came to Gu Xing, his luck ran out. Chapter 29. How can you block my claw technique cultivated for 20 years? Kill. Gu Xing spat out the word again. This single word demonstrated his determination. No matter who you are, no matter who you work for, no matter your background, Gu Xing had never feared trouble. Kill. The moment Gu Xing moved, Shili reacted too. But he didn't attack, instead he fled, clutching the document bag as he madly scrambled away. Madman. He's a complete madman. Shili fled for his life, thoroughly chilled by Gu Xing's gaze. Though he considered himself a man with many kills to his name, facing Gu Xing's stare still filled him with terror. When it comes to martial arts techniques, Shili is a true disciple of the Lu family's Eagle Claw School. His Eagle Claw technique rivals sharp blades, capable of tearing through chests and splitting torsos. But what about Gu Xing? He's just an untrained fighter, using only the most rudimentary punches and palm strikes. Yet these most basic, most primitive fists and palms wielded by Gu Xing unleashed terrifying power that filled him with fear. Just merely two moves, and his two junior brothers were beaten to their knees, their condition unknown. Among the genuine martial arts circles of Magic City, someone like Gu Xing stands at the pinnacle. The Lu family's Sky Eagle sect is merely a third-rate faction in these circles. But even as third-rate players, they appear as immovable colossi in the eyes of ordinary people. Because people like them can kill without restraint. As long as they don't go too far, there will always be someone to cover for them. Can we let this matter rest here? I admit I was wrong earlier. Name your price and I'll compensate you. Feeling the approaching figure behind him, Shili's face turned deathly pale as he repeatedly begged for mercy. How he wished Gu Xing would agree. Just one more street through that grove, and there's a square. I don't believe he'd dare kill me in front of so many witnesses. Shili watched the approaching grove, a glimmer of hope flashing through his eyes. On your knees. Gu Xing growled. His sudden burst of speed was like a jungle leopard pouncing, swift as lightning, charging forth with overwhelming force. No, don't. Terror mixed with unwillingness shone in Shili's eyes. He'd only entered this circle 5 years ago, yet he understood its terrors well. But he also knew this circle possessed things ordinary people could never obtain. That's why he'd abandoned his wife and children, finally joining the Lu family to learn Eagle Claw technique and become their true disciple. This mission was the Lu family's order to eliminate a man named Tan Ziyu, and to strip the tattoo from his body. In an instant, Gu Xing caught up, his hand slicing through air like a blade, chopping viciously at Shili's shoulder. Shili only felt the air suddenly erupt with a sharp whistling sound. Where did this monster come from? Am I going to die? Bang! Gu Xing's palm struck solidly on Shili's back. Shili immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his legs weakened, kneeling on the ground before rolling forward several times. In the forest, under the moonlight, Gu Xing's expression was indifferent, like an inviolable celestial being. He looked at Shili, who was spitting blood and struggling to sit up, shaking his head. I originally didn't want to get involved, but you had to drag me into this. Cough, you're strong. I admit defeat. But if you kill me, you'll offend the Lu family. My master won't let you off. Shili's face was full of pain. When coughing up blood, one could see fragments of internal organs mixed within. His internal organs and bones were mostly shattered by Gu Xing in an instant. If not for years of martial arts training, Shili would have died right then. He was barely holding on by sheer willpower. Swish, swish. Several sets of footsteps were rapidly approaching. Shili had never thought his hearing could be this sharp. He knew time was running out. His organs were shattered, bones piercing through them. Not even a miracle doctor could save him now. You didn't want to get involved, but I, Shili, won't let you have your way. Like a dying flash of vitality, Shili hurled the document bag at Gu Xing with all his remaining strength. Gu Xing sidestepped slightly, easily avoiding the flying document bag. Smack! The document bag hit the ground, its contents a human skin spilling out. Looking at the skin on the ground, Gu Xing instantly understood Shili's intention. Was this really necessary? Gu Xing sighed inwardly. He disliked trouble, but that didn't mean he feared it. If unavoidable, then just shatter it head on. Several figures emerged from the woods. When they saw the severely wounded Chili, their expressions changed. Chili pointed at Gu Xing, using his last ounce of strength to roar. Young Master Lu, he stole the item, avenge us. His eyes widened in a death stare fixed on Gu Xing. He literally died with unclosed eyes. Gu Xing observed his appearance without showing any sorrow or joy. How tedious. He couldn't be bothered to look at Chili anymore. Such petty tactics were truly beneath contempt. One man immediately stepped forward, picked up the human skin, and stored it away. Then he silently blocked Gu Xing's escape route. The others did likewise, forming an encircling formation. Gu Xing didn't resort to violence, merely watching their petty maneuvers with calm detachment. This composed attitude slightly surprised the arriving Lu Xingyun. This friend, your face is quite unfamiliar. Might I ask which family you belong to? Lu Xingyun wasn't in a hurry to attack. In his view, Gu Xing was already a caged bird whose life was in his hands. Gu Xing. Gu Xing enunciated clearly, declaring his name without pretense or alteration. Gu Xing. Lu Xingyun silently recited the name, searching his memory. There was no Gu family in Shanghai's martial arts circle. In other words, the man before him was an unaffiliated rogue martial artist. This made things even easier to handle. I, Lu Xingyun, dislike unnecessary bloodshed. Blame yourself for seeing what you shouldn't have. Lu Xingyun's expression gradually turned icy. Oh, what's so special about that thing? Gu Xing showed no panic. Instead, he asked with keen interest. The others rose on their toes, their gazes locked intently on Gu Xing. They would swarm him the moment Lu Xingyun gave the order, killing him in the shortest time possible. Lu Xingyun smirked coldly, his expression mocking. A self-taught nobody like you wouldn't understand what the pattern on this human skin represents. A tattoo artist capable of turning rot into divinity. You won't find a single one like that in all of Shanghai. That Tan Ziyu brat is nothing but a flashy pretender. Yet after getting this tattoo, in just 2 days, he dared to challenge 2 of my Lu family's martial arts schools. At this point, Lu Xingyun appeared disinterested. Ha! Kill! The other men instantly understood their young master's intention. Kill. This secret must remain known only to the Lu family for now. Watching the men pounce towards Gu Xing, who neither dodged nor avoided them, Lu Xingyun immediately lost interest in watching further. What a pity Tan Ziyu died too quickly, otherwise we could have learned which tattoo artist created those markings on his body. A tattooist of such skill must be brought under our Lu family's control. However, this mysterious tattooist won't be able to hide for long. Soon enough, I'll discover your true identity. Thinking this, a blazing light flashed through Lu Xingyun's eyes. With just a flowery stance, after receiving those tattoos, he consecutively overthrew 2 of our Lu family's martial halls. Truly unbelievable. If he, Lu Xingyun, bore such tattoos, his strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. Why is it so quiet? Suddenly sensing something amiss, Lu Xingyun turned around and was immediately startled. Gu Xing remained standing in place, but the several people who had come with him had all lost their breath. You actually possess such strength? Lu Xingyun exclaimed in surprise, his tone carrying a hint of delight. It was the delight of encountering prey. Did you kill Tan Ziyu and strip the tattoo from his body after realizing how powerful it was? Gu Xing brushed off the dust from his clothes and said calmly, you should have been looking for me, shouldn't you? In an instant, he comprehended everything. In fact, it was exactly as Gu Xing had guessed. His conjecture was almost identical to the truth. What do you mean? Lu Xingyun appeared somewhat confused. The next second, Lu Xingyun's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at Gu Xing in utter astonishment. You're that tattoo artist. Indeed, it's me. Gu Xing knew this day would come eventually, but he never expected Tan Ziyu to accelerate its arrival. Tan Ziyu must have returned home, noticed his own transformation, become utterly inflated with arrogance, then went challenging dojos, which caught the Lu family's attention. Immediately afterward, he was killed by the Lu family's men and skinned. The person Gu Xing encountered earlier might belong to another faction who had also noticed Tan Ziyu's peculiarity. Little did they expect, Gu Xing happened to run into them. From now on, serve our Lu family with your life, and we can guarantee your safety forever. Lu Xingyun slightly raised his chin, as if bestowing a favor upon Gu Xing. Enough talk, let's fight. Gu Xing refused on the spot serve with his life. As a tattoo master who possessed a system, he had inherent pride in his bones. If you respect me, I'll treat you equally in return. If you're arrogant, Gu Xing would be even more arrogant than you. It seems a few minor victories have made you swell with pride. The true martial arts circle of Huaxia isn't something those mere strays on the surface can compare with. I began practicing my Lu family's eagle claw technique at 6 years old. To this day, I've trained for a full 20 years. Lu Xingyun's eyes were sharp as blades. A true martial artist practices consistently for years. That kind of bitterness, that kind of loneliness, it's simply not something ordinary people can endure or comprehend. There are rumors spreading that Chinese martial arts have suffered a generational gap. That's merely because they've chosen to maintain a low profile, waiting for the right moment to reappear before the world. Now, the time has come for the Lu family to emerge. This very opportunity named Gu Xing, is what will elevate the Lu family to new heights. Boom! Lu Xingyun took a single step forward, sending sand and stones flying. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Xingyun descended like an eagle from the heavens. To him, Gu Xing was nothing more than prey in his sights. Lu Xingyun's eagle claw technique was terrifyingly powerful. Just by approaching, Gu Xing could feel the gale force winds assaulting his face, the sting making his skin tingle with pain. This claw strike carries 20 years of cultivated power. What can a mere tattoo artist like you possibly use to block it? Chapter 30, The Lu Family. What trash is that? How much longer until we reach Linchi Park? Inside the car, a ponytailed woman wearing martial arts training clothes asked, "Young miss, traffic is heavy. We'll probably need another half hour," came the reply. The driver checked the traffic conditions and gave a rather conservative estimated time. "Too slow. Uncle Lee and I will go ahead first." Suanin's eyes were as sharp as swords. She made an immediate decision, opening the car door and leaving without hesitation. A middle-aged man with a square face hurriedly followed after her. The two gathered their chi and swiftly headed towards Linchi Park. And then, it's just half an hour. Is there really such a need for urgency? Su Chengli followed closely behind Suanin, watching her hurried movements and couldn't help but speak up. Suanin slightly shook her head and said, "Our informant in the Lu family sent back news. Do you know what that tattoo means?" "It's just a tattoo." "Anan, is it really necessary for you to intervene personally?" Su Chengli still didn't understand. "Second uncle, you don't get it. The informant reported that Tan Ziyu was just an ordinary person, but because of that tattoo, he became a dark force martial artist in just a few days, challenging and defeating two of the Lu family's martial arts schools. If Tan Ziyu hadn't become overly complacent, given more time, even the Lu family might not have been able to capture him easily." "What? He advanced from an ordinary person to a dark force martial artist in just a few days?" Su Chengli was startled, then continued asking, "What should we do next?" The two ran swiftly. Even professional sprinters could only eat their dust. Moreover, they had maintained this state for several minutes already. Their lung capacity and physical fitness needed no further elaboration. Follow the vine to get the melon. First monitor the Lu family, then find a way to locate that mysterious tattoo artist. Suanin said gravely. A tattoo artist with such capability could definitely turn the demon capital upside down. Not to mention, all the major aristocratic families now showed signs of emerging from seclusion. That mysterious tattoo artist, they must recruit him, absolutely must recruit him. This was precisely why she had personally taken action. She, Suanin, a martial arts prodigy who had entered Mingforce realm at merely 16, became the pillar of the Su family. Unless it was something exceptionally important, she would never intervene personally. The fact that she came in person now sufficiently demonstrated how seriously she viewed this matter. Watching Suanin gradually distancing herself from him, Su Chengli's expression turned solemn. 1 year ago, a sorcerer from Tiannan stirred up chaos in Su City near the capital until he eventually joined the Zhou family of Su City, bringing the matter to an end. Half a year ago, a senior monk from Tianzhu passed by Lujiang and exterminated a malicious spirit. Now in the capital, another tattoo master has emerged. Could this be the beginning of the grand epic that martial arts master prophesied centuries ago before his demise? Su Chengli gazed at the scattered streetlights nearby, myriad emotions flashing through his eyes. Even for the Su family, an aristocratic clan with centuries of heritage, there was a sense of helplessness facing this impending grand epic. The struggle of this grand era will inevitably be a bloody storm. As Suanin and Su Chengli approached Linchi Park, they heard sounds of combat. They hurried toward the source of the fighting, just in time to witness Lu Xingyun making his move. "That's Lu Xingyun from the Lu family. Who's that other person?" Su Chengli held his breath and focused his gaze on Gu Xing, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Not sure, but it seems now that Lu Xingyun hasn't obtained that tattoo pattern yet." Suanin whispered. "What should we do now?" Su Chengli asked. Although he was Suanin's elder, her status in the Su family far surpassed his. "Wait and observe," Suanin said calmly. At this moment, Gu Xing and Lu Xingyun had already engaged in combat. This claw strike of Lu Xingyun contained 20 years of cultivation. With this single grab, even solid concrete walls would be torn apart by him. Other martial artists, when facing Lu Xingyun and his eagle claw technique, would temporarily retreat to avoid confrontation. There was no choice. Before reaching certain cultivation realms, the body remains mere flesh and blood. Of course, those specialized hardening cultivation families could withstand Lu Xingyun's attacks. Gu Xing showed no intention of dodging. Lu Xingyun was indeed fast. But in Gu Xing's eyes, it was like slow motion. This claw strike was full of openings. Bang! Gu Xing extended his hand, effortlessly utilizing less than half of his full strength. His pale hand, here and now, stood like an impenetrable fortress, solidly blocking Lu Xingyun's attack. Is this the power of tattoos? The tattoo lineage is truly miraculous. Seeing Gu Xing block his grasp, Lu Xingyun showed slight astonishment but quickly composed himself. After all, he was well aware of Tan Ziyu's transformation. However, back then, that idiot Chili had used such vicious underhanded tactics that he directly killed Tan Ziyu. Noticing his opponent believed he was using tattoo power, Gu Xing offered no explanation. Although he was a tattoo master, Gu Xing had never tattooed himself. Such a matter required utmost prudence, at least for now. Gu Xing hadn't decided what tattoo he needed. If I can reach the realm beyond tattoo master, that might be the time to choose my tattoo pattern. Gu Xing's mind was as clear as a mirror. He saw his path forward with perfect clarity. Boom! Gu Xing countered with a punch. Though he only knew basic fist and palm techniques, there was one thing he understood very clearly. Sheer force can overcome all skills. As long as his punches were fast enough and his momentum fierce enough, he didn't need fancy techniques to overwhelm his enemies. The air exploded from the sheer force of Gu Xing's punch, making even Lu Xingyun's expression turn grave. Thud! Thud! After just one exchange, it was Lu Xingyun who first chose to retreat. Having put distance between them, Lu Xingyun lost his previous composure and stared at Gu Xing with a solemn expression. I respect you as a tattoo master and don't wish to burn bridges. With your extraordinary tattoo techniques combined with my Lu family's eagle claw kung fu, it's not impossible for our family to rise to second-tier status. Lu Xingyun tried to persuade him again. The martial arts world had clearly defined hierarchies. For a third-tier faction to become second-tier required generations of effort. Lu Xingyun knew clearly that if he could make Gu Xing work for him, the Lu family could ascend to a higher level without requiring generations of effort. Second-rate power. Is that all you aspire to? Gu Xing was amused. He had thought Lu Xingyun had grander ambitions. To his surprise, it was just this. Just this. Don't be ungrateful. Do you even know what second-tier status signifies? Lu Xingyun immediately tensed up. How could he not detect the mockery in Gu Xing's words? Whether I know or not, what does it matter? Your heart has long been shackled there, which is why your eagle claw technique remains unmastered. Never mind 20 years of practice, even with another 20, you'd make little progress. Gu Xing's eyes gleamed with insight. As a tattoo grandmaster, his understanding of many things ran profoundly deep. For instance, when tattooing an eagle design, before lifting his needle, Gu Xing would first meditate, visualizing the eagle soaring through vast skies, wings spanning thousands of miles, that domineering gaze overlooking all, a heart bound by nothing. Only then can the eagle brave storms and soar high. In his view, Lu Xingyun's wings were already broken. What threat could a wingless eagle pose? Bastard! You refuse a face-saving offer. Since you won't serve the Lu family, then die. Lu Xingyun's face turned ashen with anger, clearly having his defenses broken by Gu Xing's words. Over these years, he had indeed felt his martial arts progress slowing. Having been exposed by Gu Xing, Lu Xingyun was now furious with humiliation. Humph! Quite the boastful talk. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from nearby. Who's there? Show yourself! Lu Xingyun's expression changed as he roared angrily. From the woods emerged a man and a woman. The woman looked somewhat familiar to Lu Xingyun, but he couldn't quite recall who she was. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Su family, Suanen. I'm protecting him. You can leave now." Suanen's words carried natural authority. Lu Xingyun had intended to issue threats, but upon hearing Suanen's name, his expression kept shifting. Without a word, he turned and left, clearly showing great wariness towards Suanen. Suanen watched Lu Xingyun depart, a flicker of amusement flashing in her eyes. Even now, she found it utterly unbelievable this excessively handsome man before her was actually that mysterious tattoo artist. My timing was perfect, should earn me some goodwill from this tattoo artist. After this, discussing cooperation will proceed naturally. Since becoming the pillar of the Su family, Suanen's thoughts had grown somewhat heavier. As she was lost in thought, she failed to notice her uncle Su Chengli sighing softly beside her. Anan wasn't like this before. The older would have rushed to help without hesitation in such situations. Elder brother, this move of yours was a mistake. Su Chengli felt helpless but couldn't voice his thoughts. The will of the Su family wasn't something he alone could oppose. Wait, did I say you could leave? Before Lu Xingyun had taken 2 steps away, Gu Xing spoke up. Lu Xingyun's footsteps halted as he turned back, his expression turning extremely unpleasant. Leave some room for maneuver, we might meet again someday. Do you really wish to completely offend my Lu family? Lu family? What kind of trash is that? Gu Xing took a decisive step forward. Boom! Like a waking beast of prey, he radiated terrifying aura from his entire body. A heavenly master must not be insulted. You insolent fool, you dare use me to establish your authority. Lu Xingyun's expression changed as he watched Gu Xing charging toward him. He wasn't a fool, how could he not understand what Gu Xing was thinking? Lu Xingyun had never imagined that one day he would be treated as a stepping stone. Then, Lu Xingyun's aura suddenly turned ferocious. Do you really think Lu Xingyun is some soft persimmon to be squeezed? Die! He extended his clawed hands, a bloody aura radiating from his body. This was the killing technique from eagle claw style. When an eagle hunts, its claws exist solely for killing. Chapter 31, Petty Tricks, Like Ants Beneath One's Feet. Gu Xing noticed. In this instant, Lu Xingyun's breathing became calm, even, and deep. His chest rose and fell with a peculiar rhythm. Lu Xingyun's eyes shone with sharp edges, his murderous intent exuding a cold, ruthless chill. Ordinary people would avert their gaze if they met his eyes, instinctively avoiding his sharpness and killing intent. Petty tricks. Gu Xing's footsteps never faltered, his will was like a blade, unaffected by anything. The celestial master shall not be insulted. Boom! Gu Xing raised his hand high and struck downward at Lu Xingyun through the air. All the techniques Gu Xing used were the most fundamental. Fists and palms simple and clear. This palm strike was simple to the extreme, yet terrifying to the extreme. Lu Xingyun only felt the air explode before him. Gu Xing, striking second, somehow delivered his palm strike even faster than Lu Xingyun's lethal claw, swift and fierce. This palm strike. Su Chengli's pupils suddenly contracted, his entire body tensing as Gu Xing's strike stirred even his spirit. Even he, as an outsider, was shocked by Gu Xing's sudden and fierce palm strike. How much more so for Lu Xingyun, who bore the brunt of it? Su Anan remained silent, merely tilting her chin slightly upward. As a martial arts prodigy of the Su family, she possessed an arrogance beyond ordinary comprehension. Regarding Gu Xing's palm technique, she found it somewhat impressive, but that was all. Lu Xingyun stared fixedly at Gu Xing's descending palm before unleashing his claw attack in fury. There was no dodging this strike. To evade would mean losing both momentum and initiative. In that case, defeat would be inevitable. When two meet on a narrow path, the courageous prevails. Kill! The aura around Lu Xingyun grew increasingly ferocious as his hands crossed with extraordinary agility, seizing Gu Xing's arm and tearing at it with full force. Even an ordinary external martial artist would have their arm flesh torn open down to the bone by Lu Xingyun's grasp, let alone Gu Xing, who was merely a tattoo artist without substantial training. Seeing Gu Xing not dodging, Lu Xingyun, who had grabbed Gu Xing's arm, felt a surge of joy in his heart. The tattoo technique has made you arrogant and blind, you fool. Lu Xingyun exerted his strength. He wanted to tear Gu Xing's arm right off. The next moment, Lu Xingyun was stunned, as if thunder had exploded beside his ears. He unleashed the killing move of eagle claw technique with full power, yet only managed to leave shallow scratches on Gu Xing's arm. Gu Xing's flesh and blood body seemed cast from steel. Lu Xingyun even felt his own fingers might break. This is impossible. Lu Xingyun was completely dumbfounded, inwardly panicking as he tried to withdraw and flee. But in that instant, Lu Xingyun realized the man before him was a monster. Humph! Mere insect. Gu Xing sneered, his arm erupting with explosive force. This opening had been deliberately given by Gu Xing, otherwise, with Gu Xing's agility and speed, how could Lu Xingyun have caught him at all? Moreover, Gu Xing had wanted to test his own physical capabilities. They were slightly stronger than he'd imagined. Not bad. Overwhelming force, unstoppable momentum. Gu Xing's palm struck Lu Xingyun's crown with devastating force. Crack! The sound of skull fracturing followed immediately by blood gushing from Lu Xingyun's nose and mouth. He was killed instantly by Gu Xing's single palm strike. Lu Xingyun is dead. Su Chengle was shocked. Lu Xingyun's skills were considerable. Given a few more years, he might have climbed even higher on the martial path. But now, Lu Xingyun had been killed outright by Gu Xing. Martial artists are accustomed to life and death. Yet, there was no prolonged struggle, just swift and decisive action. The battle ended in mere breaths, frighteningly fast. Is this the tattoo technique? Su Anan's eyes burned with intensity, as if discovering a new world, further solidifying her determination to recruit Gu Xing. Gu Xing withdrew his hand and gave a slight shake, sending blood droplets splattering to the ground. Eagle claw technique does have its merits. Gu Xing glanced at the scratch marks on his arm, barely giving them any notice. These minor injuries meant nothing to Gu Xing. With his extraordinary physical constitution, the wounds had already begun to scab over. Lu Xingyun's desperate final attack had merely scratched Gu Xing's itch. Sir is truly formidable. But since you've killed Lu Xingyun, the Lu family will never let this go. My Su family would like to offer you honored guest status. What do you think? Su Anan stepped forward and cupped her hands respectfully toward Gu Xing. Gu Xing looked at her and shook his head. You're too worldly. We're not the same kind of people. His sharp eyes could see how calculating Su Anan was, and Gu Xing disliked dealing with such people. Mr. Gu, as long as we remain in the mundane world, you and I are both ordinary mortals. No one can escape this. Su Anan wasn't angered and instead continued speaking. In the beginning, she too believed that absolute strength could overcome all tactics, that any problem could be solved as long as she was powerful enough. But, who could truly reach that level? Even she understood that she might never reach the pinnacle of martial arts in her entire lifetime. Su Anan wasn't entirely confident she could break through to the transformation realm, let alone reach the level of Grandmaster above it. Only by becoming a Grandmaster could one be considered a true powerhouse who would dare disobey a Grandmaster's word. Unfortunately, it had been unknown how long since the martial arts world last saw a Grandmaster emerge. Watching Gu Xing methodically search one of the corpses, Su Anan spoke again with grave emphasis. If you're willing to become an honored guest of our Su family, I, Suonin, will exert my utmost to resolve your troubles. The Lu family is hardly any trouble to me. Miss Su, let's part ways here. Gu Xing located the dossier containing human skin. With slight exertion, both the folder and skin instantly fragmented. One could even hear a piercing, agonized scream. Gu Xing personally destroyed his tattoo design. Even if someone gathered these fragments to reattach them elsewhere, the tattoo would lose its original potency. Very well. But as I said before, the Su family's doors remain forever open to you. Suonin felt slightly regretful. But since Gu Xing had said so, she couldn't insist further. Saying too much might arouse Gu Xing's displeasure, which would be more loss than gain. Failing to recruit him didn't make Suonin fly into a rage. Nor would she do anything stupid to offend Gu Xing. Second uncle, let's go back. Having lost interest in staying longer, Suonin said expressionlessly. Su Chengli nodded repeatedly, casting a deep glance at Gu Xing, who was gradually disappearing into the darkness, the shock in his eyes eventually turning into wariness. He knew. After tonight, no one in Shanghai's martial arts circle would be unfamiliar with Gu Xing. His name would appear in the sights of all major forces. The peaceful Shanghai would soon see turbulence. The Lu family. Under the night sky, Gu Xing silently murmured the Lu family's name, then thought no more of it. He didn't take this matter to heart at all. Just a mere Lu family. If they came to trouble him, he could crush them effortlessly. As for becoming someone else's family guest or working for other forces, Gu Xing had absolutely no such intention. As a tattoo master, he had always been the one others came to beg for favors. To think that a minor trouble would make him join the Su family, it was rather laughable. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Lan Hanyu's school. The incident with Lu Xingyun had delayed him somewhat, but it was no major matter. Moreover, Gu Xing was deeply intrigued by Shanghai's martial arts circle. In a city as vast as Shanghai, there must be other circles besides the martial arts one. I never expected that I, Gu Xing, would be the first to catch the martial arts circle's attention. Seated in the back of the car, Gu Xing found it all quite fascinating and was intensely curious about other factions. What awaited him in the future was sure to be even more thrilling. What? Lu Xingyun was killed with a single slap. Wang Deben, the head of the Wang family, said with an incredulous expression. In this circle, their Wang family's strength couldn't even compare to the Lu family's. Needless to say, they were well aware of Lu Xingyun's capabilities. Among the younger generation of the Wang family, few could even exchange blows with Lu Xingyun. Now, Lu Xingyun was dead slapped to death with a single palm strike. How could Wang Deben not be shocked? Amidst his shock came fear and unease. You're saying that person is a tattoo artist, not a martial artist? The middle-aged Wang family member nearby hastily nodded, his voice trembling as he replied. Yes, family head. We've confirmed this with several eyewitnesses. Suonin from the Su family was present at the time. Suonin. The Su family has gotten involved too. Wang Deben's expression changed instantly as he quickly asked, has that tattoo artist joined the Su family? For the Wang family, the Su family was truly a behemoth. Suonin of the Su family, that name alone was like thunder to their ears. No, the Su family returned empty-handed. The person answering wore an interesting expression. That was the Su family, a colossal entity. To think someone had refused them. If this had happened before, it would have been absolutely unthinkable. Tattoo artistry indeed has its exceptional aspects. Talented people often have eccentric temperaments, that's quite normal. Wang Deben said with some schadenfreude, now thoroughly enjoying watching the drama unfold. By the way, has that Gu master responded to you yet? Wang Deben stopped thinking about Gu Xing's matters and instead asked aloud. He has returned. That master Xiao gave us a list, saying he's willing to cooperate if we can provide these items. Then why aren't you preparing them immediately? Wang Deben frowned slightly, displeased. The subordinate hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and speaking. Family head, those items require one special ingredient. What ingredient? Wang Deben also grasped the implication and spoke seriously. The heart's blood of 5 virgins untouched by man. Wang Deben fell silent for a moment, then said gravely, send people to obtain it. Be discreet, leave no evidence. Yes, family head. Having received Wang Deben's approval, the subordinate immediately went to make arrangements. Watching him leave, Wang Deben plopped down on the ground and sighed. If not for the Wang family's lack of capable talents, why would I, Wang Deben, choose to cooperate with a Gu master? Those sinister Gu techniques were something Wang Deben had always avoided. Collaborating with such a person is like making a pact with a tiger. One misstep and you might be devoured without even leaving a scrap behind. Yet Wang Deben couldn't bear to withdraw just like that. He wanted to take a gamble by relying on this Gu master Xiao. Chapter 32, You Are All Ants, Mere Ants. Xiao Tian sat on the sofa, 2 bodies lying before him as a faint scent of blood reached his nostrils. Lin Hujing stood nearby, her face completely numb. Traces of blood still remained on her hands. In just these few short hours, the ghostly aura around Lin Hujing had become incredibly dense, appearing truly terrifying. The blood of one's closest kin indeed proves most effective. Xiao Tian remarked with great satisfaction, as the two fallen figures before him were none other than Lin Hujing's parents. Not only had he turned Lin Hujing into a vengeful spirit, but he also made her personally slaughter her own flesh and blood. Such behavior was no different from that of a beast. Yet Xiao Tian remained completely oblivious to this fact, gazing at Lin Hujing by his side with immense satisfaction and pride. After controlling Lin Hujing, I even made him eliminate the trashy goo ghost abomination. Now Lin Hujing is my true life-bound goo ghost. Xiao Tian said this while suddenly throwing a punch. The sturdy wooden table before him immediately shattered into pieces. Strangely, none of the surrounding neighbors seemed to have heard the commotion. Looking at the shattered remains of the wooden table, Xiao Tian grinned widely. Excellent. The stronger the goo ghost becomes, the more my own power increases. TSK, truly perfect. The more Xiao Tian looked at Lin Hujing, the more perfect this creation seemed. With my current strength, I've finally gained a foothold in Demon City. I no longer need to grovel when speaking with those aristocratic families. At this moment, Xiao Tian was extremely full of himself. Ding dong. His phone suddenly chimed. Xiao Tian took out his phone and saw it was a message from the Wang family's contact person. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m., Lijiang Hotel. Seems the Wang family has accepted my terms. Xiao Tian stretched lazily, a faint smile flashing across his face. A heartblood of 5 virgins. If I make my move personally, I might expose myself. A trash faction like the Wang family is perfect for cleaning up after me. Xiao Tian thought as he sent them a message, ordering them to handle the Lin family matter. This way, he could rest easy without worrying about official attention. But there's no need for excessive concern. As spiritual energy begins to revive, ghosts and monsters emerge everywhere, spreading chaos. Those people are overwhelmed dealing with such incidents who would bother with me. Various thoughts flashed through Xiao Tian's mind as he stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night view outside. This era is undoubtedly the best possible time for someone like me. These people should feel honored to sacrifice themselves for my goals. Ordinary people wouldn't even be worth my attention. Xiao Tian's expression radiated arrogance. Any initial guilt he might have felt had now completely transformed within him. As a reincarnator, he knew the future. That feeling of controlling everything made him feel superior. All others were nothing but ants, mere playthings for him to manipulate at will. Next, I need to go there. Such pure and sweet essence. If Lin Hujing could devour her flesh and soul, his power would surely reach new heights. Xiao Tian's gaze turned toward the distance. There lay the school where Lan Hanyu studied. Lin Hujing flew over, enveloped Xiao Tian, and transformed into a black shadow that vanished from the room. 10 minutes later, the Wang family members opened the door to Lin Hujing's home only to find his parents brutally murdered. Their faces bore expressions of terror, disbelief, and fury. Judging by their open mouths, the Wang family members could almost hear the couple's enraged roar. Beasts! Enough standing around. Clean this up immediately. The leader quickly waved his hand, and those behind him urgently began the cleanup. Binhai University. Gu Xing stood outside the school gate, carefully observing the campus. Under the night sky, the school appeared peaceful, with no trace of ghostly or demonic aura, completely normal. Gu Xing could use his heavenly eye to perceive ghostly and demonic auras that ordinary people couldn't see. The school itself doesn't seem to have any problems. The fact that the school itself wasn't problematic gave Gu Xing some relief. If there's no issue inside the school, then it must be external factors, which makes dealing with this situation somewhat troublesome. Gu Xing sat on a bench by the roadside, quietly pondering the matter. At this moment, the elderly gatekeeper noticed Gu Xing and leaned out of his window to ask, "Which class are you from, coming back so late? Come in quickly, I won't record your name this time." Gu Xing indeed looked extremely young. Under normal circumstances, he would be at university age. What really made the old man think Gu Xing was a student was the scholarly temperament he exuded. At first glance, he looked exactly like a top student who excelled in academics. Hearing this, Gu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. "Old sir, you're mistaken. I'm not a student here." He stood up, walked to the security booth, exchanged a pack of cigarettes from the system store, opened it, took out one, and handed it to the old man. The old man was on night shift and couldn't sleep. Seeing the cigarette Gu Xing offered, his eyes lit up, and he accepted it without hesitation. "So you're a student from the southern school." The old man lit it, took a puff, and immediately felt refreshed. Even the chronic pain in his legs seemed to ease a bit. That was his old problem. The pain always acted up at night. "Old man, isn't it quite boring watching the gate every day?" Gu Xing didn't deny it and chatted with him. These gatekeepers might seem insignificant, but their information network was more extensive than others. Indeed, but things haven't been peaceful lately. "Young man, you'd better hurry back to school later," the old man said kindly while smoking. "Oh, not peaceful. I don't notice anything unusual. What era is this now? Not just evenings, even midnight roads are full of surveillance cameras, very safe." Gu Xing feigned surprise and responded dismissively. "Young man, I knew you wouldn't believe me." The old man observed Gu Xing's reaction, glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then spoke in a mysterious whisper. "Just a few days ago, 2 students went missing in our area. I heard about that, but apparently they've already caught the culprit, Gu Xing said half truthfully. That's how rumors work, half true, half false, with all kinds of versions circulating. Gu Xing was deliberately fishing for information, and the old man before him was naturally the best source. What, catching the culprit? That's just the authorities giving lip service. The old man scoffed contemptuously. Let me tell you, this wasn't done by human hands at all, it's the work of spirits. Old man, that's too fantastical to believe. Gu Xing was startled. Spirits causing trouble. This indeed came as a surprise to him. That day I already sensed something strange about that man. This old fellow even warned those two girls, but alas. The old man spoke with clear regret on his face. Old man, what exactly happened? Gu Xing offered another cigarette, his face full of curiosity. Since this old man has nothing to do now, let me chat with you. The old man took the cigarette with a smile, lit it up and puffed away, clearly a seasoned smoker. Gu Xing showed ample patience and didn't rush him. The old man smoked silently, seemingly lost in memories, and only spoke after 2 minutes. That day after school, there stood an unbelievably handsome young man at the school gate, as if waiting for someone. He stood there for a long time, yet others seemed unable to see him. Even I found it strange, but he appeared somewhat wary, not daring to get too close to the gate. At the time, the old man also thought it was very peculiar. That extraordinarily handsome young man stood outside, neither entering nor being greeted by anyone. Several people passed right by him as if he didn't exist. That was when the old man realized this young man had something wrong about him. The older one gets, the more sensitive one becomes to certain things. At first, the old man thought it might just be his eyes playing tricks, until two girls stopped by the guardroom entrance. One of the girls said, "Xiaoxi, look over there quickly, there's a handsome guy." The other girl looked puzzled. "Where?" "There, under the tree, look carefully." The first girl pointed in a direction. Then the old man saw that man smile, a somewhat ferocious smile, even his face transformed into a fox-like appearance. The old man spoke while shuddering all over. It seemed that recalling that scene still made the old man feel chilled to the bone. And then, Gu Xing continued asking, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. But whether it was indeed the case still needed more information for verification. Then the two girls followed him. The old man tried to warn them not to go, but they wouldn't listen to him. After that, the old man never saw them again. The old man said, sighing deeply. It wasn't that he hadn't told others about this incident, even the investigators at that time had come to question him. Unfortunately, they all treated the old man's words as just a story, not taking them to heart at all. Gu Xing remained silent, processing the story the old man had just told. Its veracity remained unknown, but it couldn't be entirely groundless. Just as Gu Xing was about to speak, his eyes suddenly sharpened as he gazed in another direction. Why is it so cold? The smoking old man suddenly shivered, finding it extremely peculiar. It was May. How could the night be this cold? How strange. Old man, it's late. I'll take my leave first. Gu Xing shook his head and turned to walk in another direction. He had just sensed an overwhelming ghostly aura. Additionally, this storytelling old man was rather intriguing. Watching Gu Xing leave, the old man narrowed his eyes, took a drag from his cigarette, and suddenly remarked, TSK, a tattoo master, truly a dragon among men. But this matter, the waters run treacherously deep. After speaking, the old man reclined in his rocking chair, his figure gradually blurring before dissipating like wisps of smoke. A yellow talisman fell from the swaying chair onto the ground, then quietly burned to ashes. Chapter 33, Just a Mere Wraith Get Lost. Gu Xing arrived at the other side of the school. There was a tree-lined avenue here, with flourishing trees and artificially trimmed greenbelts. Gu Xing stood in the middle of the road, silent and focused. Such concentrated energy. Even from over 100 meters away, I can sense that venomous resentment. Mixed within it is malice, such overwhelming malice, directed at the school. Various thoughts arose in Gu Xing's mind. Who is it targeting? He couldn't afford to be careless, since Lan Hanyu was inside the school. So Gu Xing stood here, waiting for the other party to approach. This ability of ghosts is truly remarkable. Xiao Tian watched the trees and buildings rapidly receding around him, feeling nothing but exhilaration. Commanding fierce ghosts to travel 1,000 li at night was an extremely easy task for him. The closer we get to this school, the more we can savor the deliciousness of that person's soul. Xiao Tian extended his nose and took a deep sniff, his face immediately showing intoxicated delight. Such a pure soul is truly rare. Lin Hujing's expression remained numb, but her eyes turned crimson, her face betraying a look of craving. Her consciousness was now completely suppressed by Xiao Tian, reduced to being merely his tool. She wouldn't resist any command from Xiao Tian, not even if the target was Lin Hujing's own parents. This demonstrated the terrifying nature of Xiao Tian's Gu technique. Lin Hujing had become the Gu insect itself, struggling futilely against his control. Faster! Move even faster! Xiao Tian urged impatiently. But Lin Hujing's pace gradually slowed. This struck Xiao Tian as odd, and then Lin Hujing suddenly erupted with dark energy, coming to an abrupt halt. Her eyes locked intensely on the distance. There stood a solitary figure. A man with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an extraordinarily handsome scholarly demeanor. This person was none other than Gu Xing. Who is he? Is he waiting for me? Xiao Tian's thoughts raced as he stared at Gu Xing, desperately trying to recall. Lin Hejing's current state clearly indicates she's under extreme threat, something so grave it concerns her life and death. That's why she's obeying instinct and stopping despite my orders. A flicker of unease passed through Xiao Tian's eyes as he searched his memories, only to realize his past life experiences contained not a single scrap of information about this man before him. Who are you? Xiao Tian stood 10 paces away, his face filled with wariness. He could even sense the waves of terror radiating from Lin Hejing's direction. The person before them was terrifying. Undoubtedly an extremely fearsome individual. For now, Xiao Tian still couldn't determine whether this person was friend or foe. Gu Xing. Gu Xing spoke with calm detachment, his eyes shimmering with mysterious light. An ordinary person standing here might only feel the chill emanating from Xiao Tian. But Gu Xing could see clearly standing beside Xiao Tian was a terrifying ghost with a sinister appearance. The chilling aura radiated from her body, and the resentment in those crimson eyes was almost palpable. Such a look of bitter hatred, she must have suffered tremendously before her death. Thinking this, Gu Xing's gaze turned slightly colder. Xiao Tian carefully searched his memories, inwardly thinking, I've never heard of anyone named Gu Xing in my previous life. Where did he come from? Damn Wen Xiaoqing. It must be because she didn't die. Many things have deviated from their course. Not good, this is very bad. Xiao Tian's greatest advantage was his knowledge of future events. If things deviated too far from the original course, the advantage he held would completely vanish. He had already made his decision. After devouring that pure soul at school, he would immediately go to the Wen family and kill Wen Xiaoqing. Ah, brother Gu Xing. May I ask what brings you here? Xiao Tian asked knowingly, pretending ignorance as a form of probing. He wanted to know what Gu Xing was truly after. If Lin Hejing hadn't acted so abnormally, I would have killed you long ago. How dare you call yourself my sworn brother? Humph. Xiao Tian sneered inwardly. Since he'd never heard Gu Xing's name in his previous life, he didn't take him seriously. After all, how could some nobody who died in the grand scheme of things compare to Xiao Tian? I've been waiting for you. Gu Xing spoke concisely. In the next instant, he struck. Boom! The bricks beneath their feet shattered instantly. Gu Xing advanced swiftly, attacking from both sides, still as pine, swift as lightning. I, Xiao Tian, bear you no grudge. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Tian's expression changed slightly as he hastily retreated, attempting to dissuade Gu Xing. He had more important matters at hand and didn't want to waste time with this wildcard who'd appeared out of nowhere. Humph, why have you come here? Gu Xing coldly snorted without breaking stride, his fist flying straight toward Xiao Tian. His pair of eyes could see through people's hearts. Xiao Tian was clearly the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. What good intentions could he have coming to school at this hour while accompanied by a vengeful ghost? You're seeking death. Lin Hejing, kill him. Xiao Tian's expression finally changed as he dropped his feigned smile and issued the command to Lin Hejing. Lin Hejing suddenly materialized fully, roaring as she charged toward Gu Xing. Though wary of Gu Xing, she couldn't disobey Xiao Tian's orders. In an instant, a sinister wind arose, transforming this May evening into something resembling the bitterest winter month, chilling to the core. When this baleful wind touches humans, the mildest consequence is illness, while the worst is having one's soul snatched away, this being a ghost's most proficient method. Gu Xing watched the rolling dark wind approach, his expression unperturbed as he threw a punch. Scram! The vital energy throughout his body blazed like the sun itself, scorching and explosive. Lin Hejing, who had just drawn near to Gu Xing, suddenly had a gaping hole punched through her body by his fist. The vigorous qi and blood showed no signs of weakening. Instead, they burned Lin Hejing in an inconceivable manner. Lin Hejing immediately let out a sharp, piercing shriek. You're a martial artist. Xiao Tian was shocked, looking at Gu Xing with eyes full of apprehension. Such formidable qi and blood, blazing like the sun, truly terrifying. What's it to you? Die. Gu Xing couldn't be bothered to exchange more words with Xiao Tian. Anyone who nurtured such a vicious ghost had evil intentions and would only bring harm if left alive. Not to mention, the man had come asking for trouble himself. Gu Xing naturally had no intention of letting him go. Boom! 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 With each punch Gu Xing landed, the ghostly energy around Lin Hejing dissipated further. After just a few breaths, the ghostly energy surrounding Lin Hejing was less than half of what it had been. Even Lin Hejing herself showed cracks on her face and body. Bastard! You want to kill me? Then die together with this useless woman. Xiao Tian's eyes turned red with fury. He had invested considerable effort in refining Lin Hejing. But now, in such a short time, his painstaking creation was beaten to the verge of collapse. Xiao Tian was absolutely furious. He bit his fingertip and squeezed out several drops of blood, which seeped into Lin Hejing's body. Lin Hejing's body suddenly began to swell, like an inflating balloon. Planning to self-destruct. Gu Xing's expression remained unchanged as he continued throwing punches. This punch, he used 50% of his strength. Boom! How terrifying was 50% of Gu Xing's punching power? When fighting Lu Xingyun, Gu Xing hadn't even used 50% of his full strength. At this moment, crash! Lin Hejing's body shattered violently before reaching maximum expansion. In her final moments, Lin Hejing's crimson eyes actually revealed a hint of relief. At the very last moment of her life, Lin Hejing miraculously regained her sanity. She looked at Gu Xing and spoke, "Thank you." With these final words, Lin Hejing exploded violently. Countless winds swept through the surroundings, snapping roadside trees at their waists and flattening the green belts. Gu Xing dispelled the winds before him and scanned the area but found no trace of Xiao Tian. Ran away quite fast. Gu Xing shook his head. Remembering Lin Hejing's last thank you before dying, he sighed lightly. Can't continue investigating tonight. I'll find a nearby hotel to stay first. Gu Xing looked around at the devastation. The commotion caused by Lin Hejing's self-detonation was too big, it would certainly draw official attention. Gu Xing wasn't ready to deal with the authorities yet. As for surveillance cameras, he wasn't worried at all. As long as Gu Xing didn't want to, those cameras couldn't capture his true appearance. In the sewer. Ugh! Xiao Tian collapsed on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Gu Xing! Damn it, damn it, damn it! As he roared, excruciating pain spread throughout his body. Xiao Tian hurriedly rolled up his sleeves. The skin hidden beneath his sleeve was visibly rotting, emitting a foul stench. It's only been a few days, yet I've already suffered 2 backlash effects. Damn it all. Xiao Tian felt so frustrated he could vomit blood, his hatred for Gu Xing now even surpassing his loathing for Wen Xiaoqing. Where did this Gu Xing come from anyway? In my previous life before the spiritual ruins competition, there shouldn't have been such a figure appearing in Demon City. Xiao Tian forced himself to calm down, desperately recalling details from his past life. As spiritual energy revived across the land, ghosts ran rampant, committing evil deeds everywhere, and then treasure sites emerged between heaven and earth. These were the spiritual ruins. The spiritual ruins contained covetable treasures that even ghosts, spirits, demons, and evil entities coveted. Thus, humans, ghosts, spirits, and demons fought viciously within the spiritual ruins. The first spiritual ruins competition would occur 1 month later. At that time, forces from all factions would gather in Demon City. But now there's still more than a month until the Spirit Ruins competition, and we already have a powerhouse like Gu Xing appearing. Xiao Tian thought of Gu Xing, the fear in his eyes not yet dissipated. A malicious ghost, even in his past life, could dominate an entire region and wield absolute power. But Lin Hejing was actually blown apart by just a few punches from Xiao Tian. Too terrifying, too horrifying. Gu Xing, you might be strong now, but even someone as strong as you was just a nobody in the past life who eventually fell with the tides of the Great Era. While I, Xiao Tian, was the one who laughed last. Cough cough, I can't deal with Gu Xing for now. Is he specifically guarding near the school? What's his relationship with that person? Xiao Tian's eyes flickered with greed and apprehension until finally apprehension overcame greed. Let's not consider that person's soul at school for now. Wen Xiaoqing, you've lived long enough. Within these 2 days, I, Xiao Tian, will send you on your final journey. Chapter 34. I'm just an ordinary person, don't stand on ceremony. A Volkswagen pulled to a stop, and 2 women in black uniforms stepped out. The one on the left looked valiant and heroic, while the bespectacled one on the right appeared somewhat adorably naive. Sister Jing, this is already the 6th special case this month. Wu Binglan, the bespectacled officer, finished taking photos before meticulously recording all the details in her pocket notebook. Around them, police officers were setting up barricades. Some curious residents stood watching from a distance, unaware of the situation. Jing Jiangxue nodded slightly with her flawless chin. She was the team leader specifically assigned to investigate unusual incidents. Have you retrieved the surveillance footage from the surrounding area? Jing Jiangxue inquired. We have, but the images are too blurry to make out anything. Wu Binglan promptly replied. Jing Jiangxue nodded without further questions, then moved to examine a crushed brick fragment, squatting down beside it. Her astonishing curves were instantly revealed with unmistakable clarity. Even through clothing, one could sense the tantalizing elasticity, yet no one dared steal a glance, for Jing Jiangxue was notoriously known as the she-devil. This visual feast was one no man dared indulge in. Wu Binglan followed closely behind, her right hand gripping a pen ready to record. She and Jing Jiangxue were perfect partners. With just one gesture from Jing, Wu could anticipate her next move. This seamless coordination stemmed from years of partnership, not to mention their lifelong friendship since childhood. Jing Jiangxue knelt halfway to the ground, her eyes lightly closed as spiritual energy from heaven and earth visibly converged into her body. A scene abruptly materialized in Jing Jiangxue's mind. The very image of Gu Xing and Xiao Tian's confrontation. 30 minutes ago, 2 men fought here. One stood 1.75 meters with gloomy features, accompanied by a female vengeful ghost. Tack tack tack. Wu Binglan's pen flew across paper as a lifelike portrait immediately took form. If Xiao Tian were standing here, he would surely be shocked to discover that the portrait Wu Binglan drew on paper matched his appearance perfectly. The other person is 185 centimeters tall, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an elegant temperament. Jing Jiangxue continued quickly, also describing Gu Xing's appearance. Gu Xing didn't know his identity had already been exposed. After all, Jing Jiangxue's ability was something Gu Xing had never anticipated. Wu Binglan's pen moved swiftly across the paper. When the portrait took shape, she felt her heartbeat quicken by 2 beats. So handsome, she blurted out unconsciously, then lightly patted her cheeks upon realizing what she'd said. Wu Binglan, why are you getting lovesick again? She was a looks-obsessed person whose greatest daily pleasure was admiring handsome men. Wu Binglan believed she'd seen no fewer than 800 handsome men, but someone as transcendently handsome as the man on paper, this was truly like a maiden's first wedding, an absolute first. While she was talking to herself in a daze, the notebook in her hand was taken away by Jing Jiangxue. Not bad drawing, she praised softly, then looked at the figures of Gu Xing and Xiao Tian on the paper. It must be said that Gu Xing's appearance was indeed excellent, even she felt slight ripples in her heart. This wasn't some lovesick infatuation, but rather humans' natural appreciation for beautiful things. So these two were involved. No wait, there was also a ghost making trouble. Wu Binglan approached and asked. More precisely, it was caused by him and that female ghost. Jing Jiangxue recalled the scenes that had just appeared in her mind. Her special ability allowed her to mentally replay events that occurred within 3 hours at any location. As long as it was within 3 hours, she could clearly see everything that happened there. This was precisely why Jing Jiangxue had become the leader of the special department at such a young age. When it came to supernatural incidents, people's proud electronic devices would become useless. Jing Jiangxue's appearance had broken through this dilemma. With her assistance, 3 ghosts have already been eliminated. Who won? Wu Binglan looked curious with a trace of disgust at Xiao Tian. This person doesn't look like a good guy at all. That handsome guy couldn't have lost, could he? The surrounding area was completely devastated, making it easy to imagine how intense the battle must have been. He won. Jing Jiangxue's jade-like hand gestured towards Gu Xing as she said in an astonished tone, "It's unbelievable, he only needed a few punches to literally explode that vengeful ghost." A few punches to explode a vengeful ghost. Is he even human? Wu Binglan was shocked. Vengeful ghosts are extremely terrifying. She once worked on a case where a single vengeful ghost slaughtered an entire village overnight, 300 households, over 1,000 people, all dead by morning. The horror of vengeful ghosts is well known. But now, Sister Jing actually told her that someone exploded a vengeful ghost with just a few punches. If anyone else had said this, Wu Binglan would have scoffed, but these were Jing Jiangxue's words. Jing Jiangxue never lied to her and wouldn't joke about such matters. I don't know, but we need to contact him immediately. Jing Jiangxue exhaled softly like orchid fragrance, trying to calm the shock in her heart. I'll go arrange it right away. Wu Binglan's expression turned extremely grave as she understood the severity of the situation. Someone with such terrifying power must be recruited. Even if recruitment fails, we must at least track his movements at all times. Otherwise, if someone like this loses control, it would mean disaster for the entire demon capital. If a malevolent spirit can slaughter a village of thousands overnight, imagine what a man who can pulverize such spirits with just a few punches could do if he went on a killing spree. Wu Binglan dared not dwell on this thought further. Only when leaving did she realize her back was already soaked with cold sweat. Just hearing Sister Jing's description makes me realize how terrifying this man is. I wonder if he'll be easy to deal with, and more importantly, where his allegiances lie. Wu Binglan returned to the car, her slender fingers rapidly typing on the laptop. A deep worry flashed between her brows as she sighed softly. I hope he's someone with principles. Though Shanghai appears calm on the surface, ordinary people remain unaware of the undercurrents beneath this tranquility. Even Wu Binglan, working for a special department with official backing, finds these matters extremely headache-inducing. After all, Xia country is vast, while their available manpower remains limited. Particularly rare are special talents like Jing Jiangxue. With Jing Jiangxue being the only one, they find it impossible to cover every corner of the enormous Shanghai. On the street outside the car, Jing Jiangxue stood motionless, silently gazing at the shattered brick. A gentle breeze passed by, yet Jing Jiangxue felt an unusual chill as she murmured under her breath. The weather's changing. Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan soon located Gu Xing staying at the Blue Moon Hotel. Inside the room, the fragrance of tea permeated the air. Gu Xing was wearing a black robe with cloud patterns featuring white cranes. He wasn't tired yet. When pondering problems, Gu Xing most enjoyed brewing a cup of light tea. The aroma always sharpened his thoughts. Han Yu has already been targeted. I need to train and can't protect her all the time. In this grand era, she needs the ability to protect herself too. Gu Xing was contemplating the issue regarding Lan Hanyu. Unfortunately, she has no interest in tattoos and always thinks I'm boasting. At this thought, Gu Xing unconsciously tapped the table lightly twice with his hand. Jade carving, after all, is just a side occupation. Gu Xing sighed. In the entire Demon City, the only person who could make Gu Xing feel concern and restraint was that girl Lan Hanyu. However, Gu Xing wasn't ready to let Lan Hanyu know the truth yet. For her, it would be far too cruel. A gradual approach would be better. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could be knocking at this hour? Gu Xing found it rather strange, but still got up to answer the door. No matter who came, what their purpose was, or whether they were friend or foe, Gu Xing wasn't worried at all. This was the confidence brought by his formidable strength. He opened the door. Gu Xing saw two beautiful women in uniforms standing at the doorway. The woman on the left wore a uniform, her jade-like legs appearing smooth and toned, looking astonishingly springy. This was the legs worth playing with for a year type. The woman on the right wore glasses and looked adorably naive, with a long ponytail reaching her waist. A term involuntarily popped into Gu Xing's mind. Glasses girl. These two women were none other than Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan, who had followed the clues to find this place. Who are you? Gu Xing didn't recognize these women and asked somewhat confused. Mr. Gu, we apologize for disturbing you so late. We're from the Supernatural Bureau and wish to discuss some matters with you. Jing Jiangxue presented her credentials. Supernatural Bureau Jing Jiangxue. The Wu Binglan beside her also took out her credentials. I'm Sister Jing's colleague, also from the Supernatural Bureau. Sorry for the sudden visit, Mr. Gu, please bear with us. She spoke with slight apology and unease. Please come in. Gu Xing remained silent for a while before turning around and walking back inside. Seeing Gu Xing turn away, Wu Binglan let out a relieved sigh and stuck out her tongue. So intimidating. Is this the aura of a true expert? But he's really so handsome. The little thoughts running through Wu Binglan's mind were unknown to Gu Xing, and even if he knew, he would just laugh them off. Jing Jiangxue similarly felt cold sweat breaking out on her palms. Although Gu Xing appeared like a refined scholar, she clearly knew this was someone who could kill a vicious ghost with just a few punches. Fortunately, judging from their recent interaction, Gu Xing hadn't turned them away at the door, which already showed he was quite accommodating. The stronger a person's abilities, the more eccentric their temperament tends to be. Even though they were from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau, they still had to tread carefully around someone like Gu Xing. There were precedents for such cases after several incidents. Even the most arrogant members had learned to behave more modestly. Am I really that frightening? Relax, I'm just an ordinary person, quite easygoing. Feel free to be casual. Gu Xing sat at the tea table, observing the two women who seemed somewhat restrained and couldn't help speaking up. An ordinary person. Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. If someone like Gu Xing could be considered ordinary, then there truly wouldn't be many ordinary people left in all of Shanghai. Chapter 35, No way, who would have thought you were like this? Nevertheless, Gu Xing's calm and composed attitude helped the two women relax somewhat. At least for now, Gu Xing didn't appear as terrifying as they had imagined. Mr. Gu, an hour and a half ago outside the school, it was you who fought with one other person and a ghost, wasn't it? Jing Jiangxue still wanted to confirm once more. There's a difference between seeing that scene through special abilities and hearing Gu Xing admit it personally. It was me. Gu Xing didn't deny it, but instead asked with some curiosity. Logically speaking, the nearby surveillance cameras should have been affected. How did you determine it was me? He genuinely felt puzzled in his heart. I thought it would take some time before the officials came knocking, but unexpectedly, the Paranormal Bureau found me in less than 2 hours. Moreover, this was the first time Gu Xing had heard of the name Paranormal Bureau. After all, in the eyes of many people, there's no such thing as a special department. If you mention mystical or supernatural things, they would just treat it as a joke. Mr. Gu may not know this, but some people are born different. I have an ability. I can see events that once happened in a certain place. The foundation of the Paranormal Bureau is built upon such extraordinary individuals with special abilities. Jing Jiangxue answered directly, resolving Gu Xing's doubts while also explaining the origins of the Paranormal Bureau. I see. That ability of yours is truly unique. Gu Xing couldn't help but marvel. The world is vast indeed, and nothing is too strange to exist. This is why Gu Xing never acts arrogantly. There will always be someone stronger, and arrogance only invites unnecessary trouble. You're too kind, Mr. Gu. Compared to you, this ability is nothing at all. Jing Jiangxue spoke with great humility. Just joking before a formidable man like Gu Xing. What does my meager ability amount to? I didn't do much. There's no need for such courtesy. Gu Xing's tone was elegantly understated, his plain speech carrying its own distinctive grace. Beside them, Wu Binglan, who was taking notes, kept flashing amazed glances, her pretty face even turning slightly flushed. Great, this girl's infatuation syndrome is acting up again. Noticing her best friend's behavior from the corner of her eye, Jing Jiangxue lightly pressed her jade-like fingers to her forehead, feeling utterly embarrassed. Gu Xing naturally noticed Wu Binglan's peculiar behavior too, though he didn't pay it much mind. Admirers of handsome faces exist everywhere. Her reaction was perfectly normal. Mr. Gu, we'd appreciate your assistance in registering some information. But please don't worry, we won't cause you any trouble. Jing Jiangxue maintained an impeccably proper attitude. She understood clearly with Gu Xing's capabilities, if he truly wanted to leave, even stopping him would come at tremendous cost. The current Paranormal Affairs Bureau simply couldn't withstand that kind of turmoil. A peaceful resolution was what Jing Jiangxue wanted most, and also what her superiors most hoped to see. No problem. Gu Xing didn't refuse but agreed directly and readily. He understood that with his level of power, it would be truly foolish if the authorities didn't send someone to contact him. Jing Jiangxue's presence here, and her courteous attitude, itself represented the official stance. Gu Xing wouldn't seek trouble for no reason, much less oppose them. That would be asking for unnecessary trouble. Then, Jing Jiangxue inquired about Gu Xing's age, occupation, and hometown. As for other matters, Jing Jiangxue tactfully refrained from asking further. A tattoo artist. Jing Jiangxue was momentarily startled when she saw the recorded occupation on paper. She looked at Gu Xing and, after some hesitation, still asked, "Can we also get tattoos from you?" The more Jing Jiangxue conversed with Gu Xing, the more favorable impression she had of him. He possessed formidable strength yet remained extremely humble, with a refined and amiable personality. He was completely unlike those experts she had met before, who all acted as if they wanted to point their noses at the sky, their words dripping with superiority. "Of course, but my tattoos don't come cheap." Gu Xing took a sip of tea, looking relaxed. "I wonder where Mr. Gu's tattoo shop is located. Binglan and I will definitely visit personally to support your business another day." Jing Jiangxue's eyes lit up as she quickly responded. "My shop is on the Bun pedestrian street, but recently I plan to travel around and won't return to the shop for some time." Gu Xing knew what she was thinking. "Moreover, I only work once a month. If fate permits, you'll get what you desire." Jing Jiangxue stood up, looking at Gu Xing seriously. "Mr. Gu, I hope you'll use your powers responsibly. The Paranormal Bureau doesn't wish to be your enemy. However, if Mr. Gu abuses his power and acts recklessly, the Paranormal Bureau will certainly not stand by." The warning in her words needed no further explanation. "Don't worry. What makes us human is that we have bottom lines." Gu Xing replied with equal seriousness. "Like that Xiao Tian we encountered before, he's no longer human. His heart is more venomous than a snake or scorpion. With Mr. Gu's assurance, I can rest easy." Jing Jiangxue was very satisfied with Gu Xing's answer and couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. Under the light, Gu Xing's face exuded a faint glow, looking exceptionally handsome. Jing Jiangxue felt her heartbeat quicken uncontrollably once again. "If Mr. Gu has any needs, you can make requests to us. The Paranormal Bureau will do its utmost to satisfy Mr. Gu's requirements, and we can provide conveniences in many aspects. At the same time, we hope that when our Paranormal Bureau encounters difficulties, Mr. Gu could lend us a helping hand within his capability." Suppressing the excitement in her heart, she continued speaking to Gu Xing. However, she didn't notice that Wu Binglan beside her had a somewhat peculiar expression. "How strange, why does Sister Jing's voice have a slight tremble?" Seeing that Gu Xing remained silent, Jing Jiangxue's heart immediately leapt to her throat, filled with anxiety. Was I being too hasty? If this were to make Mr. Gu feel displeased, the loss would outweigh the gain. As Jing Jiangxue was feeling uneasy, Gu Xing's clear voice came through. "I don't seem to have any reason to refuse. Then, let's wish us a happy cooperation. It's quite comfortable to enjoy the shade under a big tree." At least for now, Gu Xing has a favorable impression of Jing Jiangxue. Hearing Gu Xing's agreement, Jing Jiangxue was absolutely overjoyed and instinctively extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Gu, happy cooperation." Seeing the delicate hand stretched toward him, Gu Xing looked slightly surprised but still reached out to shake Jing Jiangxue's hand. Jing Jiangxue's hand was very soft and silky smooth. It made one unable to resist wanting to hold it and play with it, but Gu Xing merely touched it briefly before letting go, without too much attachment. "Then we won't disturb Mr. Gu any further. Binglan, what are you still standing there for? Let's go." Jing Jiangxue looked at Wu Binglan, who was still in a daze and couldn't contain her frustration. She quickly pulled her along and bid farewell to Gu Xing. Watching the two women leave, Gu Xing gently shook his head. In the hotel corridor, Jing Jiangxue felt her face growing warm. This was a sensation she'd never experienced before, even her breathing became slightly erratic. Before meeting Gu Xing, she had always looked down upon other men with disdain. But in that brief moment of interaction just now, Jing Jiangxue developed a strong liking for Gu Xing. She felt somewhat flustered now. "Sister Jing, why is your face so red?" Wu Binglan tilted her head as she observed Jing Jiangxue, finding her behavior extremely peculiar. This version of Jing Jiangxue was something she'd never witnessed before. How truly remarkable. Is it? Maybe the hotel is too hot." Jing Jiangxue froze momentarily before hurriedly fanning the air around her with her hand. This obvious attempt at concealment left Wu Binglan utterly bewildered, who asked in disbelief, "Sister Jing, could it be you've fallen for Mr. Gu at first sight?" "No way. No way." Seeing that Sister Jing didn't immediately refute this, even slow-reacting Wu Binglan understood at this moment. The truth was out. Wow, even the she-devil is smitten. Mr. Gu, you're amazing. Wu Binglan looked utterly astonished, immediately raising her thumb in approval. Mr. Gu, you're awesome. You're dead. Who are you calling a she-devil? Jing Jiangxue immediately grabbed Wu Binglan's ear, saying fiercely, Sister Jing, ouch ouch ouch. I was wrong. Wu Binglan immediately put on a pitiful expression, begging for mercy. If you talk nonsense again, see how I'll deal with you. Only then did Jing Jiangxue let go, though the blush on her face hadn't faded. Seeing this, Wu Binglan couldn't help being startled. Sister Jing, you look so beautiful like this. If the men at the bureau saw you, wouldn't their eyeballs pop out in shock? At this moment, Jing Jiangshua's fair face was suffused with a rosy glow, as bashful as a shy flower, unbearably beautiful. Even Wu Binglan, being a woman herself, was momentarily stunned, her eyes shining brightly. Sister Jing, I think I'll do just fine, why don't you marry me instead? She reached out to hug Jing Jiangxue. Get lost. Go cool off somewhere else. We're in public, have some decency. Jing Jiangxue scolded immediately, pushing Wu Binglan away with a look of disgust. Truly shallow, whether men or women, you go for looks either way. Ugh. After their little tussle, once back in the car, Jing Jiangxue gazed at the hotel, specifically the room where Gu Xing was staying, and fell into a daze. Sister Jing, that love-struck look of yours, tsk. Wu Binglan leaned in, as if discovering a new world. I'm 100% sure now you're in love. You've absolutely fallen for Mr. Gu at first sight. What nonsense are you spouting? What fallen at first sight? A vein visibly twitched on Jing Jiangshue's forehead. This so-called best friend was practically plastic. Could they even hang out properly anymore? Suddenly serious, Wu Binglan advised, Sister Jing, I really think you should brace yourself. Mr. Gu, he is just too extraordinary. Having feelings for someone like him would bring tremendous pressure. There's a high likelihood it might not come to fruition. Those involved cannot see as clearly as the onlookers. Wu Binglan saw clearly. While Jing Jiangxue might be the goddess of their bureau, before Gu Xing, she was merely a pretty woman at best. Nothing's been settled yet, stop talking nonsense. Jing Jiangxue shook her head repeatedly as the car interior fell silent again. After what seemed like an eternity, a soft sigh echoed through the vehicle. Sigh. The moonlight grew denser. Chapter 36, Hidden Daggers Behind Smiles, What Joy! Lijian Hotel. In one of the rooms, Wang Deben and his younger son Wang Chen were waiting in the room. Father, could it be that Master Shao isn't coming? Wang Chen said impatiently. He had been dragged out of his warm bed early in the morning by Wang Deben. They had already waited several hours, exceeding their scheduled meeting time by over 3 hours. If Wang Chen had come alone, he would have left long ago. Perhaps something delayed him. Let's wait a while longer. Wang Deben checked his watch. 11:30. 3.5 hours had passed since the scheduled time. Noticing his youngest son's impatient expression, Wang Deben said gravely, Chen'er, restrain your temperament properly. The Wang family will need you to take charge in the future. He was extremely indulgent toward his youngest son. Even though Wang Chen was idle and knew nothing but drinking and chasing women all day, Wang Deben still intended to hand the Wang family over to him. The reason for bringing Wang Chen out this time was precisely to have him establish good relations with that Master Shao. However, after waiting for so long, Master Shao still hadn't arrived, and now even Wang Deben was beginning to feel somewhat uncertain in his heart. It's almost midnight, and that Master Shao still hasn't come. Could it be that he looks down on our family? Wang Chen curled his lips. In others' eyes, he was the young master of the Wang family, quite impressive. But Wang Chen knew clearly in his heart that within martial arts circles, the Wang family was at the very bottom. Not to mention his own mediocre talent leading the Wang family to rise up. Don't be ridiculous. Therefore, Wang Chen set a goal for himself to enjoy life. Although the Wang family ranked at the bottom in martial arts circles, they were still a formidable presence in the eyes of ordinary people. There were countless people who curried favor with him on a daily basis. Wang Chen thoroughly enjoyed this situation. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Deben immediately scolded. At that moment, knocking sounds suddenly came from outside the door. Wang Deben quickly adjusted his clothes, then whispered to Wang Chen, mind your attitude later. If you offend Master Shao, even I won't be able to protect you. Don't worry, Dad. I know what to do. Wang Chen immediately jumped up from the bed, his expression becoming somewhat nervous. He only knew from Wang Deben's words that this Master Shao was capable and extraordinary. But exactly how extraordinary or what kind of abilities he possessed, Wang Chen had no idea at all. Wang Deben was equally uneasy in his heart as he quickly walked to the door and opened it. Outside stood a figure completely wrapped in black robes. A stench resembling rotting flesh lingered around him, the odor so pungent it stung the nose. Wang Deben frowned. The smell was overwhelmingly pungent. It was even more choking than a decade-old sewer. Ugh! Wang Chen, following behind, had never encountered such a stench before. He immediately covered his mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Beneath the black robe, a flash of killing intent flickered in Xiao Tian's eyes but quickly settled into calm. If not for that damned Gu Xing, why would I be reduced to such a wretched state? How dare you find me disgusting? You deserve death too. Without a word, Xiao Tian shoved aside the still-dazed Wang Deben and strode into the room. Master Xiao, please calm your anger. Wang Deben's expression changed, and he hurried after him, pleading for Wang Cheng's mercy as he went. My son has been spoiled by me. I beg Master Xiao not to take offense. As an apology, I'm willing to offer you 1 million as compensation. He directly took out a card and respectfully handed it to Xiao Tian. I expect there won't be a next time. Xiao Tian didn't hesitate and took the card immediately, though in his heart, Wang Chen was already a dead man. Luckily, Master Xiao accepted the card. Wang Deben wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Accepting the card meant forgiveness. But Wang Deben would never have imagined that Xiao Tian was just putting on an act. Where are the things I asked for? Xiao Tian asked coldly, though his voice carried a weakness ordinary people couldn't detect. Is Master Xiao injured? Yet Wang Deben keenly picked up on it, though he didn't dwell on it, hastily producing a box. Master Xiao, everything you requested is inside here. Well done. The Wang family will get what they desire. You may leave now. Xiao Tian waves dismissively, his tone betraying his impatience. He was currently severely injured and urgently needed these items for recovery. If not for his extraordinary knowledge from his previous life, the first thing he did upon rebirth was acquire several life-preserving treasures. Pity. Now only one life-saving item remained. Without this treasure, Xiao Tian would have already perished from backlash by now. At this moment, Wang Chen happened to emerge from the bathroom. He leaned against the wall, his face pale. The smell just now had been too pungent, making Wang Chen feel utterly nauseated. Chener, you go back first. I still have some words to exchange with Master Xiao. Seeing Wang Chen's pathetic state, Wang Deben's expression stiffened as he spoke directly. Wang Chen originally wanted to say something more, but was startled by Wang Deben's gaze. In the corridor, Wang Chen felt extremely displeased. Really, what matters can't be said in front of me. Wang Chen felt Wang Deben was acting unusually, but he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he frowned and said, What, Master Xiao? Absolutely disgusting. Even roadside beggars are cleaner than him, ugh. Just remembering the earlier smell made Wang Chen want to vomit. Totally revolting. Enough thinking about it, time for drinks. Wang Chen took out his phone, called up some girls, and went straight to seek amusement. Only after watching Wang Chen leave did Wang Deben close the door, then turn to Xiao Tian with a smile. Master Xiao, I apologize for making you witness such an embarrassing scene. Didn't I tell you to leave? Xiao Tian's voice remained icy cold, his entire figure concealed beneath the black robe, making it impossible for others to discern his expression. His face bore traces of pain, but more prominently, impatience. Master Xiao, are you injured? Let me summon someone to examine you. Wang Deben's face was all smiles. However, his enthusiasm was somewhat excessive. Unnecessary. You may leave now. Xiao Tian said sternly, his tone already carrying hints of displeasure. Yet, Wang Deben remained standing in place, his face still wearing that same smile. As Xiao Tian looked at him, a phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind. A dagger hidden in smiles. That was Wang Deben to a T. Master Xiao, oh no, I should call you Xiao Tian. Just a few days ago, you were still a worthless loser. Wang Deben stared intently at Xiao Tian concealed beneath the black robe, slowly enunciating his name. Having cooperated with Xiao Tian, how could he not have investigated his background thoroughly? It was just that previously, he had been wary of Xiao Tian, solely because Xiao Tian was a Gu master. But now things were different. Xiao Tian was injured, and severely so. This is the opportunity. This old man is quite curious. How did you transform from a loser into a Gu master in just a few short days? Wang Deben's smile never wavered as he spoke. At this very moment, he was genuinely delighted. Chapter 37. Oh, what a coincidence, you thought so too. The air in the room suddenly grew still. Startled, Xiao Tian stood up and let out a hoarse, sinister laugh. Are you prepared to bear the consequences? He had already grasped Wang Deben's meaning. Of course. Cooperating with a Gu master like you is no different from making a pact with a tiger. Once I kill you, I'll naturally uncover all the secrets you're hiding. Before Wang Deben could finish speaking, he suddenly launched his attack. For martial artists, within 3 paces, even if facing an emperor, a warrior's fury dares to paint the ground with your blood. Kill. Who gave you the audacity to appear before me in such a severely wounded state? Xiao Tian suffered such severe injuries, coupled with his youngest son Wang Chen's earlier behavior, which made Wang Deben resolve to act. Since Chener has already offended him, we might as well finish what we started. When Wang Deben made his move, his mind was already set. Kill Xiao Tian. Such a rare opportunity presented itself, and Wang Deben made this decision within just a few breaths. Old but wise, he fully understood that Gu masters were eccentric in temper, each with cruel methods and twisted personalities. Gu masters like Xiao Tian, who required virgin heart blood, treated human lives as worthless as grass. Although Xiao Tian had accepted his card earlier, Wang Deben believed that his youngest son Wang Chen was already marked for vengeance after that display. In fact, Wang Deben's assessment was completely accurate. In Xiao Tian's eyes, Wang Chen was already a dead man. But Xiao Tian never expected that this white-haired man before him, one who had lost his youthful vigor, would dare to attack him, and with such decisiveness. Thud! Xiao Tian reacted swiftly, attempting to evade the opponent's strike, but Wang Debin's outburst was too sudden and his attack too decisive. "Ha, Master Xiao, you're nothing special after all." Wang Debin's fist directly pierced through the right side of Xiao Tian's chest, blood splattering everywhere. With his other hand, he grabbed Xiao Tian's robe and tore it open forcefully. "What are you hiding under that robe for, Master Xiao? Let this old man see your wretched state." The black robe fell to the side, its fabric stained with mottled bloodstains. The next instant, Wang Debin stood frozen in shock. Before him, Xiao Tian's entire body showed festering skin, with bleeding sores oozing pus, presenting a horrifying sight. The foul stench emanated precisely from these rotting wounds. Xiao Tian now resembled neither human nor ghost as he roared in furious rage. "Cough cough, Wang Debin, you truly deserve death." On his right chest gaped a fist-sized wound, blood pouring from it rapidly onto the ground. Thick ghostly aura emanated from Xiao Tian, making his entire demeanor turn sinister. At this moment, Xiao Tian resembled more of a ghost than a man. "Using ghosts as goo. You're from the unorthodox sect among goo masters." Wang Debin, having succeeded in his sneak attack, quickly retreated to distance himself from Xiao Tian. A centipede dies but never falls down. When dealing with goo masters, he dared not be careless in the slightest. Moreover, the methods Xiao Tian was currently displaying weren't even the most common type of goo sorcery. Generally speaking, goo masters raise poisonous insects as their goo. A goo master like Xiao Tian who directly used ghosts as goo was definitely taking an unorthodox path, a complete madman. "You do have some discernment, but unfortunately you're quite foolish." Xiao Tian's expression brimmed with anger as he stood in place, staring coldly at Wang Debin. "Ha! Not good." Wang Debin seemed to suddenly remember something, his face abruptly changing color as he hurriedly raised his left fist, the same one that had successfully ambushed Xiao Tian. It was now visible that his left hand had already begun festering. "Poison! It's poison!" Cold sweat dripped from Wang Debin's forehead. It had been a long time since he'd dealt with a goo master, and he'd completely forgotten that poison was undoubtedly their greatest specialty. What a careless mistake! Wang Debin was ruthless by nature. With his right hand, he grabbed his left arm and tore it off violently. "Raya! Ha!" The arm came off cleanly. Wang Debin had actually ripped off his entire left arm with his own hands. Slap! 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 Xiao Tian clapped his hands and sneered continuously. "Impressive, truly impressive. Wang Debin, you keep surprising me. For the head of a mere third-rate martial arts family, you certainly have remarkable courage. A shame your strength is too weak. Or did you think I'd foolishly walk into the lion's den?" Wang Debin stopped the bleeding and was about to speak when suddenly excruciating pain shot through his right hand. He raised his right arm and saw black patterns had already crept up it without his noticing, while his flesh made sizzling sounds. The flesh at the tip of his index finger had completely corroded away, exposing the finger bone to the air. "Xiao Tian, oh no, Master Xiao. I was possessed by demons earlier. I beg for your forgiveness. Please give me the antidote." Wang Debin was utterly terrified. His knees buckled as he collapsed to the ground, pleading tearfully. He was genuinely frightened now. The method Xiao Tian revealed had severed one of his arms in the blink of an eye. His other arm was also on the verge of being disabled. "Heh, if I didn't still have use for you." As he spoke, Xiao Tian approached Wang Debin, appearing as if he intended to forgive him. Wang Debin hung his head low, his entire body trembling as if in fear. Soon, Xiao Tian stood directly before Wang Debin, his murderous intent completely undisguised in his eyes. "You go die. Die." Both men spoke simultaneously, yet neither paused in their hand movements. Wang Debin had just been kneeling on the ground, his body trembling not from fear or terror, but from gathering strength for a final desperate strike. Xiao Tian was in the same situation. His blood was poisonous, and the black robe wrapped around him when he entered had also been coated with poison by Xiao Tian. It was a precautionary measure, and Wang Debin indeed fell for it. He approached Wang Debin not for forgiveness, but to let the ghost within him devour Wang Debin's flesh and blood. He was too severely injured. If he couldn't obtain fresh flesh and blood in time, he would die after all. Xiao Tian's current goo techniques were far from reaching that miraculous level. Both harbored ulterior motives, yet simultaneously launched their final attacks against each other. Kill! Xiao Tian's hand viciously clawed toward Wang Debin's head. Wang Debin's fist smashed fiercely toward Xiao Tian's heart. Bang! Both struck precisely where they intended. Success! Xiao Tian's face showed surprise and delight, completely disregarding the intense pain coming from his heart. He needed flesh and blood, specifically from living humans. If the person died, the effect would be greatly reduced. This was why Xiao Tian took the risk. How is this possible? Wang Debin found it hard to believe. His fist had indeed landed squarely on Xiao Tian's chest. This strike fueled by rage was like Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the first emperor, utterly reckless of life. Even Wang Debin felt this was the most powerful punch he had ever thrown in his life. This single punch should have been enough to shatter the opponent's heart. yet Xiao Tian stood there completely unharmed. Intense pain erupted from his head. Chapter 38 Bosku, someone wants to see you. Crunch, crunch. The sound of something being gnawed came from above his head. Wang Deben looked up in terror and saw a mouth had actually grown in the palm of Xiao Tian's hand. That mouth was currently chewing on his skull. One must remember the human skull is extremely hard, but before these teeth it was as fragile as paper, being gnawed apart instantly. Spare me. If you spare me, Wang Deben is willing to serve you like cattle and horses. No, my entire Wang family is willing to be your dogs. At this moment, Wang Deben was truly terrified. Regret flooded his heart like a tidal wave. This Gu Master Xiao Tian was too terrifying. Heh, after killing you, the Wang family will still serve me like dogs. With a cruel expression, Xiao Tian began sucking the brain matter from Wang Deben's skull. You seem quite concerned about your son. Don't worry, I'll arrange for him to join you very soon. May you die horribly, Xiao Tian. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. Gritting his teeth, Wang Deben used his last bit of inner energy to shatter his own heart. Suicide. No matter. Letting me recover some injuries is good enough. I'll properly enjoy your son's flesh later. Xiao Tian grinned eerily. Accompanied by crunching chewing sounds, the wounds on his body, along with the festering areas, were gradually healing. By the time Jing Jiangxue arrived at the scene, it was already the next morning. It was the morning cleaning staff who discovered the bloodstains in the room. Wu Binglan stood nearby and explained to Jing Jiangxue. Dressed in her uniform, the tall and shapely Jing Jiangxue pressed her lips together without speaking. She was activating her ability. A moment later, Jing Jiangxue shook her head and said, "The crime occurred more than 3 hours ago." The surrounding officers all understood exactly what this meant. For incidents over 3 hours old, Jing Jiangxue simply couldn't know what had happened here. This was the limitation of her ability. If an incident occurred and Jing Jiangxue couldn't arrive within 3 hours, then her ability would be completely useless. Immediately secure the scene. No unauthorized personnel allowed near. Move quickly now. Wu Binglan promptly ordered, and the surrounding officers hurried into action. Yellow police tape cordoned off the area as forensic officers documented the scene. Sister Jing, what should we do next? Wu Binglan approached and inquired. First, see if we can collect any evidence from the room. Also, ask the forensics team to expedite their analysis. Jing Jiangxue spoke as she watched an officer carrying collected blood samples out of the room. Understood, Sister Jing. We'll have results within 2 hours. The rather young-looking officer responded enthusiastically, his face lighting up. Seeing his reaction, Jing Jiangxue shook her head unconsciously, her mind conjuring up Gu Xing's image again. Why did he suddenly come to mind? Jing Jiangxue seemed startled by the thought and immediately banished Gu Xing's image from her thoughts. Sister Jing, did you discover something? Noticing her strange behavior, Wu Binglan couldn't help but ask. Jing Jiangxue feigned composure, replying calmly, nothing important. It's just that similar cases have been occurring increasingly frequently lately, and we've already deployed all available personnel from the bureau. Ah, these ghosts and the wicked cultivators who take advantage of the chaos truly deserve death. Her willow leaf eyebrows arched sharply, revealing visible anger. Jing Jiangxue could never comprehend this behavior that treated lives as insignificant as ants, though she understood some among these people killed purely for slaughter's sake. They and the ghosts were birds of the same feather, all scoundrels. If Captain Li hadn't been away on a mission, how would those sewer rats dare show their faces? Wu Binglan raised her delicate fist, then reluctantly lowered it again. Captain Li was the golden signboard of Shanghai's Supernatural Bureau, his sword skills reaching miraculous perfection. However, 1 month ago, Captain Li had been transferred elsewhere for a mission, his return date still unknown. If you'd learned even a little of your family's skills, we wouldn't be in this situation. Jing Jiangxue tapped Wu Binglan's smooth forehead in mock irritation, though her tone carried no real reproach. Oh come on, you know my family situation. If I'd learned those, I'd be stuck indoors for months on end. That kind of life would drive me crazy. Wu Binglan quickly shook her head, clearly showing great resistance to this matter. As for whether this was truly the reason, that remains unknown. By the way, Sister Jing, my grandmother said one of her friends has come to Shanghai and is currently a guest at the Wen residence. Let's go to the Wen family together tonight. Wu Binglan extended the invitation. Grandmother had mentioned this to Wu Binglan 2 days ago. Wu Binglan had originally planned to visit 2 days earlier, but the guest at the Wen residence had gone out to handle some matters. They only returned to the Wen residence in the early morning. Therefore, tonight would be the perfect time to visit. Alright, I don't have anything planned tonight anyway. Have you picked out a gift? Jing Jiangxue asked while carefully observing their surroundings. Other than a pool of blood on the ground, there was nothing else. Clearly, this wasn't something an ordinary person could have done. When dealing with special incidents, panic serves no purpose. Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan had long since adapted when facing unusual circumstances. One must maintain calm composure. After handling the scene, let's wrap up and withdraw the team. Jing Jiangxue scanned every corner without missing a single spot, yet still found nothing new. We'll have to wait for the lab results from the forensic department. After leaving the room, Wu Binglan spoke up to comfort her. What difference will the results make anyway? We don't even know our enemy's capabilities. There's already a pile of pending cases and now another one pops up. As Jing Jiangxue spoke, she felt a headache coming on. With the Paranormal Bureau being understaffed, their operational efficiency was declining. Case after case kept piling up. It was utterly frustrating. Let's set this aside for now. The action team is under tremendous pressure too, sigh. Wu Binglan adjusted her glasses, a complex emotion flashing through her eyes. Perhaps I should make a trip back home. The more special cases they encountered, the clearer it signaled an approaching storm. At her current capability level, Wu Binglan stood no chance of weathering this storm unscathed. She knew what she ought to do, but just thinking about her family's mystical arts made her hesitate, wanting to postpone things a little longer. But it seems we can't delay any longer now. On the other side, Gu Xing, who had just woken up, received a phone call. Boss Gu, did I wake you? When Xiaoqing's voice came through the phone. No, is there something you need? Gu Xing felt somewhat surprised, logically speaking, as a witch now, when Xiaoqing should have been able to deal with the ghost that was haunting him. As he spoke, Gu Xing drew open the curtains, letting the soft sunlight warm his body pleasantly. When Xiaoqing extended an invitation to Gu Xing. Boss Gu, someone wants to meet you. Chapter 39. Truly worthy of being the next temple master, impressive indeed. Gu Xing hung up the phone and stood by the window, gazing into the distance. In the distance, skyscrapers stood tall as cars came and went on the streets, while sprinkler trucks cleaned the dust off the roads. Office workers carried phones, ate breakfast, and hurried to work. Students chatted and laughed, their faces brimming with innocent, radiant smiles. Couples walking hand in hand contemplated where to go for leisure today. Witnessing these scenes, Gu Xing's heart naturally became peaceful and tranquil. How wonderful! Gu Xing withdrew his gaze and stepped away from the window. The shadows in the room gradually engulfed his figure. Light and shadows seemed to separate into two distinct worlds, and the current Gu Xing existed in the other one. In the sunlight, that peaceful and tranquil world was gradually receding from Gu Xing. The Taoist practitioners want to see me. It seems they must have noticed the changes in Wen Xiaoqing. While walking toward the school, numerous thoughts flashed through Gu Xing's mind. However, the other party came with goodwill. Therefore, Gu Xing agreed to visit the Wen family tonight. The Wen residence. When Xuezhen, elder Gu Daozhang, and Hua Qingyue were gathered together. Xiaoqing, was Mr. Gu upset? When Xuezhen asked nervously after speaking, did he agree? Mr. Gu wasn't angry at all, and he promised to come to our house tonight. When Xiaoqing didn't keep them in suspense and announced cheerfully. The thought of seeing Gu Xing tonight made everything that happened at the Giant Rock Mental Hospital seem trivial in comparison. Excellent. I'll have people make arrangements immediately. For Mr. Gu to visit our Wen family is an honor we must receive with the utmost ceremony. When Xuezhen appeared even more excited and exhilarated than when Xiaoqing. After experiencing various incidents, he had come to realize that Mr. Gu was truly the most reliable ally one could have. Originally, it should have been my junior sister and I paying a visit to Mr. Gu. As Taoist priest Gu spoke, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. His complexion turned deathly pale, his breathing weak, clearly suffering from severe injuries. But that entity in the mental hospital was too vicious. Had it not been for my junior sister, we would have perished right there. Even while recounting the events, Taoist priest Gu still couldn't suppress the lingering fear in his heart. What they initially thought would be a simple matter to resolve unexpectedly turned out to involve serious complications. Indeed, extremely troublesome. Even when I employed secret Taoist techniques, I couldn't defeat it. Had I been trapped, I too would have been doomed there. Hua Qingyue's expression turned grave. The first incident they encountered after descending the mountain had taken her completely by surprise. Troublesome, extremely troublesome. It's too cunning. Knowing that Mr. Gu's tattoo was powerful against it, it found helpers. When Xiaoqing said furiously, her pale face immediately contorting in pain the moment anger rose. Dear daughter, don't be angry, don't be angry. You're already injured, you mustn't risk reopening your wounds. When Xuezhen's heart nearly broke seeing this scene. But he was just an ordinary man, with nothing more than a modest amount of wealth at most. What use was a modest amount of wealth when facing such supernatural matters? Ancient Taoist, what exactly did you encounter that night in that accursed place? When Xuezhen asked in a heavy tone. That night, Hua Qingyue and Wen Xiaoqing had supported the nearly unconscious ancient Taoist as they fled that long-abandoned mental hospital. When Xuezhen could still vividly remember that scene to this day. In his mind, Elder Gu was practically an immortal figure, yet even such a person emerged from there nearly unconscious. Were it not for Hua Qingyue and Wen Xiaoqing's assistance, disaster would surely have struck. What happened inside was simply unimaginable. Old one, there are some things you're better off not knowing. Elder Gu shook his head and spoke with grave sincerity. For ordinary people, knowing about the existence of those things would only bring unnecessary distress. Why invite trouble when there's no need? Ah, very well. I won't hold you back then. Wen Shuizhen didn't seem particularly bothered. He turned to Wen Xiaoqing and said, "Rest well, my good daughter. Your father will arrange tonight's matters. If Mr. Gu requires anything, you must inform me immediately." "I understand." Wen Xiaoqing nodded. Without further delay, Wen Shuizhen quickly left the room to make arrangements for the evening. Normally, such matters could be delegated to subordinates, but Wen Shuizhen insisted on handling it personally. Although Mr. Gu might not care about such formalities, the Wen family's sincerity needed to be demonstrated. Only Wen Ziajing, old Daoist Gu, and Hua Qingyue remained in the room. Old Daoist Gu broke the silence first, thanking Wen Ziajing. "Miss Xiaoqing, thank you for earlier. If it weren't for Wen Ziajing, he would have perished there." At that moment, even Hua Qingyue hadn't had time to intervene. "You don't need to thank me, Daoist Gu. You ended up in danger because of my affairs. If anything, I should be thanking you." Wen Ziajing quickly waved her hands, not daring to take credit. A flicker of fear passed across her fair, delicate face. "Qingyue, what exactly was that?" Wen Ziajing turned to Hua Qingyue. In just 2 short days, their relationship had already become quite close. Wen Ziajing understood clearly that Hua Qingyue only maintained that cold, distant demeanor when facing strangers. Hua Qingyue seemed to be recollecting something before finally softly uttering 2 words. "Ghost domain. Ghost domain. What's that?" When Ziajing tilted her head, her face filled with complete bewilderment. This was a term she had never heard before. A powerful ghost can slaughter an entire region, turning the area into a forbidden land. This is what we call a ghost domain. Any living person who enters will die, Hua Qingyue explained to Wen Xiaoqing. The most troublesome aspect of a ghost domain is that the ghosts can alter the terrain at will. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. This was exactly how Elder Gu met his downfall. Who could have imagined that the seemingly ordinary psychiatric hospital was actually a ghost domain? How infuriating. Even though we were prepared and opened our heavenly eyes before entering, we still failed to detect anything wrong at the time. Elder Gu said with frustration that Ghost already possessed a ghost domain, yet it still sought outside help. The heavenly eye's power should have seen through the ghost domain. It must have been that spirit creature interfering. Ghosts and spirit creatures are 2 distinct groups. Yet now, these 2 groups have actually joined forces. It's truly unbelievable. I never expected them to cooperate either. And that thing we saw at the end, Junior Sister, did you recognize what it was? Ancient Taoist Gu turned his head, looking at Hua Qingyue's calm and elegant expression. Sometimes, he truly admired Hua Qingyue. No matter the situation, she always maintained her composure, unshaken even if the sky were to fall. As expected of the next pavilion master, truly remarkable. Chapter 40, if you're talking about this, then I'm no longer sleepy. Prepare for the worst possible outcome. Hua Qingyue's brows slightly furrowed. She couldn't be certain yet. After all, she had only heard her grandmaster mention that thing briefly. Born from evil, toying with all living beings. Hua Qingyue still remembered clearly how fear had spread through her grandmaster's eyes when he spoke those words. It must be noted that her grandmaster, Master Qing Yun, was a highly respected elder in the Taoist tradition. He had slain fierce ghosts, subdued drought demons, and exterminated countless zombies, so many deeds widely celebrated throughout Taoist circles. Yet even such a virtuous and powerful Taoist elder would show genuine fear before his junior. Though it lasted only a fleeting moment, Hua Qingyue knew she hadn't seen wrong. The Grandmaster was genuinely afraid at that time. It was fear from the depths of his soul. Hua Qingyue felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Though they had successfully escaped from the Boulder Mental Hospital, she sensed an immense threat looming in the unseen. Actually, it wasn't Elder Gu who wanted to see Gu Xing, it was her. Boulder Mental Hospital. Unnoticed by anyone, dense fog had enveloped the surroundings of the hospital. A 3-kilometer radius centered around this place was now shrouded in mist. From a distance, one could see this area covered in vast, grayish-white mist, an extremely peculiar sight. But if someone stood outside the thick fog and observed carefully, they would notice several tall figures wandering within the mist. Like phantoms in the fog, the mist was their forbidden territory. "Gangzi, maybe we should turn back." Suddenly, about 30 meters outside the fog, someone spoke. A group of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, stood in the woods. One of them was even holding a selfie stick. Nowadays, most people walking outside with selfie sticks are live streamers. "What, are you scared?" Chen Gang had a rough, burly appearance, especially his eyes that matched his overall facial features, giving him an extremely fierce look. One glance was enough to tell he wasn't someone to be trifled with, a real tough guy. In reality, this was indeed true. Chen Gang had been the local bully in his village since childhood, and after moving to the city, he befriended 2 gang leaders. However, in recent years, the crackdown on street gangs like theirs had been severe, forcing many to change careers. By coincidence, Chen Gang transitioned into being an outdoor live streamer. The content of his streams was extremely simple. Wherever there was excitement or drama, he would rush in. True to the principle of never shying away from stirring up trouble, Chen Gang's streaming life had been relatively comfortable. But recently, the popularity of his live streams had declined sharply. After all, viewers suffer from aesthetic fatigue constantly watching those trivial dramas back and forth. Who wouldn't get sick of it? Gangsy, I'm not scared, I just think this place feels eerie everywhere. Shouldn't we avoid taking risks? Li Mingliang swallowed hard as he looked at the mist-shrouded woods not far away. His eyelids kept twitching, and his heart felt like it was weighed down by a stone extremely uneasy. That won't do. This could be headline news. When we passed by here 2 days ago, there wasn't such thick fog. It only appeared yesterday and hasn't dispersed even at noon. Isn't that strange? Shen Gang gazed ahead, a flash of fervor in his eyes as he whispered to his friend, Mingliang, do you think there might be treasure inside? Gangzi, I keep telling you to read fewer novels. Treasure. Why don't you say there's some great destiny waiting inside? I think you've gone crazy from reading too much. Li Mingliang couldn't help retorting. He and Shen Gang had grown up together, running around the village Bear Bottom since childhood, so he knew Shen Gang very well indeed. Shen Gang had one hobby: reading novels. Initially, he was obsessed with books about gangsters, which helped him become the local bully in his village. Later, Shen Gang became fascinated with mystical books about treasure hunting and feng shui divination. If not for the government's crackdown, Shen Gang would be holding a Luoyang shovel right now instead of a selfie stick. And now, Shen Gang's old habit resurfaced whenever he encountered natural wonders. He was convinced they hid treasures. Every time he rushed excitedly to investigate, he returned empty-handed. Hey, I've been a lucky guy since childhood. Those previous times were just accidents. Believe me, this time there's definitely treasure inside. After saying this, Shen Gang turned to ask one man and two women behind him. Yenner, how's the equipment setup going? A plump but plain-looking woman nodded. Brother Gang, the signal booster is already operational. I guarantee you'll have full signal strength during your livestream later. Her name was Zhou Yan, Shen Gang's assistant. The other two people beside her were also assistants. No idea what the higher-ups are playing at. Outdoor signals are always crap, and I have to pay out of pocket for signal boosters. Shen Gang cursed around the cigarette dangling from his lips. Over the years, outdoor livestream signals have been absolutely terrible. Just a few kilometers outside city limits, the signal becomes unbearably bad. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. Shen Gang had reported this to the authorities, but nothing ever came of it. Welcome all melon-eating troops to the stream. Brothers who haven't subscribed yet, hit that subscribe button. Those without channel badges, just a quick tap gets you Brother Gang's exclusive melon-eating medal instant prestige when visiting other streams. Wearing this melon-eating medal will leave men speechless and women in tears. 10 times a night. Perpetual motion. No longer just a dream. Shen Gang launched straight into his broadcast, spouting cheeky lines with a beaming face. Truly the king of banter, the perpetual motion machine. I barely managed 1.5 rounds last night before running out of steam. +1, screw you, refund? Good afternoon Gangu, where is this place? Why is there such heavy fog over there? Reading the bullet comments, Shen Gang directly ignored those demanding refunds. How could this possibly be his fault? Ridiculous. I'm currently in the suburbs 5 kilometers west of Shanghai's 10th Ring Road. As he spoke, Shen Gang adjusted his camera angle to give viewers a clearer view of the scenery behind him. In the immediate vicinity, lush green trees stood under the lingering glow of sunset with relatively clear visibility. But just dozens of meters away, thick mist enveloped the area like a foggy realm, so dense that even sunlight couldn't penetrate. Truly bizarre. This mysterious fog, no one knows where it came from or where it's going. Last night I dreamed of someone who said they left treasures here for me. Brothers, send some gifts and Gangu will take you on this treasure hunt. Shen Gang recited the script he had prepared the night before. For treasure hunting, some showmanship was absolutely necessary. Sure enough, the bullet comments in the livestream immediately became more lively. Anchor, if you're talking about this, I won't feel sleepy anymore. Treasure hunting in the suburbs. Sounds great. Chapter 41. Brothers, never let him taste success. Inside the restaurant, Lan Hanyu, wearing a black checkered shirt, sat obediently beside Gu Xing. Brother Gu Xing, try these wontons from this place, they're delicious. She picked up a wonton with her chopsticks and brought it to Gu Xing's mouth. Gu Xing ate it fresh, crisp, and tender with the spicy flavor of Tianfu cuisine, leaving an endless aftertaste with just one bite. It's really good, but aren't you afraid of getting pimples from eating these spicy Tianfu red oil wontons? This young lady is naturally beautiful, it's not like you don't know that. Lan Hanyu withdrew her chopsticks, picked up another wonton for herself, and casually bit off half while speaking. Gu Xing was leaning back in his chair, his eyes fixed on his phone. Lan Hanyu curiously moved closer and asked, Brother Gu Xing, what are you looking at? Watching a live stream. Gu Xing turned his head slightly and was momentarily startled to see Lan Hanyu practically nestled in his arms. At close distance, one could even see the fine downy hair on Lan Hanyu's skin. Lan Hanyu's face flushed red, but instead of moving away from Gu Xing, she drew closer and gently rested her head on his shoulder. Don't move. Let me rest on you for a while. She tried to sound fierce, but her sweet voice betrayed her. The two boys at the neighboring table felt their bones go weak upon hearing her voice, tears streaming down their faces afterward. When will I ever be as lucky as this guy to have a beauty throw herself into my arms willingly? The world of handsome devils is truly beyond my comprehension, damn it. The two looked down at their spicy oil-splashed noodles and suddenly found them tasteless. How frustrating. Gu Xing was slightly surprised but quickly wrapped his arm around Lan Hanyu. He wasn't the type to be coy or pretentious either. Since Lan Hanyu had taken the initiative to break the ice, Gu Xing naturally responded in kind. As expected, Lan Hanyu in his arms relaxed slightly. You seemed quite nervous earlier. Gu Xing leaned close to her ear and teased in a whisper. Who's nervous? I'm just tired from all the walking today. Lan Hanyu rolled her eyes at Gu Xing, though her reddening earlobes betrayed her true feelings. Just moments ago, her mind had gone completely blank. She couldn't understand why she'd suddenly made such a bold move. Fortunately, Gu Xing's reaction put her completely at ease. The outskirts of Shanghai. That streamer isn't far from us treasure hunting. Lan Hanyu stared at Gu Xing's phone screen, her red lips parting slightly. Wait, didn't you have plans tonight? There's still time, I'll head over later. Gu Xing had everything under control and wasn't in any hurry. Alright, I'll order some more food first. I should be heading back to campus soon anyway. Lan Hanyu stood up and went to the counter to order some snacks. Thanks big bro for the piercing cloud arrow gift. Enough talk, let the treasure hunt begin. Mingliang, Yenner, let's move out. In the woods, Chen Gang saw the gift from their patron and eagerly called out to the others. Although feeling somewhat uneasy, Li Mingliang still followed Chen Gang. Zhou Yan appeared quite relaxed. Instead, she had joined Chen Gang on several treasure hunts before and treated this as an outdoor excursion. Earning money couldn't get any easier. As for the other two team members, they stayed behind to watch over their equipment and handle miscellaneous tasks. Chen Gang stepped into the mist with Li Mingliang and Zhou Yan following closely behind. Suddenly, Chen Gang exclaimed in astonishment, "Folks, look at that! There's actually a manor here." At the end of the mist, their vision wasn't as obstructed as they had anticipated. Before them stood a rusted, mottled gate. Beyond it lay maple groves, wheat fields, and in the distance, red-walled structures resembling a Western-style farm estate. However, the manor appeared to have been abandoned for a long time. Not far away in the woods, crows circled and cawed raucously among the trees. There are really so many wealthy people in Magic City actually building a manor in the suburbs. But how did this manor become abandoned? To casually discard such a huge manor, this is truly the epitome of wealth brings willfulness. I'm so envious. Is this how the wealthy world operates? Wait, that can't be right. I'm a local of Magic City myself, and my family is somewhat well off. If someone built a manor in the suburbs, how come I never heard about it? A viewer named Brother Guang commented, but his message was quickly buried in the flood of scrolling bullet comments, barely noticed by anyone. Chen Gang naturally didn't notice this comment either. At that moment, he stood excitedly in front of the gate, his voice brimming with anticipation. Folks, Gangzi here feels like he's about to strike it rich. There's got to be something valuable inside this manor. His eyes gleamed with excitement, convinced that coming here was the right decision. Isn't this just rummaging through trash? Strike it rich. Are you daydreaming? Brothers, my PS sweet, I'm afraid he'll get a taste of false hope. Minus better let me splash some sense into him. Online viewers all mocked, this manor is so dilapidated and you still think you can find treasures here. Are you still dreaming? But, what if? Chen Gang was exactly the kind of person with such a mentality. The iron gate wasn't locked and he easily pushed it open to enter. Gangzi, maybe we should go back. I keep feeling uneasy. Li Mingliang only felt his eyelids twitching faster. Since childhood, he had relied on this intuition to avoid many disasters. Gu Xing, who was watching the livestream, also noticed Li Mingliang. This man's physiognomy is somewhat interesting. Brother Mingliang, what are you afraid of? We're not far from the city, and with so many viewers watching, what could possibly happen? Zhou Yan said with a giggle, completely disregarding Li Mingliang's words. In fact, there was even a hint of disdain in her eyes. A grown man, so timid and hesitant, how embarrassing. With this thought, Zhou Yan raised her head and strutted into the manor, swaying her hips. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past. Chen Gang and Zhou Yan instinctively closed their eyes. The sudden gust of wind was too fierce. Gangzi, Zhou Yan, get out here now. Li Mingliang's eyes widened, his legs trembling uncontrollably. What had he just seen? Mingliang, what the hell are you doing? Quit dawdling. Chen Gang opened his eyes, speaking impatiently and with clear irritation. If not for their childhood friendship, he truly wouldn't have wanted to include Li Mingliang in the money-making venture. Several times now, Li Mingliang had hesitated, claiming this was too risky, that was unwise. It had forced Chen Gang to cancel some of his carefully planned routes. But Li Mingliang didn't speak, he just screamed and bolted outside without looking back. His reaction sent a jolt of fear through both Chen Gang and Zhou Yan. Yanzi, you don't think there's actually something behind us, do you? Chen Gang felt his own legs go weak. Li Mingliang's terror had been genuinely unsettling. Zhou Yan, never one to believe in superstitions, turned her head and scoffed. There's nothing there at all. Bright bro, have you been visiting those massage parlors too often lately? Seeing things now. The manor behind them stood in complete silence, utterly devoid of anything unusual. Chapter 42. What kind of background does this young man have? Gu Xing arched his sword-like eyebrows sharply. He had seen everything clearly moments ago. When Chen Gang and Zhou Yan weren't looking back, a gigantic arm had swept across the sky within the dark clouds above them. The enormous arm, comparable in size to the Oriental Pearl Tower, appeared only for a fleeting instant before vanishing back into the storm clouds. This was precisely why Zhou Yan turned back and claimed she saw nothing. Holy shit! That was intense. What was that just now? Special effects. Streamer, your black tech has leveled up again. Scared me to death. Sweet baby Jesus, please tell me that was fake. The barrage exploded instantly as numerous livestream viewers witnessed the terrifying spectacle. Some reacted with fear, others with disdain, while a portion remained skeptical. Yet Gu Xing had already exited the livestream by this point. At the school gate, Lan Hanyu and Gu Xing walked hand in hand. The man was strikingly handsome, the woman stunningly beautiful. Together, they looked like a perfect match, forming a beautiful scene all on their own. Holy shit, isn't that the campus belle? She's actually holding hands with a guy. The school forum is gonna explode over this. No way, does the campus belle have a boyfriend now? But honestly speaking, her boyfriend is really handsome, about half as good looking as me. Bro, that's not confidence anymore, that's straight up delusion. People around them whispered and gossiped, with some even taking photos with their phones to post on the school forum. The campus belle having a boyfriend was absolutely explosive news. Alright, be careful on your way back. I'm heading in now. Lan Hanyu completely ignored the surrounding stares as she reluctantly released Gu Xing's hand warm and strong. It gave her an unprecedented sense of security and tranquility. I understand. Gu Xing nodded. As Lan Hanyu turned to enter the school, Gu Xing suddenly called out from behind. By the way, Hanyu, remember to give this to the security guard. Lan Hanyu froze for a moment, and by the time she came to her senses, Gu Xing had already left. Holding the cigarette in her hand, Lan Hanyu was puzzled and murmured to herself. How strange, our school security guard isn't an old man. However, Lan Hanyu didn't think too much about it. She put away the cigarette, planning to message Gu Xing later after returning to the dormitory. The Wen residence. The house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, more festive than Chinese New Year. In the courtyard, along the pebble-paved path, a red carpet stretched all the way to the villa entrance. Flowers were neatly arranged around the artificial hill and stream, creating a delightful sight. Dad, Bosku said he's on the way and should arrive in about half an hour. When Xiaoqing said as she put down her phone. Gu Xing wasn't an arrogant person, having already greeted Wen Xiaoqing beforehand. Wen Xiaoqing had also faithfully relayed Gu Xing's words to her father Wen Xuezhen. Yet the prepared banquet at home remained untouched as Wen Xuezhen insisted on waiting for Gu Xing's arrival. Regarding this, Priest Gu and Priestess Hua Qingyue shared the same opinion. The main guest of tonight's banquet was Gu Xing. If Gu Xing wasn't coming, what was the point of preparing this feast? Quick, come with me to the residential gate to await Mr. Gu. When Xuezhen beamed with joy, his eyes shining with remarkable brightness, Gu Xing was undoubtedly an honored guest. For the Wen family to befriend such an individual would certainly be advantageous. Aha! At the thought of Gu Xing's imminent arrival, Wen Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel her heartbeat quicken slightly. However, under the moonlight and street lamps, no one noticed her unusual reaction. Priest Gu, Priestess Qingyue, shall we go together? When Xuezhen extended this invitation to Priest Gu and Hua Qingyue standing beside him. Both priests wore Taoist robes. Priest Gu naturally exuded the air of a transcendent master, while Hua Qingyue appeared divinely ethereal. A faint sandalwood fragrance emanated from Priest Gu. To meet Gu Xing, he had even taken the trouble to bathe and burn incense beforehand. Hua Qingyue wasn't like the others, but her willingness to join the group waiting at the residential gate clearly showed her prudence toward Gu Xing. The Wen father-daughter pair, Hua Qingyue, Master Gu Dao, and some specially invited close associates of Wen Xuezhen all headed toward the residential gate together. These invited guests were all influential figures, people who could stir up storms in Magic City with just a stamp of their feet. Though there weren't many, just 2 men and 1 woman. After all, these people had their own pride. Their attendance was purely out of respect for Wen Xuezhen. What's happening with the Wen family? Is some VIP coming? The Wen family's status in Magic City is already extraordinary, yet Wen Xuezhen personally goes to wait at the gate. Unbelievable. Come on, let's follow and see. I really want to see what kind of deity deserves such grand reception from the Wen family. The Wen family's conspicuous movements attracted much attention. Filled with curiosity, people either sent representatives or followed personally, hoping to glimpse the visitor's true appearance. Without exception, one thought emerged in everyone's mind. Who exactly is the guest visiting the Wen family tonight? In the taxi, Gu Xing looked at the message on his phone with a slightly startled expression. The guard at Hanyu's school is a young man, not an elderly one. Then who was that person that night? Thoughts flashed through Gu Xing's mind, but ultimately he didn't dwell on this question. Who it was didn't matter. Neither did their purpose. If the other party came to contact him once, they would come again. When that time comes, everything will become clear. Young man, the villa area ahead is where the powerful and influential gather. Sorry, but I can only take you this far. The taxi driver slowed down and explained to Gu Xing. No problem, I'll walk from here. Gu Xing said simply, paid the fare, and got out of the car. He wore a blue robe with his long hair casually tied back by a wooden hairpin, exuding an air of untamed freedom. The light shone on Gu Xing, giving him an almost ethereal presence that seemed not of this world. The taxi driver hadn't driven away yet, watching Gu Xing's departing figure and murmuring to himself. Old Lu here has seen all kinds of guests, but a young man like this truly a first. Handsome enough to dazzle my eyes. So enviable, so enviable. Pity my daughter's looks are too plain, or I'd be making a fool of myself trying to match them. The driver sighed regretfully as he stepped on the gas and turned the steering wheel to leave. Dad, that's Gu Xing, Boss Gu. When Xiaoqing spotted a man in blue robes walking along the sidewalk and grew excited, quickly introducing him to Wen Xuezhen. Wen Xuezhen immediately focused his gaze. The blue robes were simple yet elegant, his figure tall and straight, his appearance divinely handsome with an effortless air of transcendent grace. What an outstanding dragon among men! Wen Xuezhen exclaimed inwardly before stepping forward briskly, his face breaking into a radiant smile. Mr. Gu, this way please. Countless gazes immediately converged on Gu Xing. Gu Xing remained unfazed, his utterly unperturbed demeanor leaving others deeply impressed. Just what is this young man's background? Chapter 43, The Jade Capital in Heaven, 12 Towers, and 5 Cities. Mr. Gu. If he's not from any of the major families in Demon City, could he be from the Gu family of White Jade Capital? Impossible. The Gu family of White Jade Capital is truly a colossal entity in Xia Kingdom. Aside from White Jade Capital, there are no other renowned Gu families across the 13 provinces. The assembled dignitaries looked at Gu Xing, whispering their speculations. But what exactly is White Jade Capital? 100 miles west of Xia Kingdom's Dragon Ridge, built upon the Heavenly Mountains, encircling the Jade Pool's spring water to form its lake. It stands in the Celestial Dome, overlooking all of Xia Kingdom. That is one of Xia Kingdom's great wonders. No one knows how White Jade Capital was constructed, yet it's the pride of every Xia citizen. White Jade Capital in the heavens, 12 towers, and 5 cities. The 5 cities house 5 great families, indisputably Xia Kingdom's pinnacle aristocratic clans. But didn't White Jade Capital close its gates 5 years ago? The 3 families of Yanjing took over stewardship, yet we've heard no news from there. Let's wait and see, we have plenty of time. Gu Xing naturally overheard these discussions. White Jade Capital in the heavens, the Gu family. His expression remained unchanged. While others might not know, Gu Xing was well aware that the Gu family of White Jade Capital had absolutely no relation to him. As for White Jade Capital itself, ordinary people simply couldn't enter. Even for the powerful and privileged, gaining entry was an extremely difficult matter. As for residing there, that was something most people wouldn't dare to imagine. In the unnoticed depths of the forest, a drone was capturing footage of the scene. The Wang family. 2 beautiful women knelt on the ground holding fruit platters, gazing at Wang Chen with flattering eyes. No, to be precise, they were looking at Xiao Tian. After Xiao Tian had killed Wang Deben that day, he immediately sought out Wang Chen and, through an exceptionally sinister Gu technique, took possession of Wang Chen's body. Thus, Xiao Tian wasn't worried about exposure. Because now, he was the young master of the Wang family. Wang Chen. The drone had been arranged by Xiao Tian. On the screen before him, everything he wanted to see was playing out with perfect clarity. With money, everything is easier, especially when backed by an influential force like the Wang family. Although we're at the bottom of the martial arts circle, in mainstream society, we're still a powerful force that even top-tier corporations would grovel before. Xiao Tian opened his mouth, and immediately a woman placed a peeled grape into it. There was no fear in the woman's eyes, only fanaticism. With just one command from Xiao Tian, she wouldn't even blink if ordered to commit suicide. The other woman was exactly the same. They had both been poisoned by Xiao Tian's Gu and were completely under his control. Wang Deben is truly an idiot. Does he really think I'm just some ordinary Gu master from Miaozhong? My Gu arts were obtained as divine techniques from the spiritual ruins during the Great Awakening. How could ordinary Gu arts possibly compare to mine? Xiao Tian's expression was disdainful as he loosened his pants. Immediately, the woman beside him understood his intention. Damn it, has that good-for-nothing Wang Chen really been drained to this extent by wine and women? Xiao Tian found it utterly unsatisfying and grew somewhat annoyed. Bang! The woman's head exploded violently. The other woman remained expressionless, still holding the fruit tray as she knelt beside Xiao Tian. Clean this up, then get out. Xiao Tian commanded, instantly feeling his spirits lifted. This was exactly what he wanted in the kingdom he established. He was God. And now, Xiao Tian was the god of the Wang family. Yes, master. Only then did the woman rise to begin cleaning. Xiao Tian walked to the screen when the 3 words White Jade Capital reached his ears. Gu Xing. The Gu family from White Jade Capital. That can't be right. His expression changed drastically. Whether in his previous life or this one, white jade capital was absolutely the thing Xiao Tian feared most. In my past life, when the great tide came, ghosts, mountain spirits, demons, zombies, they all appeared. They attacked Xia Kingdom wildly, devouring every living being they encountered. And white jade capital emerged precisely at that time. Xiao Tian's memories were stirred. It could be said that without white jade capital's intervention, Xia Kingdom couldn't have withstood the great tide for so long. He still remembered, during those 10 days of the night parade of 100 demons, a martial arts grandmaster with vital energy as intense as the blazing sun emerged from the white jade capital. Alone, he reduced all the evil spirits to dust and ashes. After that, the Taoist celestial master, the holy maiden of Miaozhong, the Buddhist arhats came forth one after another from the white jade capital to suppress the great calamity. That was Xia Kingdom's humanity's most glorious era, using human strength to forcefully resist the momentum of heaven and earth. As long as the white jade capital stands, even the momentum of heaven and earth must halt before it. Could Gu Xing really be from the Gu family of white jade capital? But why hadn't I heard Gu Xing's name in my previous life? Xiao Tian's expression became extremely complex, anxious, fearful, unsettled. Even as a reincarnator, just hearing the name white jade capital was enough to unsettle him. Xiao Tian paced back and forth, his mind in turmoil. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even with the influence of my rebirth, the white jade capital couldn't possibly emerge prematurely. Their suppressing an evil god emerging now would mean the destruction of Xia Kingdom. Damn it, the timeline of this life has indeed undergone major changes. How damnable. Xiao Tian's face was filled with anger. Originally, he held an excellent script. As long as everything followed the script, Xiao Tian could develop discreetly and become the supreme powerhouse. But now, first, when Xiao Qing didn't die, then he encountered Gu Xing. One change after another filled Xiao Tian with an intense sense of crisis. Wait, I never heard Gu Xing's name in my past life, which means he must have died. Perhaps during this very incident. He came from white jade capital for what purpose? Xiao Tian strained to recall, not wanting to miss any information from his past life. Unfortunately, at this time in his past life, he was merely an ordinary person. If not for white jade capital's protection, he would have died hundreds of times over. Demon City, the first spiritual ruins conflict. Wait a moment. Xiao Tian's expression changed drastically as he suddenly remembered. The evil god. Before the spiritual ruins conflict, something else happened in Demon City. It was information he accidentally saw in a forum post, which he had dismissed as mere boasting at the time. The post mentioned that the mental hospital outside the Demon City was a ghost realm where a new evil deity had been born. Then a group of masters joined forces to seal it. That post was actually true. Xiao Tian was dumbfounded, feeling a chill creeping into his heart. An evil deity born near the Demon City. What kind of joke is this? But this explanation fits the truth closest. Gu Xing came to suppress that evil deity. If his speculation wasn't wrong, then Gu Xing must have died at the hands of that evil deity. Thinking of this, Xiao Tian suddenly felt an emptiness. My greatest enemy right now is about to die. Chapter 44, The Cat and Mouse Game. What a pity. I thought I'd finally met a worthy opponent. Gu Xing, you're about to die. A dead man isn't worth Xiao Tian's attention. As for Wen Xiaoqing, I'll let you live a few more days. Once Gu Xing dies, I'll send you on your final journey. Xiao Tian had already concluded that Gu Xing came from the Jade Capital in the heavens. He was also certain that Gu Xing had been carrying an important mission. After all, being so young yet possessing such terrifying strength aside from the White Jade Capital, Xiao Tian couldn't think of any other organization that could possibly have such capability. Xiao Tian swelled with complacency, feeling as if the heavy boulder weighing on his heart had finally disappeared. One can imagine just how much psychological trauma Gu Xing had inflicted on him that day. At this moment, Gu Xing, currently a guest at the Wen residence, remained unaware that Xiao Tian, whom he had recently beaten into a humiliating retreat, was wildly speculating about his identity. White Jade Capital was a place even Gu Xing had never visited. If Xiao Tian knew this, one wonders how he would feel. The banquet at the Wen household didn't last particularly long. Because, at Gu Xing's request, only Wen Xiaoqing, Elder Gu, and Hua Qingyue were permitted to enter the screening room besides himself. Guest room. The atmosphere was heavy, with Wen Xuezhen appearing somewhat awkward. Everyone, this matter is of great importance. There must be good reason why Mr. Gu won't allow us inside. He had witnessed the transformation in his daughter Wen Xiaoqing firsthand, and thus regarded Gu Xing with profound reverence. But the others present didn't share this sentiment. Mr. Gu, what an impressive air he puts on. Wu Xingting frowned and spoke with sarcastic undertones. Originally, during the banquet, he had repeatedly attempted to engage with Gu Xing, only to be rebuffed each time with a few brief words. Even that one phrase from Gu Xing had left him rather irritated. I offer you this cup of tea because we're both guests here, but you and I walk different paths. Those who follow different ways cannot make plans together. Those who follow different ways cannot make plans together. Wuxingting felt personally insulted. His flagship company, being one of the leading enterprises in Shanghai, usually had others currying favor and begging for his assistance. But now, Gu Xing couldn't even be bothered to exchange more than necessary words with him. Xu Weizhen, be straight with me, is Mr. Gu from the fabled White Jade capital. Yang Guangwei chimed in from the side. Rather than displeasure, his expression showed keen curiosity about Gu Xing's origins. Come on, old one, we're all friends here. What could possibly stop you from telling us? Exactly. You can't have us come all this way for nothing. Dang Ying and Liao Guokai also joined in the questioning. All four of them came at Xu Weizhen's invitation. Facing rejection now, except for Wu Xington, who was very angry, the other three managed to keep their composure. Hearing his old friend's persistent questions, Xu Weizhen, already nearing 50, hesitated before speaking. To be honest with you all, today was also my first time meeting Mr. Gu. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others became somewhat uneasy. Don't be impatient. There are too many complicated matters involved here. I can only clearly tell you one thing: ghosts truly exist. Wu Xington, Yang Guangwei, Dang Ying, and Liao Guokai all wore expressions of complete bewilderment. President 1, we don't have time for these mystical nonsense with you. We're asking you about that person's background. Why are you speaking in riddles? A hot-tempered Wu Xington said very irritably. I don't know much about Mr. Gu's origins either, but I believe Mr. Gu most likely descended from the White Jade capital. Old Wu, I advise you to restrain your temper. If you offend Mr. Gu, even I won't be able to help you. When Xu Weizhen shouted in a low voice, Wu Xingting's repeated provocations, did they really think Xu Weizhen had no temper? Xu Weizhen, what did you mean by your earlier words? Could you explain more clearly? Yang Guangwei asked, while the other two wore thoughtful expressions. Among the five of them, only Wu Xingting refused to believe in the supernatural. He held no reverence for ghosts and gods, while the others still harbored some fear toward such things. It means exactly what it says. Enough, let's not discuss this further. When Xu Weizhen said no more, these matters could only be hinted at, nothing beyond. Seeing his unwillingness to elaborate, the others tactfully refrained from pressing further, though their eyes flickered, minds clearly churning with unspoken thoughts. As one story branches into two, we shift our focus. Third floor. Inside the screening room, Gu Xing led the three of them, watching a live stream. Indeed, the four of them had gathered here for precisely that purpose. And the live stream Gu Xing was watching, none other than Chen Gang's treasure hunting broadcast. But at this very moment, Chen Gang crouched in terror amid the undergrowth. His selfie stick had long been lost, who knew where. Even without the selfie stick, Chen Gang's live broadcast continued uninterrupted. Folks, Zhou Yan and I got separated. What exactly is that thing chasing us? Chen Gang spoke with trembling voice, astonished to find he could still interact with his live audience despite losing the selfie stick. A dark screen materialized before his eyes. Staring at this screen, Chen Gang's expression turned horrified. But I know if he catches me, he'll kill me. Can any kind viewers call the police for me? As he spoke, Chen Gang grimaced in pain, fresh blood seeping from the wound on his left shoulder. Hold on, Gang. I've already called the police. Don't give up now. Streamer, hide. That monster is getting close to you. Viewers flooded the live chat with messages. Chen Gang dared not let his guard down. The wound on his left shoulder was punishment for his earlier carelessness. Had he reacted a second slower, his left arm would have been severed. In the distance, a tall butcher wearing a mask and carrying a cleaver was searching around. Chen Gang and Zhou Yan were the prey being sought. Once caught by the butcher, his cleaver would strike without hesitation. Don't come over, stay away. Chen Gang could feel his heart pounding wildly, his breathing becoming labored. The moment the butcher appeared, an invisible pressure suddenly descended. The butcher wandering in the distance was like the Grim Reaper himself. You could only hide from him with extreme caution. This was nothing but a game of cat and mouse. This is definitely Giant Rock Mental Hospital, but how could it turn into this ghostly state in just 2 days? Old Master Tao looked grave as he watched the butcher wandering in the woods, saying solemnly, this butcher should be that ghost doctor from the mental hospital. How did he become like this? The transformation of the mental hospital happened too quickly. Only 2 days had passed since they escaped. As he spoke, Elder Gu turned his gaze to Gu Xing and inquired, Mr. Gu, do you know what's going on here? Chapter 45, Let Go of Me. Where are you taking me? I'm not sure. What Gu Xing knew was limited. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Based on what you've said earlier, the ghost doctor in the Boulder Mental Hospital turned the institution into a ghost domain. But now, it seems. Hua Qingyue took over Gu Xing's words, her tone cold and detached. That ghost appears more like a puppet, a controlled puppet that knows nothing but slaughter. Anyone who steps into the mist becomes a target for this ghost's killing spree. Then why is his livestream still running normally after his selfie stick fell? When Xiaoqing voiced the doubt in her heart, Elder Gu stroked the horsetail whisk in his hand, wearing an equally puzzled expression. What they were witnessing surpassed everything he had ever encountered. Even the Taoist scriptures he had studied contained no record of such a phenomenon. It's simple, there exists an even more powerful entity controlling this ghost, and the continued live broadcast is also that being's doing. Gu Xing snapped his fingers casually as he spoke. No one would willingly become a puppet to someone weaker. To subjugate a ghost king possessing a ghost domain into servitude requires strength surpassing that of the ghost king itself. What would be his purpose in doing this? When Xiaoqing stared intently at Gu Xing, hoping he would provide the answer, Gu Xing remained silent for a brief moment before speaking. To spread fear, transmit fear, and savor fear. Beyond this explanation, Gu Xing could conceive no other reason. This remained the most plausible explanation. What exactly is that thing trying to accomplish by doing this? Elder Gu felt his throat go dry as he spoke. The viewer count in Chen Gang's livestream had already surpassed 1 million. Moreover, the numbers continued rising at an alarming rate as time passed. This can't continue. I'll contact the authorities to have this livestream shut down immediately. Ancient Taoist Gu took out a phone from his pocket. Though the true purpose remains unclear, disrupting the opponent's plan itself can serve as an effective countermeasure. No need. Whatever we could think of, others have considered too. The live stream remains active precisely because they can't shut it down. Gu Xing called out, never considering himself the most brilliant mind. Many people's thought processes operate with terrifying precision, surpassing even machines. In vast Xia nation with billions of inhabitants, extraordinary individuals like Jing Jiangxue exist alongside other remarkable talents. Thus, Gu Xing never allowed arrogance to take root. Yet toward those fundamentally incompatible with his principles, he maintained crystal clear boundaries. His earlier interactions with Suanan and Wu Xingting at the banquet exemplified this approach. At this moment, when Xiaoqing suddenly received a call, her voice ringing clear, Sister Shui, you and Binglan have arrived at the entrance. Come straight in, then. After receiving Gu Xing's nod, when Xiaoqing continued, we're in the third floor screening room. Downstairs at the entrance. Jing Jiangxue hung up the phone and rubbed her temples. We could have arrived on time, but something unexpected came up this afternoon. Wu Binglan raised her phone and said, Sister Jing, we've tried every method possible, but this livestream simply can't be shut down. Who knows what their real intentions are? It was Chen Gang's livestream that had delayed their arrival at the Wen residence. Let's go upstairs first. Mr. Gu is on the third floor. Jing Jiangxue sighed and stopped explaining further as she entered the Wen residence with Wu Binglan. Since when Xiaoqing had already informed them, the Wen family's butler didn't stop the two women. Before long, Jing Jiangxue saw Gu Xing again. Gu Xing sat upright on the wooden chair, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed as if pondering some problem. Seeing the two women didn't surprise Gu Xing, as when Xiaoqing had already informed him via text about their impending visit. Captain Jing, we meet again. Gu Xing nodded in greeting. Mr. Gu, you're too kind. Jing Jiangxue responded with slight delight when Gu Xing took the initiative to greet her, but froze upon seeing the live broadcast on screen. You're watching this live stream too? Yes, Sister Shui. You and Binglan come sit inside first. When Xiaoqing stepped forward and grabbed her hand clearly, the three women shared a close relationship. The ladies fell silent because Gu Xing was intently watching the broadcast. At this very moment, Chen Gang truly regretted his actions. Ming Liang, I was wrong. I should have listened to you. He desperately wanted to cry, but the increasingly close footsteps behind him left no time for tears. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps grew ever nearer. The livestream camera suddenly switched to a god's eye view, allowing viewers to clearly see the flickering dim flames in the gloomy forest. Chen Gang fled madly ahead, his shadow stretching long under the light. Less than 10 meters behind, the tall, powerfully built masked butcher chased after Chen Gang with bloodshot eyes. The cleaver in his hand was mottled with bloodstains. Countless lives must have been taken by this very blade. How terrifying. The moment this butcher appeared, I felt the air grow heavy, as if I were suffocating. I feel for the streamer. Why hasn't anyone from above come to rescue him yet? Treasure hunting. So you like treasure hunting. Serves you right. Some were worried, some were terrified, while others took schadenfreude in the situation. But fear dominated most of them. The butcher closely trailing Chen Gang, with those crimson eyes, seemed to gaze through the screen at each one of them. Thud. Oh no. In his panic, Chen Gang tripped over his own feet. His chest burned as if about to explode. Prolonged running and evasion had strained his nerves to the limit. Now fallen, his legs felt like lead, utterly immovable. Crack! The butcher crushed a branch underfoot, now standing before Chen Gang. Without hesitation, that massive hand seized him. Let go of me, you lunatic! Monster! Let go now! Chen Gang kicked and punched, struggling frantically. But the butcher gave no response, firmly gripping Chen Gang and carrying him over his shoulder toward another direction. Help me! Someone save me! No! I don't want to go with him. Let me go, big brother. Please let me go. The butcher's cleaver didn't fall on him, instead, he was being carried away, which terrified Chen Gang even more. The unknown is always most terrifying. At this moment, he almost wished the butcher would simply finish him with one clean strike. But the butcher remained as cold as a machine, unmoved by Chen Gang's struggles or pleas. He simply marched onward, step after step toward his destination. All viewers in the livestream fell silent at this moment. Where would Chen Gang be taken? Chapter 46. God, what is that? In the silent woods, time became meaningless beneath the perpetual overcast sky, as if the weather here would remain forever gloomy. Zhou Yan hid in the hollow space between several rocks, with crows occasionally flying over her head, emitting hoarse caws. What should I do next? Where can I run to? Will I die here? These thoughts kept flashing through Zhou Yan's mind. Her concealed body trembled uncontrollably, the mixture of mud and damp cold making her extremely uncomfortable. In the distant clearing, a wooden stake stood erect, with a bonfire burning. The flickering firelight, swaying in the wind, seemed like the only glimmer of hope in the darkness, beckoning Zhou Yan forward. No, I can't go out. That butcher is too terrifying. Zhou Yan shook her head vigorously, driving this thought from her mind. Those bloodshot eyes, cold, evil, brimming with cruelty and bloodlust, were something she would never forget in her lifetime. Let me go. Someone please save me. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from the distance. That's Chen Gang's voice. Has he been caught? Zhou Yan couldn't help but shiver, her heart tightening as she quickly covered her mouth, afraid she might let out an uncontrollable scream. She didn't want to die, she wanted to live. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly closer. A tall figure walked past on the forest path less than 5 meters ahead. It was the butcher. It's Chen Gang. He's been caught. Zhou Yan's eyes widened sharply, fixed intently on the butcher's shoulder. Though Chen Gang wasn't weak or short, standing at about 1.78 meters, he looked like a mere child compared to the butcher. The butcher carried Chen Gang effortlessly over one shoulder, while in his other hand he held a blood-stained cleaver. Help me, please help me. Chen Gang's voice had gone hoarse from screaming, but now he truly found no salvation from heaven or earth. The butcher's grip remained firm as stone. Even when Chen Gang hit or bit the hand holding him, the butcher showed no reaction whatsoever, continuing to stride forward impassively. Then, Chen Gang saw the glow from the campfire. The first thought that popped into his mind wasn't joy, but terror. Because by the campfire he saw a red wooden stake standing at the side. On the stake, a sharp hook was firmly fixed. Under the firelight, the hook emitted a chilling coldness. He doesn't intend to hang me on that hook, does he? A horrifying thought emerged in Chen Gang's mind. His mind went blank. He felt nothing but utter emptiness in his head. As if to confirm his suspicion, the butcher walked to the campfire and for the first time stopped in his tracks, drawing closer. Only then did Chen Gang realize that the stake wasn't originally red, it was dyed crimson by blood. Beneath the stake, severed limbs and broken arms were haphazardly piled up, swarming with flies buzzing incessantly. Chen Gang could even feel the cold aura radiating from the hook on the stake before him. No, 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 no. You can't do this, you can't. Chen Gang shook his head repeatedly, warmth spreading between his legs as the stench of urine escaped. Though he had run with gangs before and seen bloodshed, the sight before him now scared him so badly he pissed himself. At this moment, Chen Gang suddenly felt the arms restraining him loosen their grip. Run! Get as far away from this butcher as possible. In the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope for survival suddenly flashed in Chen Gang's eyes. His eyes blazed with astonishing intensity. That was the luster called hope. Yet he failed to see the butcher behind him, whose icy gaze now held traces of mockery and satisfaction. The butcher was quite pleased with Chen Gang's performance. Thud! Before Chen Gang's joy could last even 2 seconds, the butcher's massive hand clamped around his throat. Like a drowning man, Chen Gang immediately struggled to breathe as suffocation overwhelmed him, his face turning blue then purple. His vision grew blurry, and dimly he sensed himself rising higher. No! It was the butcher before him, lifting him high into the air. Chen Gang's back aligned with the iron hook on the wooden post. In the next moment, without any hesitation, the butcher hung Chen Gang violently on the post's hook, like curing sausages. This action seemed to have been performed thousands of times by the butcher. Skillful yet cruel in execution. As the butcher released his grip, Chen Gang's suffocation instantly ceased. He gasped desperately, greedily inhaling the air rushing into his nostrils. Joy lasted but a brief moment before being replaced by excruciating pain, the sharp, rusted hook brutally piercing through his chest. Squelch! Blood mixed with Chen Gang's screams echoed through the empty manor. The agony drove Chen Gang into frenzied thrashing. But each struggle only caused the hook embedded in his chest to inflict fresh wounds. Flesh was torn apart, crimson blood splashing out like water. It splattered on the iron hooks, on the wooden stakes, on the ground and on the butcher himself. Many spectators had already collapsed to the ground in terror, utterly dumbstruck. Some were so frightened they began wailing and crying. Others trembled uncontrollably, their bowels and bladder giving way. This was a live broadcast of death straight from hell. Fear spread through every spectator's heart, dread and unease taking root. Not far away, Zhou Yan, who had witnessed the entire atrocity, was so terrified her soul nearly fled her body. If not for her hands desperately clamping over her mouth, she would have screamed at the top of her lungs then and there. Even so, Zhou Yan's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. She felt she was on the verge of madness. What kind of monster is this? Where did this fiend even come from? After Chen Gang dies, I'll be next. Zhou Yan was utterly desperate. She could clearly see Chen Gang's struggles weakening by the moment. Bastard! Wu Binglan and Jing Jiangxue spoke in unison. Their eyes burned with fury. This masked butcher was practically inhuman. Such disregard for life had crossed their bottom line. Xiao Chang, where is this place? We're bringing backup immediately. Jing Jiangxue took out her phone, biting her pearly white teeth. Never had she been this enraged. This was being broadcast live. Countless eyes were watching, yet the perpetrator dared commit such atrocities. This was provocation. This was contempt. This was mockery. Suddenly, Jing Jiangxue's footsteps halted. Her eyes locked onto the screen as her delicate frame began trembling uncontrollably. Pointing at the screen with a shaking hand, her voice cracked from tremors. Gee God, what is that? Chapter 47. Such insatiable greed, aren't you afraid of choking? Gu Xing's gaze never left the screen. Then, Chen Gang was firmly hung on a wooden stake by rusty hooks, his blood and screams resembling offerings to some unknown entity. The scene was brutal enough to make one's scalp tingle. The butcher stood there, calmly observing everything. Then, the most spine-chilling sight appeared. From the gloomy sky and heavy clouds, two enormous arms suddenly emerged. The arms appeared translucent and bluish-black, each as massive as the Oriental Pearl Tower. The moment the arms extended from the clouds, one could faintly glimpse an impossibly enormous head flashing momentarily before disappearing. Save me! Chen Gang's voice grew extremely weak, with little blood left to flow from his wounds. All that remained in his eyes was despair and boundless terror, because those two gigantic arms had already enveloped him. The two giant hands spread open, cradling him in their palms like a child who had just received a gift, happily showing off this present to everyone. Chen Gang's eyes widened like bronze bells. Being the closest, he saw everything most clearly. These became the last things he witnessed before reaching life's end. These were no ordinary arms, but rather limbs formed by countless spider-like claws clustered together. Those claws swarmed toward him greedily, madly sucking away his flesh and blood, his very soul. This was a sacrifice. A butcher's offering to an evil god. At this very moment, in this very place, Chen Gang sacrificed to the evil deity his flesh, his blood, his soul. Everything he possessed was all offered by this butcher to the malevolent entity. Life taken, soul stripped away. Then, Chen Gang dispersed like ashes blown away by a passing wind. True vanishing without a trace. But that thing just now didn't merely take a life, it completely devoured the victim's soul as well. The cycle of reincarnation was severed. What a cruel method. Reincarnation, rebirth all become meaningless in the face of that creature. Death by its hand means true annihilation. What exactly is this thing created solely for ultimate slaughter and destruction? Gu Xing suddenly turned his gaze to Hua Qingyue. He knew among all present, only Hua Qingyue could provide him answers. Hua Qingyue remained silent, and Gu Xing didn't disturb her contemplation. Several minutes later, Hua Qingyue finally parted her rose-colored lips. I only heard my grandmaster mention it once. It's an evil god. An evil god. Do such things truly exist? When Xiaoqing, who had stayed quiet until now, couldn't help but interject. She had read about such beings in collections of supernatural tales. It was an amalgamation of desire and malice, the embodiment of pure evil. Evil gods are born solely for destruction. This is the very meaning of their existence. Gu Xing remained silent, deep in contemplation. The evil god. If the evil god exists, what about the righteous gods? Gu Xing couldn't help but inquire of the system in his mind. But the system didn't respond to Gu Xing. Then what should the ultimate tattooing art be? Tattoo Celestial Master, how should I advance further? Gu Xing felt as if he had grasped something, yet also as if he had grasped nothing. Old Daoist Zhang spoke up, interrupting Gu Xing's train of thought. Whatever it is, our escape from there only means temporary safety. I can responsibly tell everyone that we've been marked by that evil god. Not just the three of us, Mr. Gu, and everyone who watched that livestream, we've all been marked by this evil god. His shocking words revealed a hard-to-accept truth. And indeed, this was the case. The reason the evil god maintained the livestream was to imprint its unique brand of terror in the hearts of all who watched it. Those branded by him will be gradually consumed by the evil god, eventually becoming either the evil god's servants or food. That butcher ghost, a powerful ghost capable of creating ghost domains, was turned into a servant by the evil god. The evil god's power is thus evident. With such a big appetite, isn't he afraid of choking? Gu Xing chuckled lightly. Unlike when Xiaoqing and the others, he felt no fear whatsoever in his heart. Old Taoist Gu stared blankly at Gu Xing. This young man was quite bold. Right now, old Taoist Gu was trembling with fear, unsure of what to do. But Gu Xing showed no fear at all. Instead, he seemed eager for action. Yes, exactly. This was the impression Gu Xing gave old Taoist Gu. He seemed positively eager. Damn, does he actually want to slay a god? As if suddenly realizing something, old Taoist Gu's pupils constricted sharply, his expression even more shocked than when he first saw the evil god appear. Old Taoist Gu quickly calmed himself, took 2 deep breaths, and spoke. Gentlemen, this matter is of utmost importance. I need to contact others to jointly devise a method to seal this evil deity. As a Taoist practitioner, he follows the principle of predestined affinity in all matters. Elder Taoist Gu was well aware that he must deal with this evil deity. If successful, his Taoist cultivation would advance significantly. As he spoke, Elder Taoist Gu fixed his blazing gaze upon Gu Xing. Noticing his intense look, Gu Xing remained silent as the elder extended his invitation. Mr. Gu, I sincerely hope you'll participate and lend us your assistance. Of course, should Mr. Gu join us, this old Taoist guarantees the compensation won't disappoint. Elder Taoist Gu went all out, making this direct promise. He still couldn't fathom the depth of Gu Xing's abilities, but he had complete confidence in the treasure he possessed. That precious item could stir desire even among the immortals of the White Jade capital. Chapter 48. Your time of death has come. With the other party having spoken to this extent, Gu Xing naturally couldn't refuse anymore. Very well, I accept. Mr. Gu, if this old Taoist may presume, may I address you as Brother Gu from now on? Elder Taoist Gu said with genuine kindness. He wanted to befriend Gu Xing while he generally ignored others. Elder Taoist Gu. Just a form of address. Elder Taoist Gu can call me whatever you prefer. Gu Xing said extremely casually. He didn't really care how others addressed him. Brother Gu, aren't you curious about what reward I'm going to give you? Elder Taoist Gu asked in return. Let's talk about it after we deal with the current matter. Gu Xing waved his hand, not in a hurry. What belongs to him won't run away, and knowing things that don't belong to him would only bring unnecessary worries. Brother Gu is indeed open-minded and perceptive. Allow this old Taoist to keep it a secret for now. After everything is over, I'll personally present that item to you with both hands. Elder Taoist Gu said somewhat apologetically. If Gu Xing had asked earlier, he would have told him. But if the name of that item were to spread, it might invite unexpected disaster. At this critical moment, it's better not to invite more trouble. It's getting late, Boss Gu. Why don't you rest here tonight? When Xiaoqing stepped forward and tried to persuade Gu Xing to stay, as if afraid he might misunderstand, she quickly explained, Boss Gu, please don't misunderstand. We have many guest rooms here. It would save you the trouble of traveling back and forth if you stay here to rest. Taoist Master Gu stood nearby, wearing a motherly smile. How wonderful to be young, he said. Junior sister, let's return to our respective rooms and rest too. Swinging the horsetail whisk in his hand, he was the first to leave the room. Hua Qingyue didn't speak but glided away with graceful, lotus-like steps. Only Gu Xing and Wen Xiaoqing remained in the room. When Xiaoqing found the silence almost unbearable, she could even hear her own heartbeat clearly. I'm so nervous. This is just about having a guest stay overnight. Why do I keep thinking about irrelevant things? Will Mr. Gu agree? If Mr. Gu stays, I'll get to see him every day these coming days. How wonderful! Gu Xing felt somewhat puzzled. Why was this girl's face growing increasingly flushed? But it must be said, Wen Xiaoqing's appearance is truly exquisite. Compared to Lan Hanyu, they're equally matched, each with their own charm. Then these next few days, I'll have to trouble you. Gu Xing agreed. With the evil god's emergence and ancient Taoists needing to strategize, he likely couldn't wander around these days anyway. One place is as good as another. Might as well stay at the Wen residence. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Come with me. When Xiaoqing barely suppressed her inner excitement. Were Gu Xing not present, she might have jumped for joy. Ancient Taoist stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. The evil god sighed. Even sealing this evil god, he had little confidence in succeeding. Thinking this, Ancient Taoist recalled Gu Xing again. Brother Gu wants to kill a god. How does he plan to do it? To this moment, Ancient Taoist still didn't understand where Gu Xing found such courage. What kind of trump card could give him such a mad idea? Can the tattoo technique truly be this formidable? Elder Gu only had a superficial understanding of the tattoo lineage, but he had once met a tattoo artist who could perform miracles through tattoo patterns alone. It was after that encounter that Elder Gu developed a deep impression of tattoo magic. Letting out a bitter laugh, Elder Gu could only suppress all his doubts and confusion. He had no time to ponder other matters now. The most urgent task at hand was how to seal this evil deity. Senior brother, have you decided to give that thing to him? On the balcony opposite, Hua Qingyue stood there unnoticed. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her exquisite face bathed in the hazy moonlight. For a fleeting moment, Elder Gu felt as if she no longer belonged to this mortal world. Junior sister, your cultivation has improved again. Elder Gu exclaimed with admiration. Just some minor insights. Hua Qingyue responded casually, her vacant gaze fixed on the distance. Only then did Elder Gu reply, for so many years, I've never encountered anyone worthy of the item entrusted to me by that old friend. I thought it would be buried with me. Who would have expected this? In 2 days, the new Miaojian holy maiden Long Xiener will come to assist us. It's late, senior brother should rest early. Hua Qingyue turned and returned to her room, leaving Ancient Taoist with an exquisitely beautiful silhouette. Standing on the balcony, Ancient Taoist couldn't help shivering, a flash of fear crossing his face as he exclaimed, "That girl Long Xiener is coming." Some unpleasant memories surfaced in his mind. If you accidentally caught Long Xiener's attention, the suffering you'd endure would be more than enough. Wait, it's only been a few years since we last met. That girl has become Miaozhang's holy maiden. Counting the years, she can't be more than 16 years old. A 16-year-old Miaozhang holy maiden naturally requires both talent and cultivation without exception. Ancient Taoist had traveled many places and met numerous people, encountering all sorts of prodigies. But Long Xiener was undoubtedly the most exceptional genius Ancient Taoist had ever seen. Her Gu techniques had reached an unimaginable level, and the depth of her cultivation remained unfathomable. Even the Ancient Taoist priest suffered considerable hardship at Long Xiener's hands back then. To think, Long Xiener was only 12 years old at that time. Now that 4 years have passed, to what level has Long Xiener's strength progressed? A complicated expression crossed the Ancient Taoist priest's face as he remembered Gu Xing again, whose tattoo artistry turned wealthy women like Wen Shaoqing into witches. As for Gu Xing's actual strength, even the Ancient Taoist priest couldn't fathom its depths. Ah, this old priest is truly getting old. These young ones each more monstrous than the last. The Ancient Taoist priest sighed, suddenly feeling mentally exhausted. There was his junior sister Hua Qingyue, the Miaozhang holy maiden Long Xiener, and now the tattoo artist Gu Xing. Old age is creeping in. Better heed junior sister's advice and rest early. At this age, one must take care of their health. Tomorrow I'll buy some goji berries. This old priest needs proper nourishment. The Ancient Taoist priest closed the balcony window and collapsed into bed. Cultivation. Cultivate my foot. Outskirts of Modu. The two assistants left outside by Chen Gang suddenly turned pale. Brother Chen is dead. Run. This is too terrifying. The two looked horrified, abandoning their belongings as they turned and fled. But at that moment, the mist in the distance suddenly began spreading outward. It moved with terrifying speed. Within the blink of an eye, it had completely engulfed them. Moreover, this speed showed no signs of slowing down. In less than half an hour, the approaching mist could be clearly seen beyond Shanghai's 10th Ring Road. Finally, the mist came to a halt just under 100 meters away from the 10th Ring Road. On the 10th Ring Road, a young man's face lit up with excitement. This was Xiao Tian, who sat in his car peering through the window at the mist 100 meters away. Gu Xing, your doom has arrived. Chapter 49. Don't speak too soon. Nothing's decided yet. Shanghai is experiencing its worst fog in a century. Residents are advised to avoid unnecessary outings. Static repeat, please stay indoors. Broadcast vehicles could be seen throughout the streets, continuously relaying this message. Whether affected by the external mist or not, the broadcast signal kept cutting in and out. Gu Xing stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance. Far away, mist was surrounding Demon City from all directions. That guy's ambitions are way too big, aren't they? Old Taoist Gu walked onto the rooftop, holding a pancake in his hand. His appearance somewhat resembled a charlatan peddling fortunes under a bridge. He munched on the pancake, crumbs sticking to his beard. Old Taoist Gu didn't seem to care the slightest bit about his appearance. The ambition is indeed enormous. Gu Xing nodded. The mist encircling Demon City from all directions spoke volumes about its purpose. Wanting to devour a major city with nearly 10 million people, it's truly deranged. But considering it's an evil god, I suppose that makes sense. Old Taoist Gu sighed. Ordinary ghosts and monsters with a few human lives to their name were already considered fierce. Those with greater resentment might slaughter an entire village and establish their own ghost domain, declaring themselves king. But this was a completely different level. What do you plan to do? Gu Xing asked. The evil god's swift actions had taken him completely by surprise. The scale of his ambition was truly terrifying. Let the taller ones bear the sky's collapse. This old Taoist will first gather some friends, then will wait for arrangements from above. Old Master Gu clapped his hands. How could the higher-ups of Xia Kingdom remain indifferent to such a major event? Master Gu had a very clear understanding of his own capabilities. What they faced this time was an evil god. Even if every Taoist from Purple Sun Temple came to Demon City, they would only meet their doom here. Now it's a race against time. If the mist envelopes Demon City too, things will turn dire. Gu Xing sighed. Demon City housed nearly 10 million people. If that evil god started slaughtering freely in Demon City, just imagining that scene was horrifying. Perhaps it's time to consider acquiring a destiny tattoo for myself. Gu Xing's gaze grew profound. Originally, he had planned to wait longer before considering this, but now it seemed he needed to obtain his destiny tattoo as soon as possible. System, do you have any suitable destiny tattoo designs for me? Gu Xing inquired mentally. Others' tattoos, whether ordinary, premium, or supreme grade tattoos, all can be removed through special means. But lifebound tattoos are different. Once inked, they're carried for life. Filtering in progress. 10 more hours required for viewing. The system responded indifferently. 10 hours. This time, Gu Xing was surprised. Previously, when filtering tattoo designs for customers, the system always completed the task quickly. Now it actually required 10 hours to filter. 10 hours it is then. I wonder if the money I have is enough. Gu Xing couldn't help but consider this problem. The points required for lifebound tattoo materials definitely wouldn't be cheap. Although Gu Xing had several million in his account, he still felt uncertain. There was no other way for something like this, one must absolutely choose the best. Lifebound tattoos and the bearer complement each other. Gu Xing would never be careless about such matters. What? You need to borrow money. In the living room, when Xiaoqing stared at Gu Xing in disbelief, convinced she must have misheard. A person like Gu Xing could possibly lack money. I need money to take care of something. Gu Xing didn't feel particularly embarrassed about it at this moment. The only person he could think of was Wen Xiaoqing. No problem, just tell me how much you need. Wen Xiaoqing patted her chest and said with great enthusiasm, let's prepare 50 million first. Gu Xing thought for a moment and gave a relatively conservative figure. Knowing the system's nature, if the materials only required a few hundred or thousand points, it definitely wouldn't take 10 whole hours. This time, the required points might be several thousand, maybe even tens of thousands. Boss Gu, you're being too polite. What's this about borrowing money? If not for you, Wen Xiaoqing wouldn't even be alive. Just ask, money is just numbers to me. After saying this, Wen Xiaoqing ran off in her sandals, clattering away to ask Wen Xuezhen for money. I'll go prepare it for you right now. Watching Wen Xiaoqing's rapidly retreating figure, Gu Xing smiled faintly. This girl was quite amusing. Inside the study. After hearing Wen Xiaoqing's words, Wen Xuezhen immediately clapped his hands, his face flushed with excitement. Good. Excellent. Mr. Gu is showing goodwill to our Wen family. He knew Gu Xing was a man of great capability for such people. Simply opening their mouths would make crowds of people scramble to offer them money. Yet Gu Xing made his request specifically to Wen Xiaoqing. What could this be if not goodwill? Gu Xing said he needs 50 million. Dad, why don't you prepare more? How about 100 million? Wen Xiaoqing bit her rosy lips and extended one slender finger. Wen Xuezhen immediately shook his head, firmly refusing. 100 million. How could 100 million show the sincerity of our Wen family? We should prepare at least 10 billion. 10 billion. When Xiaoqing was stunned, this was simply too exaggerated. Seeing his daughter's dazed expression, Wen Xuezhen continued speaking to himself. Is Mr. Gu in a hurry? If not, perhaps I should sell some of my shares to gather 50 billion. He paced back and forth, suddenly feeling somewhat frustrated. The liquid funds he had on hand were still far too limited. I'm not sure, but we probably can't wait that long. Dad, aren't you being a bit excessive? When Xiaoqing couldn't help but ask. Liquidation still requires some time before the funds can be received. Additionally, when Xiaoqing's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window, through the glass, one could see the distant fog enveloping the entire magic city. No exaggeration, absolutely no exaggeration. These broadcast vehicles have been announcing since last night. Despite the authorities' efforts to reassure everyone, chaos has already begun spreading through the city. The residents aren't fools. The situation is undeniably bizarre. Who would just sit and wait for disaster? When Xuezhen opened the stock market display, a sea of red. Watching the plummeting figures, he said, the stock market has begun collapsing. Even if Mr. Gu hadn't mentioned it, I would have liquidated my shares. He looked at Wen Xiaoqing and spoke with profound sincerity. Though I don't know the full details, I can vaguely deduce something. A glorious new era is about to dawn, and money might become worthless overnight. Xiaoqing, intersecting with Mr. Gu's path is fortune accumulated over lifetimes. I hope you can seize this opportunity. There was unspoken meaning in these final words. When Xiaoqing's face immediately turned red. How could she not understand Wen Xuezhen's implication? She couldn't help but say coquettishly, Dad, don't talk nonsense. Nothing has been decided yet. Chapter 50. What is the truth? Where is he? After finishing his meditation, Master Gu searched the room but couldn't find Gu Xing. He went out on some business. Why are you looking for him? Hua Qingyue opened her eyes, her flawless face glowing with a radiant luster as she was cultivating. She was circulating Taoist techniques to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth for cultivation. Hua Qingyue could clearly perceive that the spiritual energy in the world was becoming increasingly dense. Now, cultivating for one day could compare to half a month of hard practice before. During this period, her cultivation progress had been undeniably significant. Nothing important, just wanted to chat with him casually and maybe see if I could get this old Taoist a tattoo or something. Master Gu said with a casual laugh. You want a tattoo? Senior brother, I think if you spent more time cultivating, you wouldn't remain stagnant at your current realm. After a moment of silence, Hua Qingyue spoke softly to advise him. Hey junior sister, you know senior brother's talent all too well. To progress from sensing qi step by step to this point is already the limit of my potential. Elder Gu Dao carried his hands behind his back as he walked upstairs. Just before turning the corner, his voice came once more. The revival of spiritual energy between heaven and earth is both a good and a bad thing. Even when spiritual energy was absent, mountain spirits, specters, and all manner of supernatural beings still existed. What follows will be a matter of contention. This old senior brother has no strength left for contention. Whether I can survive this trial remains uncertain. Hearing this, Hua Qingyue couldn't help but speak up, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. Senior brother, I will help you. We'll discuss that when the time comes. This old senior brother is tired now and will retire to his room. Elder Gu Dao waved his hand and returned to his chamber. The tranquility returned to Hua Qingyue's clear eyes, yet her heart remained unsettled. It seems senior brother has already sensed it, his calamity approaches, and it is a death tribulation. But this calamity befell us together. Why? Hua Qingyue stroked the horsetail whisk in her hand, a trace of puzzlement flashing in her beautiful eyes. Cultivators could glimpse celestial secrets. The more profound a Taoist's cultivation, the stronger their intuition became for discerning auspicious or ominous signs. Thus, they could evade disasters in advance. Hua Qingyue too had sensed an approaching crisis, one brought by the evil god outside the city walls. But, while this crisis wouldn't be fatal, when she looked at senior brother Gu Daoist, she saw nothing but deathly aura covering his face. It was the omen of impending mortal calamity. The same tribulation, yet different manifestations. Senior brother, what exactly are you hiding? Though puzzled in her heart, Hua Qingyue ultimately dismissed further thoughts. She closed her eyes and resumed her meditation practice. Only strength is fundamental. All schemes, difficulties, and obstacles become meaningless before absolute power. This was what Hua Qingyue had always firmly believed. For now, the evil god's emergence had left her feeling troubled and confused. It was because she wasn't strong enough yet. If she could reach the profound realm of harmonizing light and dust, what could even an evil god do to her? Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Conference room. An emergency meeting that had started last night continued until now, lasting over 10 full hours. Both Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan were present among the attendees. Jing Jiangxue wore a solemn expression as she stared at the large screen before her. Director Zhang Peng stood on the platform, enlarging a series of images on the screen. Everyone, the situation in Modu has become extremely critical. Since yesterday when this fog began spreading, we've gradually lost contact with other provinces and cities. All the rescue teams we dispatched have also lost communication with us. Zhang Peng's expression was grave as his eyes swept across the audience below. Many faces in the crowd showed clear signs of fear and unease. If even members of the Paranormal Affairs Bureau felt this way, how much worse must it be for ordinary citizens? Everyone saw last night's death broadcast. Those entities that treat human life as worthless are mortal enemies to us all. Zhang Peng's voice suddenly turned stern as he demanded sharply. It has enveloped Demon City in mist, intending to raise us like livestock. In its eyes, we are nothing but its food. Inside the city are your family, friends, loved ones. Tell me, what should you do in this situation? In the room, the fear on everyone's faces gradually faded. Their eyes were no longer vacant as determined expressions returned to their features. Slay the evil. Defend our homeland. Slay the evil. Defend our homeland. Jing Jiangxue also shouted loudly, her heart devoid of fear. From the day she joined the Paranormal Bureau, Jing Jiangxue had been prepared for this moment. The shouts and resolute gazes completely dispelled the fear in their hearts. Fighting for their beliefs, what was there to fear even in death? You are all the pride of Xia Nation, the backbone of our country. Generation after generation, it is precisely because of admirable, respectable people like you that Xia Nation has stood unshaken in this world for 5,000 years. As a citizen of Xia country, I feel both proud and comforted. Zhang Peng's eyes reddened, something brewing within them, yet he held it back. Facing such things, fear is nothing shameful. But if you can overcome that fear, you become victors. The situation abroad is far worse than what we're currently experiencing in Xia country. As he spoke, Jiang Peng opened an encrypted file. I had been considering when to let them know the truth. Now is the time. Jing Jiangxue held her breath, her eyes unblinking as they fixed on the screen. She knew she was getting closer to the truth of the matter. Just what exactly was the truth? The file contained a series of photographs. Zhang Peng clicked open the first image. At the estuary stood a statue book in left hand, torch held high in the right, none other than the most famous Statue of Liberty in Eagle Country. Only now, the statue was covered in dense cracks, with black smoke billowing from surrounding towns. Zombie-like crowds wandered aimlessly through the streets. In the sky, unknown avian creatures shrouded in black mist streaked across. Around some towering structures, massive vines had enveloped them completely, while surviving Eagle Nation citizens fell prey to bloody hunts. The once prosperous harbors and towns now resembled nothing short of hell on earth. Isn't that the Freedom Island of Eagle Nation? What happened there? And what are these monsters? The spectators watched with trembling fear. Though Eagle Nation's strength fell short of Xia Nation's, it still ranked among the world's foremost powers. Yet now, this behemoth of a nation presented such a horrifying domestic scene. Everyone, your eyes don't deceive you. This is indeed Eagle Nation's Freedom Island, which fell 1 month ago. Eagle Nation suppressed the news. Only a handful of powerful nations know the truth. Jiang Peng spoke with grave solemnity, delivering shocking revelations. Freedom Island had prepared defenses, yet collapsed in merely 3 days from initial assault to total fall. Chapter 51 The Goddess Statue. What? I'm splitting apart. 3 days. Many people felt their breathing had stopped. Eagle Country, with its first-class strength, actually held out for only 3 days against these invaders. 3 days was but a blink of an eye for many people. Yet, in that very blink of an eye, Freedom Island of Eagle Country fell just like that. The country's most symbolic statue of liberty became riddled with cracks. Perhaps by now, it has already collapsed. Director Jiang, what exactly are those things in the pictures? Jing Jiangxue stood up, her burning gaze fixed on Jiang Peng, hoping to get answers from the headquarters. Since several years ago, special cases within Xia Country have been continuously increasing. Many things seem to appear out of thin air, leaving no trace to follow, making them impossible to guard against. These things are nothing but irrational monsters filled with nothing but bloodlust. We collectively call them evil entities. Jiang Peng opened another photograph. The image showed vast, undulating mountain ranges with towering peaks. Jiang Peng zoomed in on the photo. Between the two peaks, the pool water overflows, cascading down directly toward the cliff. The Changbai Waterfall Group. Mount Changbai in Xia Country. Wait, look at the bottom of the picture. Some recognized the source of this image, while others covered their mouths, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. The waterfall cascades down, rushing toward the cliff. This water originates from Tianqi Heavenly Lake and should normally flow into Bai River. But a tiny fissure sits quietly on the cliff face. The waterfall plummeting from Tianqi gets completely swallowed when passing through this fissure. If not examined closely, one would mistake it for dark cliff rock utterly indistinguishable as a fissure. It's a rift originating from the void. If not for the waterfall and cliff's contrast, this fissure would more resemble a small tear in space itself. Several months ago, 2 traveling hikers discovered anomalies in the Changbai Waterfall Group. Relevant authorities immediately cordoned off the area for investigation. However, anything that comes into contact with the fissure disappears. Moreover, an eerie chill continuously emanated from this fissure. Though it's already summer, Changbai Mountain remains in a state of snowbound isolation. Jiang Peng spoke at a measured pace. There was substantial information to absorb, and the audience needed time to process and digest. Space itself cracked open. How is that even possible? A bespectacled researcher stood up to question. In the photograph, the location of the fissure, were it not for the cliff face and the waterfall cascading from Tianqi, appeared completely empty. Empty, void, describing a state of absolute nothingness, pure non-existence. Yet this inexplicable fissure manifested as if the void had materialized from nothingness, transforming from abstraction into concrete reality, defying scientific principles, inexplicable by conventional wisdom, unfathomable. The veteran researcher felt his entire worldview fracturing along with this anomalous rift. No one can explain why this fissure appeared, nor why it manifested in that specific location. Jiang Peng sighed and opened the third photograph. The location remained the same, but the crack had widened. If it had previously been as thin as a ruler, now the fissure had grown to a thickness of 10 centimeters. Its length had also expanded by 10 centimeters. Now it no longer resembled a mere crack, but rather a pitch-black void. So this is the reason for Jilin province's lockdown. The root cause behind it all. Someone had an epiphany. Changbai Mountain was a famous landmark in China, but 3 years ago, Jilin province had been sealed off. No outsiders could enter, and no insiders could leave. At the time, this incident had sparked significant public debate. Jing Jiangxue felt even more bewildered, but she remained patient and didn't rush, knowing Commissioner Jiang hadn't finished speaking. Jiang Peng didn't open any other images. Instead, he glanced at his phone before swiftly moving to the door and opening it. Academician Sean, you've arrived just in time. Please explain the next part to them. A gray-haired but vigorous old man entered through the doorway. He carried the distinctive aura of a scholar, the kind deeply immersed in the infinite world of knowledge, truly admirable. Sister Jing, it's Dean Sean from the Research Institute. I heard it was him who made breakthroughs in genetic technology years ago, though for some reason, the research was abruptly halted later. Wu Binglan immediately tugged at Jing Jiangxue's sleeve, gazing at the entering elderly man with undisguised admiration. Stop pulling. Do you want to dislocate my arm? Don't you know your own strength? Jing Jiangxue quickly withdrew her arm, complaining with feigned annoyance. Yet the admiration in her eyes was no less than Wu Binglan's. If one were to truly recount Dean Shan's contributions to Xia Country, it could fill an extraordinary autobiography. Over a decade ago, Dean Shan was already honored as a national scholar. The title National Scholar speaks volumes by itself. Everyone, time is pressing, so I'll skip lengthy introductions. Let's get straight to the point. Dean Shan said briefly, inserting a USB drive into the computer. 3 years ago, I was assigned a mission to Changbai Mountain to investigate the cause and impact of that rift's appearance. The codename for this Operation Void. After taking charge of the Void project, we tried every possible method but couldn't uncover the truth until one day, this old man suddenly had an inspiration to capture the cold air seeping from the rift. Dean Shan's voice was steady and powerful. After extensive research, I discovered that when the cold air seeping from the rift interacts with atmospheric air, it generates a new kind of energy in the air. It can rejuvenate aging cells, even eliminate diseased cells hidden within the human body. We named it spiritual energy. Noticing the bewilderment on everyone's faces, Dean Shan continued. However, our experiments with capturing this cold air have limitations. Each collection requires tremendous effort and resources. Someone stood up and asked with great confusion, Dean Shan, according to what you're saying, this matter brings nothing but benefits to us humans. It can rejuvenate aging cells. It can also eliminate pathological cells in human bodies, making the dream of humanity being free from diseases come true. By all accounts, the appearance of this spatial rift is nothing but good news for mankind. You're not wrong, but do you think the spiritual energy only affects us humans? Dean Shan's expression turned grave. Initially, they had been ecstatic too. Even Dean Shan himself had used the spiritual energy to overcome genetic barriers in an incredibly short time. But afterwards, something terrifying happened. Chapter 52, The spiritual energy of our world has awakened. Dean Shan played a video. It showed a mountainous forest spanning thousands of acres, complete with vegetation, rivers, and rock formations. This is an ecological forest specially constructed by our research institute. The animals inside have no idea they're being observed. Dean Shan explained, we've captured animals with different habits and introduced them into this ecosystem. It contains various species forming a complete food chain. Then, we introduced spiritual energy into the ecological circle. As he spoke these words, Dean Shan's expression turned complicated. Let me emphasize this point: the amount of spiritual energy we injected into this ecological circle is 30 times what we could naturally capture in an open area of the same size. Don't mistake this for being excessive, it's simply because the ambient spiritual energy in our natural environment is far too sparse. The video had already begun playing. Dean Shan fell silent, standing aside with the others as they all watched the footage together. Even though he'd viewed this same recording over 100 times, each viewing still left him awestruck. This ecological forest featured two primary subjects, one tiger and one fox. At first, the spirit-infused forest appeared completely normal. The tiger hunted as usual, while the fox went about its carnivorous routine. Until one day something changed. The fox stopped eating meat, standing instead at the cave entrance while carefully surveying its surroundings. A distinct glimmer of intelligence shone in its bright eyes. The tiger exhibited the same phenomenon. I couldn't possibly be mistaken that tiger and fox were actually thinking. To what level has their thinking progressed? What exactly are they contemplating? Jing Jiangxue was shocked by the fox and tiger's appearance of deep contemplation. Animals possess intelligence, but it's limited. If their intelligence were too high, they wouldn't be animals, they'd become Yaogui spiritual creatures. Quite unbelievable, isn't it? In just 2 months of spiritual energy exposure, these two animals have gained sentience. After merely 2 days of observation, they discovered the hidden cameras. Director Shan recounted in a voice still trembling with residual fear. Then immediately after, Jing Jiangxue witnessed an astonishing scene. Under the moonlight, both tiger and fox walked out of the cave in unison, selected a higher vantage point, and sat down cross-legged. Yes, the tiger and fox sat cross-legged, their chests rhythmically rising and falling as if practicing breath cultivation. The moonlight made their fur appear glossier, their colors more vibrant. This scene repeated every single night, like cultivators in remote mountains toiling without complaint. My God, their size increased this much in just 3 months. A fox as large as an adult human. That tiger is already the size of a small truck. Incredible, this is divine miracle. Is spiritual energy truly this miraculous? The audience below stared dumbfounded. Some, unable to suppress their emotions, shouted out, instantly triggering a chain reaction in the room. Exclamations of awe came one after another. Watching them, Dean Shan fell into silence. At the time, their research team also considered it miraculous, though some voiced opposition. But ultimately, the experiments continued. It was on one particular night. The tiger, for unknown reasons, went berserk. It brutally slaughtered all living creatures within a kilometer radius, not for food, but purely for killing. What about that fox? Jing Jiangxue couldn't help but wonder, if the tiger went berserk, what about the fox? The scene abruptly shifts to the fox's cave, where the fox lies peacefully sleeping. We thought the same as you. We immediately went to check on that fox, but it showed no abnormalities whatsoever. Dean Shan suddenly laughed, his smile carrying some inexplicable meaning. Below the stage, Jing Jiangxue inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. That smile was filled with self-blame. Time rapidly advances. With another scene change, 4 months have passed. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled as a tree thick enough for 2 people to embrace suddenly shattered into pieces. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive figure emerged. It was unmistakably the tiger, her body still the size of a small truck, but her fur now gleaming black, giving everyone present the illusion of being as hard as steel. Crash! The next moment, the tiger swiped her paw at a boulder blocking her path. The half-water barrel-sized stone split into several pieces as easily as tofu. With just a casual swipe, it can cause such destructive power. Madness, absolute madness. We can't let the experiment continue any further. Some people were already panicking. What kind of destructive force was this? And in such a short time. If we let this tiger stay longer in the spiritual energy-rich ecological forest, what kind of changes might it undergo? They dared not continue this line of thought. At this point, the video abruptly ended. Director Sean spoke in an extremely grave tone. Indeed, that very night, all members of the research institute unanimously voted to exterminate this tiger. The tiger is dead. We destroyed everything in the ecological forest. But that fox disappeared. After speaking, Director Sean closed his eyes in visible pain. These scholars, who prided themselves on eliminating all potential threats in their infancy, had been outsmarted by a fox. The tiger's rampage was caused by the fox. As for how it escaped, that remains a complete mystery. Silence. The room suddenly became utterly quiet. Everyone was stunned, looking at Dean Shan with shocked expressions. That fox has gone missing. Hiss. Jing Jiangxue gasped, feeling a chill surge from her soul straight to the crown of her head. To this day, 2 full years have passed, yet we still haven't discovered any trace of that fox. Dean Shan dropped another bombshell. 2 years have passed since this incident occurred. 2 years, not too long, yet not too short. Anything could have happened during this period. By showing you this video, I believe everyone has vaguely understood one thing. Dean Shan rolled up his sleeve. At his age, one would expect wrinkled skin. Yet his skin remained taut, showing no signs of aging. There are a total of 9 such fissures across Xia Kingdom, similar to the ones at the Changbai Mountain Waterfall Group. Day after day, year after year, they endlessly spew forth that chilling energy. The spiritual energy in our world has awakened. Dean Shan himself wasn't sure what emotion he was feeling now. Joy. Spiritual energy is extremely beneficial to humans. Living under its influence year-round keeps diseases at bay and extends one's lifespan. But spiritual energy isn't useful only to humans. Heaven and earth treat all things in this world equally. One could say that after the spiritual energy resurgence, all beings gained wisdom. Humans and other creatures now stand on the same starting line. Chapter 53. I suddenly have a bold idea. Jing Jiangxue didn't notice when the meeting ended. When it concluded, many attendees remained seated in dazed silence, just like her. Let's go find Gu Xing right now. It took about half an hour for Jing Jiangxue's thoughts to finally calm down. She abruptly closed the file in her hands, pulled the still dazed Wu Binglan up, and hurried outside. Wu Binglan finally snapped back to reality and protested. Jing Jia, slow down. You're about to dislocate my arm. Jing Jiangxue couldn't be bothered with such concerns now. Her sole focus was finding Gu Xing. Because not long ago, Dean Shan had mentioned, after the spiritual energy resurgence, many of Xia country's techniques can unleash entirely new levels of power, such as martial artists, Taoist priests, Buddhist monks, Gu masters, etc. Over these years, the Paranormal Bureau has registered numerous talented individuals. Next, Director Jiang and Dean Shan will gather these exceptional individuals together to formulate strategies. But Gu Xing is the one who got overlooked. What was the person compiling this registry even doing? How could someone as formidable as Gu Xing be omitted? Moreover, I specifically filed a report last time. Who's pulling strings behind the scenes? Jing Jiangxue got into the car and slammed the accelerator. Sis Jing, could you please slow down? Take it easy, whatever it is can wait. Hey, slow down. Wu Binglan hurriedly fastened her seatbelt while stealing a glance at Jing Jiangxue's ice-cold expression, sticking out her tongue nervously. Sis Jing, what exactly is going on? Why the rush? Feeling confused, she couldn't help but ask. Someone is trying to harm Gu Xing. Jing Jiangxue spoke with a somewhat troubled expression. Normally, she wouldn't have access to these files. But just moments ago, Director Jiang had distributed a copy to each of them. On those documents, Jing Jiangxue saw a familiar face. It was Xiao Tian, the very man who fought against Gu Xing that day. Xiao Tian thought he had covered his tracks perfectly, but he underestimated the state's investigative power. When the Paranormal Bureau sets its mind to investigate, they can uncover everything, even how many bird nests you robbed as a child. At this moment, Gu Xing was sitting on a bench by the artificial lake. He held the dragon bone needle in his hand, carving a piece of jade. Unlike his previous jade carvings, this time he was sculpting a martial artist. The martial artist in the sculpture stood tall and straight, gazing forward with a sword sharp will that seemed ready to pierce through the stone. Gu Xing carved with utmost concentration as spiritual energy from heaven and earth rapidly converged into the jade sculpture in his hands. From a distance, one could see ripples forming on the lake's surface, all strangely pointing toward Gu Xing. My strength and agility are both exceptional, but all I know are some crude fist and palm techniques. However, I don't have the time to train through winter's coldest days and summer's hottest ones. Gu Xing understood that human energy has its limits. The system deserved much credit for enabling him to become both a tattoo celestial master and a jade carving master at such a young age. It would be impossible for him to specialize in martial arts as well, unless one day while tattooing someone, the system rewarded him with some martial arts abilities. Such thoughts are impractical. Gu Xing shook his head, but since his life bond tattoo wasn't yet finalized, he needed alternative means of self-defense. Jade carving served as an excellent method of self-protection. Of course, this defensive method only worked when the jade passed through Gu Xing's hands. The jade pieces carved by other masters couldn't compare in effectiveness to Gu Xing's creations. My physical attributes are sufficiently strong. What I lack now is technique. And this technique has another name in Xia country martial arts. Gu Xing couldn't help but recall that death livestream he watched recently. If Chen Gang had mastered some martial arts at that time, even with weak strength, he could have broken free through some techniques. Of course, this would only have delayed his death temporarily, because Chen Gang's physical constitution was too poor. The dragon bone needle in Gu Xing's hand moved faster and faster, and soon his jade carving masterpiece was completed. Not bad. Gu Xing held the jade carving up to sunlight. Under the rays, the sculpture appeared translucent and breathtakingly beautiful. Martial artists undergo day after day, year after year of rigorous training to integrate skills into their bodies, forming muscle memory. For powerful martial artists, their fists, knees, and elbows can all become deadly weapons. While I, through combining tattoo artistry with jade carving, can temporarily obtain desired abilities from the carved jade. Gu Xing clenched the jade carving in his palm. It immediately shattered, transforming into streams of light that merged into his body. At this moment, he clearly perceived that his muscles had acquired new techniques. Now he was truly a martial arts master. After becoming a tattoo celestial master, many things have indeed undergone new transformations. Some of my conjectures can now be verified. For example, right now, through my formidable spirit, I can meditate on the warrior I imagine, then use tattooing methods to engrave it onto jade. Pity the effect only lasts an hour. If only it could endure permanently like tattoo patterns. Gu Xing assessed his current state, then added with some regret. Tattooing isn't limited to humans. Animals, spirits, they too can be tattooed. Living beings, inanimate objects, the principle remains the same. Gu Xing's eyes grew increasingly bright. What would happen if I tattooed that evil deity? A bold and mad notion suddenly flashed through Gu Xing's mind. Tattooing an evil deity. Of course, this wouldn't empower it, rather, it would impose a direct restraint upon its form. The taboo of tattoos has become restraints binding evil gods. Perhaps, it really is possible. Gu Xing forcefully suppressed his inner excitement, vaguely feeling that this path might work. He silently pondered, feeling his thoughts expanding rapidly, with many unprecedented ideas emerging one after another. No one has tried it before, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Because after all this time, he alone, Gu Xing, has become the tattoo grandmaster. His understanding of tattoo arts far surpasses what others can imagine. Grandmaster, is this the true power of a tattoo grandmaster? Gu Xing stood up, his contemplation interrupted as he realized he had just entered a peculiar state. If given more time to think, he might have gained deeper and more profound insights. But his enhanced spiritual perception alerted him to murderous intent. Normally, Gu Xing might not have sensed it. After all, there was considerable distance between them. But just moments ago, Gu Xing had consumed a martial artist's jade carving. For the next 2 hours, he would possess the strength of a martial arts expert. How astonishing are a martial artist's insight and perception. Even across dozens of meters, Gu Xing could sense the killing intent emanating from the other party. Who is this hidden assailant? Chapter 54. I'm actually no match for him. 100 meters away, by the roadside, a car was parked. Inside the vehicle, Lu Yuan, the patriarch of the Lu family, reclined in his seat. His aged face bore intense killing intent. Gu Xing, you killed my son. This vendetta, I Lu Yuan shall surely repay. Rest assured, master. Though Gu Xing is a tattoo artist with mastery of peculiar tattoo techniques, this time we've invited an equally formidable expert from the tattoo lineage. The steward beside him quickly interjected, handing over a tablet. Lu Yuan examined the information on the tablet. Chun Pa. Profession, face tattoo master. Affiliation, Salvation Society. Notable deeds: first operation, assassinated the Southern States Prime Minister and withdrew unscathed. Later sniped an African chieftain, slaughtered 137 black savages, and retreated composedly. To secure his services, our Lu family has suffered significant depletion of resources. Lu Yuan looked at the tablet, which clearly recorded Sun Po's career as an assassin up to now. However, as long as we can kill Gu Xing, it will all be worth it this time. He turned off the tablet and looked through the window in Gu Xing's direction. He wanted to witness Gu Xing's death with his own eyes. On the bench, Gu Xing sensed danger and swiftly dodged to the side. Bang! A bullet hole suddenly appeared on the backrest where he had just been sitting, stone fragments from the pavement scattering everywhere as faint smoke rose from the hole in the ground. Someone's trying to snipe me. Gu Xing's gaze sharpened like a sword, directly focusing on a 3-story building. A coward hiding in the shadows. Boom! Gu Xing took a forceful step forward, shattering the pavement stones beneath his feet. At this moment, Gu Xing unleashed his full power. An open attack is easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to defend against this covert sniper had thoroughly enraged Gu Xing. His speed was so fast, like a sports car with full throttle, catapulting forward and actually stirring up a violent gust of wind out of thin air. By the time Lui Yuan reacted, Gu Xing's figure had already disappeared from the long bench, leaving only undispersed dust in its original place. Bang! 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 Bullets came at Gu Xing one after another, yet each time he managed to dodge these lethal projectiles with unbelievable reflexes. The assassination attempt has failed. On the 3rd floor, in the unfinished apartment, Sinpo withdrew his gaze from the sniper scope. As a martial arts expert who had achieved the transformation stage, his sniping skills were exceptionally formidable. He had even successfully assassinated figures like prime ministers and tribal chiefs before, but his attempt to kill Gu Xing had failed. From the Lu family, he had obtained information about Gu Xing, a capable tattoo artist who was the main lineage of their faction. Using his tattoo techniques, Gu Xing had beaten Lu Xingyun to death. As a martial arts master, Sinpa had complete control over his aura. When sniping targets, he could completely conceal his killing intent, which would only reveal itself in the few seconds before pulling the trigger. From such a great distance, he could actually sense the killing intent I revealed moments before I fired. His spiritual perception is truly terrifying. Sinpa didn't flee. Sniping was just one of his assassination techniques. He lowered his eyelids and waited silently in the empty, unfinished house. He knew Gu Xing had already locked onto him. With that terrifying speed, escape was impossible. In truth, Sinpa never intended to run. His most formidable killing technique was martial arts. Martial arts enhanced by facial tattoos. This was Sinpo's means of survival, his pride and confidence. Boom! The door suddenly exploded as Gu Xing burst in with explosive energy, spotting the masked Sinpo in the room. Gu Xing didn't waste words, dashing towards Sinpo with extreme speed and delivering a thunderous palm strike. Nearly 100 points of strength and over 100 points of agility exploded forth, enhanced by his warrior's jade carving technique. The force of this slap made the air itself whine under unbearable pressure. This palm strike, something's wrong. Sinpa, originally brimming with confidence, changed his expression dramatically when he saw Gu Xing strike and heard the air's ominous whine. Damn it! Didn't they say he could reach dark gene level at most? Is this the kind of force that a mere dark gene practitioner could produce? Sinpa exerted force, his bones cracking audibly as his body twisted unnaturally, barely managing to evade Gu Xing's palm strike. Whoosh! But Gu Xing was even faster. When the first strike missed, his second assault came instantly, wave after wave like an ocean tide, layers upon layers crashing forth. Sinpo was but a solitary boat on this vast sea. Gu Xing's second palm struck fiercely at Sinpo's body, but the expected sound of shattering bones didn't follow. Sinpo merely spat out a mouthful of blood before hastily retreating to create distance from Gu Xing. This power. Tattoo art. Gu Xing's offensive paused momentarily. In that brief instant, he had sensed a familiar energy emanating from Sinpa. Your power isn't just hidden force. There's a tattoo master standing behind you. To think he could elevate your martial path to sainthood. Cough. As Sinpa spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. The mask on his face shattered completely, revealing black ink lines that squirmed like living creatures across his visage. Facial tattoos. You're from the Tail tribe of Taizhou. Seeing the intricate patterns woven by ink lines on the man's face, Gu Xing asked directly. Few would tattoo their faces. This man's power undoubtedly came from the tattoo lineage, though merely a branch of it. In an instant, Gu Xing came to a realization. Only the Atile people of Taizhou have facial tattoos. This is a symbol of bravery. Both men and women receive these facial tattoos upon adulthood, and Atile individuals without facial tattoos would find it difficult to find partners. Sinpa didn't respond, immediately turning to flee because during their brief clash, the Yin spirit housed in his facial tattoo had already suffered severe damage. He was no match. Run. When an assassination attempt fails, the best choice is retreat. As long as he escaped safely, he would have countless opportunities to strike at Gu Xing again. I overestimated myself. That guy is a monster. What level of tattoo pattern is that? The power from his tattoos makes the Yin spirit in my facial tattoo tremble with fear. At this moment, Sinpa felt like his head was about to explode. It was precisely because of his facial tattoos that he could thrive in the assassin world. In the past, even when assassinations failed, with the power granted by his tattoos and his martial skills, he could take on 100 men alone. But Gu Xing is a monster. The tattoo patterns on his body are definitely high-level tattoos that only elders or clan leaders can possess, several levels above the convict tattoo on my face. Running away is the wisest choice. Sinpo was cursing in his heart. Only those who have come into contact with the tattoo lineage understand the true power of tattoos. If we truly trace back the origins of tattoos, they can even be dated back to ancient times. In ancient times, only people of noble status could get tattooed. Chapter 55. Don't worry, I'll send you on your way now. Like an ant trying to escape, Gu Xing's eyes flashed like lightning. His figure appeared briefly like a startled swan as he took several steps, leaving footprints in the concrete while catching up to the fleeing Senpa. Buzz buzz. Bloodlines even burst forth from Senpo's face, but all this blood was completely devoured by the convict tattoo pattern on his face. He was going all out, using his vital essence blood to replenish power for the evil spirit in the convict tattoo. Still trying to run. Gu Xing's voice didn't grow distant, instead, it sounded right at his ear. Senpa couldn't help but glance back with the corner of his eye, immediately imprinting Gu Xing's cold expression in his vision. Bang! Gu Xing's palm struck fiercely against the other's back, followed immediately by the crisp sound of snapping bones. Thud! 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 Senpa, who thought he might have a sliver of survival, was directly sent tumbling across the ground by Gu Xing's palm strike, dragged several meters until he slammed into a load-bearing wall, finally dissipating the impact. Crackle! The load-bearing wall webbed with fissures as fragments of gray stone rained down. Collapsed on the ground, Senpa coughed up blood incessantly. Now he lacked even the strength to lift a hand. That single palm strike from Gu Xing had shattered numerous bones outright and left his internal organs in complete disarray. A faint scent of blood reached Gu Xing's nostrils. His expression remained indifferent as he advanced step by step toward Senpa. Who sent you? Attaining sainthood through martial arts. The tattoo artist behind you is formidable. I don't die unjustly. Senpa coughed up blood frantically, knowing he wouldn't survive unless a tattoo grandmaster intervened. Even the tribe's high priest couldn't save him now. But tattoo grandmasters hadn't appeared for centuries. He didn't know Gu Xing standing before him was precisely a tattoo grandmaster. Few would dare come kill me now. Let me guess, the Lu family sent you. Gu Xing's eyes gleamed as he spoke with absolute certainty. As for Xiao Tian, he'd beaten him into fleeing in panic. Were it not for Xiao Tian's peculiar escape techniques, he'd already be dead. Xiao Tian wouldn't dare show his face anytime soon. Other than Xiao Tian, only the Lu family would want him dead. Senpa neither answered nor denied but stared fixedly at Gu Xing, mustering his final strength to say, "Ha, martial sainthood is impressive, but too limited. That tattoo of yours can't be washed off anymore, can it? Do you think only the Lu family has noticed you? Mastering such tattoo techniques, unless those behind you are willing to remain subordinate, your troubles will never end. Gu Xing, I'll be waiting below. Someone will send you down to meet me soon enough." Senpo's voice grew weaker, his eyes dimming. But he knew Gu Xing wouldn't live much longer. Not to mention other factions, the Redemption Society would never let Gu Xing go. Having taken the contract, after one failure, the Redemption Society would send stronger assassins until Gu Xing was dead. And no matter who you are, your ultimate fate is destruction, the evil gods are. He murmured these words in a voice barely audible to anyone. Finally, due to his severe injuries, Senpa died before finishing his sentence. Gu Xing stood still, staring at Senpo's corpse. Though extremely faint, he had heard those final words. The evil gods again. Gu Xing's eyes revealed deep contemplation. The situation suddenly became bewildering, but he couldn't figure it out immediately. Also, the facial tattoo on his face is very strange. Logically speaking, the Atile tribe's facial tattoos shouldn't be able to consume the host's blood. Gu Xing exchanged for a pair of special gloves from the system. He placed his hand on Senpo's face, and immediately, the facial tattoo actually detached from his face. This isn't pure tattooing technique. There's a power within that makes me feel disgusted. Gu Xing focused his senses, and a chilling, evil aura suddenly swept over him. The facial tattoo actually came alive, trying to forcibly attach itself to Gu Xing. Humph! Gu Xing snorted coldly and directly crushed it. This aura is different from ghosts and spirits. Could it be the aura of an evil god? Then where did he get contaminated with this evil god's aura? Apart from that evil god in Shanghai, do others exist elsewhere? Gu Xing stood still, pondering carefully. He felt this speculation was closest to the correct answer. Whether it's true or not, I'll know for sure after fighting that evil deity outside Madu. Gu Xing stopped overthinking as his phone rang. Gu Xing, be careful of the Lu family. They've hired Qingmian Senpa from the Redemption Society to assassinate you. Jing Jiangxue finally got through to Gu Xing's phone. Even within Madu City, the signal remained intermittent. He's already dead. Gu Xing turned and headed downstairs. What? Senpa is dead. Where are you? We're coming to find you now. Jing Jiangxue exclaimed in shock. After giving his location, Gu Xing hung up the phone. He went downstairs and scanned his surroundings. In the distance, a car slowly started up and drove away. Boom! Gu Xing took a single step, his figure darting forward like lightning. If you wanted me dead, you wouldn't miss seeing my death. So whoever ordered this must be nearby. In an instant, Gu Xing locked onto that departing vehicle and gave chase at full speed. Jing Jiangxue hung up the phone, her face still frozen in astonishment. Sister Jing, what did he say? Wu Binglan asked curiously. Tattooed-faced Senpai is dead. Jing Jiangxue exhaled as she spoke. The Salvation Society was a notorious overseas assassination organization. Its members were all ruthless, bloodthirsty outlaws. That the Lu family had hired tattooed-faced Senpai to assassinate Gu Xing was news she had just received. Unexpectedly, Senpai had acted with lightning speed. Before they could warn Gu Xing, the attack had already been launched. However, the one who died was Senpai. This Senpai was quite formidable. It said he possessed an extremely bizarre power, even bullets couldn't penetrate his defenses. How did Gu Xing manage to kill him? Wu Binglan stared at the newly retrieved information in her hands, asking in bewilderment. We'll find out when we get there. Jing Jiangxue turned the steering wheel, heading toward another intersection. Master, Gu Xing isn't dead. After a long silence in the car, the butler finally spoke with trembling words. Lua Yuan's face darkened, remaining wordless, but his heart was roaring with fury. Damn Redemption Society. Didn't they say Gu Xing would definitely die if they took action? Master, let us return first and make plans. Senpai is dead. The Redemption Society will send stronger assassins after Gu Xing. All we need is patience. The steward forced himself to advise. Patience. My son is dead, and you tell me to be patient. Wait for what? Wait for death. Louis Yuan's anger triggered a fit of coughing. Suddenly, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, and outside the window appeared a cold, stern face. No need to rush. I'll send you on your way right now. Chapter 56. Profound beyond profound, marvelous beyond words. Boom! Gu Xing's hand, like a steel hammer, struck the moving car with a punch. The vehicle immediately spun out of control, tumbled several times on the road, and then exploded violently. Louis Yuan didn't even have time to utter a word before perishing in the raging flames. Even in death, he couldn't understand how did the branded-faced Senpai lose. Screech! An SUV slammed to a halt. Jing Jiangxue and Wu Binglan stepped out of the car. Looking at the still-burning vehicle, she asked, who was in that car? Someone from the Lu family. Gu Xing replied casually. Over these years, the Lu family has done many shady things behind the scenes. Someone will take over the Lu family's affairs later. What do you think? Jing Jiangxue whispered. I don't want to see anyone from the Lu family ever again. Gu Xing looked at Jing Jiangxue, his pitch-black eyes revealing neither joy nor sorrow. For a moment, Jing Jiangxue couldn't bring herself to meet Gu Xing's gaze. Don't worry, I can guarantee that much. Apart from the Lu family, no one else in Magic City's martial arts circle will come after you. Jing Jiangxue took a deep breath. But compared to this, I have something more important to tell you. What is it? Get in the car first. We don't have much time. Jing Jiangxue returned to the car. This wasn't the right place to talk. Gu Xing didn't ask further. He clearly understood why they had come to find him. At this moment, everything else had to take a back seat to the matter of the evil god corrupting Magic City. Mr. Gu, please take a look at this video first. Sister Jing and I will try our best to answer any questions you may have. In the front passenger seat, Wu Binglan handed her phone to Gu Xing. The video on the phone was exactly what Director Shan had shown them. Director Shan permitted them to share this matter with the people they invited for assistance. After all, what they would face next was too terrifying. Concealment would be useless. Being completely open would demonstrate sincerity and lead to more pleasant cooperation between both parties. A spatial rift. Is it the source of spiritual energy revival? And this fox? After watching the video, Gu Xing only felt the situation becoming increasingly perplexing. He suddenly remembered that elderly man he encountered at the school gate that night. What was he trying to tell me? The escaped fox from the biosphere, the two missing students at the school gate, and the changes at the Jushur Psychiatric Hospital on the outskirts of Mo City. Not coincidences. There's an invisible hand behind all these events. Even that evil god outside Mo City might be their handiwork. Gu Xing fell into deep thought. Everything seemed like mere coincidence. But how could there be so many coincidences in this world? Gu Xing was certain there was an invisible hand manipulating everything behind the scenes. No single person could possibly achieve all this. Most likely, it was an organization. You must have realized too someone is pulling the strings behind all this, Jing Jiangxue said solemnly, still shaken after learning about the situation. What kind of person could orchestrate all this, even pushing a dark deity right before them? Such an enemy was truly terrifying. From the previous live broadcast, that dark deity appears extremely powerful. Yet its domain hasn't directly entered Modu. What is it waiting for? Gu Xing voiced his confusion, or perhaps it's apprehensive about something. Jing Jiangxue remained silent, feeling she couldn't quite keep up with Gu Xing's train of thought. However, Wu Binglan in the passenger seat suddenly exclaimed, Captain Jing, Mr. Gu, do you think they're probing us? Maybe it's waiting for us to show weakness. Surrounding without attacking, just like two armies confronting each other. Whichever side first shows weakness or flaws, the other side will charge forward. This possibility cannot be ruled out. This evil god might not be as powerful as we think. Gu Xing pondered deeply. If it were truly a god, just a single thought could provoke the wrath of heaven. Not to mention an evil god, pure malevolence born solely for slaughter and destruction. yet it's watching so many people in Demon City surrounding without attacking. This in itself is an extremely abnormal situation. Damn it! Jing Jianshua's expression changed drastically as she hastily pulled over and made a phone call. Please answer. Please answer. Don't go. Don't go there. But no one picked up on the other end. Wu Binglan noticed Jing Jiangxue was calling Director Jiang and asked curiously, Sister Jing, don't you remember? To deal with the evil god, our paranormal bureau split into 2 teams were responsible for gathering experts and people with special abilities, while Director Jiang took another team to collect intelligence. Wu Binglan glanced at the time and murmured to herself, at this hour, they should have already entered the outermost mist. Jing Jiangxue listened to her words, feeling an icy chill creeping through her entire body. A dreadful coldness lingered in her heart. Even her mind became completely blank. This speculation was far too terrifying. If it was truly as Wu Binglan said that the enemy was testing them, waiting for them to reveal a flaw, then Bureau Chief Zhang's current initiative to gather intelligence was exactly the opening they were waiting for. Don't panic. Things haven't reached the worst possible outcome yet. At this moment, Gu Xing's steady voice came through, carrying a reassuring strength. Right, Dean Shan is at Xinglan residence. Let's head there now. Jing Jiangxue forced herself to calm down. It wasn't that her composure was weak, nor was her inner resilience lacking, it was simply that the consequences were too dreadful to bear. They were now like travelers walking along the edge of a bottomless cliff. One misstep, and they would plunge into the abyss, shattered beyond recognition. Xinglan residence. Not even 5-star hotels outside can compare to it. Only the most distinguished individuals, or those with extraordinary connections, can enter. In the past, Xinglan residence rarely opened to outsiders for years at a time. But now, many people are walking through its doors. There are martial artists in training uniforms, emanating powerful auras. There are also Miaojiang women adorned with silver ornaments, their beauty striking. And there are Taoist priests in robes, appearing serene and composed. Not to mention young Buddhist monks with prayer beads, their expressions benevolent and kind. People of all types, styles, and different sects have now gathered here. Among the crowd, several individuals stand out particularly. Hua Qingyue wears a blue Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk, her expression aloof and eyes unfathomably deep. Few here would pay attention to mere physical appearances. They are all practitioners who remain hidden from the mundane world. They cultivate their minds, bodies, and the Tao. Tao, martial arts, Taoist techniques, Buddhist Dharma, myriad paths to enlightenment. These aren't the lightning-wielding immortals of cultivation tales. Even if you encounter a Taoist priest or monk on the street, you could call them practitioners. However, this group of people had long sensed the changes occurring between heaven and earth. They were invigorated, for they saw the hope of attaining divine mastery in Taoist arts. Perhaps the spiritual energy resurgence might enable their cultivation to reach those mysterious realms recorded in ancient texts. Thus when Hua Qingyue appeared, numerous gazes instantly fell upon her. Not because of her appearance, but because around Hua Qingyue's body flowed faint traces of Taoist magic, profoundly mysterious and indescribably wondrous. Chapter 57, Serving Faithfully Without Complaint. Taoist Hua Qingyue, years have passed. Who would have thought your Taoist arts have already reached the realm of natural freedom? A young monk with bright eyes and prayer beads in hand walked over with steady steps. His eyes shone with remarkable acuity, giving people an impression of profound wisdom. The Tao of cultivators is fundamentally interconnected. Regardless of cultivation system, the realms are universally divided into 4 stages: inscription, perception, manifestation, natural freedom, and divine communion, progressing from lowest to highest. Take martial artists for example. External force, internal force, and transformation realm merely represent different levels within the first stage. They learn the Tao like stumbling infants, progressing from ignorance to skilled application. This is the state of engraved sensation. Many people spend their entire lives confined to this realm. As for the second realm of cultivation, what is manifestation? It means mastering the cultivated Tao with proficiency, making what one has acquired more wondrous and powerful. Only then can one be considered to have entered the manifestation realm. Beyond this, a single casual punch reveals the true intent of martial arts. The fist need not land, for the soul is severed first. The fist intent harbored within a punch alone can frighten an opponent to death. This is the unfettered realm. Martial artists who attain this state can single-handedly withstand thousands, terrifying indeed. They are no longer human, but martial saints walking the earth. As for what lies beyond, that would be the martial grandmaster. Fists that commune with divinity, their might horrifying. It has been many, many years since such a martial grandmaster last appeared. And Hua Qingyue, so young, has already reached the third realm, the unfettered realm. This already places her on par with martial saints, Buddhist arhats, and Miaojiang holy maidens. This humble monk spoke incorrectly. I should address you as Taoist Qingyue from now on. The young monk rubbed his shaved head while saying with a cheerful laugh. His expression was sincere, showing no trace of jealousy. His peaceful tone couldn't help but inspire goodwill in others. This was the true demeanor of a monk, kind and peaceful, wise and humble. Unlike those false monks filled with hostility and using religious pretexts merely for accumulating wealth. I merely glimpsed this realm by chance. The title of true person remains far beyond my reach. Hua Qingyue showed no pride, only calmness. She had only half stepped into the realm of ease. Even if she fully entered it, she would still be far from a genuine Taoist true person. Even within the same realm, there exist variations in strength. Hua Qingyue still had much to learn, so she would never become complacent over such small achievements. Taoist Qingyue is being too modest. For the Taoist tradition to have such a prodigy as you is truly great fortune. Shanjun, aren't you just one step away from becoming a Buddhist arhat? Hua Qingyue looked at the young monk before her. His body seemed to contain subdued golden light, a sign of nearing the cultivation of an arhat's golden body. How many senior Buddhist practitioners have regretted for life because of this final step? Shanjun shook his head. He knew exactly how difficult this step was, while Hua Qingyue had already crossed it. Calling her Jinren true person was entirely appropriate. Several years ago, they could still fight to a draw, but now he would certainly be no match for her. By the way, I heard that a tattoo artist from the tattoo lineage has emerged this time. Shanjun, who was exceptionally well informed, asked curiously. The tattoo lineage occupied a very special position in their circle. Powerful tattoo artists could reshape a person's bone structure, fortune, and destiny, truly terrifying capabilities. It's important to understand that a person's bone structure, fortune, and destiny are all determined at birth. These can only be changed if one meets a noble benefactor or obtains great karmic opportunities. For many people, tattoo artists are benefactors, representing great opportunities. Of course, tattoo artists can improve your fate, but they can also make it worse. Many people keep a respectful distance from tattoo artists. It's been a long time since the last tattoo master appeared. Hua Qingyue nodded, knowing exactly who Shanjun was asking about. I know you've had contact with him. Did he descend from White Jade Capital? Shanjun grew more curious. Why don't you ask him yourself? Hua Qingyue's gaze shifted to another direction. Shanjun focused his eyes and saw a car stop from which 2 women and 1 man alighted. Is he that tattoo master? Shanjun murmured to himself, his wise eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Though Hua Qingyue's gaze remained calm, a question lingered in her heart. Is he really a tattoo master from White Jade Capital? Other than the Gu family from White Jade Capital, which other Gu clan could possess such formidable tattoo techniques? She had never been certain about this point. After all, White Jade Capital had been sealed for so long. Even if people from White Jade Capital come down, the first to move will definitely be those from Yanjing. What exactly is happening inside White Jade Capital? Shanjun's voice came through, making Hua Qingyue pause. She noticed Shanjun hadn't actually spoken. He was using Buddhist Dharma to transmit his voice to her. Clearly, he didn't want others to hear this topic. I'm not entirely sure. Do you know something? Hua Qingyue's heart stirred, and she couldn't help but counter-question. Shanjun didn't respond. His gaze turned toward the distant horizon, the outskirts of Demon City. Hua Qingyue seemed thoughtful and didn't press further. The conversation between the two ended there. Mr. Gu, I'll go in first. Jing Jiangxue said briefly before turning to Wu Binglan beside her. You'll take Mr. Gu around to familiarize him with this place. No problem, Sister Jing. Leave it to me. Wu Binglan agreed readily, and Jing Jiangxue hurried into the Xinglan residence with a preoccupied expression. Grandmaster Gu. Suddenly, someone approached Gu Xing with visible excitement. His expression was the very picture of someone meeting their idol. The man wore loose martial arts attire, with what appeared to be some pattern on his chest. Though Wu Binglan couldn't see it completely, she knew it was a tattoo. Was this man Mr. Gu's former client? Shi Fei Hu. Gu Xing was slightly surprised to see this man. Years ago, he had lent this desperate man a tattoo design on credit. Wu Binglan observed the middle-aged man with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, clearly an honest-looking fellow. But when Shi Fei Hu approached, Wu Binglan couldn't help stepping back 2 paces. She felt as if a ferocious tiger was charging toward her, its aura terrifying. Is this even human? Clearly a fierce tiger about to descend the mountain, unstoppable. What frightening presence! Wu Binglan was awestruck. Few people could project such terrifying aura with mere movements. And this was while the other party was restraining his energy. What if he unleashed it completely? A truly dangerous man. Wu Binglan pursed her lips, confirming with one glance this was someone not to be trifled with. The next moment, thud, Shi Fei Hu directly knelt before Gu Xing, speaking with extreme emotion. Master Gu, I, Shi Fei Hu, once said that if I didn't die, I would surely return to follow you, serving you wholeheartedly without any complaints. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, countless gazes converged upon them. Chapter 58. The Fierce Tiger of Legends, radiating killing intent. It seems you've avenged your great grievance. Gu Xing looked at him. The current Shi Fei Hu was completely reborn. Bearing the tattoo of the White Tiger Star Lord brought tremendous benefits to Shi Fei Hu. Of course, enduring this tattoo must have cost him hardships beyond ordinary imagination. Master Gu, I've come to fulfill my promise from years ago. Shi Fei Hu's expression was resolute. Having achieved vengeance, he had no more regrets. But he could not leave Gu Xing's kindness unrepaid. Repaying grievances with vengeance and kindness with gratitude, that was Shifeihu's way. Gu Xing's favor to him was immense. Without Gu Xing, his enemy would still be at large, and with Shifeihu's own capabilities, he could never have achieved vengeance in this lifetime. In the midst of despair, Gu Xing appeared. The tattoo he gave on credit finally enabled Shifeihu to avenge his great grievance. Rise now! Gu Xing reached out to lift Shifeihu up, offering no refusal. From the first glance at Shifeihu's facial features, he had known exactly what kind of man this was. A man who honors his word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, one who values promises above all. Rest assured, master. I, Shifeihu, will certainly not hold you back. Shifeihu spoke with great delight, having feared Gu Xing might refuse him before coming. He had journeyed to Demon City solely to fulfill a years-old pledge. Though already possessing considerable reputation abroad, he hadn't hesitated for a moment before resolutely seeking out Gu Xing. Only, immediately upon entering Demon City, he'd been invited here by the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. When did you arrive in Demon City? Did you encounter anything unusual on your way? Gu Xing inquired. Just a day ago. Nothing unusual elsewhere, but when entering the mist surrounding Demon City, the tiger spirit within me awakened. Shifeihu answered truthfully, and then I saw someone within that mist. You saw a person. Gu Xing felt slightly surprised. That person was very tall, with an unusually robust build. He stood just a few meters away, staring directly at me. Shifeihu recalled the scene at that time. I was already prepared to make a move, but he retreated deep into the mist. Wu Binglan listened nearby, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Since Shifeihu could enter Demon City unharmed from the mist, Chief Zhang and the others must be safe too. Gu Xing asked no further questions. The situation within the mist was unpredictably treacherous. They hadn't yet prepared complete intelligence or countermeasures. Acting rashly would only place them in extreme danger. My lifebound tattoo almost ready. Gu Xing glanced at the countdown in his system. Less than 3 hours remained. Ding ling. Suddenly, a crisp silver bell sound rang out. Gu Xing followed the sound and saw a young woman passing by, wearing a cross-collared top with a cyan-pleated skirt and silver ornaments. She appeared youthful, with skin like congealed fat, looking lively and clever. Her clothes were embroidered with a flying phoenix, symbolizing nobility and auspiciousness. 2 elderly followers, 1 man and 1 woman, trailed behind her. Their demeanor clearly signaled they weren't to be trifled with. Who is she? Such an imposing presence. Shut your mouth. A bystander asked, only to have his companion urgently cover his lips, fearful of drawing the woman's attention. Fortunately, the woman strode directly toward Hua Qingyue, allowing the man to exhale in relief. Brother Zhang, what was that about? You nearly got us killed. Come, let's discuss this over there. The pair hastily retreated to a distant spot, putting ample space between themselves and the mysterious woman. She's from Miaojiang, Gu Xing remarked. The distinctive attire made her origin unmistakable. Moreover, Miaojiang was most notorious for its Gu arts. The 8 great Gus of Miaojiang. These ancient, esoteric witchcraft traditions made many tremble at their mere mention. History recorded multiple Gu-related calamities, cementing in public consciousness that Gu techniques were nothing less than lethal dark arts. Most inheritors of Miaojiang Gu arts are women. Females belong to Yin, which aligns well with Gu techniques. Gu Xing didn't ponder further. His understanding of Gu arts was only superficial at best. After all, Xia country's history runs deep, with countless traditions passed down from ancient times. To thoroughly comprehend even 1 or 2 of these would already be incredibly impressive. Though Gu arts are remarkable, Master's tattoo technique surpasses them. Shifeihu said gruffly, convinced in his heart that Gu Xing's tattoo art stood supreme. Master Gu, let me introduce you. That lady who just passed by is the new Miaojiang Holy Maiden, Long Xiener. Wu Binglan hastily made the introduction to Gu Xing. The Miaojiang Holy Maiden. Gu Xing couldn't help but give Long Xiener another glance. The Miaojiang Holy Maiden. This was the future pillar and leader of Miaojiang's Gu arts community. Without exceptional skills, who would dare assume such a position? The seat of Miaojiang Holy Maiden burns hot indeed. Apart from Long Xiener, there are several others you should pay attention to, Mr. Gu. Wu Binglan didn't waste words and directly told Gu Xing a few names. Taoist Li Qi from Wudong. Monk Shanjun from the Buddhist sect. Taoist Gu and Taoist Hua Qingyue from Xiang Temple. Confucian scholar Mu Yutong. In front of Xinglan residents, dozens had gathered, yet Wu Binglan only introduced 6 people to Gu Xing, including Long Xiener. Gu Xing possessed considerable strength, and those introduced by Wu Binglan were all extraordinary individuals. Gu Xing committed these names to memory. Wu Binglan cast a deep glance at Shifeihu standing silently beside him. This man's strength is equally remarkable. If he were to act, it would be earth-shattering. The imposing aura Shifeihu had displayed earlier still left her shaken. Gu Xing's gaze suddenly shot into the distance as he leapt up, reaching the rooftop in just a few steps. Shifeihu followed immediately, soaring after him. Ah! Nearby, several young men and women who had been observing the scene suddenly let out terrified screams and collapsed to the ground. The moment Shirfeihu moved, they seemed to see a legendary savage tiger descending the mountain. A descending mountain tiger, starving and hunting for food, would attack humans. When Shirfeihu struck, it felt as if the descending tiger was pouncing directly at them. Their minds were completely overwhelmed by his presence, causing them to scream in terror and collapse to the ground. Those invited here were capable individuals. Yet they had been frightened by Shirfeihu. If word got out, few would believe it. The commotion drew more attention from the crowd. Long Xianer, who was speaking with Hua Qingyue, also turned her gaze toward them. Tiger bone, I haven't seen it in many years. That tattoo on his chest, a descending mountain tiger. No, it's the white tiger deity, 10 times fiercer. He actually withstood it. Incredible. Long Xianer saw clearly that when Shirfeihu moved just now, the wind blew his robe, revealing a tiger tattoo on his chest. As he exerted force, the tattoos seemed to come alive. The white tiger represents slaughter and warfare. Shirfeihu remained still as a statue, but once he moved, he became as ferocious as a tiger, majestic and murderous. His tattoo technique is truly remarkable. Long Xianer marveled, having observed Shirfeihu's attitude toward Gu Xing. No guesswork was needed, that tattoo must have been crafted by Gu Xing's hand. To tattoo the white tiger Star Lord, Gu Xing's tattooing skill must be terrifyingly formidable. But why did they climb onto the roof? Both Long Xianer and Hua Qingyue were puzzled by this. Boom! The earth trembled violently as a deafening explosion erupted from the horizon. Then, a sword light leisurely illuminated the sky. Chapter 59. Watch me rip apart a monster. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, figures arrived on the rooftop in succession. The sound erupted from within the mist. What's happening inside to cause such commotion? What terrifying explosions! At least 1/3 of Demon City's residents must have heard that deafening roar. On the rooftop, the crowd wore uncertain, wary expressions, each staring intently at the mist ahead. Xinglan residence wasn't too far from the western mist. If there were unusual movements from that direction, those at Xinglan could clearly observe the changes. And the recent disturbance had indeed come from the western mist. Gu Xing, sensing something, was the first to reach the rooftop, his gaze fixed on the mist ahead. He saw it most clearly. Just moments ago, within the mist, an enormous hand had descended, blotting out the sky. The thunderous noise that was its impact against the ground. Then, a sword light, dazzling as the sun, leisurely emerged from within the mist. That sword technique. Such terrifying sword radiance. A sword beam dozens of meters long, its captainly. So this is Demon City's half-immortal. How terrifying. Many people were greatly shaken in their hearts when they saw this sword radiance that pierced straight through the mist. The only one who could unleash such a sword strike was Team Leader Li from Moto Li Banxian. Their cultivation realms were completely incomparable to Li Banxian, who had delivered this sword strike. Amitba, even someone like Senior Li remains at the Freedom Realm. Just how magnificent must the Divine Realm be? Shanjin pressed his palms together, his eyes flickering with Buddhist light. If he were to exert his full strength in an attack, he could also deliver such a strike. But after one strike, he would have no strength left for further moves and could only await death. The disparity between them was immediately apparent. Yet even someone like Senior Li remains at the Freedom Realm in cultivation. Between the Freedom Realm and Divine Realm lies an insurmountable chasm. For centuries, countless talented geniuses have met their tragic ends before this chasm. Humming. Hua Qingyue's body was enveloped in circulating Daoist techniques, protective spells naturally activated under the influence of such powerful energy. A jade silkworm quietly crawled onto Long Xianer's fingertip, spreading chilling cold. Splurt! The sword light slashed across the gigantic arm, immediately producing sizzling sounds. Li Banxian's strike had directly wounded the opponent. Pitch black blood spilled from the wound. A furious roar emerged from the dark clouds. Die! Die! All people from Baiyujing deserve death. The evil deity spoke human words, flushed with anger. Many people's expressions changed. Li Banxian is from Baiyujing. No wonder he's so powerful. Before Baiyujing closed, didn't they recall all their people outside? Exactly how does one enter Baiyujing? Wu Binglan's expression also changed. This was a secret known only to a select few. Yet now, this evil deity had blurted it out. Everyone, be careful. A white-robed scholar-like figure spoke up. His voice wasn't loud, yet reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. This was indeed Confucian magic, the art of transmitting voices across thousands of miles. Gu Xing looked up and saw the blood dripping from the evil deity falling toward a certain area. Each drop of blood was as large as a sandbag. Then, the blood wriggled and bizarrely shaped monsters emerged bathed in blood. Kill! Kill and eat! Blood, I crave blood! Whispers escaped from the mouths of these monsters as they landed on the ground and immediately charged toward the nearest living creatures. Whether human or animal, all were targets of their bloodlust and hunger. Get lost! Gu Xing watched as a drop of blood hurtled toward him, a twisted monster emerging from within, its maw gaping wide as it lunged to bite. Before he could act, Shirfeihu, who had remained vigilant, sprang into motion. Don't even think of harming the master. Roar! Shirfeihu roared like a tiger shaking the mountains, terrifying all beasts. His massive hand, shaped like a tiger's paw, seized the monster's head with brutal force. Raya! The next instant, the monster's head and body were separated. Blood splattered everywhere. Shirfeihu bathed in the monster's blood, his face actually showing a trace of enjoyment. What was even more astonishing was that the blood was actually being absorbed by Shirfeihu. A tinge of crimson appeared in Shirfeihu's eyes, and his aura became more explosive and ferocious. A descending tiger seeks to devour men. When the White Tiger Star Lord descends, his purpose is to slay enemies and drink their blood. Seeing this scene, Gu Xing showed no concern. Instead, his eyes gleamed brightly. You chose to consume the evil creatures. That's a brilliant idea, he praised without hesitation. When he had given Shirfeihu the tattoo, he had also considered these possibilities. A descending tiger wouldn't be enough to aid Shirfeihu. That was why Gu Xing had chosen this design, the White Tiger Star Lord descending to the mortal realm. He had assumed Shirfeihu wouldn't be able to endure it, but unexpectedly, the man had found his own path by consuming evil creatures. He had forcibly withstood the power of this tattoo. Yes sir, my enemies happen to be a family that raises ghosts. I stumbled upon this by accident. Shirfeihu gave a simple, honest smile, his mind clear and not dominated by the bloodshed. Monster, get away from me. Don't kill me, I have money. Mommy, this place is so scary, I want to go home. Screams rose and fell in waves. The evil god's arm was too enormous, its splashing blood directly affecting an entire district of Demon City. The monsters born from the evil god's blood fell to the ground and, like sharks scenting blood, madly charged toward living creatures. Kill, 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 destroy everything, devour everything. Boom, boom, boom. Within the mist, the battle between Li Banxian and the evil god continued. However, Li Banxian seemed to notice the situation in the city, and the ripples of their fight gradually faded deep into the mist. Don't worry about me, go. Gu Xing looked at Shirfeihu, who stood protectively by his side, and spoke. At this moment, none of the people present stood by idly, and Gu Xing naturally wouldn't disregard ordinary citizens either. Sir, I'll be right back. Shirfeihu hesitated no longer, his figure shooting toward an alley like a cannonball. Roar! This tiger's roar was even more ferocious than the previous one. Red light even condensed around Shirfeihu's body, a manifestation of extraordinarily powerful qi and blood. He grabbed a monster's shoulders with both hands and exerted sudden force. Raya! The monster was torn directly in half by his brute strength. Monster! He's the real monster. This strength, it's terrifying. Where did this fierce warrior come from? Many guests invited to Xinglan residence watched with dry throats and trembling hearts. Too savage. Chapter 60, The Vajra's Wrath, A Carnage Unleashed. May 17, 5346, Xia Calendar. Demon City. 2:37 p.m. Blood rain fell through the mist as countless monsters descended. The catastrophe had begun. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Help! Run! Run fast! People were fleeing in panic through streets and alleys. The entire western district of the demon capital had descended into chaos. Quick! Deploy to every street, residential area, park, exterminate the monsters immediately. Fully armed police officers sprang into action without delay. Car engines roared to life. Gunfire blended with the monstrous howls into a continuous cacophony. When Xu Weizhen stood on the rooftop, observing the western district through binoculars, did that bloody rain bring so many monsters? This is nothing short of hell on earth. The authorities had already ordered people to evacuate to the city center earlier, but few were willing to leave. Through the binoculars, he could clearly witness the horrific scenes unfolding in the western district. Innocent residents were being slaughtered by these monsters every single minute. Regardless of age or gender, these creatures showed absolutely no mercy in their attacks. Blood stained the roads crimson. Shop windows shattered as muscle-bound monsters with bulging arms like tanks rampaged through the streets. The violent impact even made concrete-reinforced walls collapse with a crash. Pedestrians who couldn't dodge in time were instantly crushed into pulp, while those who narrowly escaped had their bodies lacerated by flying rocks and glass shards. Some creatures flicked out their long tongues, piercing straight through people's skulls from 5 meters away. Then the greedy tongues stirred and sucked inside the shattered skulls. Ugh! When Xu Weizhen could bear no more, his binoculars fell to the ground as he covered his mouth, feeling his stomach churning violently. These scenes were too cruel, too bloody. Xiao Chang, you must come back alive. When Xu Weizhen prayed inwardly, with Master Gu and Master Qingyue by her side, they should be able to support each other. He kept comforting himself mentally, wanting to go downstairs for water when Xu Weizhen found his legs so weak he could barely walk. I thought knowing some inside information would allow me to remain calm in emergencies. Now it seems I was still too naive. At this moment, when Xu Weizhen finally understood why Gu Xing and his daughter had been unwilling to let him get involved. For ordinary people, the existence of these things was nothing short of a nightmare. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death. The panicked man rushed home in haste. Upon opening the door, he witnessed a sight that made his eyes nearly burst from their sockets. The window was shattered, and the interior was in complete disarray. His wife already lay in a pool of blood while a short, dark-skinned monster crouched over her corpse, voraciously feeding. It ate with such single-minded focus that it didn't even notice the man's entrance. Rage overpowered fear as the man charged into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and hacked at the monster's head. Squelch! Green blood spurted out, splattering on the floor and actually corroding the sofa and floorboards. Why? Why did you destroy everything I cherished? The man went mad, hacking at the monster's head with his knife again and again. Even as corrosive blood splashed onto his body, his grip on the blade never loosened. The monster was already dead. The first strike had dealt a fatal wound. The subsequent frenzied slashes came swift and violent. Thud! Thud! 2 armed police officers rushed in. One glance at the scene told them everything they needed to know. By now, the man had begun calming down. His body bore corrosive wounds everywhere, yet he felt no pain. His heart had turned to ice. "Brother, accept our condolences." One officer approached from behind and patted his shoulder. The touch made the man collapse backward. His body had reached its absolute limit. "Quick! We need medical assistance here." The supporting officer shouted into his radio while catching the falling man. Identical scenes were playing out across every district of West City. On this day, many people lost their loved ones, their families, and saw their homes torn apart. "Xiaoyin, it's all Dad's fault." "Mom, wake up, don't fall asleep. The rescue team has arrived." "Husband, you're the pillar of our family. What will happen to me and the child now that you're gone?" On streets and alleys, many people held broken bodies and wailed loudly. But at this moment, no one could comfort them. Because there were simply too many monsters. They wouldn't stop their killing spree just because you were crying. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! When Xiaoqing fired at full strength, arrows formed by spiritual energy shooting out one after another from her hands. The arrows pierced precisely into the monsters' heads before exploding violently. Number 36. When Xiaoqing counted silently in her heart, ignoring the thanks from those she saved as she pressed forward, she knew there were still many people who needed help. In the park, a monster drooled profusely, its eyes fixed on a little girl who had fallen to the ground 10 meters away, crying loudly. That was its prey. Buzz buzz. Just as it prepared to pounce, its body suddenly became rigid, then fell apart like a puppet collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see black poisonous insects crawling within its body. Long Xianer maintained her composure as she walked forward. Within a 20-meter radius around her path, monsters kept dying in various peculiar ways. One after another, poisonous insects crawled out from those corpses, following behind Long Xianer. The scene looked extremely eerie. Some police officers who came to help witnessed this sight and felt their scalps tingle with horror. "Go! Let's head over there! Hurry up!" Before the disaster broke out, the Paranormal Bureau had already briefed them. Everyone knew this day would come and had made preparations, but its arrival still felt so abrupt. All residents of West District must evacuate to the city center immediately. Everyone please remember, these monsters can indeed be killed. They're quite fragile. Aim for their heads, hearts, and other vital spots to take them down. Evacuate. Emergency evacuation. Among the fully armed rescue teams, designated personnel shouted through megaphones. Bang! Gu Xing casually smashed a monster's head into pulp. As he watched the monsters slaughtering without restraint, his eyes burned with murderous intent. Humans and these creatures can never coexist. Kill! Gu Xing opened his carry-on bag as an illustrated manual flew out. It was the tattoo compendium. Beyond documenting Gu Xing's tattoo designs, the compendium possessed another ability. Any pattern recorded within its pages, Gu Xing could temporarily gain its power by expending equivalent materials. System, exchange for the fierce-eyed Vajra tattoo's power. Gu Xing commanded mentally. When the wrathful deity stirs, the slaughter begins. Chapter 61. My strength far surpasses yours. The Bodhisattva shows mercy, yet also possesses the wrath of Vajra. Wrath arises from the injustices of this world. This wrath is not evil, it is righteous. With Vajra's fury, one dares descend into Avicii hell, fearless, only to unleash slaughter. Today, Gu Xing shall wreak havoc upon all directions. Humming. On the tattoo compendium, Buddhist light surged as the wrathful Vajra deity seemed to come alive, transforming into a streak of light that merged into Gu Xing's body. Boom! 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 The earth trembled, shop windows along the street shattered instantly. The muscle-bound monster, its arms grotesquely swollen, resembling a tank, charged recklessly toward Gu Xing's position in the distance. These creatures born from the evil god's blood varied in strength. Weaker monsters could be fought by ordinary citizens if they mustered courage. For stronger ones, even armed police officers needed considerable time to eliminate them. The mightiest could only be dealt with by those like Gu Xing. At first, the members of Xinglan residence handled the monsters with relative ease. But gradually, everyone began to feel strained as these monsters grew stronger by devouring flesh and blood. We need to pick up the pace. It's just blood if not for Li Banxian holding them off. These evil gods are truly terrifying. Many secretly shuddered in fear, yet their speed in killing monsters only grew more efficient. Boom! The monster tank directly lifted a sedan car and hurled it toward Gu Xing. Its strength was terrifying. The small car seemed no heavier than a pebble in its hands as it lifted, exerted force, and threw in one fluid motion. The car descended like a meteor, howling through the air. Gu Xing didn't hesitate for a second, nor did he show any intention to dodge. He raised his hand and pushed forward effortlessly. Bang! The car crashing toward Gu Xing was halted by this single palm strike, the tremendous impact causing the vehicle to bend inward at the middle. My physical attributes have nearly tripled, and my body's durability has reached unprecedented levels. Is this the fierce-eyed Vajra? Gu Xing casually flung the sedan aside with one hand. A golden glow circulated across his body. It was the Buddhist Arhat golden body. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Boom! 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 Failing to land its first strike, the tank roared as it charged forward, its eyes blood-red like a mad bull, determined to crush everything before it with brute force. The tank's bulging right arm muscles formed a horizontal barrier in front of it, fist clenched tight, its charging speed continuously accelerating. It's even displacing the air. Gu Xing's expression turned serious. The tank's charge resembled a comet, displacing the surrounding air until sparks actually ignited along its arm. In the next instant, a single spark started a prairie fire. The tank's entire body became engulfed in flames. But it didn't emit any howls. Clearly, the act of charging created friction flames with the air, which then spread across its entire body. This was one of the tank monster's killing techniques. A wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. Any normal person facing this attack would think about how to dodge. Because the tank's charge was too ferocious and brutal, any vehicles blocking its path would be shattered and sent flying upon impact. Let alone humans. How could flesh and blood possibly withstand such an impact? One collision would likely reduce a person to bloody pulp scattered across the ground. But Gu Xing didn't retreat but instead stepped forward, with all the golden Buddhist light on his body erupting. This was the first time Gu Xing was truly unleashing the real power of the tattoo technique. With his physical abilities multiplied several times, this Vajra tattoo pattern even temporarily granted Gu Xing a Buddhist Arhat's golden body. This formidable strength was the source of Gu Xing's confidence. At this moment, there was no need to dodge nor any reason to. The monster before him wasn't qualified to make Gu Xing yield. Raising his right hand in a mudra formation, Buddhist light coalesced into a swastika symbol that descended violently with Gu Xing's palm strike. Gu Xing manifested his divine might like a true Buddhist master. Bang! 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 Gu Xing's palm collided with tank's right arm. Protected by Buddhist radiance, mere flames couldn't harm Gu Xing in the slightest. Kaboom! The deafening explosion reverberated in all directions. The recklessly charging tank was actually halted by Gu Xing's single palm strike. No! It was being forced backward. My power far surpasses yours. Gu Xing's sword-like eyebrows arched sharply as wrath surged, the swastika's brilliance intensifying while pressing downward. Crack! The concrete beneath tank's feet fractured as it was forcibly kneeled by overwhelming power, unable to lift its body. The next instant, boom! Tank's exaggeratedly swollen muscles burst apart from the unbearable pressure. Whoosh! Gu Xing had already distanced himself from it the moment it exploded. He didn't want to be splashed by the filthy blood of this monster. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment the monster tank spotted Gu Xing to their collision, it took merely 2 minutes. It all ended with tank bursting apart, marking the conclusion of their confrontation. Is he that tattoo artist? Gu Xing, this is definitely someone we must not make an enemy of. It's the tattoo technique. His tattoo technique is absolutely terrifying. I've truly witnessed something extraordinary today. To eliminate such a monster so effortlessly, just how formidable has Gu Xing's power become? Nearby, several martial artists stood with faces full of astonishment. They asked themselves silently if they were to face Tank, the outcome would likely be disastrous. But Gu Xing, facing a brute force monster like Tank, he chose the most direct and violent method to eliminate it. That shocking scene was imprinted in their minds. It was likely that these people would never forget what they witnessed today for the rest of their lives. Gu Xing. They had completely memorized this name. Let's go. Although we're not as capable as Gu Xing, the Western District is too chaotic now. We absolutely can't let our guard down. Right. If we can eliminate these monsters quickly, there will be fewer casualties among the ordinary residents who haven't evacuated yet. I wonder how Li Banxian is doing. As they spoke, the group ran toward another direction. At present, before Star Ripple residents gathered various people with extraordinary abilities. They all shared the same goal: to kill all monsters that had fallen into the city as quickly as possible and to quell this disaster. In a deserted open space, a drop of evil god's blood, only about the size of a fist, lay quietly in the woods. It didn't dissipate by spawning monsters like other blood drops. After an unknown period of time, a mouth suddenly opened on the surface of the evil god's blood. Insanity-inducing whispers emanated from this mouth. Find him. Revise memories. Chapter 62. Submit to me, and I shall grant you tremendous power and eternal life. Tall buildings in the distance. Xiao Tian was eating watermelon, watching with an indifferent expression as the monsters wreaked havoc in the western district. His face showed no trace of sympathy, only complete apathy and disdain. The battle for the spirit ruins was far more brutal than this. Did Bai Yujing leave agents in Demon City? I wonder if Gu Xing is already dead. Various questions surfaced in Xiao Tian's mind. He felt he had overlooked something but couldn't recall what it was at the moment. In the mist, several figures were fleeing. Chief Jiang, leave us. Save yourself. That's right, Chief Jiang. We can die, but that item must be brought back to Demon City. Chief Jiang. 3 men in ordinary clothing spoke urgently. They looked anxiously at one person, none other than Chief Jiang, who had entered the mist to gather intelligence. The others were also members of the Paranormal Bureau who had acted alongside him. Originally, there had been 15 in their group. Now, only the 4 of them remained. All were wounded, with Chief Jiang being the least injured. The other 3 were covered in blood. 2 of them had chunks of flesh torn from their bodies. One had even lost a leg. I never imagined there would be more than one butcher in this livestream. Chief Jiang said grimly. Right, there's the trap butcher that lays snares. Step into one and you have to shed a limb like a gecko shedding its tail to survive. The team member missing a leg spoke through gritted teeth. And then there's the phantom butcher, completely invisible. It moves unpredictably. If Chief Jiang hadn't pushed me aside, my heart would have been impaled. Another member, coughing up blood and leaning against a tree, added, just the ones we've encountered 5 distinct types. Who knows how many more kinds of butchers lurk in this fog? What is that evil god even trying to accomplish? Rustle. In the distance, the sound of footsteps crushing grass and twigs could be heard approaching. Immediately following. V-room, 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 V-room. The roaring of a chainsaw erupted violently through the silent fog. It's the chainsaw butcher. This open area gives us no room to dodge his chainsaw charge. Someone's expression turned alarmed as they clenched their fists tightly. A massive, burly butcher brandished a chainsaw, his face twisted in a sinister grin. Ding-a-ling. Amid the chainsaw's deafening roar, faint chimes of a bell could also be heard. Chief Jiang's face paled as he shouted, there's more than one butcher. The phantom butcher is closing in too. Chief Jiang, no more hesitation. To die for our beliefs, what does that even matter? Damn it all. Let's fight these freaks to the death. Without waiting for Zhang Peng's decision, 2 men grabbed their weapons and strode resolutely toward the chainsaw butcher. Zhang Peng already knew their determination. Without saying a word, he immediately departed in the opposite direction from them. Ding-ling-ling. The bell sounds grew increasingly urgent, drawing closer to Zhang Peng. Its target was very clear. Damn bastard. Though I can't see you, you insist on wearing a bell. Do you think my ears don't work either? A person lunged at empty air. It was precisely the team member who had lost one leg. Ha ha ha, I've got you now. Taste this new gadget developed by the Paranormal Bureau specifically to deal with monsters like you. Boom. The explosion sounded, its terrifying shockwave revealing a tall, gaunt figure from what had been empty space. In its left hand it held a skull-shaped death knell, in its right a sharp all-butcher's knife. There were bells on its body that would jingle whenever it moved. This was the invisible ghost butcher mentioned by the team members. At this moment, the spectral butcher was blasted into visible form, collapsing rigidly to the ground, completely unable to pursue the fleeing Zhang Peng. Boom! Boom! 2 more deafening explosions followed. The violent shockwaves even dispersed much of the mist shrouding the area. Farewell, my brothers. Zhang Peng didn't look back. He knew every second he had now was bought with his comrades' lives. Cough, my time is running out too, but as long as I can deliver this item back it'll all be worth it. Zhang Peng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. A voice seemed to whisper in his mind, urging him to stop. This remnant will is consuming my body, it wants to control me. In your dreams, I, Zhang Peng, would rather die than become a puppet like those butchers. Zhang Peng hadn't told this to the other team members. In truth, among their group he was suffering the most. Every moment, a voice in Zhang Peng's mind was seducing him. Moreover, that extremely sinister evil god's power was constantly eroding Zhang Peng's physical body. Each erosion felt like a knife scraping off a piece of his flesh. Dual torment of both body and mind. That Zhang Peng could endure this long without going mad speaks volumes about his astonishing willpower. Gradually, the fog had become less dense, and Zhang Peng knew he had reached the edge of the mist-covered area. The sensor has received a response. The team meeting me is just 300 meters ahead. Zhang Peng took out a sensor from his chest. The device had responded, with a green dot blinking continuously on its location display. 300 meters, I can make it. A faint smile actually appeared on Zhang Peng's pain-ridden face. Who human, submit to me. This deity shall grant you formidable power and eternal life. Whispered ravings echoed through Zhang Peng's mind. Zhang Peng completely ignored the being's words. Power and immortality, aren't those exactly what the butcher who lost himself in the mist has become? What's the use of obtaining such power and immortality anyway? Seeing Zhang Peng remained unmoved, the voice fell silent. Only the speed at which it eroded Zhang Peng's power increased slightly. Heh, after all this time, you've only managed to corrode half of my calf. Are you some fake evil god or what? Damn evil god. Just a sneaky trickster hiding in the shadows. I looked down on you. Staggering in his steps, Zhang Peng wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed loudly while cursing. The thing I'm carrying must hold your secret. No, your entire group's big secret. But you didn't expect Li Banxian to intervene midway, did you? Someone will return the favor for this trap you've set. Moments later, the voice in his mind finally responded faintly. Humans mere ants. Even White Jade Capital is just meaningless resistance. Chapter 63 Playing God Show Yourself. Mr. Gu, Daoist Qingyue, the censor has confirmed Director Zhang's location. An officer with resolute features and a ramrod straight posture like a spear said. His name was Liang Changwang and he was responsible for receiving Zhang Peng's group. 1 hour earlier, Liang Changwang suddenly received a message in his mind. This came from a special talent among Zhang Peng's team. This person could transmit a message directly into a specified individual's mind within a 5-kilometer range. However, this ability could only be used once per day, with significant limitations. The signal in the mist was intermittent and extremely poor. Their communication equipment wasn't functioning well. Thus, this special talent who could transmit messages became particularly crucial. With only one message allowed per day, the information conveyed couldn't possibly be ordinary. The sender only gave Liang Changwang a set of coordinates followed by 2 words. Reinforcements. The mist was too dangerous. Originally they had been standing at its outer edge. Even from outside, one could see shadowy figures wandering within the mist. Liang Chengwan's expression turned grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. The moment that message arrived, Liang Chengwang immediately sprang into action and made arrangements. He didn't rashly enter because he clearly understood the limited lethality of the firearms in his hands, so he summoned Gu Xing and Hua Qingyue. He requested these 2 individuals to assist with this rescue mission. As for the rampaging monsters in the Western District, with the help of numerous police officers, soldiers, and various experts invited by the Paranormal Bureau to Xinglan residence, the situation was gradually stabilizing. Suppressing this disaster was merely a matter of time. Where is it? Gu Xing asked. He too had only arrived here recently. After slaying the tank monster, he encountered another creature called the long-tongued monster, which was significantly weaker compared to the tank. Gu Xing didn't expend much effort before eliminating it. Then, he received this mission. It's easy to lose your direction in the mist, but the closer you get to the outer edges, the less disorienting it becomes. Director Zhang's position is in that direction, approximately 300 meters away. I leave this to you too. After finishing his words, Liang Changwang straightened his posture and solemnly saluted the 2 with a military salute. Move out. Gu Xing nodded and stepped directly into the mist. Hua Qingyue remained silent, simply following Gu Xing into the mist. Watching the 2 depart, Liang Changwang tightened his grip on his firearm and shouted to the surrounding soldiers. Stay absolutely vigilant. When Mr. Gu and Taoist priest Qingyue emerge, if those damned things from the mist dare approach again, open fire without mercy. As for why Liang Changwang didn't lead his men into the mist, that came from experience, blood-soaked experience. When Chen Gang was trapped during his live broadcast previously, both the nearest police station in Moduan military district immediately dispatched rescue teams. However, not a single person sent out returned. This place gives me an extremely unpleasant feeling. Upon entering the mist, their vision was immediately obscured. Hua Qingyue's voice remained cool as blue talismanic characters appeared on her body. Each of these talismanic characters appeared extremely obscure and difficult to comprehend. Only a Taoist master like Hua Qingyue could comprehend its true meaning. I detest this feeling from the bottom of my heart. It's like encountering a natural predator. Gu Xing empathized deeply as Buddhist radiance emanated from his body, dispelling the mist within a 5-meter radius. The faint, elusive aura emanating from the surrounding mist evoked profound disgust in people's hearts. Normal people entering the mist wouldn't feel this disgust, they'd only experience unease and apprehension. Just 2 more hours until the power of the fierce Vajra tattoo vanishes. Gu Xing flexed his wrist. While the tattoos he gave others lasted a lifetime, the same materials only granted him 3 hours of borrowed power, comparatively brief indeed. But I'm different from others. If I grow strong enough, I can quickly harness this tattoo's full power. Right now, I can only channel about 30% of the fierce Vajra's strength. The thought flashed through Gu Xing's mind. After all, he wasn't a Buddhist disciple, his understanding of Buddhist teachings wasn't profound, and he lacked that Zen-like aura. Being able to unleash 30% of the fierce Vajra tattoo's power was already quite impressive. Although I can borrow power from any tattoo pattern in the tattoo atlas, ultimately, these aren't my innate tattoos. The degree to which I can wield this power has its limits. As he walked, Gu Xing checked the system's timer. Time remaining for innate tattoos, 50 minutes and 30 seconds. However, as long as I have enough points, I can switch between various tattoo patterns anytime, anywhere. But I can only use the ability of one tattoo pattern at a time, and my mind and body must be able to endure it. Gu Xing pondered, with my current mental strength and physical endurance, I can probably use and switch between about 5 tattoo patterns. As for points, Gu Xing wasn't short of them for now. When Xiao Qing had been extremely helpful, directly lending him 10 billion, though she said he didn't need to pay it back. But Gu Xing wouldn't take advantage of this favor once he had time, he had his own plans. As for those 10 billion, Gu Xing didn't hesitate at all and went all in. He currently had a full 100 million points. Points had never been a problem for Gu Xing from start to finish. By the way, system, if I get my life tattoo, can I still use the tattoo patterns from the tattoo catalog? Gu Xing silently asked in his heart. No problem. The life tattoo won't conflict with tattoos from the tattoo catalog. In fact, when combined, they can produce incredible synergistic power. The system quickly resolved Gu Xing's doubts. That's excellent. Gu Xing's eyes lit up. After completing this extraction, I'll get myself a life tattoo immediately. Thud thud. The sound of footsteps echoed. Jiang Peng's heart tightened, thinking the butcher had already caught up to block their path. Director Jiang, we're here to extract you. Gu Xing tossed out a badge the token Liang Chunwang had given him. Seeing this badge, the stone in Jiang Peng's heart finally dropped. Quick, we must leave this fog immediately. He urgently spoke, but suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. 6-4. The ghost butcher's eyes were blood red, filled with madness, iciness, and overwhelming bloodlust. Swish! The sharp conical cleaver came slashing through the air. Gu Xing remained expressionless as his large hand continued descending, the Buddhist light in his palm pressing down inch by inch. Crack, crack, crack. The cleaver in the ghost butcher's hand was unmistakably made from human spine. Under Gu Xing's tremendous force, it shattered piece by piece until his palm smashed squarely against the creature's chest. Boom! The ghost butcher's chest caved inward violently as its body stiffened and collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Too weak. Gu Xing withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. This butcher's strength couldn't even compare to the tank monster he'd encountered earlier. Commissioner Jiang should have safely left the mist by now with Taoist Yu leading the way. Though Gu Xing had never crossed hands with Hua Qingyue, his instincts told him this woman was formidable. This butcher, though. Gu Xing squatted before the butcher's corpse, in no hurry to leave. He unwrapped the bandages from the butcher's wrists and face. The butcher's arms were covered in scars, many wounds deep enough to reveal bone. His face was severely lacerated. To say it was beyond recognition wouldn't be an exaggeration. With injuries this severe, no human could possibly survive. There wasn't even a heartbeat. This was originally just a corpse. The butcher's body looks more like a cold tool. But earlier, his eyes. Gu Xing found it contradictory. That look in his eyes didn't seem like something a dead person could possess. A dead shell, with a soul that exists solely for slaughter. It somewhat resembles an evil art that enslaves souls. Gu Xing had once seen similar records in an ancient text, a small Western nation that conducted a series of mad experiments to create immortal warriors. But ultimately that small nation perished, leaving only fragmentary records in ancient texts. At this moment, a sinister aura began converging towards the butcher's corpse lying on the ground. This aura filled Gu Xing with intense disgust. This aura again. The Taya tribesman who came to assassinate me last time, the tattoos on his face carried this same aura. Gu Xing couldn't help recalling Tsinpa. He couldn't possibly mistake that hidden aura within the other's facial tattoos. What connection existed between these two? Buddha's light is effective, but my mastery of it isn't profound enough. I can only intercept a small portion. Gu Xing activated Buddha's light to block the converging sinister aura, yet the amount he could intercept remained limited. Soon, numerous strands of the sinister aura had penetrated the butcher's body on the ground. Interesting. Is this some kind of resurrection? Gu Xing observed the butcher's corpse with calm detachment, murmuring with intrigued amusement. At this moment, the fallen butcher's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. In that briefest instant, Gu Xing saw an indescribable pain flash through the other's eyes. But soon, his gaze turned icy, frenzied, and numb. Terrifying killing intent was gathering. Countless souls had perished by his hand. Bang! Stay quiet a little longer. Before the butcher could even move, having just opened his eyes and not yet reacted, Gu Xing's Buddha light-covered hand pressed directly against his forehead. The freshly awakened butcher immediately returned to a false death state. Indeed, this body is extremely interesting. Even with my strength, I can't destroy it. Gu Xing examined where he had struck the butcher. The opponent's forehead had only slightly dented inward, without even forming cracks or new wounds. Just how strong was Gu Xing's current power? In direct strength contests, even monsters like tanks weren't his match. One could imagine Gu Xing's tremendous strength. Even solid granite would shatter under his slap. A human forehead shouldn't be this hard. Indeed, it wasn't because I struck his vital point that he entered this false death state. Gu Xing paused in his speech. It was because my palm strike dispersed the sinister energy entrenched in his mind that he died. One could say, the sinister energy within the butcher's body was the key to his immortality. If we could find a way to eliminate this energy, the butcher would enter a false death state. So what exactly is this sinister energy? The power of an evil god. Gu Xing didn't think so. Describing it as an evil god's power was too vague. He felt there was a tremendous secret hidden within this phenomenon. Another one coming. Gu Xing stood up, abandoning further contemplation as he detected another chilling presence identical to the butcher's. As he rose, he saw a woman standing 10 meters away, her head wrapped in burlap, wearing a nurse's uniform. Her hand began turning crimson as she made a grasping motion toward Gu Xing from afar. Swish! Then, the butcher at Gu Xing's feet instantly vanished, reappearing beside her the next second. What kind of power is this? Gu Xing suddenly became interested, finding this person's ability quite fascinating. Then, the female nurse, still carrying the butcher in pseudoside state, had her right hand continue turning red. Within 1 second, she had already moved further away from Gu Xing. Gu Xing could only vaguely discern a black shadow in the distance, extremely indistinct. Another second passed and the mist stood empty. Gu Xing was astonished. This nurse is really decisive. He had originally intended to put this nurse into pseudoside as well, to verify some of his suspicions. But the other party acted without the slightest hesitation. Taking the ghost butcher with her, she activated her ability and vanished deep into the mist. The butcher who appeared in Chen Gang's livestream didn't display any special abilities. The second butcher we just encountered had the ability to become invisible. As for the third one, the female nurse, is her ability related to space. Moments ago, the female nurse had rescued the ghost butcher right before Gu Xing's eyes. Gu Xing was already on guard, yet the ghost butcher disappeared right before his eyes, then suddenly reappeared beside the female nurse. Immediately after, the nurse decisively utilized her abilities in succession, vanishing into the mist. That's not right. Each butcher probably possesses unique abilities. It's just that the first one didn't reveal his, or perhaps we simply failed to notice when he did. Gu Xing resolved to review Chen Gang's livestream footage from that day more carefully after returning. He brushed the dust off his clothes and walked out of the mist. The mission was complete. It was time to return. Had the nurse appeared just a bit later, I might have uncovered more information. As Gu Xing neared the mist's edge, he cast one last profound glance behind him. Next time I enter, none of you will escape. Chapter 65. No one can defeat us. Mr. Gu, you finally returned. Liang Changwan, who had been pacing back and forth, hurried forward anxiously upon seeing Gu Xing emerge. You should be resting properly, Master Gu, but the situation is urgent. Please come with me. Has something happened to Director Jiang? Gu Xing immediately guessed the reason for their urgency. Master Gu is indeed perceptive. We've arrived. Liang Changwang led Gu Xing to a temporarily erected tent nearby. Before even entering the tent, Gu Xing sensed an icy aura of death emanating from within. But there were two strands of this chilling death energy coming from two different directions. Extremely subtle, but the power of the fierce-eyed Vajra tattoo on Gu Xing's body hadn't yet dissipated. So he detected these two extremely concealed auras. Master Gu, what's wrong? Seeing Gu Xing frozen in thought, Liang Changwang asked urgently. Nothing. As Gu Xing spoke, he entered the tent and saw Jiang Peng, his entire body darkened, eyes tightly shut, with breath as faint as a gossamer thread. Hua Qingyue stood nearby, a talisman pasted over Jiang Peng's chest. I've temporarily used talismans to protect and lock his last wisp of soul, but that sinister force is eroding it at least 10 times faster than before. Death is getting closer to him. She added, this situation only appeared after he handed over that thing. What thing? Gu Xing couldn't help asking. A jade case containing a pitch-black prismatic crystal. Liang Changwang quickly explained. Chief Jiang collapsed to the ground immediately after handing over that case. The crystal inside that case drained Chief Zhong's vitality. If Taoist Hua Qingyue hadn't intervened in time, Chief Jiang would probably be dead by now. You all are unharmed. Gu Xing found this somewhat strange. We don't know why either. The crystal in the case only drained Chief Zhong's vitality. Others who touched it weren't affected at all. Liang Changwang gave a bitter smile. At first, we thought returning the object to Chief Jiang would restore him to normal. We never imagined. Chief Zhong's current condition shows how perilous the situation was at that time. I'm no miracle doctor. You've been waiting for the wrong person, haven't you? Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. He knew Jiang Peng was merely minutes away from true death. Mr. Gu, my elders told me powerful tattoo art possesses the power to resurrect the dead. Liang Chengwan's eyes burned with intensity. Every doctor who'd examined Jiang Peng had pronounced his death sentence. Not even a Taoist master like Hua Qingyue could do more than temporarily sustain Jiang Peng's flickering life. I'm just a tattoo artist, not a god. Resurrection depends on circumstances. All his vital essence has been drained. What remains of his soul is barely anchored to his body by this talisman just clinging to his last breath. He's beyond saving. Gu Xing stated with absolute certainty. This final breath was hollow, entirely different from the last gasp of ordinary dying men. Otherwise, Gu Xing could have used a tattoo design to pull Jiang Peng back from death's door. But now, there was simply no way. He approached Jiang Peng's body and manually pried open his eyelids. Something horrifying happened. Zhang Peng's eyeballs had inexplicably vanished, leaving behind pitch-black voids. This wasn't like this just now. Liang Chengwang stood dumbfounded. He had just examined them moments ago, so how could this? This is Nanyang black magic. No, Nanyang magic couldn't escape my detection. Hua Qingyue stepped forward, tracing her fingertip through the air along Zhang Peng's face. An extremely intricate spell. To fully comprehend it would require at least half a month's study. First, I'll seal it with Taoist rites. In that instant, azure Taoist light coalesced at Hua Qingyue's fingertip. From Zhang Peng's body emerged one after another ink-black, tadpole-like sigils that emitted piercing shrieks upon manifestation. Ah! Blood seeped from Liang Chengwang's nose and mouth as he felt his skull might explode from the pressure. Buzz! A series of glowing runes hovered before Liang Chengwang, finally making the splitting headache sensation fade away. His face pale with fright, he asked, What was that just now? Hua Qingyue had already imprinted all these strange symbols into her memory. They're distorted characters from the reverse side world. Ordinary people who see them either go mad or explode. No wonder Mr. Gu remained unaffected. The fear in Liang Chengwang's eyes didn't dissipate as he asked in confusion, Priestess Hua Qingyue, what is this reverse side world? How can its writing be so terrifying? Some knowledge is better left unknown. Hua Qingyue spoke no further, turning directly to leave. Her mission complete, she needed to return and study these symbols. Pausing at the doorway, she added without turning back, Mr. Gu, if you have questions, seek out my senior brother. He can answer some of them. Understood. Gu Xing nodded, though his gaze never left Zhang Peng's face. Characters from the reverse side world. So the world we're in now is the surface world. Gu Xing heard this term for the first time. Though curious, there was something else that concerned him more. He only had eyes, which mysteriously disappeared. Why is that? Did he see some secret? Or was his death deliberately used by someone to attract our attention? Then, what is this meticulously planned scheme trying to conceal? Buzz! The talisman on Zhang Peng's chest spontaneously combusted, dissipating into blue smoke. His last breath completely faded away. Liang Chengwang stood there blankly, staring at Director Zhang's corpse, suddenly feeling a sense of the fox mourns the death of the hare. 3 destiny tattoo designs have been filtered out. Please check, host. The system's prompt suddenly echoed in Gu Xing's mind. The destiny tattoo designs have finally been filtered out. Gu Xing felt a surge of joy in his heart. After bidding farewell to Liang Chengwang, he prepared to leave. Seeing Gu Xing about to leave, Liang Chengwang suddenly asked, Mr. Gu, can we win? Ghosts, evil gods, and countless dangers. The great trend bared its ferocious fangs to Xia Nation, no to the entire world. Can the people of Xia Nation prevail? Of course. Xia Nation has stood tall for 5,000 years and it will continue standing, because no one can defeat us. In human history, there were 4 great civilizations. Time passed, and in the end, only Xia Nation remained. The more perilous the times, the more Xia Nation's hidden greatness emerges. Yes, no one can defeat us. Liang Chengwang stood dumbfounded for a long while before finally uttering these words. But in the tent, Gu Xing's figure had long disappeared. Chapter 66, The Taiji Cosmic Diagram. A strange wind blew across the sky. Plop! A sparrow suddenly fell from the air and hit the ground. Trickles of blood seeped from its beak as its body convulsed. If anyone had been present, they would have seen tiny black characters wriggling within its body. This process lasted only a dozen seconds. The blood in the sparrow's mouth disappeared as it stood up again, but what was terrifying was that most of its head was now occupied by a single eyeball. It was one of Zhang Peng's eyes. Flutter, flutter. Then, the sparrow shook its wings a few times, as if adjusting to this new body, before fluttering up into the sky. Find him. The tattoo destroy. White Jade Capital. Kunlun Divine Mountain. The reverse side of the world. A blood-red sky stretched overhead as cracked earth and grayish-brown death soil spread across the land. Plague-spreading rat hordes scurried away, pursued by packs of ghouls. Whoosh! Icy winds howled as skeletal dragons flew in formation from one end of the mountain range toward the distant horizon. Thud, thud, thud. On the plains, dust clouds rose as headless knights, werewolves, unicorn horses advanced in one direction, seemingly never tiring. That direction was precisely eastward. Advance. Objective, the east. Behind these terrifying and ferocious monsters stood 8 tall, twisted figures. The sight of them would make any mortal tremble with fear. In the void, maddening whispers that could drive any surface world creature insane echoed endlessly. They seemed to be communicating with each other, yet their gazes never strayed from the east, as if trying to peer through dimensions to see what lay beyond. But they remained motionless, standing like eternal statues frozen in time. At the edge of this world's horizon stood 3 black-robed figures. Positioned between 2 worlds, one of them finally spoke. Why haven't the evil lords taken action yet? If they wished, wouldn't invading this world be effortless? After a long pause came a solemn reply. No, this world is different. That 5,000-year-old civilization in the east has actually birthed so many deities unbelievable. But their gods have already departed. Another person wanted to speak, but the last one waved his hand to interrupt. We've already failed twice. If we fail again this time, we no longer possess the key to reopen the regression. Suddenly, everything fell silent. One of the black-robed figures couldn't help but turn back, seeing in the inner world those statue-like evil gods perpetually gazing eastward. They have maintained this posture for over 10,000 years. This time, we absolutely cannot fail. In the Western District, this disaster was nearing its conclusion. Clusters of monster corpses were piled together like garbage, then set ablaze. Large groups of residents were evacuating in orderly fashion. Mommy, why are you crying? Do you miss Daddy? Don't cry now, Daddy will be off work soon. He'd be heartbroken to see you like this. On the rescue vehicle heading to the city center for shelter, a little girl reached out and wiped the tears from her mother's cheek. The woman, covered in dirt and looking utterly disheveled, immediately hugged her daughter tighter upon hearing this. Your father called me not long ago, saying he had to go on a business trip. It might be a long time before he returns. Mommy won't cry anymore, otherwise he'll feel heartbroken when he comes back. Mommy, it was so noisy outside today. When I went out, an uncle said he was setting off firecrackers. The little girl continued cheerfully, then whispered in her mother's ear, that uncle said he disturbed my sleep, so he drew me a pattern as apology. But Mommy, what's the name of this pretty bird? The woman froze, then hurriedly looked at her daughter's wrist where a strikingly lifelike pattern was drawn. It depicted a bird resembling a crow, with patterned head, white beak, and red feet. Before she could utter a word, she discovered the bird had already vanished. Beneath the sunset's afterglow, blazing flames and towering black smoke intertwined with evacuation trucks packed full of people along streets and alleys, sketching out a vivid tableau. The tides of destiny had begun to surge and churn. You and I are merely strugglers fighting against these turbulent waves. Gu Xing hadn't evacuated from the Western District. In an already abandoned office building, Gu Xing was inside one of its rooms. At this moment, he was flipping through a tattoo compendium. As Gu Xing turned the pages, the patterns in the compendium seemed to come alive: compassionate bodhisattvas, wrathful Vajra guardians, tigers descending mountains, white lilies, spectral witches, eagles soaring with spread wings, and more. Gu Xing's gaze swept across these tattoo designs. The initial pages were already filled. He turned to a pristine new page, his expression tinged with excitement. This tattoo design was completely new, a single image occupying both the left and right pages of the compendium. Is this the first life-bound tattoo design? Gu Xing's mind was completely immersed in it. As a tattoo grandmaster, not having a life-bound tattoo would be laughable if others knew. Now was the moment of choice. On the catalog, two limited designs unexpectedly depicted boundless starry skies. One after another, stars stood firm in the infinite cosmos. They gazed distantly at each other, yet seemed to form a unified whole. These stars appear to exist individually, yet I can see constellation patterns forming. The transformations of stars in this tattoo design are countless, truly incredible. All the constellations I know can be connected and embellished here. Wait, no, it's not just constellation patterns. Countless stars seem to converge into a silhouette. Gu Xing had become utterly captivated by this tattoo design. Several stars connected to form a constellation. With different stars, from different angles, at different speeds, each combination created new constellations. And then, as all the star outlines merged, Gu Xing suddenly glimpsed an immensely towering figure. His mind was utterly shaken. Cough. Gu Xing violently spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily averted his gaze from the tattoo design. Simply unbelievable, utterly astonishing. Tattoo designs can actually be like this. That figure, with my current strength, I can only catch a fleeting glimpse at certain moments. If I force it, I'll only injure myself. Gu Xing quickly regulated his breathing and stopped forcing himself to study the tattoo design. His gaze shifted to the area beside the design. Beside this tattoo design, several large characters danced with dragon-like vigor. The Primordial Universe Chart of Tai. Chapter 67. These prices were recklessly set. System, what does this Tai refer to? Gu Xing pressed urgently. Tai contains too many meanings. It could be the name of a celestial deity, or what Taoism calls the Tao, the origin and essence of all things in the universe, and so on. With so many possible interpretations, Gu Xing couldn't accurately guess what Tai meant in this design. The same tattoo design can be completely differently understood by different people. The system didn't explain to Gu Xing, instead saying such words. What exactly is Tai? Does it depend on my understanding? Gu Xing murmured softly, then began examining the detailed information of this Tai universal diagram. As for whether he could withstand it, Gu Xing had never considered this question. After all the system's long screening process, it wouldn't be so capricious as to select 3 tattoo patterns that he couldn't withstand. The Tai universal diagram, he could definitely bear it. What Gu Xing cared more about were this tattoo's effects and taboos. The power of tattoos: if used well, they become great assets; if misused, they transform into deadly curses. Tattoo pattern attributes unknown. Tai universal diagram: mysterious, majestic, filled with infinite profundity. Tai, the celestial supreme deity, can prove godhood. Required materials: Imperial Star 1 1000 points, Divine Scripture 1 800 points, Divine Pigment 1 500 points. Tip: compatibility represents the development progress of the tattoo totem's power. Every 10% increase brings surprises. Taboo: this is an invincible path that allows no failure. These points. Guxing froze for a moment, even doubting his own eyes. In his imagination, as a tattoo grandmaster, the patterns selected by the system for him would definitely be high class. But these points, they're ridiculously cheap. Guxing was stunned. This price wasn't much more expensive than when Xiaoqing's premium tattoo Ghost Witch. A tattoo pattern at this price took 10 hours to filter. And these materials like Emperor Star and Divine Book that Guxing had never heard of, they sound incredibly impressive. It only cost a few hundred points. Did I borrow money for nothing? Guxing looked at the system with a strange expression. System, these aren't counterfeit products, are they? The system remains silent, ignoring Guxing. Plus, this tattoo's attributes are unknown. I am after all a tattoo grandmaster, but this pattern you've filtered looks completely like some knockoff product. Guxing stared at the unknown label behind the tattoo attributes, feeling increasingly suspicious. Those who come for tattoos all have certain pursuits. Some seek wealth, some seek romance, and others seek power. In Guxing's past tattoo designs, their attributes were clearly stated in the tattoo catalog. There's something odd about this. This tattoo design might as well be labeled free. How strange. Guxing marveled inwardly. Previously, when he tried to negotiate the point exchange rate with the system, it had outright refused. Now, despite having prepared so many points, the system only asks for this meager amount. Unusual. Extremely unusual. The reason will become clear to the host in due time. The system rarely explained anything to Guxing. After saying this, it fell silent again. Let's look at the other two tattoo designs first. Guxing didn't press further. He knew the system's nature. If it wouldn't speak, questioning was pointless. He turned to the second tattoo design. Hoo-hoo! A chill wind seemed to sweep out. This tattoo design also spanned 2 pages, its colors dark and gloomy. The towering mountain served as the backdrop of this tattoo design. Midway up the slope, a human figure sat cross-legged with its back facing Guxing. A sinister ghostly aura was emanating from this very figure. Such terrifying ghostly energy. It's thousands of times stronger than any vengeful spirit I've encountered before. Guxing found it hard to even breathe properly. The cross-legged silhouette seemed to be pulling at his very soul. No, it's not the figure drawing my soul in, but this mountain itself. What kind of mountain is this? With grave expression, Guxing observed how this mountain in the tattoo stretched hundreds of miles around, powerful enough to affect human souls. His gaze shifted to the tattoo's information panel. Tattoo pattern attribute, unknown. Yama the Great. He governs the underworld as the supreme ruler of all ghosts. All living creatures shall enter hell after death, coming under his dominion. Required materials: Divine Office 1 600 points, Book of Life and Death 1 500 points, Divine Art 1 300 points, River Styx Pigment 1 400 points. Taboo: how can one be called a lord without a hell? Guxing felt his scalp tingling with apprehension. First was the Supreme Unity Cosmic Diagram, with the tattoo design explicitly stating this Supreme Unity referred to the title of the highest deity. Now emerged the Lord of the Underworld, the Great Emperor of Fengdu. If I choose this tattoo as my life-bound design, would I have to create an entire hell? Just the thought of it made Guxing's head ache. Dealing with ghosts in hell every day, that wasn't Guxing's cup of tea at all. This tattoo design isn't suitable for me. Guxing immediately crossed it out with an X. Besides, the points required for this tattoo are ridiculously low. The Lord of Fengdu and the Spectral Witch I tattooed for Wen Xiaoqing aren't even in the same league, yet it's only slightly more expensive than the witch. What kind of trick is hidden here? Guxing truly couldn't figure this out. However, he knew one thing for certain: the system posed no threat to him. Forget it, no more thinking. Let's see what the last tattoo design is. Guxing flipped over the tattoo design of the Yama Emperor. Suddenly, a golden light flooded into view. A golden dragon soared through the heavens, radiating domineering majesty. Its golden scales shimmered with indestructible luster, while its formidable claws exuded an aesthetic of pure power. Seeing this tattoo design, Guxing's eyes couldn't help but light up. This tattoo design is impressive. He instinctively looked at the description of this tattoo pattern. Tattoo design attributes: dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon. It can ward off evil and disasters, suppress fortune. Born from faith, it is profoundly mysterious. Required materials: Dragon Blood 1 500 points, Dragon Essence 1 500 points, Fortune Divine Technique 1 1000 points, Golden Pigment 1 500 points. Taboo: when encountering injustice, it must be thoroughly suppressed. Guxing immediately fell into silence. The system had spent 10 full hours filtering these 3 destiny tattoo designs. Yet their prices were beyond Guxing's expectations. Not because they were too expensive, but because they were too cheap. What exactly is the system playing at? Guxing shook his head, no longer dwelling on this question. Then which of these 3 tattoo patterns should I choose as my own? The selection of one's life-bound tattoo requires extreme caution. Guxing dared not be the slightest bit careless. The Yama Emperor was immediately ruled out by Guxing. Thus, the remaining options were the primordial cosmos diagram and the 5-clawed golden dragon tattoo patterns. Which to choose? Chapter 68 Starlight Converges, a majestic figure. Though I don't know what trick you're hiding up your sleeve. But, system, I choose this primordial cosmos diagram as my life-bound tattoo. Guxing quickly made his decision. All Xia people hold a special sentiment toward the 5-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, the 5-clawed golden dragon holds a unique status in Xia. However, Guxing yearned more for the boundless starry sky, that fleeting yet incomparably majestic figure that lingered persistently in his mind. Besides, no matter how you look at it, the primordial cosmos diagram clearly possesses greater potential than the 5-clawed golden dragon tattoo. Additionally, the taboos associated with the 5-clawed golden dragon tattoo design made Guxing rather dislike it. When encountering injustice, one must suppress it. How much injustice exists in this world? The unjust matters are innumerable. Whenever encountering one must step forward to suppress it. Even a workhorse from the production brigade would be exhausted to death. As for the taboos of the Tai cosmic diagram, who dares claim invincibility? Who dares claim they are undefeated? This path is destined to be extremely difficult, but Guxing neither fears nor dreads it. As Guxing's words fell, the tattoo designs of the Emperor of Fengdu and the 5-clawed golden dragon disappeared from the tattoo catalog. I must firmly memorize every detail of this tattoo in my mind. Guxing gazed at the Tai cosmic diagram in the catalog. This observation lasted 3 full days. Is it because I've chosen it? While viewing it, I no longer feel the previous discomfort. Guxing's eyes shone brightly. Merely memorizing this tattoo and imprinting every detail in his mind took a full 3 days. Although he hadn't rested for 3 days, Guxing didn't feel the slightest fatigue. How truly miraculous! Guxing closed his eyes, and the Tai cosmic diagram naturally appeared in his mind. Here, the Tai cosmic diagram appeared far more vast, profound, and mysterious than in the illustrated manual. Human imagination is boundless. While observing and memorizing this tattoo, Guxing's consciousness was outlining and illuminating constellation after constellation upon the tattoo's pattern. Countless celestial phenomena and numerous constellations all existed within the Tai cosmic diagram. Myriad things are contained within, truly worthy of being called the Tai cosmos. Yet for some reason, that majestic figure cannot be meditated upon or outlined again. Guxing opened his eyes and exhaled a turbid breath. A skilled tattoo artist would commit the intended pattern firmly to memory before beginning his work. Those mediocre tattooists would refer to the pattern while working on you. Such tattooists might still mess up the lines even when following the reference pattern. Absolutely outrageous. Next, it's time to tattoo myself. Guxing didn't need rest because his essence, energy, and spirit had already reached their most perfect state. The dragon bone needle in his hand unexpectedly turned purple. Does the divine pigment directly reside within the dragon bone needle? And where are the Emperor's Star and Divine Book? Guxing searched within the system but couldn't find these two materials. It seems I don't need to prepare the materials. Should I just start? Guxing looked thoughtfully out the window where night had fallen, the sky dotted with stars. The next moment, all distracting thoughts vanished. Only the grand unity cosmic diagram remained in Guxing's mind. With closed eyes, he directly stabbed the dragon bone needle into his chest. No hesitation, no reference object needed. As a tattoo master, Guxing was intimately familiar with human anatomy. When tattooing, he didn't even need to look, he could execute the tattoo pattern with his eyes closed. He knew his own body like the back of his hand. The dragon bone needle pierced down, one stroke after another. Something miraculous happened as Guxing's dragon bone needle descended. Starlight actually converged and flowed into Guxing's body. His physical body became flawless under this infusion of starlight, surpassing even Buddhist golden bodies. Many enlightened monks remain lifelike after death, their bodies uncorrupted for centuries. Guxing's physical body had now reached this level. Indestructible as diamond. Common blades couldn't harm Guxing in the slightest. But these transformations couldn't distract Guxing. Each star he pricked shimmered briefly before vanishing. Wisps of starlight converged from the boundless cosmos toward the demon capital, sketching celestial bridges across the sky. What celestial phenomenon is this? Experts specializing in astronomical phenomena stared in stunned silence. It's the Western District. What's happening there? When Xiaoqing stood on her rooftop, also witnessing the heavenly anomaly. How is this possible? This old Taoist can no longer calculate Brother Gu's location. Everything related to him has been completely obscured. Ancient Taoist priest Gu's eyes snapped open, his face filled with horror. Brother Gu, what have you done in the West District? He had learned from Hua Qingyue that Guxing was in the West District. Given the current phenomenon, he couldn't think of anyone else but Guxing who could create such an extraordinary occurrence. Let's go! Swish, swish, swish. Many others also had the same thought and immediately rushed toward the gathering point of the starlight. How could they not investigate such a marvelous phenomenon? Ah, I can't get close. Someone who had just approached the building where Gu Xing was located was struck by a beam of starlight, coughing up blood and retreating repeatedly. All the starlight is converging in that building. What could be inside? Since we can't approach, we might as well wait here. I don't believe this starlight will last forever. These unwilling individuals chose a spot unaffected by the starlight yet relatively close to the building to stop and wait. But no one could have anticipated. This wait lasted a full 5 days. Damn it, 5 days. Could this be some kind of restriction? If it's truly a restriction, then we're in for a long wait. Someone angrily cursed out loud. They had initially thought it would only take a few hours, but who would have expected this wait to stretch into 5 full days? For 5 days, whether day or night, the starlight continued gathering without showing any signs of dispersing. Many people edited this phenomenon into videos and posted them online, which immediately went viral. However, other provinces and cities had issued announcements prohibiting people from traveling to Modu Magic City. They could only rely on occasional online updates from Modu to understand the situation inside the city. Senior officials of Xia Nation tacitly allowed the spread of this information because they knew the events in Modu were just the beginning. Other citizens had the right to know prevention is always better than cure, after all. Heavens! What is that? Suddenly someone cried out in alarm, pointing with trembling fingers at what lay ahead. At the center of the gathered starlight, an immensely majestic figure was materializing. The moment he appeared, the rustling wind stood still, and the noisy chirping of insects vanished without a trace. Everything seemed frozen in place. Only that towering figure remained standing between heaven and earth. Chapter 69, The tide has turned, yet I can still swing my sword. Drip, drip. Amidst the mist, Li Banxian stood covered in wounds. At this moment, the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted, leaving him no extra energy to heal his injuries. How careless of me. It actually had reinforcements. That impossibly handsome man had dealt Li Banxian a critical blow at the crucial moment. An evil god cooperating with humans. Since when? Know that monster in the mist can only be called a false god. Fortunately, it lacks the ability to create an inner world. If it could drag me into its inner world, my chances of victory would plummet drastically. Li Banxian's thoughts raced. This so-called false god was actually man-made. Who was behind it? What was their goal? Ting-a-ling. Clop clop. Buzz. The crisp sound of bells and heavy footsteps rang out simultaneously. Then Li Banxian suddenly found 3 butchers appearing before him. Scarlet palms, a cleaver made from a spine, and another rust-stained butcher knife all came slashing down together. You really honor me. Li Banxian cursed as he immediately raised his sword to parry. Though he'd learned his lesson, in his severely wounded state, he couldn't completely block all 3 attacks. Thwack! Li Banxian's sword-wielding arm, trailing a spray of blood, went flying through the air. Even as his arm was severed, Li Banxian didn't so much as frown, instead quickly putting distance between himself and the butchers. Buzz! Buzz buzz! At that moment, the roar of a chainsaw reached his ears. From his peripheral vision, a chainsaw-wielding butcher launched chainsaw charge at Li Banxian. Another one. Damn it! Li Banxian couldn't help but curse aloud, his footsteps growing unsteady from excessive blood loss. It seems today I shall meet my downfall here. Never did I imagine that in the end I still wouldn't pass the White Jade Capital's trial. He reached forward with his hand, as if trying to grasp something. Stepping through that gate had been the greatest dream of his life. To complete the trial given by White Jade Capital, Li Banxian stayed in Demon Capital without hesitation. And thus he remained for 10 full years. Did you all think I was one of White Jade Capital's people? What a pity even at life's end, I never gained White Jade Capital's recognition. Li Banxian gave a bitter smile and closed his eyes. He was utterly exhausted. After days of relentless battle, he had fought to his last breath. Every life-saving trump card had been spent. Everything was over. Throughout his life, countless spirits, ghosts, and evil creatures had fallen to Liu's hands. Only thus had he earned the qualification for White Jade Capital's trial. He recalled those fleeting years, countless smiling faces surfacing in his mind. They were all people he had saved. In this life I failed to enter White Jade Capital. In the next life, I shall try again. Master, in the end, I still failed to catch up with your steps. This disciple has disappointed you. Semi-immortally recalled his entire life and suddenly smiled. Yet between his brows, traces of unwillingness still lingered. With the great tide of events upon them, this Liu still wished to wield his sword and slay evil once more. But, semi-immortal Li suddenly realized the expected death had not come. He couldn't help but open his eyes, only to find the Ghost Butcher, Nightmare Butcher, Nurse, and Chainsaw Butcher all frozen in place, their gazes fixed in one direction. What is that? Liu also looked toward that direction, where a majestic figure was observing this place. His gaze penetrated through the mist, seeing the blood-drenched Liu. Liu couldn't help but exclaim, "Divine magical arts! A senior who has reached the divine realm. Has the White Jade Capital emerged once again?" A touch of color returned to his pale face, his expression now excited. The ever-present mist grew thin before that towering figure, as if on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Then, several butchers turned and fled. Even the evil god hidden in the dark clouds concealed its form, fearing to attract the gaze of that majestic figure. This power. Gu Xing had now entered an extremely profound state. The moment the Tai cosmic diagram was completed, he saw starlight converging toward him in the sky. This was Tai's stellar power, the unique power granted to Gu Xing by the Tai cosmic tattoo diagram. Immediately after, Gu Xing's consciousness uncontrollably flew toward the area with the densest starlight. Thus appeared the towering figure that everyone witnessed. I feel omnipotent now. Gu Xing had never experienced such overwhelming power before. Even when using the power of the Fiersight Vajra tattoo, it wasn't 1/10 of this strength. Too powerful. Gu Xing's gaze pierced through the mist outside the demon city, penetrating the haze to discover the evil god concealed within the dark clouds, a grotesque, tumorous mass. The massive pair of arms had grown directly from this fleshy protuberance. Gu Xing also spotted Liu, encircled by 4 butchers. That sword radiance earlier must have been his doing. Who would have thought he could hold out alone against these monsters in the mist for so long? With a sudden thought, Gu Xing reached out toward Liu. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the western district, a gale abruptly whirled into being. Discarded vehicles were hurled skyward before crashing violently to the ground. Rows of buildings had their windows shattering in rapid succession. Crack! 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 Run! Retreat! Retreat! Get away from the western district. The faces of those who'd stubbornly waited behind turned ashen, yet their hearts brimmed with pure terror. Such power was truly terrifying. Gu Xing's massive hand descended, truly blotting out the sky. The Tai stellar power flowed along his arm as the mist dispersed. The 4 butchers beside Li Banxian exploded simultaneously, reduced to scattered debris on the ground. When I slash with my sword, I can only leave wounds on these monsters. Yet this senior merely used his aura pressure to crush them. Incredible. Liu didn't resist, allowing Gu Xing to grasp him in his palm. Because Liu understood if this senior had killing intent, he would have exploded like those butchers moments ago. Soon, Liu was placed in a safe location. Gu Xing's gaze turned toward the fleshy tumor hiding within the dark clouds. This power is fading. The starlight in the sky had stopped gathering, and his majestic form was gradually becoming indistinct. Gu Xing had originally intended to completely eliminate the hidden dangers in Demon City. But this physical form condensed from Tai stellar power couldn't sustain him long enough to fulfill this intention. Suddenly, Gu Xing spotted a person. On an extremely distant mountain peak, an elderly man stood there. That's the security guard I met at Hanyu School's entrance that night. Gu Xing felt slightly astonished, never having expected that he and this old man would meet again in such a manner. Chapter 70. I was just hiding behind this group. Power was fading, consciousness was returning. The sky full of starlight subsequently dissipated. Inside the room, Gu Xing slowly opened his eyes, feeling nothing but exhaustion washing over him. As if he had been engaged in fierce battle for 3 days and nights, his body felt completely drained. That sensation just now was the peak experience. For that brief moment he had been omnipotent. Given just 2 more minutes, even the evil god lurking in the mist and dark clouds could have been crushed by Gu Xing. Unfortunately, the entire process lasted only a fleeting minute. Growl. His stomach protested loudly. Gu Xing dressed himself and checked his status panel while walking out. Tattoo Master System. Host, Gu Xing. Level, Tattoo Master. Strength 300. Agility 330. Points, 99.99 M. Tai Divine Power, 0-150. Skills, Celestial Master Tattoo Art, Master Jade Carving, Tattoo Celestial Eye, Spiritual Energy Perception, Tai Divine Arts 3. Items, Divine Book, Imperial Star. My strength and agility have nearly tripled from before. Truly befitting the Tai Cosmic Diagram. Just being tattooed on me grants such tremendous enhancement. Moreover, the materials used for this tattoo, the Imperial Star and Divine Arts, have actually become items I possess. What abilities do they hold? Gu Xing suddenly looked up at the sky with a flash of intuition. The Imperial Star among the starry river, I am its master. He clicked his tongue. How does one invoke the Imperial Star's power? As for this divine book, it has granted me new skills, the Tai Divine Arts. Gu Xing's gaze turned to the skills section. Basic fist technique and basic palm technique aren't displayed in the skills column, but this doesn't mean Gu Xing has forgotten them. The system considers these 2 skills too elementary for Gu Xing's current level, thus omitting them from display. What's recorded in the divine scripture is the Tai Divine Arts, but I can only unlock a tiny portion of the power from this Tai Cosmos tattoo. Therefore, currently I can only master 3 divine techniques. Gu Xing's eyes shone with divine light, like that power from before. It was one of the divine techniques called Tai Dharma form, but however, activating divine techniques consumes Tai divine power. Manifesting the Dharma form requires a full 100 points of divine power. Gu Xing looked down at his chest where the Tai Cosmos tattoo shimmered faintly, absorbing wisp after wisp of sparse stellar energy. After absorbing the starlight, it nourished Gu Xing in return. His body and spirit grew continuously stronger under this nourishment. The excess starlight would then condense into Tai divine power, stored within the Tai Cosmos tattoo. When needed, Gu Xing could mobilize this Tai divine power to execute divine techniques against enemies. I don't even need to deliberately cultivate. The Tai Cosmos diagram automatically trains for me, increasing both my strength and agility by 1 point every day. Even if I lie down now, my strength and agility will each increase by 30 points per month. Gu Xing's expression was marvelous. This life-bound tattoo design, once inked on his body, would bring tremendous benefits. Working tirelessly, operating non-stop for 20 hours. A perpetual motion machine, truly worthy of being my life-bound tattoo. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Moreover, the more I master this tattoo's power, the faster my cultivation speed will become. System absolutely amazing. Gu Xing silently gave the system a mental thumbs up. For such a tattoo design, even if the selection process took 10 hours, no, even a month, Gu Xing would gladly wait. Additionally, at this rate, I can accumulate about 3-4 points of Tai divine power daily. If I don't use other divine arts, I could probably activate the Tai manifestation once a month. Gu Xing's eyes shone brilliantly. That previous feeling of immense power had been utterly exhilarating. Turning hands to summon clouds, flipping palms to command rain. However, just like before, it can only last for 1 minute. Gu Xing felt slightly regretful. The duration of this divine art was too short. It can only be used as a last resort killing move. Turn the tide instantly within 1 minute. Gu Xing's gaze involuntarily fell upon the other two divine arts. The Tai Dharma form can only be treated as a final trump card. After all, a single use would consume 70% of Gu Xing's Tai divine power. Divine Art Blessing consumes 10 points of Tai divine power to randomly grant one beneficial status to a designated target, lasting 5 minutes. Divine Art Malediction consumes 10 points of Tai divine power to randomly inflict one negative status on a designated target, lasting 5 minutes. These two divine arts are quite impressive. Gu Xing was very satisfied gaining buffs for himself while inflicting debuffs on his opponent. This advantage would be overwhelming. Moreover, these two divine arts will grow stronger as my power increases. With a single casting of Divine Art Blessing, I gain multiple beneficial effects instantly. Then I curse my enemy with Divine Art Malediction, stacking multiple negative effects on them. Truly worthy of being called divine arts. Gu Xing kept sighing in admiration, already picturing such scenarios vividly. On our side, all buffs; on their side, a bunch of debuffs. How do we fight this? This time, the harvest is truly bountiful. What is that? Power only those at the Divine Connection realm can wield. Has White Jade Capital emerged ahead of schedule? Xiao Tian was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. In his previous life, he had been fortunate to witness that majestic power wielded by those who emerged from White Jade Capital to suppress the grand momentum of the times. Countless ghosts, mountain spirits, western evil spirits, all were held at bay. The moment White Jade Capital emerged, it demonstrated its terrifying power to all. In an instant, Xia country became the sacred land in the hearts of all humanity worldwide. Many Western nobles exhausted their family fortunes, yet still couldn't obtain entry permission to Xia country. While all other nations faced the crisis of collapse, only Xia country stood proudly erect. Scene after scene, figure after figure, name after name flashed through Xiao Tian's mind. That's it. I remember now. Xiao Tian suddenly let out a strange cry. He finally remembered what he had forgotten. How exactly did Bai Yujing lose? He discovered that his memory of this event was completely blank. How did I get reborn? What kind of treasure did I actually obtain? Xiao Tian suddenly clutched his head as a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his heart. His head throbbed with unbearable pain. Scene after scene seemed about to burst his skull apart. Arg! Wrong, this is all wrong. Xiao Tian collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. He felt something was wrong with his memories. But one thing, Xiao Tian remembered completely clearly. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he curled up in a corner, murmuring with vacant eyes. From beginning to end, I was just hiding behind these people. I've always only survived these cataclysmic events by relying on their protection. Chapter 71, Memories, Correction complete. Swish. A drop of blood was moving rapidly. Target located. Correcting memories, eliminating threat. Zip. In the next instant, it moved forward dozens of meters. Many passers-by only felt a cold gust of wind, shrugged their necks, and continued with their business. Its direction of movement was precisely where Xiao Tian was located. I envy them. I crave that kind of overwhelmingly powerful strength. Xiao Tian had now calmed down, but the look in his eyes sent chills down one's spine. The flames of envy within those pupils seemed ready to burst forth. We're all humans. Why do they get to wield such formidable power? While in this great tide of events, I'm just an ordinary person. Why is this? Xiao Tian alternated between weeping and laughing like a madman, then chuckled darkly. Rebirth. What exactly should I do? He felt everything had become unreal. Had he truly returned to the beginning of this grand upheaval? Or perhaps, everything was just a bubble-like illusion. Ah, my head hurts so much. My brain it's in terrible pain. What exactly should I do? Xiao Tian's expression once again filled with agony. The memories were gradually becoming clearer, though real, they remained fragmented. He felt that many things had been forgotten by himself. Xiao Tian wanted to recall these matters. He believed what he had forgotten must be extremely important. I can't remember. I can't remember. Can someone tell me what exactly is happening? Bang! 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 Xiao Tian directly smashed his head against the wall, roaring in fury. Blood streamed down his forehead in rivulets. Meanwhile, the people outside the door stood expressionless without Xiao Tian's orders. No matter what happened inside, they wouldn't open that door. Whoosh! A drop of blood, bearing a tiny mouth, shattered the window and flew straight toward Xiao Tian, merging into his head. Xiao Tian, who had been ramming his head against the wall, suddenly stilled like a puppet, rigid and unmoving. A massive, distorted figure loomed over the hilltop. This is an evil deity that emerged from the inner world, successfully crossing over to the surface world through special means. Ahead lies Xia country. In this great trend of events, it is the last nation still standing. All other countries have already perished under the invasion of the evil spirits. Among the many fallen nations, only a handful of people managed to flee into Xia country. Xiao Tian currently stands in a refugee camp, surrounded by others like himself, lucky survivors who escaped from various places and eventually entered the shelter. The unfortunate ones have all perished at the hands of those evil spirits. Heavens, what is that? Is that the evil deity Master Zhang mentioned? Is it the origin of all these disasters? Beside Xiao Tian, refugees couldn't help but speak out as they trembled with fear while gazing at that massive, distorted figure. Is this Xia country 3 years after the beginning of the Great Trend? How did I return here? Xiao Tian was somewhat bewildered while most of his memories had returned. Some later events remained blank. Boom! A thunderclap suddenly exploded in the air. Where the angry thunder exploded, an elderly Taoist priest in Taoist robes suddenly appeared in mid-air. It's the Taoist master Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain. Boom! Rumble! Crash! Zhang Tianshi raised his hand, and with the force of 10,000 thunderbolts, mighty lightning surged toward the evil god. The evil god opened its mouth, spewing forth countless evil spirits. Bone dragons, headless knights, bound-handed dark sorcerers, innumerable evil spirits densely packed beyond sight. The great battle had begun. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhang Tianshi summoned brilliant lightning. His thunder technique had reached divine mastery. Vast swaths of evil spirits perished, yet endless waves kept charging forth. Even so, Zhang Tianshi's figure never moved an inch, merely pointing repeatedly. Terrifying thunder power coalesced instantly to slay foes. A sea of lightning even manifested around him. The evil god couldn't advance a single step, firmly blocked outside. Boom! Rumble! Crash! At this very moment, the sky and earth behind the evil god were torn apart, and one colossal figure after another emerged from the rift. There was more than one evil god. Today, the Xia kingdom shall surely fall. Even if your white jade capital is powerful, united we can eradicate you all. One evil god roared in fury, clearly enraged that the evil force's offensive had been halted by white jade capital. Heh, you've exhausted all schemes to trap the others in the inner world. After observing for so long, you've finally gained absolute confidence in victory. Grandmaster Zhang's expression remained unchanged, his eyes icy as he regarded these evil gods. Kill! The evil gods offered no reply, instead unleashing terrifying assaults in unison. Under this dreadful power, even the sea of lightning surrounding Grandmaster Zhang paled in comparison. Heh, you cowardly vermin who only dare hide in the shadow world have finally come out. Suddenly, a clear, resonant laugh rang out. Then, countless starlights converged, coalescing into a magnificent, towering figure. One after another, stars were being lit up, with numerous stars connecting and adorning each other, converging into an immensely vast pattern. The tattoo! It's that tattoo design. This is a scam. Retreat! Retreat to the inner world. The evil gods' voices were filled with fear and apprehension. Then, that majestic figure reached out towards the evil gods. Crack, crack! The evil god nearest to him quickly developed cracks across its body. This power was too formidable, as vast and boundless as the starry sky. Just the pressure alone made these evil gods' bodies near collapse. The next moment, everything froze in place, even spacetime became fixed. All things began to regress and reverse. Several beams of dark light scattered to different locations. One of them pierced directly into Xiao Tian's body. Ah! Xiao Tian let out a scream and found himself still slumped on the ground. Everything he had witnessed earlier seemed like an illusion. I've finally remembered. It's not that I was reborn, but the evil gods used unimaginable power to reverse time. I retained my memories solely to kill Gu Xing. I must strangle him on his path to growth. Xiao Tian casually wiped the blood from his forehead. The wounds completely healed the next second. He stood by the window, gazing toward West City in silent contemplation. Gu Xing, you're truly terrifying. So terrifying that I voluntarily chose to erase all memories about you. No, even the power of the evil god hidden within my soul selectively forgot everything about you. 3 years later, Gu Xing had grown to a level that even the evil gods feared immensely. His very name had become a taboo. But just moments ago, that single drop of evil god's blood that sought me out. Memories fully restored. Chapter 72. The seed of fear accelerates its growth. Why could Xiao Tian escape right under Gu Xing's nose? It wasn't Gu Xing's carelessness, but the evil god lurking within Xiao Tian's soul at work. Besides me, there should be several others like me. Are they the ones making moves as the evil gods of Modu? Xiao Tian rotated his neck from side to side, his eyes now devoid of their previous impatience and hostility. That drop of evil god's blood not only corrected his memories but also elevated his temperament. Someone rash and impatient, there's no way trash like that could strangle Gu Xing in his cradle. However, they are indeed formidable, actually managing to create a false god in the surface world. But how did they confirm my location in Modu? Xiao Tian felt puzzled but didn't dwell on this question. Since they had corrected his memories, they would surely send someone to contact him again. When that time comes, everything will become clear. Cursed arts. No, it should be called divine arts instead. Xiao Tian spread open his palms, murmuring as cold light flickered in his eyes. What he mastered was never any Gu technique, but evil arts, supreme divine arts bestowed by the evil god. Finally, I too have the chance to touch that kind of tremendous power. The White Jade Capital. No need to go there anymore. Xiao Tian completely forgot how he had been sheltered by the White Jade Capital. If not for the people of White Jade Capital, Xiao Tian would have long perished in some monster's maw. What a pity. Xiao Tian felt only jealousy toward White Jade Capital. This intense jealousy made the evil god take notice of him. Xiao Tian wasn't afraid of this, on the contrary, he was exhilarated. No matter how terrifying Gu Xing might become in the future, right now he hasn't grown strong yet. With proper arrangements, he can be killed. Xiao Tian was itching for action, flames burning in his eyes. To kill a future human powerhouse, this challenge greatly pleased Xiao Tian. Still, how to eliminate Gu Xing requires careful planning. He's already had that tattoo inked troublesome. If only I could have remembered these things sooner. Xiao Tian rubbed his temples, feeling extremely troubled. If he had known about Gu Xing earlier, he would have dragged him down to hell even at the cost of his own life. After all, my soul is blessed by the evil god. Saying I'm now immortal wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. Drag him into the inner world. A cold, sinister voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Great evil god, what should I do? Xiao Tian was startled and immediately asked respectfully. But it seemed that transmitting this message required too much power. After saying this, the voice completely fell silent. The inner world. A world filled with sin, wicked thoughts, and gathered filth. Only the most terrifying resentment, evil thoughts, and other negative emotions can connect to the original inner world and then carve out one's own unique inner world. And the great evil god should reside within the original inner world. Xiao Tian pondered. My soul can vaguely sense the existence of that world. If my physical body dies, will my soul fly to that world? This kind of immortality isn't too bad. Xiao Tian didn't frown again. But that false god outside hasn't actually created an inner world. This mist seems more like some kind of ghost domain. Otherwise, that evil god's power would be even more terrifying. At this rate, it probably would have already turned Shanghai into a living hell. What a pity. At this moment, Xiao Tian no longer possessed human emotions. Traits like compassion, mercy, and love were completely absent from him. Even Xiao Tian himself hadn't realized it the moment he pledged allegiance to that evil god. The deity had already stripped these fragile emotions from his soul. Absolute obedience to them, offering up everything of himself. His body, his soul, none of it belonged to Xiao Tian anymore. However, the pitiable Xiao Tian remained completely unaware of this fact. So this is the inner world. In the serene tea pavilion of Xinglan residence, Gu Xing suddenly realized. A world filled with sin, evil thoughts, and filth. This is the inner world. Ordinary people cannot access the inner world, unless monsters from the inner world drag you in. Or if you accidentally stumble into a place where the inner world and reality intersect. If you fail to leave within a certain time, when the sun sets and night falls, you will be drawn into the inner world. This was also told to us by a friend. After studying for several days with some others, he concluded that the evil god outside Mo City is an artificially created false god. Elder Gu Dao said. Yes, I've noticed that too, Gu Xing agreed. When he used the Supreme One Dharma form, he had already sensed this. Brother Gu, your current strength is truly unfathomable. Elder Gu Dao stared at Gu Xing for a moment before sighing in admiration. He found that when he looked at Gu Xing now, everything appeared hazy, as if gazing into an endless starry sky. A vast, mysterious sensation rushed over him. Master Gu, you jest, my abilities are merely ordinary. Gu Xing shook his head with great humility. Merely ordinary. I suspect you misunderstand the meaning of those words. Not dwelling on it, Master Gu continued. Brother Gu should still remember that death broadcast from that day. Of course I remember. Do you have any insights? How could Gu Xing forget? The incident had just occurred, and even now, the outskirts of Demon City remained shrouded in mist. That was another sinister method planting seeds of fear in people's hearts through the broadcast. Then the mist encircling the city accelerates the growth of those seeds. Master Gu spoke with absolute certainty these were all calculations from his friend. Ever since he'd known that person, their deductions had never been wrong. Seeds of fear. Accelerated growth. Gu Xing's expression turned grave. What exactly is the enemy trying to achieve? Gu Xing possessed woefully little information about this aspect. The enemy still lacks the capability to create an inner world. The mist expanding to Demon City's outskirts already represents their limit. So, they plan to use this method after completing the catalysis of fear seeds. They'll drag the branded souls into the nightmare world they've constructed. Elder Gu's expression turned extremely grave as he stared at Gu Xing. Once, there was a small country with 1 million people. Within 3 days, every single person died. Soon enough, most people in Modu will be dragged into the nightmare world. That will mark the true beginning of Modu's calamity. Chapter 73, The Weaker Prey, The Strong Reign Supreme. So, the one outside Modu is just a decoy. Their real target is to drag those implanted with fear seeds into the nightmare world. Gu Xing couldn't help but ask, raising a crucial question. There should be some connection between the inner world and the nightmare world, right? It's not exactly a decoy, they're also probing our defenses. Elder Gu shook his head, then explained, the nightmare world is the precursor to the inner world. Once enough Modu residents enter, they'll initiate their next move. If they succeed, hundreds of millions of people in cities surrounding Demon Capital will be affected. Elder Gu looked grave, waiting for Gu Xing to speak. What's your next plan? Gu Xing finally realized how deranged their scheme was. The entire Demon Capital alone couldn't satisfy their appetite. Waiting passively would be the most foolish choice. We plan to take the initiative. Elder Gu placed a crystal on the table. The crystal was entirely black and diamond-shaped. Many predecessors attempted to enter the nightmare world to investigate, but even if they could enter, their stay wouldn't last long. There were great secrets within the nightmare world. If we could uncover these secrets in the nightmare world, we might fundamentally eliminate the threat the inner world poses to humanity. After all, attempting to slay an evil god within the inner world is nearly impossible. Even ordinary ghosts and monsters become terrifyingly powerful in the inner world. The nightmare world is special. What is this? That crystal Director Jiang brought back. Gu Xing stared at the rhombus-shaped crystal on the table, immediately recalling what Liang Chengwine had told him about the object contained in that box. Yes, exactly. What Director Jiang retrieved at the cost of his life is absolutely crucial. This is the key to the nightmare world. With it, one can remain in the nightmare world indefinitely. Gu Xing's expression shifted slightly. If this were true, then what Director Jiang had brought back held extraordinary significance for humanity. Old Taoist Gu suddenly sighed. Unfortunately, there are limited slots for using this key to enter the nightmare world. So you're planning for me to enter the nightmare world? Gu Xing frowned. When old Taoist Gu had put it this way, how could he not understand their intention? Indeed, there are 5 slots in total. 4 have already been assigned. Brother Gu, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Old Gu sighed deeply. The nightmare world was too vast, and its relationship with the inner world was complex beyond measure. The danger it posed could well be imagined. Gu Xing neither agreed nor refused, because he remembered his grandfather's words. Ah Xing, your grandpa's time is coming. Don't be sad, nor mournful. For many people, death is but a brand new beginning. At that time, Gu Xing thought his grandfather was merely comforting him. Now it appeared clearly that the old man's words carried deeper implications. Ah Xing, our Gu family possesses 2 ancestral treasures. The first one no one has ever seen it, nor heard the elders mention it, but the Gu family ancient texts record that this first treasure holds the true secret of tattoo arts. Alas, that book was stolen away by your worthless old man. As for the second treasure, Grandpa has gained some clues. However, that treasure resides in another world. Perhaps someday, we grandfather and grandson might reunite in that world. When the old man spoke these words, an inexplicable gleam flickered in his eyes. At that time, Gu Xing didn't understand. Now, he vaguely understood. The nightmare world. Or perhaps the reverse world. Gu Xing wasn't entirely certain, but he had already obtained the first treasure. System. This is precisely the treasure the old master mentioned, the one no one has ever seen or spoken of. The Supreme Unity Cosmic Chart holds great secrets. Gu Xing took a deep breath. As for the second treasure, Gu Xing didn't particularly care about treasures. It was the old master's final words that concerned him most. I originally thought when the old master spoke of reuniting in another world, he meant waiting until I'd passed away and been buried. But now it seems that wasn't the case at all. Countless thoughts raced through Gu Xing's mind. When do we depart? He asked aloud. Regardless of whether the nightmare world was the world the old master spoke of, Gu Xing intended to investigate. As for the seed of fear, Gu Xing had never been implanted with such a thing. Currently, using this key to enter the nightmare world seemed like an excellent choice. In 2 days. Brother Gu, you can use these 2 days to arrange all other matters. A trace of joy surfaced between Gu Daochan's brows. What do I need to do after entering the nightmare world? Gu Xing asked directly. For such an important slot, the higher-ups must have some arrangements planned for him. It's meaningless. We only hope someone can discover the ultimate secret of the nightmare world. Arrangements. Requirements. Once entering the nightmare world, nothing else matters. What to do, how to act, no one can interfere. Therefore, the upper echelons didn't bother with these meaningless arrangements. The selection of these 5 individuals was conducted with extreme caution. As for why Gu Xing was chosen, it was because his tattoo art was terrifyingly powerful. Not to mention there was Li Yu, a person with special status who strongly recommended Gu Xing. But now Gu Xing could obtain such a precious slot. This sufficiently demonstrated how much the high-ranking officials of Xia country valued Gu Xing. 2 days later, Gu Xing entered the nightmare world. Because of the jade carving I gave her, Han Yu wasn't implanted with the seed of fear. Other matters have also been properly arranged. The nightmare world. Gu Xing has arrived. A gray world with no end in sight. There is no sunlight here, only perpetual night. Supernatural creatures rarely seen elsewhere are commonplace here. No. To be precise, they are the original inhabitants of this place. Though for unknown reasons, some of these creatures have escaped from the nightmare world. Gu Xing's vision was engulfed in darkness. The system that had remained silent suddenly spoke. World match confirmed. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations! You have acquired a shop in the nightmare world. Please name it. You have become an original inhabitant of the nightmare world. Mission issued, reclaim your shop within 3 days. Mission completion reward, unlock cursed engravings. Mission failure penalty, loss of shop ownership. Remember, the nightmare world has only one rule: the weaker meet while the strong eat. Chapter 74, Divine Art Calamity's Descent, terrifying beyond measure. Cold. Bone-piercing cold. An icy aura swept through streets and alleys with the wind, cutting into Gu Xing like blades. The discomfort vanished quickly. Was it due to the system's reward? Native inhabitants of the nightmare world. Not far ahead of Gu Xing stood a restaurant named Demonic Blood, its door densely covered with bloody handprints, its windows smeared with bloodstains. Even more unsettling, Gu Xing could see a figure mopping the floor inside. Except the mop was made of a human head, its face still frozen in the terror of its final moments. An ordinary person would likely vomit at such a sight. My appearance remains unchanged, yet my aura has grown icy, identical to those ghosts wandering the streets. Gu Xing stretched out his hand. The frigid wind actually brought him a sense of comfort. So in their eyes I'm one of them. Gu Xing's expression turned peculiar. On the street, a headless knight galloped past on horseback. A grotesque figure dragged its entrails across the ground, while a woman clutching a ghostly infant snarled with hideous fury. All kinds of grotesque ghosts and monsters can be seen here. When they encountered Gu Xing, they merely glanced at him briefly before hastily distancing themselves and scurrying away. After all, in their eyes, Gu Xing was terrifying. Just sensing the aura he exuded made them feel their souls might collapse and their flesh rot away. When facing a supreme being, keeping your distance is always the right choice. They seem afraid of me. Also, these ghosts and monsters rarely communicate with each other. Moreover, violent conflicts are commonplace here. Gu Xing's gaze shifted into the distance where a bloated ghost with a massive hole in its belly was voraciously gnawing on a smaller ghost. Further away, several monsters traveling together were besieging a fleshy tumor. Each time, they would tear off a chunk of meat from the tumor and devour it greedily, nearly ravenous in their frenzy. There was even a towering female figure. Any ghost or monster that approached her would be swallowed whole into her gaping, bloody maw. Chaos, lawlessness. The law of the jungle is displayed here in its most extreme form. However, despite the chaos, such incidents don't occur at the entrances or inside many shops. It's not that there are no rules here, but rather that the rules are set by the strong. If you lack sufficient strength, you can only abide by the rules set by the powerful within their territories. This truly embodies the supremacy of strength. Gu Xing calmly focused his mind and suddenly exclaimed in pleasant surprise. In the nightmare world, the Taiyi cosmic diagram accumulates Taiyi divine power even faster than in the outside world. It only takes about 15 days for my divine power to reach full capacity. This discovery was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. The faster the divine power accumulates, the better it is for Gu Xing. The shop's name. I'll name it after I arrive at the shop. Moreover, if I successfully reclaim the shop, I can activate ghost patterns, a form of tattoo art. Ghost patterns. How fitting for this place. I only know the street and number where my shop is located, so finding it will still take some time. Gu Xing thought to himself, then stepped directly into the restaurant before him. He pushed open the door. Contrary to expectations of filth and disorder, it was clean and tidy instead. The floor and tables were wiped spotless. However, the bloodstains on the windows remained uncleaned, and Gu Xing could even sense that this blood was still alive. Welcome, honored guest, to the Demon Blood Restaurant. A cold voice came from behind the counter, where the cashier was a man resembling a stuffed doll, his limbs stitched together from parts taken from different people. An extremely sinister and eerie aura emanated from him. If this man appeared in the outside world, many would surely scream in terror at the sight of him. But in this world, the more bizarre and chilling one's aura was, the more powerful they were. At least, the man standing behind this counter was far stronger than any of the ghosts Gu Xing had seen outside. However, the patchwork face of this man, while trying to force a smile for Gu Xing, had its stitches bursting apart from the strain. The smile he revealed was exceptionally terrifying. Not only that, his body even bent forward, showing extreme deference to Gu Xing. Gu Xing snorted a single syllable through his nose. Number 3, come quickly and attend to this distinguished guest, the man hastily called out. Immediately, a yellowed paper figure painted with various pigments came forward. My lord, this way please. Upon seeing Gu Xing, his body trembled before he hurriedly extended his hand to guide him. Gu Xing followed expressionlessly behind him. Since I'll be staying here for quite some time, learning more about this world is absolutely necessary. His objectives were crystal clear in mind. After all, the system had given him 3 days to complete the mission. Sharpening the axe won't delay the cutting of firewood. Paper figure number 3 led the way ahead, though his body trembled uncontrollably. Heavens! This lord's aura is too dreadful, even our shopkeeper pales in comparison. I mustn't anger this lord under any circumstance. If he decides to devour or tear me apart, even the shopkeeper wouldn't dare speak against it. Many diners who saw Gu Xing approaching immediately hid under their tables, trembling in fear. Gu Xing also noticed what they were eating. There were blood-dripping internal organs, unidentified meats, and even eyeballs among other things. Humph! Gu Xing's eyes turned cold as he cast the divine curse. Bang! The 2 ghosts hiding under the table, who had been shivering, suddenly changed their expressions. Spare us, Great One! They screamed while covering their heads, desperately trying to flee outside. But one of the ghosts suddenly grew an additional mouth on its body, which promptly devoured it whole. The other ghost's body rapidly rotted away, turning into a pool of black liquid. The screams abruptly ceased. The restaurant fell into complete silence. Great One! Paper servant number 3 felt certain he was about to die. He couldn't understand why Gu Xing had suddenly become enraged, but he didn't dare to ask. Absolute power doesn't need to follow rules. They kill as they please. Not to mention just 2 dead guests. Even if Gu Xing went on a killing spree and slaughtered everyone in the restaurant, the owner behind this restaurant would still need to weigh the pros and cons before making the final decision. These negative effects are far too powerful. Gu Xing was equally shocked in his heart. Hearing the paperman's words, he finally spoke. Continue leading the way. Yes, my lord. Paperman number 3 let out a relieved breath and hurriedly led Gu Xing straight to the 2nd floor. After Gu Xing ascended to the 2nd floor and disappeared from view, a waiter finally emerged to quickly clean the stains on the floor. Whispered conversations began circulating quietly in the 1st floor dining area. Chapter 75. Prepare a dinner that will satisfy me. The atmosphere between the 2nd and 1st floors was completely different. Chairs and tables carved from unknown giant bones were placed there, creating a horrifying yet aesthetic beauty. Even more startling, on several bone chairs, the small skulls carved atop the backrests had soul flames burning within their hollow eyes. The number of customers on the 2nd floor is much fewer compared to the 1st floor. In the demonic blood restaurant, only those with prestigious status and formidable strength are qualified to ascend to the 2nd floor. There was a sludge monster with festering skin that emitted a thick, foul stench. And there was also a 3-headed serpent with towering, rugged figures. When Gu Xing arrived, these 2 creatures merely glanced at him before immediately averting their gazes. Those who can reach the 2nd floor all possess considerable capabilities. Generally, they refrain from initiating conflicts with each other. After all, those who have lingered long in the nightmare world often have connections to major factions, unless it involves treasures that can enhance one's power. In such cases, no amount of influence would be of any use. The competition for treasures here is even more frenzied than in the outside world. My lord, this way please. Paperman number 3 led Gu Xing forward. From the outside, the restaurant didn't appear particularly large, but in reality, the interior space was remarkably spacious. Otherwise, monsters like the 3-headed serpent, with their massive bodies, would make the restaurant feel crowded. Although the 3-headed snake had retracted its form, it still appeared as massive as 7 or 8 burly men combined. Yet sitting on the 2nd floor, it seemed inconspicuous. Guest, may I know what you'd like to order? After Gu Xing took his seat, Paperman number 3 approached with a stiff yet obsequious smile. She didn't present a menu because in the nightmare world, the variety of food was simply overwhelming. For example, for raw meat dishes, different guests always ordered bizarre types of meat. In his long existence, Paperman number 3 had seen all kinds of flesh served: human, fox, tiger, snake, from numerous creatures. The lifespan of spirits is extraordinarily long. For them, hundreds or even thousands of years feel like recent events. Thus, to prolong their existence, many spirits in the nightmare world would seek powerful patrons. They would offer a fragment of their soul as tribute. Even if killed, their patron could resurrect them through special means. Of course, for some extremely powerful beings, such special methods are useless. If killed by them, the soul will completely perish. I've lost count of how many bodies I've changed into 20 or 30. It's been too long, I can't remember clearly anymore. Even my name has simply become number 3. Paperman number 3 waited patiently while sighing with emotion. Apart from raw meat, various spirits like mountain demons, special ghosts, etc. can also be served as food on the dining table. There are even more peculiar ones, such as filth mud, plague dragon venom, blood corrosion, and so on. The Demon Blood restaurant has existed for over 1,000 years, collecting numerous ingredients. In District 21, it's considered quite a famous establishment. Gu Xing sat on the bone chair without any discomfort. Instead, he felt quite comfortable. Sitting there even accelerated his Tai universe diagram's absorption of stellar energy by another 20%. This restaurant isn't bad at all. Leaving aside those foods that made him somewhat uncomfortable, the service and atmosphere were still very appropriate. As for what to eat, Gu Xing didn't remain silent for too long, instead looking at Paperman number 3 and speaking in a calm tone. I need your restaurant to prepare a dinner that satisfies me. He wasn't clear about what time it actually was, but if Gu Xing said it was dinner time, then it had to be dinner time. In the nightmare world, the words of the strong are absolute truth. As expected, this is the most difficult request. Paperman number 3's smile remained stiff. Please wait a moment, my lord. I'll go inform the head chef immediately. First, bring me a drink. Just as he was leaving, Gu Xing called him back. I'll prepare it right away. Paperman number 3 didn't dare show the slightest negligence toward Gu Xing's request and hurried downstairs. The strong reign supreme. This world is truly terrifying. People with power can easily lose themselves under such rules. No wonder Master Gu never made any demands of us. Gu Xing had now deeply come to realize this. This feeling is too marvelous, as if one were the supreme deity, controlling everything where all must bow before them. Perhaps initially one could maintain their original intentions, but over time, that becomes uncertain. Monster Blood Restaurant, Kitchen. Here, it's equally extremely clean and tidy. Everything is placed in its proper position, pleasing to the eye at first glance. Even the owners of outside restaurants would weep with shame upon coming here. However, the head chef isn't human, but an octopus. Its 8 tentacles each hold a different kitchen utensil, with several pots cooking simultaneously before it. As soon as paper figure number 3 arrived, it heard shrill screams coming from one of the pots. Second floor, seat 7. That esteemed guest demands you prepare a dinner that satisfies him. While speaking, paper figure number 3 clapped its hand, projecting the image of Gu Xing sitting upright on the bone chair from the second floor before the octopus head chef's eyes. On the bone throne, Gu Xing wore ink black robes, his entire body shimmering with starlight that obscured his features. An invisible oppressive force suddenly descended. Ahem! Paperman number 3 immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked. How terrifying! I merely cast a minor spell without any ill intent, yet still got injured. Just what level has this person's strength reached? Octopus Chef was slightly better off since he wasn't the one casting spells, but his large eyes bulged wide in shock. It's been long since we last had such an honored guest. Rest assured, I will definitely prepare dishes that will satisfy this esteemed guest. Good, otherwise our bloody banquet restaurant would be doomed today. Paperman number 3 quietly sighed in relief. Serving such a powerful being required constant vigilance every moment. Yet if the guest were pleased and casually bestowed some benefits, for a ghost like Paperman number 3, it would be a tremendous opportunity. By the way, this esteemed guest also requested a drink. What should I bring? Paperman number 3 hurriedly asked. A drink. Bring Soul Scream then. The octopus head chef paused for a moment, then used one tentacle to open a cabinet and retrieved a bottle of pitch-black beverage. You stingy bastard, you're actually willing to bring this out. Paperman number 3 sneered repeatedly. He had saved enough points before to exchange for a bottle of Soul Scream, but the octopus chef wouldn't budge. Stop blathering, take it and get out. The octopus head chef said impatiently. He needed to deduce the guest's preferences in the shortest time possible and choose the correct answer from numerous possibilities. To prepare dishes that would satisfy the guest. This was the most difficult requirement, because all preferences and potential special quirks needed to be guessed by the chef himself. The difficulty of this can well be imagined. Chapter 76. This kind of happiness is beyond your imagination. The octopus chef's eyeballs kept rolling as it contemplated. Physical form can, to some extent, indicate His Excellency's preferences. For someone so powerful to still maintain human form, such existences are rare indeed. After all, the human form is far too fragile compared to many other physical manifestations. The octopus head chef paced back and forth in the kitchen, his mind racing furiously. The more powerful an existence, the more it values its life. The human form is too fragile. Severed hands, severed feet, the heart, the throat, the temples, too many weaknesses. Thus, this esteemed lord must harbor some sentiment toward humans. Then the most crucial question is this sentiment positive or negative? The octopus head chef felt his head grow heavy, as if weighted down. Damn it, I'll leave it to fate. Last time, I chose positive and lost half my soul. This time, I'll still choose positive. I refuse to believe my luck as the octopus head chef can be this terrible. The octopus head chef growled fiercely. The more powerful the being, the more peculiar and eccentric their preferences. He had once heard from a certain supervisor at the neighboring Inn Spring restaurant that, I once had a customer who liked to put a pinch of hair in his food. The octopus head chef always remembered that supervisor's words, because that supervisor kept getting promotions and became extremely successful. I've reached the limit of what I can deduce. Maybe next time I should try eating a clever spirit's brain. One of the octopus head chef's tentacles touched its own head. If it weren't for the bad timing, it would definitely take out this lump of brain and throw it away, then replace it with a smarter one. Last time I lost the bet and sacrificed half my soul. If I lose this time. The octopus head chef shivered and immediately started cooking. Even knowing the serious consequences, it dared not complain or show the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, for weak beings like them, the privilege of cooking for such a powerful entity was already an honor. If I can satisfy this great one, that would be the highest glory. The octopus head chef's expression became extremely excited at this thought. Tap tap tap. For a moment, the kitchen was filled only with the sound of chopping. Demon Blood Restaurant. Second floor. Gu Xing sat casually on the bone chair. Without strength, this world is undoubtedly a nightmare world for the weak. Because the strong can freely toy with the weak, and when bored, mercilessly take everything the weak possess. He didn't lose himself in this sense of superiority. The reason others revered him was because Gu Xing possessed strength. If I were weak, forget about them. The ghosts wandering the streets would swarm over and tear me to pieces. The strong dominate here, and the only difference from the outside world is that the rules of this nightmare world are more bloodstained. As Gu Xing pondered, paper servant number 3 approached carrying a bottle of pitch-black beverage. My lord, here's your beverage. Soul Scream. Gu Xing watched as he placed the drink on the table before speaking. Bring me the latest map, and that thing too. His gaze fell upon the three-headed snake nearby, whose 3 heads were intently reading a newspaper with great interest. Yes, my lord. Do you require anything else? Paper servant number 3 hastily inquired. Nothing for now. After Gu Xing finished speaking, paper servant number 3 quickly withdrew and soon returned with the requested items. The map and newspaper were fundamentally no different from those in human society. Paper condensed from Yin energy. How intriguing. Gu Xing marveled inwardly, first examining the map. The map wasn't large, with marked areas differentiated by various colors. The colors ranged from light to dark, divided into zones 125. The lighter the color, the relatively safer the area, with higher numbers indicating lower danger. The first 3 zones were all colored red, though the shades of red differed. For example, Zone 1's crimson hue was particularly alarming. The area sizes of each district are clearly marked, with the smallest being District 25, which is still 10 times the size of Xia country. As for the top 10 districts ahead, their territories are so vast that their boundaries remain unknown. The nightmare world is truly boundless. Trying to discover that elusive secret in such an enormous world would be like finding a drop in the ocean. This isn't just difficult, it's harder than climbing to heaven. Fortunately, my destination is District 20. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly good news for him. Otherwise, just the journey alone would give Gu Xing a headache. His shop wasn't too far away, just in neighboring District 20. I can set off right after finishing my meal. While thinking this, Gu Xing reached for the beverage on the table and opened it. PSSST. A crisp opening sound. A refreshing aroma surged out from the bottle. This. Gu Xing froze momentarily. The sensation bore such resemblance to cola that they might as well be identical. There was no pungent smell, nor any metallic scent of blood. Just pure refreshment. This put Gu Xing's mind at ease. Try it. Gulp, gulp. After several big swallows, Gu Xing set down the beverage, feeling an endless aftertaste and extreme comfort. Instantly, his soul seemed to float, as if standing atop clouds, screaming, shouting. So exhilarating. Not bad at all. Gu Xing nodded, very satisfied with this unnamed drink. You have consumed a special beverage. Soul Scream. Your strength has increased by 5 points. Your agility has increased by 5 points. Your soul feels pleasure and has grown slightly stronger. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. This drink can actually enhance my physical attributes. Gu Xing froze. But system, there must be limitations, right? Yes, host. This beverage only takes effect upon the first consumption. Subsequent drinks will function as ordinary beverages. The system's reply confirmed Gu Xing's assumption. As expected, there are restrictions. Otherwise, this restaurant wouldn't still be in District 21. But the taste of this Soul Scream is truly excellent. I'll just take more with me when I leave later. The octopus head chef, who was cooking attentively, suddenly shuddered. I feel like someone is thinking about me. Damn, could it be that number 3 guy? Soul screamed the joy of this drink. How could a trash paper doll like him deserve to experience it? No matter how many points he offers, I won't give him even one bottle. Don't even think about it. Chapter 77 How dare you? Chapter 77 How dare you? District 18 Ghost Sea Surging gives birth to 10 terrors. Those with insufficient strength should stay away. District 15 Major demon sighted in town. Town lord changed after great battle. District 17 New Ghost City Port of Horrors established recruiting all-powerful ghosts. Gu Xing crushed the map and the Yin energy immediately flowed into his body. The map was originally condensed from Yin energy, so this didn't harm Gu Xing. It was a special storage method in the nightmare world. Snap! Gu Xing snapped his fingers as Yin energy converged. The already shattered map was restored perfectly intact in his hand. How interesting, Yin energy actually has this kind of function. This method of carrying items proved extremely convenient. Gu Xing continued reading downward and finally found the information he wanted to see. The Great Lord of Calamity has besieged a city in the surface world, sowing seeds of fear. It is estimated that within 5 days, over 10 million humans will be dragged into the nightmare world. This is the carnival the Lord of Calamity brings for everyone. Make your preparations to receive these humans entering the nightmare world. Toy with them, trample them, and indulge in slaughter. Gu Xing's expression turned cold. The Lord of Calamity. So this is the mastermind behind the mist incident in Demon City. But it seems this opponent has been doing quite well in the nightmare world. Also, while they can drag humans into the nightmare world, it appears they can't specify locations. These people will be randomly scattered across different zones of the nightmare world. Gu Xing sighed. Tens of millions might sound like a lot, but in the nightmare world, it was barely noticeable. In the human world, if tens of millions of people went missing, it would be an earth-shattering catastrophe. But here, it only managed to occupy a middle to lower position in this newspaper. Humans haven't eaten them in several hundred years, but their taste is definitely among the most delicious of all living creatures. Yes, I'm practically drooling already. Let's hope there are more humans scattered in our District 21. In the distance, the 3 heads of the Hydra whispered among themselves. Gu Xing realized he could actually understand their words. This made the coldness in Gu Xing's eyes grow even sharper. The Hydra is just one among many monsters. Others might be even more excited, even more thrilled. I wonder how many of the humans dragged into this nightmare world will manage to leave alive in a few days. As Gu Xing pondered deeply, he remembered what ancient Taoist master had told him. Apart from these 5 individuals, other humans dragged into the nightmare world, no matter how powerful the mastermind is, cannot be kept there permanently. 28 days. 4 weeks. As long as these people can endure 4 weeks, they will return to the surface world. These were the exact words of ancient Taoist master. 4 weeks, 28 days, how many can persist through it? Gu Xing shook his head lightly. 4 weeks wasn't considered long. For many people, idling away the time or simply finding trivial things to do would make 4 weeks pass by quickly. But in this world, every single day would feel like a year. Master, here is your dinner. While Gu Xing was deep in thought, the uneasy voice of Paperman number 3 reached his ears. He approached, carrying several dishes and a bowl of rice. Indeed, the octopus head chef had prepared for Gu Xing a dinner straight from the human world. Braised pork, stir-fried 3 delicacies, and roasted spare ribs. A few very simple dishes, vibrant in color and brimming with aroma. In the distance, the 3-headed snake set down its newspaper. Ha ha ha, human food. Food for those insects. Has that octopus gone mad, preparing such a dish? Even from this distance, I can smell the sour stench. Even the lowliest wandering spirits would disdain such fare. The 3-headed serpent whispered, all 3 heads with 6 eyes staring in unison. It clearly wore the expression of someone waiting to enjoy a spectacle. Paper figure number 3 listened, watching Gu Xing's silent demeanor, sensing only the calm before the storm. Damn that octopus, you've doomed me. How could this esteemed lord possibly enjoy such mundane food? Though terrified, number 3 dared not flee. For often, instant death is far more merciful than prolonged torment. At this moment, Gu Xing picked up chopsticks and selected a piece of braised pork. A rich, savory flavor immediately spread across his taste buds. Gu Xing had always delighted in sampling various cuisines, though opportunities for such culinary enjoyment had grown scarce since the spiritual energy resurgence. Gu Xing particularly liked the braised pork dish. Not bad. Gu Xing took a bite of rice with a piece of meat, then nodded in satisfaction. Gee, great that it meets your approval, sir. Paperman number 3 felt everything had taken a turn for the better, joy of surviving a disaster welling up inside him, even his tone becoming noticeably lighter. Please enjoy your meal at leisure, sir. If you need anything, just give the order. After Paperman number 3 left, Gu Xing didn't hold back, devouring the food like a whirlwind. All the dishes were fresh, authentic in flavor, perfectly cooked, and provided excellent texture when eaten. As for trying to fool Gu Xing with inferior substitutes, that was absolutely impossible. That's why Gu Xing could eat so boldly without worries. Comfortable. Too bad this restaurant isn't in District 20. I wonder if the nightmare world has anything like food delivery services. Gu Xing put down his chopsticks, speaking with lingering aftertaste. And this rice, just one bowl, filled me right up. At this moment, Gu Xing felt exceptionally good. The nightmare world wasn't entirely without merits. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could he be enjoying the meal so much? An illusion, it must be an illusion. The three-headed snake that had been watching this scene felt its entire being, no, its entire monstrous existence turn uncomfortable. At this moment, Gu Xing's eerie voice came through. Has no one told you it's extremely rude to point and comment while others are eating? I'll do as I please. Got a problem with me enjoying my meal? Ever since the food was served, this three-headed snake had been yapping non-stop, talking about how rancid it smelled, how even wandering spirits wouldn't eat it. Gu Xing never argues with others during meals. But now the meal was finished. And no, listen brother, let me explain, I was just surprised is all. One of the snake's heads hurriedly tried to explain. The hell with explanations. Let's take him down. Yeah, who does this second-floor customer think he is, acting all high and mighty? The other two snake heads adopted aggressive postures, their expressions screaming, "We're not afraid of you." That idiot. If he wants to die, don't drag our demon blood restaurant into it. Paper servant number 3 heard the commotion and rushed over, only to freeze in stunned silence at what it saw. As a regular here, the three-headed snake's capabilities were fairly well known to paper figure number 3. How dare it provoke this esteemed lord? Gu Xing responded to the three-headed snake with action. He extended his hand and pointed from a distance. Divine Art Malediction. Chapter 78. Are you the Lord? Chapter 78. Are you the Lord? Whoosh! On the street, two wandering spirits flew past, stirring up an eerie wind. Boom! At that moment, the second-floor window of the neighboring demonic blood restaurant suddenly shattered as a massive figure leaped out. Covered in cyan scales and sporting 3 ferocious heads, the three-headed snake crushed both wandering spirits to pieces with its bulk. Did you really think I'm stupid? Still trying to curse me? Look at you acting all high and mighty. The three-headed snake turned its 3 heads toward the second floor of the demonic blood restaurant and burst into raucous laughter. It had always been a chatterbox by nature. Though sharing one body, each of its 3 heads harbored distinct thoughts. Usually when bored, the 3 heads would chat amongst themselves, which is exactly why the three-headed snake talked so much. By the cracked window, Gu Xing stood there, gazing at it with indifference. Idiot! 2 icy words spat coldly from his mouth. What is this? Didn't I dodge his curse? Damn it, damn it! Dark runes densely covered the three-headed snake's body, waves of weakness flooding through its entire being. Even its voice became terribly feeble. This time's negative effect is weakness. Gu Xing noticed the abnormality across from him. The Taiyi divine art is truly formidable. This debuff is terrifyingly potent. Then what about the buff effects? Gu Xing felt some anticipation but didn't act impulsively. After all, dealing with this three-headed snake didn't require using both divine arts. Thud! The three-headed snake's massive body collapsed limply to the ground like mud. A curse of this level. You're a lord. At this moment, the three-headed snake was completely stunned, its gaze towards Gu Xing filled with terror. When Gu Xing struck earlier, it had sensed the change, an overwhelming surge of invisible curse energy rushing forth. Curses are among the most common yet most troublesome things. Ordinary curses have no effect on the three-headed snake, as its scales can block certain curses to some extent. But, against powerful curses, its scales become utterly useless decorations. The three-headed snake had immediately fled its original position when Gu Xing attacked, smashing through the window to escape onto the street. The facts were plain to see. It had been cursed. I couldn't dodge it. The moment he struck, the curse had already taken effect on me. A lord, this must be a lord-class entity. As the three-headed snake saw Gu Xing leap down after it, panic flashed across its features, but escape was impossible. The weakness debuff effect can range from mild to severe. In the hands of ordinary ghosts, the weakness curse might only debilitate certain parts of one's body. But what about Gu Xing? With a mere lift of his hand, a curse instantly descended. The three-headed snake's entire body was engulfed in weakness, unable to exert even 10% of its strength. How could it possibly fight back like this? Gu Xing's footsteps didn't hesitate for even a moment. He approached the three-headed snake and reached out to grasp at its chest. No, my lord. Spare me. I'm willing to offer my soul as sacrifice to you. The three-headed snake shook its heads frantically, desperately retreating to create distance from Gu Xing. Useless. Gu Xing's movements didn't pause in the slightest. Squelch! The snake's scales proved as fragile as paper against Gu Xing's right hand, which pierced straight through. A massive heart was extracted by Gu Xing. You have obtained cursed pattern material, three-headed snake's heart. The system's notification sounded. Wrapping it in energy, Gu Xing made the heart disappear instantly from his hand. Thud! The three-headed snake's body collapsed heavily to the ground. It wasn't a ghost, but a monster, and monsters have clear weaknesses, the heart being one of them. When a monster's strength reaches a certain level, even without a heart or its head being severed, it can still remain undead. But this three-headed snake clearly hasn't reached that level of power. I actually need to collect the materials for the cursed markings myself. This three-headed snake before me has one of the materials required for the cursed markings. Gu Xing casually flicked his hand, shaking off all the blood staining it onto the ground. Monsters like the three-headed snake view humans as food, killing it was nothing, stirring no emotion in Gu Xing's heart. Additionally, I can also read its memories. Gu Xing reached out and pulled, extracting a transparent soul directly from the three-headed snake's corpse. This soul took the form of a miniature three-headed snake. Held in Gu Xing's palm, the three-headed snake's soul struggled madly, pleading with tearful desperation. Lord Overlord, I beg you, spare my life. I swear I'll never eat humans again. Physical death is physical death, only soul death constitutes true death for residents of the nightmare world. Shut up! Gu Xing clenched his fist, and the three-headed snake's soul immediately shattered into pieces. Memories flooded into Gu Xing's mind. Trash like you truly doesn't deserve pity even in death. Gu Xing quickly sorted through these memories. Most were useless. The three-headed snake had reveled in slaughter its entire life, particularly enjoying tormenting creatures weaker than itself. Whether human, monster, ghost, or other beings, anything weaker than itself became the three-headed snake's prey for torment. The strength of ghosts and monsters in this world is also divided into 4 realms based on power, from lowest to highest: terrifying class, horror class, calamity class, and lord class. These 4 levels precisely correspond to the 4 tiers of human cultivation. At my peak, I barely qualify as calamity class. Only when employing the divine art Tai manifestation do I possess lord class strength. But my divine art. Gu Xing marveled in his heart. The more he used the Supreme Unity Divine Art, the more profoundly he realized its power. The Supreme Unity Divine Art was so terrifying that it even made the three-headed snake mistake Gu Xing for a lord-level powerhouse. Isn't that the three-headed snake? It just died like that. Who is that person? How terrifying. He seems to look down on the three-headed snake's flesh and blood, even though it's highly nourishing. Wait for him to leave. Don't you dare compete with me for the three-headed snake's flesh. Screw you. Watch out, or I'll devour you too. As Gu Xing entered the Demon Blood restaurant, the ghosts and monsters attracted by the scent of blood swarmed onto the street, frantically feasting on the three-headed snake's corpse. My lord, is there anything else you require? Paperman number 3 hurried forward when he saw Gu Xing return, asking with utmost humility. Too strong. The battle ended in mere breaths. This lord's strength is truly unfathomable. A terror-level three-headed snake was as helpless as a chick in his hands. He could crush it effortlessly. Chapter 79, The real clown was me all along. Give me more of that previous beverage to take away. Gu Xing spoke directly. No problem, sir. Do you have any other requests? Paperman number 3 nodded, secretly overjoyed. Ha, that damn octopus is usually so stingy. He's going to be heartbroken this time. I can't wait to see his pained expression. Nothing else. Gu Xing waved his hand. Please wait a moment, sir. Paperman number 3 went straight to the kitchen where the octopus head chef was waiting smugly for his arrival. Well, was the lord satisfied with the dinner I prepared? Passable. Hurry up and prepare more soul scream beverages. The lord wants to take them away. Paperman number 3 said with schadenfreude, his painted eyes fixed intently on the octopus head chef, eagerly awaiting his pained reaction. What? The octopus head chef froze momentarily. Yes, that's exactly the expression I wanted to see. Paperman number 3 couldn't help clenching his fists. Having suffered multiple humiliations from the octopus head chef, the more miserable the chef appeared, the greater his satisfaction grew. The next moment, the octopus head chef became ecstatic, shouting loudly, I knew it. I just knew some distinguished person would appreciate my specialty drink. 50 bottles? No, my entire stock of 100 bottles. I'll personally deliver them to that esteemed individual. Paperman number 3 suddenly found his thoughts grinding to a halt. Damn octopus, when I tried exchanging points for it, you stubbornly refused and claimed you only had a few bottles. Humph, what would a worthless paperman like you understand? Do you even have taste buds? Can you possibly comprehend the euphoria of soul scream? With a wave of his tentacle, the octopus head chef summoned a cabinet coalescing from energy, swatting Paperman number 3 aside with another appendage. Scram, you pathetic trash. Go cool off somewhere else. Watching the excited octopus chef leave, Paperman number 3 felt deeply insulted. I'll remember this grudge. One day, I'll make sure your other half of soul disappears too. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, then returned to normal. As soon as Paperman number 3 came out, he saw the octopus chef presenting the white bottled drink to Gu Xing like offering a treasure. My lord, this is Soul Screaming Minion's masterpiece beverage. We have various flavors available. I hope they meet your satisfaction. This was the octopus chef's first time facing Gu Xing directly. The stellar energy surrounding his body made Gu Xing's face appear blurred and indistinct. Yet that terrifying power pressed down like Mount Yudu itself. The octopus chef felt almost suffocated. So strong, This lord is far more frightening than our shop owner. His eyeballs bulged like bronze bells as his posture became increasingly humble. Was the previous meal also prepared by you? Gu Xing looked at the octopus before him and suddenly asked. This scene felt strangely familiar. The octopus head chef immediately recalled that day. That guest had also asked the same question, then extracted half his soul as punishment. Thud. The octopus head chef immediately dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly. It's me, my lord. Are you unsatisfied with something? Please give me a chance to improve next time. I'll definitely prepare a dinner to your satisfaction. Good, excellent. Last time that guest directly took half his soul, huh? This time he'll really become a dead octopus. Paperman number 3 stood at a distance, cheering inwardly, even wanting to applaud in celebration. What is sympathy? Watching others suffer and die is what brings them the greatest pleasure. Even if it's their colleague facing death here, anyone who shows genuine compassion will be devoured until not even bone fragments remain. Gu Xing didn't know what this octopus had experienced. He had merely asked a question, so why was it kneeling on the ground kowtowing and begging for mercy? How bizarre. Gu Xing felt speechless. Was he really that terrifying? After remaining silent for a while, Gu Xing finally spoke. I'm quite impressed with your culinary skills. How about coming with me? Although Gu Xing possessed formidable power, he remained immortal, and mortals cannot live without daily sustenance. In the nightmare world, finding a chef who could satisfy one's palate was absolutely no easy task. Therefore, Gu Xing decisively asked this question. The octopus head chef felt as if he'd been struck dizzy by an enormous falling pie. My lord, I'm willing. He practically shouted the words. One could easily imagine how excited the octopus head chef must be right now. Good, I'll go have a word with your boss later. Gu Xing nodded in satisfaction. His 3 daily meals would be secured from now on. How is this possible? This distinguished lord actually approved of its cooking skills. Paper figure number 3 was completely stunned, its expression blank as if all thoughts had ceased functioning. Was I the clown all along? At this moment, my lord, you jest. Please feel free to claim anything in this establishment that catches your eye. Behind the counter, the man who resembled a stitched-together doll suddenly spoke with a vacant expression. Thud thud thud. Paper figure number 3 and several waiters immediately knelt on the ground, keeping their heads bowed and not daring to look at the man. This was a rule established by the owner of Demonic Blood Restaurant. No one was permitted to meet his gaze. When he arrived, all staff members must kneel while speaking to him. Not a single supernatural creature in Demonic Blood Restaurant dared disobey this regulation. A wisp of ghostly energy flew from his fingertips. This is the soul he offered me. Please accept it, my lord. The man spoke with utmost courtesy. Gu Xing extended his hand, and the spectral wisp instantly vanished. From this moment onward, the octopus head chef became one of Gu Xing's supernatural subordinates. The octopus head chef immediately stood up and respectfully positioned himself behind Gu Xing. As a ghost creature, one must have the awareness of being a ghost creature. He knew he was now Gu Xing's subordinate. As Gu Xing's subordinate, if he still followed others' rules, wouldn't that be slapping his master in the face? Throughout his long life, the octopus head chef had seen too many ghost creatures lose their lives because of this. The man's terrifying smile remained unchanged, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. After all, Gu Xing's strength was undeniable. Unless Gu Xing threatened his life, he absolutely wouldn't easily come into conflict with Gu Xing. He didn't even dare to ask Gu Xing for anything. For an existence like Gu Xing, even if he ate without paying and went on a killing spree here, the man wouldn't dare utter a single word of objection. Such is the brutality of the nightmare world. I don't like taking advantage of others. Gu Xing extended his hand and pointed at the man. Divine Art Blessing. Divine Art Blessing. Buff effect. Withered wood reviving in spring. Boom! An incredible aura suddenly erupted from the man's body. A sinister and eerie energy raged forth, yet it carried vibrant vitality within. The stitches that had pieced his body together fell away rapidly as his shattered form began healing at astonishing speed. In less than 4 minutes, the various body parts of unknown origin that composed his form fused together perfectly, radiating tremendous vitality. This puppet body had come to life. Chapter 80, Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. The curse is gone. My flesh lives again. The man raised his hands, examining them with awe. Over a century ago, he had fought against a ghost and had his body torn asunder. Moreover, he had been cursed, his body forever condemned to remain stitched together, his soul trapped within, enduring endless torment. Even when acquiring new bodies, that curse had persistently followed him, subjecting him to unbearable suffering. Decades or even centuries of torment. This kind of suffering would drive even ghosts and monsters to madness. Now, this curse has vanished, his body has come back to life, and that shadow-like agony has disappeared without a trace. The man snapped out of his shock and wanted to express his gratitude, but Gu Xing had long since disappeared. Paper figure number 3 knelt on the ground, nearly driven mad by jealousy. But he understood Chef Octopus was truly about to soar this time. What incredible fortune to follow such a powerful master. Not envy him. Impossible. My lord, where are we going? Chef Octopus followed Gu Xing out of the Demon Blood restaurant, his life now held in Gu Xing's hands. Gu Xing could decide his life or death at any moment. However, Chef Octopus wasn't afraid at all to gain a powerful master's protection. One must demonstrate sufficient loyalty. What ghost or monster seeking patronage would lack such awareness? Thus, in the nightmare world, betrayal is an extremely rare occurrence. District 20. My shop is located there, Gu Xing said in a deep voice. District 20. The octopus head chef froze for a moment before starting to wave his tentacles excitedly. With my current strength, I can only huddle in a small area. Even District 21 feels overwhelmingly large to me. This lord can actually traverse an entire district, truly formidable. The nightmare world is extremely perilous. Just walking down the road might attract the attention of other ghosts and monsters. Without sufficient strength, one might not even make it down a single street before being torn to shreds. Only those exceptionally powerful ghosts and monsters would attempt to traverse an entire district. At this moment, a paper-made vehicle arrived and stopped at the station sign ahead. Without hesitation, Gu Xing boarded immediately. The octopus head chef showed good awareness, following behind and tossing 2 spirit coins into the fare box. The nightmare world is so vast that paper vehicles have become one of the most common modes of transportation. They're remarkably fast, able to traverse all of District 21 in just 4 hours. However, the further forward the districts go, the slower the paper vehicles become at reaching their destinations. Moreover, transfers are often required. More dangerous zones possess more powerful and faster means of transportation. Ghosts and monsters, upon reaching certain realms, can even open their own teleportation channels. Though Gu Xing possesses considerable strength, establishing a teleportation channel remains beyond his current capability. Unless he employs the Tai Dharma form, but even then, the channel would destabilize once the form dissipates. The gain wouldn't justify the loss. The vehicle was completely empty. Not even a driver could be seen. After Gu Xing boarded and took his seat, the doors closed and it departed for the next location. Whoosh! A sinister wind howled past as the scenery on both sides of the street rapidly receded. The distance between stops was considerable, far less concentrated than station signs in surface world cities. The nightmare world operates on 3 transaction methods. First is conventional currency exchange. Spirit coins serve as universal tender here. Second is barter trade, with divine blessings counting as tradable items. Gu Xing didn't look out the window. As the paper vehicle moved, the scenery outside blurred into incomprehensible smears. He once again reviewed the memories obtained from the 3-headed snake. The Tai cosmic chart represents an invincible path I cannot lose. Therefore, in the nightmare world, I must be even more cautious. If I don't make a move, that's fine. But once I do, I must absolutely crush my opponent. A chilling light flashed in Gu Xing's eyes. He harbored no pity for the ghosts and monsters here. Of course, he wouldn't kill every supernatural being he encountered. Doing so would only needlessly make him numerous enemies. The third method is point transactions. The first 2 transaction methods work universally across all districts. But point transactions differ. Each establishment has its own unique rules for them. Points from Demon Blood restaurant definitely wouldn't be valid in other shops. Point transactions only circulate within limited spheres. Besides transaction methods, there are other matters requiring my attention. Gu Xing continued his deliberation without pause. The nightmare world also has safe zones. For example, the bus stop earlier, no ghost or monster is permitted to fight within 5 meters of it. If one acts forcibly, they will be directly erased by the nightmare world's rules. Unless one is truly the ultimate powerhouse capable of resisting these rules. At least in the 3-headed snake's memory, it knew of no such supreme powerhouse existing. A sharp glint flashed through Gu Xing's eyes. Not having seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. If I were to manifest the Tai Dharma form, perhaps I could forcibly resist these rules. But there's no need. Trump cards should be reserved for the most critical moments. My lord, may I ask what your rules will be? The octopus head chef asked quietly. Without rules, there can be no order. If powerful beings arbitrarily slaughter their subordinates, who would willingly pledge allegiance to them? Therefore, powerful beings generally establish certain rules that their subordinate ghosts and even humans entering their domain must follow. And these rules become the lifeline for humans dragged into this world to survive. The lifespans of powerful ghosts are simply too long. They too need some amusement to pass the time. Establishing rules and making people within their territory act according to them is one of their pleasures. Of course, these rules are quite cruel for humans. One careless mistake could cost them their lives. After all, humans aren't like ghosts. Take the octopus head chef for example. Even with half his soul extracted, he still works tirelessly in the kitchen like nothing happened. If this were a human, they'd probably have turned into a mindless wreck, unable to care for themselves. Gu Xing didn't answer the octopus head chef, who didn't dare press further. What should my rules be? A shop can also be considered a type of territory. Establishing rules serves to protect one's own interests. It's like if you opened a restaurant where every customer died, eventually no one would dare visit, rendering your territory effectively abandoned. Thus, all ghosts, regardless of strength, establish corresponding rules to defend their interests when they possess territory. However, there are always those who dislike following rules. Such individuals either get exterminated by the territory's owner or rely on their formidable strength to disregard the established rules. Therefore, the safer a place appears, the more powerful its hidden ruler must be. Gu Xing's expression turned inscrutable. If you're powerful enough, the rules you establish will undoubtedly be followed by other spirits, none daring to transgress. But if you're not strong enough, the rules you make become nothing but a joke. Chapter 81 Countermeasures, all for survival. Standing in another's territory while ignoring their rules means sworn enmity. The system giving me this shop is a test. After reclaiming the shop, the real trial only just begins. At this moment, Gu Xing finally understood the system's true intention. The higher the district number and lighter its color, the more chaotic it becomes. Because in those darker colored, dangerous districts ahead, powerful spirits control territories spanning multiple streets and buildings, vast areas indeed. The ability to maintain territorial integrity without erosion from other spirits, establishing rules that ensure stable order, demonstrates to some degree the true strength of that spirit. The waters of the nightmare world are indeed deep. Is this shop the cornerstone for my foothold in this world? Gu Xing suddenly smiled, finding it quite amusing. The system has gone through great pains to acquire this shop for me by whatever means. Since I have time now, I might as well establish my rules. Gu Xing immediately began contemplating the rules for his territory. The rules of Demon Blood Restaurant are simple: the strong reign supreme, and customers are God. As long as customers are dissatisfied, they can freely kill most of the staff in the restaurant. This would undoubtedly attract hordes of monsters, since being treated as gods, many who were accustomed to being bullied would come to Demon Blood Restaurant to show off. After all, in the restaurant owner's eyes, the staff of Demon Blood Restaurant were utterly worthless. In fact, some monsters couldn't care less about the lives of their subordinates. Because they would capture wandering spirits from the streets and randomly assemble bodies for them, thus, the cheek-branded servers were born. In short, thousands of words boil down to one sentence: the strong can do as they please. Because they are the makers of rules, and within those rules, they are the supreme sovereigns. Soon, Gu Xing finalized his own rules. No matter what rules other ghosts and monsters follow, once they enter his territory, they must all obey the rules he establishes. Those who disobey shall be crushed without exception. 1. No fighting or killing allowed. 2. Complete tasks to earn points. 3. Only point-based and barter transactions are accepted. 4. For tattooed spirit marks, bring your own materials. Soon, Gu Xing completed his set of rules. Just 4 points, simple and clear. Yet, even the first rule alone would be difficult for Gu Xing to enforce. After all, with ghostly entities, no one knows when they might suddenly succumb to bloodlust. In just a few more days, those implanted with seeds of fear in Demon City will be dragged into this world. I hope District 20 will scatter more humans around. In the inner world, within my territory, I can provide humans with some protection. The other ghosts all regard him as one of their own, a native of the nightmare world. But Gu Xing knows he doesn't belong here. He is human, a flesh and blood human being. 90% of humans dragged into the nightmare world are innocent people. Gu Xing won't stand by indifferently like a bystander, watching coldly as his fellow humans die in the mouths of those ghosts. He simply can't do that. However, Gu Xing isn't some naive saint who would save everyone either. Nor will he intervene at every opportunity. Within his capabilities, he'll try his best to provide shelter for humans. With spiritual energy returning and the grand cosmic shift beginning, if these people from Demon City can survive and return from the nightmare world, they're bound to achieve great things in this new era. Even when I provide them protection, I must maintain proper boundaries. Gu Xing murmured to himself. No one can protect you forever. True strength ultimately comes from within yourself. Therefore, even if those humans come to me, certain trials are absolutely necessary. Jade cannot be made into tools without carving. If Gu Xing were to protect them unconditionally, it would actually be harming these people. In that case, it would be better not to save them at all. Moreover, Gu Xing would never do such a thing. In my current appearance, even familiar acquaintances might not recognize me if they saw me. Gu Xing touched his chin. His figure remained humanoid, but his face was shrouded in mist, making it indistinct. A sinister, evil aura emanated from Gu Xing. That icy, unnatural presence would instill fear in any normal person who saw it. A monster among monsters. No one would mistake Gu Xing for a human. If they saw me, they'd definitely think I was some inhuman specter who feels like I'm playing the villain. Gu Xing wasn't particularly concerned about this impression. In this world, the fewer people who knew his true identity, the better. As for being recognized, Gu Xing was even less worried about that. The nightmare world was vast. The chances of randomly encountering someone who could recognize him were lower than winning the lottery. Rule confirmation complete. Once the host reclaims the shop, all living beings who step inside will have the host's established rules materialize in their minds. The system's voice transmitted. This can be considered a method to display power, subtly intimidating petty troublemakers without direct confrontation. Gu Xing felt quite satisfied with this feature. When he had entered the Demon Blood restaurant, he hadn't received any rule notifications. Clearly, the Demon Blood restaurant owner's power fell far short of this level. Just imagine, the moment ghosts and monsters step into the shop, the rules established by Gu Xing immediately materialize in their minds. Maximum prestige achieved. Such formidable power revealed effortlessly. System, you never disappoint. So can you tell me who's occupying my shop? Gu Xing praised the system before pressing for answers. No comment. The system responded directly. Gu Xing had asked casually anyway. Since the system wouldn't tell, he wouldn't push further. He'd find out naturally when they arrived. Surface World. Demon City. All residents, please utilize spiritual energy perception as soon as possible to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, thereby strengthening your physical constitution. All those with black cloud patterns on their arms, you have been implanted with seeds of fear. In 3 days, everyone will be dragged into the nightmare world. Some rules of the nightmare world have been compiled by the Paranormal Bureau into survival manuals. Those who haven't obtained copies, please collect them at designated nearby locations. The monsters in the nightmare world are cruel, merciless, and utterly inhuman. Please memorize the rules thoroughly and utilize the guidelines in the survival manuals to stay alive. 28 days. If everyone can endure for 28 days, you'll be able to leave the nightmare world and return to Demon City. If possible, we hope everyone can assist their fellow citizens within their capability. The next time, you might be the one receiving help from others. The broadcasting vehicles could be seen throughout every street and alley. Such broadcasts had been ongoing for a long time. Demon City was gripped by panic, and the Paranormal Bureau was making its utmost effort. But time was too short. Some, overwhelmed by endless terror, rushed into the mist, desperate to escape this haunted place. Others, under tremendous fright, chose to end their own lives. Yet some kept the nightmare world's rules firmly in mind, striving to grasp survival amidst despair and horror. Their families were still waiting for them to return. Survive. Chapter 82, Arrival, New Research Materials. The paper bus began to slow down. They were already in the suburbs, with dense blackwoods on both sides. The sky remained gloomy. Not far away, a bus stop sign stood erect. Beneath the sign stood several ghosts. The bus doors opened. A few ghosts boarded. One was a violent death ghost with its head twisted 180 degrees, its occiput facing the passengers. Another was a kindly-looking grandmother leaning on a cane. There was also a female ghost holding an infant. After boarding, the violent death ghost immediately took a seat. Its face directly confronted the octopus chef, flashing him a ghastly weeping expression. Don't cry, I'll help turn your head around right now. The octopus head chef swung one tentacle directly at the wrongful death ghost's face. Bang! The wrongful death ghost's head flew right off. Oops, my bad. Didn't realize you were this fragile. The octopus head chef hurriedly apologized. The wrongful death ghost remained silent, quickly chasing after it before the car door closed. By the time he retrieved his head, the paper car had already departed, leaving him frozen in place, though he showed no sign of anger. That single slap had already made him understand the gap between their strengths. The octopus head chef's actions made the old woman and baby-carrying woman keep their distance. Whether intentional or not, the woman took a seat 2 rows behind Gu Xing. Her baby crawled around, dragging its umbilical cord, occasionally emitting eerie giggles. Gu Xing maintained his composure. Such supernatural beings would become commonplace encounters for him in the coming period. Sometimes, the uglier a ghost appears, the weaker it might actually be. For instance, the 3 ghosts that just boarded the vehicle are pitifully weak. If not for the rules governing the paper vehicle, the octopus head chef's earlier strike would have already annihilated that vengeful ghost. Often, when a ghost decides to kill you, it needs no reason whatsoever. It simply wants to kill you, nothing more, nothing less. Ha he he. Suddenly, a ghastly laugh echoed through the air. The ghost infant crawled toward Gu Xing, its mouth split wide as if intending to take a few bites out of his flesh. Thud! Gu Xing's large hand clamped down directly on the ghost infant's head. My lord, you must not act recklessly. The woman's face instantly paled as she spoke in haste. Mother and child share a bond. She could keenly sense the terrifying power emanating from Gu Xing's grip. With the slightest squeeze of his hand, the ghost infant's head would burst apart like an overripe melon. Yet, she wasn't overly worried about Gu Xing making a move. After all, the rules aboard the paper vehicle were established by the titans of the nightmare realm. No killing is allowed at bus stops or inside paper vehicles. No ghosts or monsters dare challenge the rules established by that being. Gu Xing didn't act rashly either. Through the 3-headed snake's memories, he had gained a relatively comprehensive understanding of the nightmare world. For 90% of ghosts and monsters, the existence that set these rules is taboo. At least for now, Gu Xing didn't want to attract the attention of such an entity. But he absolutely wouldn't indulge this female ghost either. He grabbed the ghost baby's head, lifted it up, then walked over to the female ghost. Rip! Gu Xing directly tore open the female ghost's belly and stuffed the ghost baby back inside. Take good care of your child, don't let him run around again. The old grandma watching from the side was utterly dumbfounded. Why yes, certainly. The woman looked rather uncomfortable, forcing out a dry laugh as she quickly moved to sit in the back row, keeping as far away from Gu Xing as possible. That was terrifying even for ghosts. The octopus chef's gaze converged on them. As Gu Xing returned to his seat, the chef immediately understood his intentions. This insignificant ant is truly fortunate. If they weren't on the vehicle, this female ghost would have died hundreds of times over. Even without Lord Gu Xing taking action, Head Chef Octopus could crush this female ghost with just one tentacle. The journey passed without incident. When Gu Xing opened his eyes again, they had arrived at his destination. My lord, is this your shop? It's truly magnificent, so grand. Head Chef Octopus gazed at the storefront before him and praised from the bottom of his heart. Before Gu Xing stood an enormous shop, occupying an entire street. It was shrouded in thick energy with only 2 lanterns glowing red through the murk. This is the shop the system gave me. Gu Xing was momentarily stunned. Could this be called a shop? An entire street belonged to him. Impressive indeed. My system. My lord, why is there no inscription on this plaque? After his initial confusion, Head Chef Octopus grew excited. The entire street belongs to the lord. How truly majestic my lord is. Could I really work in such a luxurious place in the future? If Gu Xing hadn't remained still, the octopus head chef would have rushed in immediately to see what was inside. We'll name it later. But I haven't been back for so long that some ants have occupied my territory. Gu Xing's expression was indifferent as the shop was currently in operation. Behind the carved windows, faint figures could be seen moving about. Only their postures seemed somewhat eerie. What? There are actually ants daring to occupy your excellency's territory. The octopus head chef became furious. Ignoring him, Gu Xing pushed the door open and immediately frowned. Blood dripped from the ceiling. The ceiling and both walls were covered with a layer of fleshy membrane, making one feel like they had entered some monster's digestive tract upon stepping inside. Utterly repulsive. The wooden partitions and tables were all covered in dark green mucus. Corpses and chunks of flesh were haphazardly piled on the floor. With a darkened face, Gu Xing walked further inside. Chains hung everywhere, with numerous corpses suspended mid-air. There were human ones, animal ones, and all sorts of bizarre ghosts and monsters. The most eye-catching were the 2 female corpses on the left. Bang! The door behind Gu Xing suddenly slammed shut. There were still living monsters among the corpses, staring at Gu Xing and the octopus chef. Hee hee, another fool has come to die. That handsome human keeps dissecting us for no reason. It hurts so much. I hope these 2 can last a few more days. What human? He's just a damned spirit creature. If not for the powerful restrictions in this shop, how could a mere spirit creature with less than 100 years of cultivation keep me trapped here? To achieve human form with less than a century of cultivation is indeed impressive, but these hooks are stabbing my heart painfully. Rustling sounds. The fleshy walls seemed to come alive, immediately binding the feet of Gu Xing and his companion. Then numerous chains came grabbing towards them. The ends of the chains bore sharp hooks. Being pierced would either kill or tear off large chunks of flesh. In another room, a handsome man watched this scene through the flesh wall and couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. It's been a long time since any ghosts dared to enter my shop. Those few ghosts have no more research value, but 2 new specimens have arrived. Excellent. Chapter 83, The Smug Fox, Reverse Dream Technique. These things seem somewhat peculiar. Gu Xing raised an eyebrow. With his current calamity level strength, he could detect power fluctuations that other ghosts couldn't perceive. It bears some similarity to the power of that female nurse in the mist earlier. No, it's actually more formidable than the power possessed by that nurse. Gu Xing glanced at the flesh wall, entwining his legs, but didn't rush to break free. The intangible power, using the flesh wall as its transmission medium, circulated throughout the room. Playing cheap tricks. You think mere chains can restrain me? The octopus chef flew into a rage, swinging several other tentacles forcefully. Bang! 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 The chains struck by his tentacles were instantly corroded, falling to the ground and melting into molten iron. Just drag out whoever's hiding inside. Don't destroy too much. Gu Xing stood still and spoke calmly. The octopus head chef was not weak, a terror class entity. Although it could only be considered lower middle tier among terror class beings, among numerous ghosts and monsters, the octopus head chef was still a formidable force. A terror class monster. That person hasn't made a move yet. Is it because of weakness, or? The handsome man pondered, then sneered, no need to overthink this. Victory will certainly be mine. He gazed at the house, eyes filled with greed. Whose territory was this originally? Such inconceivably terrifying power actually exists within. Merely studying the first type of leaking energy took me years. Even now, my grasp of this power remains superficial at best. As he spoke, the handsome man waved his hand and uttered a single word. Let me see who's behind all these supernatural tricks. The octopus head chef's tentacles shot straight toward the back of the meat wall. He could sense that something was standing behind it. Suddenly, reverse, a slightly mocking voice rang out. Crash, squelch. The two sounds occurred almost simultaneously. Several of the octopus head chef's tentacles were instantly tightly bound by chains. The sharp hooks at the ends of the chains had somehow pierced deep into the octopus head chef's flesh. Can't break free. Though feeling the pain, the octopus head chef showed little agony on his face, only utter disbelief and horror. Clang clatter. He struggled desperately, but the chains held firm. Blood pooled on the ground, yet there was no sign he could break free. Strange, for that briefest moment, it was as if he fell asleep. Guxing saw it most clearly. Starlight swirled around him, isolating him from the outside world. That force hadn't affected him at all. After he wakes up, reality will be rewritten. Such miraculous power was something Guxing was seeing for the first time. He wasn't in a hurry to act, instead quietly observing his opponent's performance. Stop your pointless struggling. These are specially made chains designed to deal with ghosts like you. Once hooked, the chains will fuse with your flesh and blood. The fleshy walls parted automatically as the handsome man slowly stepped out. Handsome to the point of being demonic, clearly not human. The moment Guxing saw him, his tattooed heavenly eye activated. A fox. The tattooed heavenly eye directly saw through the handsome man's true form. Is it that one? That fox that escaped from the ecological park? In an instant, Guxing confirmed this fox's origins. Unaware he'd been seen through, the handsome man said smugly, "What are you waiting for? If I make my move, you won't get another chance." He particularly enjoyed watching others struggle pointlessly. That stupid tiger before, those humans he'd lured away, all those in Demon City who had the seeds of fear planted in them. All of this was his masterpiece. Whether it was the tiger or those girls, their desperate struggles for survival truly delighted him. What kind of power is this? Guxing finally spoke, his tone laced with curiosity. He genuinely wanted to know the nature of this power. Incredible! With your limited understanding, of course you cannot comprehend such magnificent power. I am the master of this domain. I wield this power as I please. All of you are nothing but ants before me, mere ants. The fox grew increasingly smug as he spoke, escaping the ecosystem, conducting cruel experiments on other creatures, and dragging millions in moto into the nightmare realm. To him, these were merely decent accomplishments. But this territory within the nightmare world was his greatest discovery to date. To obtain its power, the fox would spare no cost. That was why he collaborated with those people, orchestrating Moto's current calamity from behind the scenes. Guxing said no more. Many of his questions had already been answered. He raised a hand, pointing lightly, his voice icy. Divine art, misfortune bestowal. Bang! The fox's body suddenly exploded. However, in the next second, the fox's body became completely intact again. Useless. Within my domain, I am an invincible existence. Unless the eldritch gods from the primordial inner world emerge, none of you ants could possibly kill me. He had fully transformed into fox form, no longer maintaining a human appearance. As the fox gloated, its tail rose high in the air. This was its true nature. Now, with absolute confidence, it remained completely unruffled, boasting and showing off to Guxing with undisguised pride. Your domain. Guxing's gaze turned playfully suggestive. He finally understood what the system meant by reclamation. All he needed to do was speak, and the shop would be reclaimed. He was the true master here. Your divine art is impressive indeed, and the curse's power is formidable, capable of killing my body instantly. Even lords would respect you for such ability. Except you've encountered me. The fox spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Reverse. The octopus chef's struggles ceased. Space solidified, and time halted along with it. The ghostly creatures suspended midair by chains, still alive, froze as well. Guxing stood motionless, seemingly affected like the others. Everything, as if a pause button had been pressed. A translucent soul emerged from the fox's body. This was the fox's spirit. This man is so powerful. I must invade his dreams, alter his memories, to rewrite reality. Yes, dream reversal. This was the power discovered within the fox's territory. Beyond this, other sealed forces lay dormant in this domain. Dream reversal, forcibly entering the target's dreamscape, then using special methods to guide them into rewriting their own memories, thereby altering reality. Just like earlier, the octopus chef had clearly rendered those chains useless, yet the fox activated dream reversal, directly tampering with his memories to warp reality. In the octopus chef's memory, he was pierced by chains, unable to escape. This was exactly the memory the fox had altered. Chapter 84, What a Great Help. Chapter 84, What a Great Help. You wanted to alter my memory. Guxing's voice was ethereal as starlight swirled around his entire body, like a deity descending to the mortal world. The fox froze instantly, his eyes widening in shock as he stammered. How can you possibly resist the power of dream reversal technique? Outside, with your strength, you might briefly withstand it, but this is my domain. Within his territory, whether dragon or tiger, all must bow. This invincibility within his domain was the fox's greatest confidence, the reason he dared act so boldly. But now, He was genuinely stunned. His thoughts seemed to freeze completely. It made no sense. This shouldn't be possible. Surprised. With a wave of Guxing's hand, an invisible force pressed down on the fox, forcing him to his knees. "You bastard! How dare you insult me?" The fox instantly shrieked. Never since gaining sentience had it suffered such humiliation. Its eyes turned bloodshot, glaring fixedly at Guxing. If looks could kill, Guxing would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces countless times over. Buzz! The air vibrated intensely. The fox frantically activated its dream reversal technique, attempting to alter Guxing's memories to reshape reality. But useless. The usually invincible dream reversal technique proved completely ineffective at this moment. "Seems you still don't understand your position." Guxing looked at it like observing a pitiful worm. He leaned backward as an antique armchair suddenly materialized to support him. "Restore," Guxing casually commanded. Whispering voices echoed through the void as stars began glowing one after another throughout the room. The fleshy walls enveloping the corridor melted away like snow under scorching sun. All the corpses vanished along with them. Antique carvings, partition windows, tables and chairs remained in their original positions. The tattoo atlas flew out, then merged into the shop. One after another, patterns hung on the walls. The merciful Bodhisattva, the wrathful Vajra Guardian, the ghostly witch, the descent of the White Tiger Star Lord, the 7 stars life-prolonging array and the boundless void. All tattoo patterns Guxing had created were now displayed on the walls. Vast, terrifying oppressive force filled the shop. Crack! The fox's kneecaps shattered completely, pressed against the ground by invisible force, his entire body soaked in blood. The chains binding the octopus chef disappeared simultaneously. He walked behind Guxing, his expression filled with unprecedented fervor. "What magnificent power! It's such an honor to serve this great one." The octopus chef's body trembled slightly. Such divine might. His admiration for Guxing surged endlessly like torrential river waters. "This is..." The fox struggled to lift its head, witnessing the transformation of the shop, its expression shifting once again. "Why you?" It stammered out 3 U's in succession, its throat constricting as if choked by fish bones, an unbearable discomfort. "What? After occupying another's nest for so long, did you truly believe this was your territory?" Guxing remarked with profound amusement. "Is this your territory? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." The fox gnashed its teeth to the point of breaking, shaking its head wildly as blood seeped from its eyes, a truly terrifying sight. "You've been the mastermind behind many schemes. You deserve death." As Guxing spoke, he clenched his fist. Boom! An invisible force instantly crushed the fox's physical form into nothingness. This time, the fox didn't regenerate its body as it had before. For at that very moment, Guxing had reclaimed full ownership of the shop. This place was Guxing's sovereign territory. Even if the fox wished to tap into the latent power within Guxing's domain, how could it possibly harness that energy without Guxing's explicit permission? A transparent soul flew out, only to be grasped again by an invisible force. "Who are you? Just who exactly are you?" The fox felt enveloped by inexplicable terror. He had schemed against countless people from the shadows. But facing Guxing now, he was overwhelmed with a profound sense of helplessness. Too terrifying, too horrifying. This was something the fox had never even dreamed of. The true master of this territory had returned. Before absolute power, no scheme is of any use. Guxing couldn't be bothered to waste words on him, nor did he want to ask anything. After killing the fox, he would naturally obtain its memories. All the evil deeds the fox had committed, all the schemes it had plotted, none would remain secrets. Spare me, spare me. I can tell you an earth-shattering secret. Someone." Boom! The fox's soul suddenly exploded. Not a single fragment of memory remained. It was utterly annihilated, reduced to dust and scattered between heaven and earth. Guxing abruptly stood up. The power he had just sensed was far too unnatural. He preemptively destroyed the fox's soul, even obliterating its memories. It seems this matter in Demon City is more complicated than imagined. What exactly are they trying to achieve? Guxing fell into deep contemplation. He had initially thought the fox was one of the masterminds behind the scenes, but now it appeared this smug fox was merely a pawn. Congratulations, host, on successfully reclaiming the shop. Please name the shop. Ghost pattern activation. Ghost pattern power reverse dream divination recorded successfully. Instance auto-constructing. Mountain Sea Traveler, instance established. The system's notification sounded. On one wall, a brand new mural now hung. Mountains and seas encircled tiny towns scattered within hazy, illusory, brimming with infinite possibilities. Beside it, a clear label was inscribed. Ghost pattern, Mountain Sea Traveler. J-plates scatter flowing light, melodies coil round hall beams, floating lives spin through cycles, no traces to chase the past. Dream. Reality. Comprehend this truth, and one may inscribe ghost patterns to obtain reverse dream divination. Points required to enter the dungeon 50. The ghost pattern tattoo actually requires its approval. Gu Xing was stunned. This ghost pattern design had automatically outlined and created a dungeon containing the power of the reverse dream divine technique. But this ghost pattern couldn't be casually tattooed without approval. It was absolutely impossible. But this might be for the best. This power is indeed formidable, so having trials is only natural. Gu Xing hadn't expected that the tattoo catalog would merge with the shop upon arriving here. The tattoo patterns he had worked on were now displayed one by one on the shop's walls. An intangible sense of oppression naturally arose. The octopus head chef was already too terrified to move, feeling that any single pattern here could crush him to dust. Excellent! The system has given me a huge surprise just after reclaiming the shop. Gu Xing smiled as his gaze fell upon those tattoo catalog patterns. In the nightmare world, can only ghost patterns undergo such changes? Does this mean I'll need to develop other ghost patterns for quite some time in the future? To be precise, it's about having me systematically record these powers one by one. He could sense there were several other types of power existing within the shop. However, Gu Xing couldn't access these powers at present. Had it not been for the fox's diligent research over such a long period, Gu Xing wouldn't have obtained the first bizarre pattern so quickly. Truth be told, the fox has indeed provided tremendous assistance. Chapter 85 The Carnival Begins. Chapter 85 The Carnival Begins. Everyone, in 10 minutes, you'll all be transported to the nightmare realm. Please memorize the survival manual's rules thoroughly. These were obtained through countless predecessors' sacrifices. This journey isn't necessarily hopeless. Remember the rules, rely on the rules, survive against all odds. We Chinese people have never feared challenges. Danger represents opportunity. Obtaining extraordinary powers in the nightmare realm isn't an impossibility. In the square where countless people had gathered, the person in charge spoke through a megaphone. The black cloud pattern on his arm was particularly conspicuous. Like those below, he too had been planted with seeds of fear and would soon be dragged into the nightmare world along with the others. 28 days. Our families, lovers, and friends are all waiting for us to return. His voice grew hoarse. At this point, he paused involuntarily, sweeping his gaze across the surrounding crowd. Those who hadn't been implanted with seeds of fear stood with their families, lovers, and children. Tears welled in their eyes, held back only by sheer determination not to let them fall. Everyone, say your goodbyes. He knew nothing more needed to be said. These final minutes should belong to them alone. Perhaps this farewell would be their last. Husband, no matter what happens, don't give up. I'll wait for your return. Xiaoyu, you've always been clever since childhood. This time, I know you'll survive. If you see others in danger, help if you can. Be selfish. I just want you to come back alive. Be careful of others. Trust no one. To survive, human nature can become terrifying. You must be vigilant. Different voices rose from the crowd. They stared intently at the person before them, as if trying to etch the image of this person permanently into their memories. In the end, no one spoke anymore. Some shared a passionate kiss, some embraced tightly, while others simply locked eyes in silent understanding. Then, buzz! All those who had been implanted with seeds of fear transformed into specks of light and vanished without a trace. No! Husband, don't leave me. Come back alive. You must come back alive. Bodhisattva bless you. Please protect my son. Why? Why is this happening? After their disappearance, many could no longer restrain themselves, desperately trying to grasp at the dissipating light particles, but to no avail. The sound of weeping spread like a wave. Sigh. Not far from the crowd, old Taoist Gu let out a sigh, an involuntary sense of sorrow rising in his heart. If they discovered the truth, would they go mad? Hua Qingyue's voice was cool and detached, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Since no one was around old Taoist Gu, he spoke softly. This truth would be too cruel for them. We must let them see hope. So you didn't even tell Gu Xing about this point, did you? Hua Qingyue's gaze suddenly turned sharp as a sword. Senior brother, what exactly are you hiding from me? Junior sister, don't act rashly. This matter cannot be kept from him forever. What I owe him is in the nightmare world. Old Taoist Gu heaved a heavy sigh. The time ratio between the nightmare world and surface world is 10 to 1. If people knew they'd have to stay in the nightmare world for 280 days, it would surely cause greater panic. Yes, this was the truth old Taoist Gu had been concealing. The 28 days of perseverance referred to the time in the surface world. The timelines of the nightmare world and surface world were not synchronized. For people in the surface world, it would indeed be 28 days, but for those who entered the nightmare world, it would be a full 280 days. 280 days. Facing countless ghosts and monsters, dealing with all sorts of bizarre rules. At that point, how many of the millions who entered would return alive? Hua Qingyue fell silent, then suddenly extended her hand. The key! No! You're the next temple master. As your senior brother, I absolutely cannot let you walk into danger. Gu Daochang refused outright, his figure gradually becoming indistinct. He was using Taoist techniques to depart. With Hua Qingyue's capabilities, she could have stopped him, but she remained motionless in place. Don't want me to go to the nightmare world. Senior brother, in truth, everyone holds a key to that door in their hands. Hua Qingyue turned and left. Within 100 days, she would obtain the key in her possession and journey to the nightmare world. What? Xiao Qing is missing. When Xu Weizhen was stunned, she wouldn't take matters into her own hands and go to the nightmare world, would she? Mr. Wen, please don't worry. Perhaps the young mistress will return in a few days. When Xu Weizhen remained silent, ultimately able only to shake his head helplessly and wave his hand. You may go too. I'm rather tired. Yes, Mr. Wen. After the person left, when Xu Weizhen collapsed onto the sofa. Xiao Qing, wherever you go, you must protect yourself. District 20. A shop stood here. Gu A. The name Gu Xing gave his shop simply the single character Gue, ghostly strange, profound, elusive, bizarre, pattern. Countless meanings are contained within this single character. My lord, today millions of humans will be dragged into our world. What should we do? The octopus head chef held a newspaper in his tentacles, carefully reading it before posing the question. This marked Gu Xing's 50th day in the nightmare world. Follow all established rules, understood. Gu Xing's tone remained detached, betraying no emotion. Yes, my lord. The octopus head chef hastily nodded before retreating to the kitchen to prepare Gu Xing's lunch. Hail Taoist Gu. The time ratio between the nightmare world and surface world being 10-1 is truly fascinating. Gu Xing committed this matter to memory. However, throughout these 50 days, Gu Xing had remained within the shop premises without causing any disturbances. Only the octopus head chef ventured out daily to procure newspapers. From the newspapers, Gu Xing learned that not only was his area quiet, but other districts too maintained an eerie silence. Even the fighting between wandering spirits and monsters on the streets has decreased significantly. Are they waiting for those tens of millions of humans to arrive? Gu Xing knew the reason those tens of millions of humans were about to be dragged into the nightmare world, though when distributed to each district, the numbers appeared small. Yet all the monsters were eagerly anticipating this day. Buzz! The void suddenly trembled. One after another, humans appeared across various districts, appearing in different locations. Varying in number and age, tens of millions of humans had now entered the nightmare world. They're here! They're here! Go! Capture all nearby humans! Humans are far more interesting than monsters. Hurry, hurry! Bring me more new toys. Kill! Such delicious flesh! Such pure souls! Truly exceptional delicacies! Don't let any escape, not a single one. In an instant, the monsters who had remained quiet for nearly 50 days erupted into chaos. Chapter 86 Terror in the Haunted House. Who is Gu Xing? Chapter 86 Terror in the Haunted House. Who is Gu Xing? District 16. Inside the infamous haunted house. He's here! Run, everyone, run! You must burn it, burn it! Su Yongning heard someone shouting loudly not far away, immediately jolting awake with a severe headache. Overwhelming dizziness flooded over him as his barely stabilized body staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Su Yongning shook his head forcefully, and the vertigo gradually subsided. Before him stood an iron gate, with a man sprawled on the ground. The shouting had come from him. The next moment, an inexplicable force dragged him into darkness. Bang! The iron gate slammed shut with tremendous force, startling the other three awake. Where is this? The nightmare world. Is this the nightmare world? What just happened? Two men and one woman awoke to the tremendous noise, looking around nervously as they asked. Haunted house terror. You are trapped here, and death will keep closing in on you. Escape the haunted house within 10 days, or you will no longer be protected by the rules, and the evil forces can completely kill you. Suddenly, a transparent screen appeared in front of everyone. This was the last bit of assistance the surface world provided when they entered this nightmare realm. If we leave this place within 10 days, can we survive? Everyone, what should we do now? The door is locked and requires a key to open. Su Yongning listened to their conversation and inexplicably found this place somewhat familiar. I feel like I've been here before. Is this just an illusion? Su Yongning surveyed his surroundings, feeling an overwhelming sense of familiarity, as if he had indeed been here before. But upon careful recollection, it seemed he hadn't. Many people have experienced this sensation before. You're walking down the street when suddenly you see a scene that feels strangely familiar. The people in that scene, you feel you've encountered them before. Even the unfolding events carry an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. This feeling is utterly bizarre. It's like you experienced it several days ago, and now you encounter it again as if trapped in some kind of cycle. It's somewhat mystical and also somewhat chilling. For some reason, a sudden chill rose from the depths of Su Yongning's heart. Forcing down this chill, he said, it seems we're quite lucky not to have appeared amidst a horde of ghosts. Otherwise, we'd have been torn to pieces by now. Before coming, the Paranormal Bureau had issued everyone a survival manual. The manual recorded much information about the nightmare world. Thus, although this was their first time here, they still knew some things. Are we sure everything in the manual is true? Exactly. Maybe it's not as terrifying as described. Let's go upstairs first and check. The group didn't want to stay here. The darkness beyond the door gave them an extremely uneasy feeling. Su Yongning followed the others up the stairs. Bright lamps illuminated the corridor, revealing the ancient mansion, though many areas were thick with dust, appearing untouched for a long time. The mansion was enormous, with corridors extending in all directions. As the group turned a corner, the two at the front collapsed to the ground in terror. Holy shit! Ghosts! They're ghosts! Su Yongning immediately looked and saw several black-robed figures standing in the corridor, wearing masks with long, pointed snouts. An oppressive, chilling aura instantly filled everyone's hearts. Run! Su Yongning shouted and immediately turned to flee. He had seen the earlier warning. If they couldn't escape this haunted mansion within 10 days, the evil forces would completely eliminate them. But, remember this: maiming, capturing, or torturing them through imprisonment, none of these violated the rules. The moment Su Yongning saw these black-robed figures, he knew they must never be captured. Once in their hands, one could only wait obediently for death. Aha! One person reacted too slowly and had his leg grabbed by a black-robed figure. Snap! His leg was instantly broken by the black-robed figure, who then dragged him away into the darkness. Save me! Save me! The man screamed shrilly, his fingers scraping bloodstains on the ground. But at this moment, no one could help him. The other black-robed figures pursued closely from behind. Su Yongning opened the door and fled without caring whether it led to a dead end. Randomly pushing open the door before him, Su Yongning froze. Behind it lay an entirely new corridor. This mansion is too enormous. 10 days may seem long, but the time left for us is absolutely extremely limited. Quick, run this way! The only girl in the group shouted frantically, darting toward the right. But Su Yongning's heart surged with an ominous feeling, and he instinctively yelled, "Don't go there!" But it was too late. Bang! A lamp flew out from the corridor's corner and smashed violently onto the girl's head. The girl was knocked unconscious on the spot. A spider demon-like woman emerged from the corner, casually picking up 2 wooden stakes and nailing the girl's legs firmly to the ground. Ah! Monster! Monster! The girl woke up in pain and saw the woman towering over her, screaming in terror. She grabbed everything she could from the ground and desperately threw them at the monster before her. Bang! But the claws behind the woman casually swiped away these objects, her eyes filled with bloodlust and icy coldness. She no longer paid attention to the girl, as the girl's legs were injured and pinned in place by wooden stakes. Already a caught prey, there was no need to waste more time on the girl. The next target was Su Yongning. Su Yongning hastily dodged but accidentally fell to the ground. Whiz! The woman with spider-like legs instantly appeared before Su Yongning, ready to snap his legs. At this moment, Su Yongning spotted a book on the ground. Without hesitation, he picked up the book and flipped it open towards the woman. Ah! The woman suddenly let out a shrill scream, her whole body as if being scorched by flames. She quickly retreated and then vanished into the corridor. Su Yongning froze. He stared blankly at the book in his hands. I've been here before. I must have been here before. Su Yongning suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He couldn't remember. He hurried to the girl's side and forcefully pulled out the wooden piece that had pinned her legs to the ground. Blood immediately spilled everywhere as the girl's face turned deathly pale. Thank you, but I probably won't last much longer. You should go. Don't worry about me, the girl said to him with a heartbroken expression. As for the other person, they had long since disappeared to who knows where. Don't lose heart and don't give up so easily. We'll definitely find a way out of this cursed place. Suddenly, an image flashed through Su Yongning's mind, and he immediately said joyfully, "Come on, let's go to the room next door. There are things there that can stop the bleeding." With his support, the two walked into this room and indeed found some first aid supplies. After bandaging her wounds, the girl looked at Su Yongning with immense gratitude. But then she noticed Su Yongning clutching his head in pain. From his mouth kept repeating one phrase. Who is Gu Xing? Chapter 87, New Identity, Clerk of the Mysterious Shop. Buzz. A blue glow suddenly lit up on Su Yongning's back. So hot, so uncomfortable, what's on my back? Su Yongning only felt a burning sensation on his back that made him scream in pain, rolling on the ground uncontrollably. The girl was terrified, frozen in place, unable and unwilling to move, especially since her leg wound had just been treated. Fortunately, this pain didn't last too long. A few minutes later, Su Yongning leaned weakly against the sofa, his face deathly pale. Struggling to turn around, he took off his shirt and said, "Girl, can you look at my back and tell me what's there?" He felt uneasy, constantly sensing something extra on his back. Yet he couldn't determine what exactly was on his back. This uncertainty made Su Yongning's heart pound wildly, nearly jumping to his throat. "All right, brother, let me check for you." The girl gathered her courage and looked at Su Yongning's back. Ah, ghost. After just one glance, the girl was scared to tears. On Su Yongning's back was a pattern, the image of a man. With leopard-like head, bulging eyes, iron-faced and curly-bearded, his features were ugly and extremely ferocious-looking. The girl had never seen anyone with such terrifyingly ugly features before, screaming continuously as tears streamed down her face. "Don't panic. If there's a ghost, I'll be the first to die. Girl, there's a broken mirror beside you. Bring it here so I can see for myself." Suppressing his chills, Su Yongning tried to comfort her. A ghost on his back. The fact that he didn't scream along with the girl already showed remarkable courage. At this moment, shouting wouldn't help, so Su Yongning could only try his best to use the gentlest tone to calm the girl down. As expected, hearing Su Yongning's gentle voice, some of the fear in the girl's heart dissipated. After hesitating for a while, she tremblingly picked up the broken mirror nearby. When she aimed the mirror's surface at Su Yongning's back, the pattern on his back immediately appeared in the reflection. Su Yongning turned his head to look at the mirror and froze on the spot. This isn't a ghost, it's Zhong Kuei. When did I ever get this tattoo? Who gave me this Zhong Kuei tattoo? Su Yongning felt his head was about to explode. He was certain he had forgotten something extremely important. Buzz. As a cyan light flashed, the cracks on the broken mirror in the girl's hand immediately multiplied. Su Yongning found his headache gone, but those memories remained elusive. Gushing, if I find him, maybe I'll get my answers. Su Yongning murmured to himself. The only thing he could remember was this name. Somehow, Su Yongning had a premonition. Perhaps the sudden tattoo on his back had something to do with Gushing. District 20. The Uncanny Shop. 5 people abruptly appeared in Gushing's shop. Tong Zimo was the first to react, quickly surveying their surroundings. The other 4 did likewise. Survival Manual Rule 1. When entering the nightmare world, always observe your surroundings immediately. Log cabin, carved lattice windows. Tong Zimo's first impression was cleanliness and order. His heart sank. The survival manual clearly states that most ghost territories are disorderly, filled with blood, filth, and corruption. There are a few exceptions where ghost territories are neat and tidy, but the more abnormal they appear, the more terrifying these ghosts become. The other 4 also wore grave expressions. Though strangers to each other, they had all begun doing the same thing as Tong Zimo the moment they arrived here. Observe your surroundings and observe the other people. They all understand that in a place like this, who knows what someone might do to survive. Stabbing in the back, exploitation, these are not impossible scenarios. Therefore, here, besides guarding against ghosts, you must also be wary of other people. This sinister shop has existed for a long time. Remember the rules here, and perhaps you can earn the right to survive. Go meet the shop owner. A transparent panel appeared before each person. The surface world provides equal assistance to everyone dragged into this nightmare world. After the transparent panels disappeared, a cold voice echoed in everyone's minds. Welcome to the sinister shop. Your current identity is as shop assistants. Please remember the rules set by the sinister shop's owner. 1. Fighting and killing are prohibited within the shop. 2. Complete daily tasks or undertake field assignments to earn points. 3. The shop only accepts point-based transactions or bartering. For the haunted shop possesses inconceivable power. If you go to the instance dungeon, there's a certain chance to gain approval, and the shop owner will personally help you carve the cursed tattoo. 5 tattoo materials must be brought by yourself. Tong Zimo froze in place all of a sudden. Is this the rule inside the haunted shop? No fighting or killing allowed. Cursed tattoos. Inconceivable power. He was somewhat bewildered. This rule seemed too friendly for them. Just what kind of existence was this shop owner? Let's go. The group exchanged glances, all seeing joy in each other's eyes. The prohibition of fighting and killing ensured their personal safety to some extent. As for the mission, they hadn't met the shop owner yet, and the mission hadn't been assigned. I hope the mission won't be too bizarre. After the initial joy, Tong Zimo's expression turned serious. The survival manual had made it very clear. Don't entertain any wishful thinking. Ghosts and monsters harbor nothing but malice toward humans. Your bodies and souls are all delicious treats in their eyes. They pushed open the room door, revealing a corridor outside. The corridor had numerous rooms, but the left side was shrouded in darkness, with only the right side brightly lit. The 5 didn't wander aimlessly, but followed the light outward. 5 people, Their dispositions seemed fairly decent. Gushing lay on the rocking chair, swaying gently back and forth, thoroughly enjoying this relaxed and comfortable feeling. As for those 5 people, Gushing had sensed their arrival immediately. The haunted shop is in small 3 floors in total, though currently I can only access the first floor. The other 2 floors remain sealed off. The first floor is mostly staff quarters, rooms specifically reserved by the system for humans. Gushing couldn't fathom what scheme the system was hiding, but this arrangement saved him the trouble of making his own. The light seemed to guide Tong Zimo and the other 4 forward. Finally, they arrived in the main hall. Pushing open the door and stepping through, they were overwhelmed by an oppressive, chilling, terrifying atmosphere. The walls were hung with numerous paintings. These patterns radiated terrifying power that seemed capable of sucking their very souls into them. Just a few drawings, yet so horrifying. Tong Zimo hastily averted his gaze, not daring to examine the patterns further. At that moment, an octopus monster walked past them. Tong Zimo was certain those 8 tentacles could easily tear them to pieces. The next instant, Tong Zimo witnessed the octopus monster respectfully lowering its head to someone. That posture was humility down to the bones. Chapter 88. While there's life, there's infinite possibility. Chapter 88. While there's life, there's infinite possibility. Gu Xing, dressed in black robes, reclined casually on a rocking chair. Endless starlight converged from all directions, and without him even speaking, even the void became utterly silent. His face was veiled in starry mist, containing multitudes like the void itself. Gu Xing looked at the group, his voice like the icy winter wind that chilled one to the bone. From now on, you are members of the Uncanny Shop. You must complete your daily tasks on time every day. The Ghost Shop will officially open for business in 1 hour. Points are the foundation of your survival here. The Ghost Shop not only tattoos ghostly patterns for spirits but also accepts commissions from supernatural beings. Of course, these were all suggestions the system proposed to Gu Xing. Gu Xing found them relatively reasonable and accepted the system's suggestions. After saying these words, he spoke no more. Daily mission: ensure the cleanliness of the shop. Completion reward: 10 points. Reminder: within the rules, staff and customers are equals. Tong Zimo's mind received the daily mission notification. The other 4 also learned their respective tasks for the day. Only the bespectacled man showed a slight change in expression, but none dared speak as they all looked toward where Gu Xing had been standing. The rocking chair was now empty. Gu Xing had disappeared. I'm the head chef here, and your supervisor. Listen carefully, all of you. The storage room is in room 105. That's your primary cleaning area. You can purchase food from me using your points, provided you complete your assigned tasks on time. If daily tasks aren't completed, you'll either go out foraging or go hungry. If anyone dares to steal food, I won't hesitate to twist your heads off. Furthermore, in a few days, one of you will be selected to go out for inventory restocking. Most importantly, as employees of the Spectral Store, you absolutely must not bring shame upon our master. Understood. The octopus head chef lectured sternly. He knew full well Gu Xing's formidable power. Being able to become Gu Xing's staff member was, in his view, the highest honor imaginable. Though these humans appeared weak, the octopus head chef wouldn't permit them to disgrace Gu Xing's name. Yes, chief. The group hastily complied. No one dared to object or question the octopus chef's appearance alone carried terrifying intimidation. Humph. Also, don't wander outside unnecessarily. Pathetic ants like you could be killed by even the weakest wandering spirit out there. Having no patience for further words with these humans, the octopus chef pushed open the shop door and quickly disappeared down the distant street. He's going to stock up on supplies, purchasing food, along with some peculiar items. However, Gu Xing doesn't require him to obtain these things by force. If there are any, bring them back. There will be point rewards. If not, no pressure. The shop owner here is truly terrifying. The somewhat handsome-looking young man spoke up. Though the octopus monster was fierce, its oppressive aura couldn't compare to Gu Xing's. With Gu Xing just lying there, they felt breathing becoming extremely difficult, their hearts seemingly ready to stop beating at any moment. That level of oppressive feeling was simply in a different league. Although Gu Xing hadn't gone on a killing spree against them, deep in their eyes there was still unmistakable fear. Staying with such a terrifying monster meant their lives could be taken at any moment. Huff. Let's get to work first. We absolutely mustn't violate the rules here. As for other matters, we can learn about them gradually. Tong Zimo made the suggestion, leaving unsaid one thing what the octopus head chef mentioned earlier about the stock purchases. The others nodded silently and went about their respective tasks. Each person had different responsibilities. For example, Huazhe and Tang He were assigned to receive the customers visiting the store today. You remember the supervisor's final words just now, right? Huazhe suddenly spoke up. Tang He, the girl in casual clothes, nodded. But with our weak abilities, would those customers even show us any respect? Her brows were knit with worry. In this nightmare world, apart from ghosts and monsters, what else could they possibly be receiving? We must maintain a firm attitude and absolutely cannot show weakness. I believe this is a hidden test. Huazhe said solemnly. The instructions also mentioned that within the rules, we staff members and customers are equals. Moreover, fighting and killing are prohibited in the store. As long as we don't break the rules, our safety is guaranteed. What you say makes sense, but what if those ghosts and monsters attack us and the store owner does nothing? Tang He hesitated before speaking in a low voice. That shouldn't happen. Ghosts take their own rules very seriously. If other ghosts attack us, they'd be disregarding the shopkeeper's rules, essentially slapping him in the face. Huaza said with absolute certainty, if that situation really occurs, we can only bet that the shopkeeper is stronger than those ghosts. Also, you must be quite interested in that initial hint, right? Tang He paused for a moment before replying. The incident in Demon City definitely wasn't the beginning. Even if we survive and leave this place, we'll face even greater dangers in the future. Although entering the nightmare world is fraught with perils, it undoubtedly presents countless opportunities too. I must obtain that incredible power within the mysterious shop. Tang He's eyes burned with intense longing. She desperately wanted to grow stronger. During those days before being drawn into the nightmare world, she had lived in constant fear, even contemplating suicide. But ultimately, she chose not to end her life because while there's life, there's infinite possibility. Hua was stunned, realizing this girl before him was far more resilient than he'd imagined. Perhaps the two of us could form an alliance. If you have any information or clues, I hope you can share them with me. Hua finally stated his purpose. Of course, as a gesture of goodwill, I will also truthfully share the information I've discovered with you. Tang He didn't give any indication, neither agreeing nor refusing. Hua sighed inwardly. What an intelligent woman. Try to maintain good relations with her. Unless absolutely necessary, it's unwise to make an enemy of her. Tang He remained silent. Compared to this matter, she was more concerned about another issue. In a few days, someone will be chosen to make the supply run. How can I avoid this selection? If unfortunately chosen, how should I deal with it? The danger of going out for supplies was at least 10 times greater than staying in the shop. This was the real major crisis they were about to face. Chapter 89, If you want to die, don't drag me down. Chapter 89, If you want to die, don't drag me down. Lord of Calamities. I hope you can grow stronger quickly. Gu Xing's knowledge about the Lord of Calamities was far too limited. Without concrete intelligence, Gu Xing would absolutely not act recklessly. The best approach is to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Let's see who gets the recognition of the dream reversal arc first. And that Xiao Tian, this person is far too peculiar. Gu Xing pondered deeply about Xiao Tian. Combining the intel Jing Jiangxue revealed to me, this man was still mediocre not long ago, yet underwent a drastic transformation in just a few days. Who helped him? Or did he encounter some fortuitous opportunity? Gu Xing had a strong intuition Xiao Tian's appearance was tied to something far greater. Before entering the nightmare realm, Jing Jiangxue had helped track Xiao Tian's movements. But Xiao Tian had vanished from Demon City like mist in the wind. Have you hidden yourself in the nightmare realm? Let the curtain rise on this grand scheme, starting with your demise. As he spoke, Gu Xing closed his eyes, meticulously reviewing every detail in his mind. He was setting up a chessboard, one that would overturn the very foundations of the nightmare realm. 1 hour later, bang! The door of the eerie shop swung open, its twin crimson lanterns flickering to life. The ghost shop that had been closed for many days officially began business at this very moment. Hua and Tang He stood on either side of the entrance, wearing professional fake smiles. Hoo! On the street, a sinister wind howled as a chill swept through. So cold. Hua couldn't help shivering as a foul stench approached. Within the Yin wind appeared a hideous head, its gaping mouth opening toward him with extreme greed and excitement in its eyes. Bad news, it's trying to swallow me whole. Hua's heart skipped a beat as he stared at the bloody maw, trembling with fear as his legs shook uncontrollably. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the reality of facing it was an entirely different matter. The next instant, the red lantern above Hua's head glowed intensely, dispelling the chill around him. A wisp of candle flame fell into the Yin wind. Followed immediately by a shrill scream of agony. In the Yin wind, a wandering spirit missing limbs and arms fell to the ground, its entire body scorched by flames, presenting a truly pitiful sight. Spare me, spare me. I'll never dare do this again. He knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing toward the ghost shop. The wandering spirit had been drawn here by the scent of the two humans. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last tasted human flesh. Now catching the scent of humans, the wandering spirit was nearly driven mad with excitement. Without any hesitation or restraint, it summoned a gust of Yin wind, opened its bloody maw, charged into Gu Xing's territory, attempting to devour Hua whole. But the small candle flame and the doorway lantern possessed such terrifying power. His soul was being scorched. The agony nearly drove him to complete collapse. The wandering spirit knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy, pleading for Gu Xing to spare him. Boom! The next instant, the flames grew even more intense. They directly reduced this wandering spirit to ashes, completely obliterated on the street. Gulp! Hua's eyebrows twitched violently as he unconsciously swallowed hard, his heart filled with utter astonishment. Is this the difference between humans and ghosts? If not for this lantern, I would have been dead just now. Do I now have a chance to obtain such power too? After the shock came excitement. Hua's legs were even trembling. Who wouldn't want to possess such power? In this life, given the opportunity to grasp formidable strength, who would willingly remain ordinary, insignificant ants, completely defenseless? Inside the shop, Gu Xing sensed everything happening outside and shook his head in utter disdain. These wandering spirits were just the lowest level cannon fodder in the world of ghosts. The candle flame and the lantern by the shop entrance could burn them to death. This scene made many specters observing from the shadows grow fearful. Yet their eyes remained fixated on Hua and Tang He standing at the entrance. Not a single ghost was willing to leave. Humans. 2 humans. They say human flesh is the most delicious. If we could devour theirs, our cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The hidden ghosts and monsters longing in their eyes almost materialized into substance. They're watching us. Tang He suddenly spoke up. A woman's intuition is accurate. She could feel those peering eyes from the shadows. Our daily business hours are 4 hours. During working time, apart from serving customers, we absolutely cannot leave our posts for more than 5 minutes. Hua-Zhe observed their surroundings. In the darkness, pair after pair of crimson eyes emerged, staring fixedly at them. Even on the glass of the shop across the street, several bruised and swollen faces were pressed against it. The desire and killing intent in their eyes were like knives, continuously provoking the two's nerves. We can't lose our composure. They wouldn't dare come. Before Hua-Zhe could finish speaking, his words became prophetic. Kill, 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 kill. Divide and devour. Divide and devour. What kind of trash ghost shop is this? Never even heard of it. Everyone, attack together, save the woman's thigh from eating awe. Some ghosts hadn't seen humans for decades, while others were even more unfortunate. It had been centuries since their last encounter. Now 2 living humans stood there in plain sight. Their allure was utterly deadly. The desire to kill and feed completely overwhelmed their minds. All they wanted now was to tear Hua-Zhe and Tang He apart and devour them. Hundreds of ghosts howled as they surged forward like a tidal wave. Energy swirled into fierce winds, filling the street with ghostly wails and demonic screams. The scene was so terrifying that faint-hearted people would have already fled while crying and covering their heads. Hua-Zhe clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to turn and run, standing firm in place. Tang He's face was equally pale, her silver teeth gritted tightly as she refused to abandon her post. Haha, look. The shopkeeper here is scared stiff. No fighting. No killing. What bullshit rules? I'll kill when I want to. Today I'm going to eat these 2 humans, and I'd like to see who dares stop me. As numerous ghosts and monsters approached the sinister shop in an instant, the rules set by Gu Xing immediately appeared in their minds. A few of the ghosts regained clarity and hurriedly retreated. But more ghosts swarmed from all directions, their eyes blood-red and shrouded in energy, each fearful of running too slow and missing even a drop of soup. These few retreating ghosts were directly swept along by the tide, rushing to the shop's entrance. Roar! At that moment, a tiger's roar erupted from within the sinister shop. The sound reverberated through several nearby streets. Many ghosts farther away had their energy significantly dispersed by this roar. Some weaker ones exploded on the spot. If distant ones suffered so, need we mention those nearby? Boom! 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 With one earth-shaking tiger roar, the frontline ghosts exploded one after another. The ghosts that had regained their senses tried to retreat but were pushed back by the onrushing horde behind them. These spirits glared with bulging eyes, cursing violently. You beasts! If you want to die, don't F King drag me down with you.